Introduction. Tags. Western fantasy, time travel, system flow, farming, lordship strategy, decisive warfare. Introduction. Viserys. Upon my arrival in this new realm, I initially believed that my most insidious adversary was Varys. I eliminated Varys. After vanquishing Varys, I surmised that my next most treacherous foe was Illyrio. I dispatched Illyrio. With Illyrio gone, I then eradicated the horse lords. Yet, with the obliteration of the horse lords, the free cities have transformed into my most pressing concern. I am now increasingly enlightened. My greatest and most cunning enemy is neither Robert nor the White Walkers, but rather looms above me. He is the deity, revered by all, exalted and omnipotent. Chapter 1. The Prince. Year 283 of the Age of Aegon. Bad time. Bad time marks the division of night in Westeros, commencing as the sun descends. The golden remnants of daylight retract their final glimmer as the Crimson Castle succumbs to the encroaching night. Upon receiving the grim news of the heir's demise at the Trident, the entire fortress is enveloped in a pall of sorrow. Tens of thousands of rebels are advancing towards the capital. In no more than 20 days, they shall besiege the city. The pallid moon hangs in the firmament, resembling the eyes of the deceased, gazing upon this crumbling dynasty. In a somewhat secluded chamber, the young Targaryen prince is engrossed in his studies. He reads intently, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, as if ensnared by a hypnotic rhythm. The early lit candles cast a golden hue upon his silvery hair, rendering him as though he is bathed in divine radiance. Master Pycelle, could you enlighten me further on the Blood Dragon dance? I find it difficult to distinguish between the two Aegons. The prince inquires with his head bowed. Certainly, your highness. The response comes from the current Grand Maester, Pycelle, the learned scholar of Illyrio. His bald head gleams with an oily sheen, marred by age spots resembling mildew. Though his facial skin hangs loosely, the 24 metallic plates adorning his neck signify his extraordinary erudition. These 24 plates represent his accomplishments across 24 distinct disciplines, rendering him to regard the prince before him as a fool. This so-called prince is utterly oblivious even with his brother slain in battle. He still finds time to indulge in his studies. As for his fate after the fall of House Targaryen, execution is inevitable. The best outcome would be to serve as a minor lord in a small castle. That, however, depends on the intentions of the rebel leader. Nevertheless, he must continue to be treated as a prince. It must be noted that this young prince is quite courteous, always bringing milk on his visits. The two Aegons originated from the daughter of King Aegon I and his new wife. Listening to the elder scholar's explanation, the young prince contemplates intently. He ponders how to dispose of this lecherous old fool who indulges in debauchery without recompense and harbors thoughts of treason. The young prince, named Viserys, is the second son of Illyrio, having been recently usurped by the soul from another world. Now, the character of Viserys has come to accept his identity, skillfully analyzing the current predicament through his intimate knowledge of the narrative. The reigning king, the so-called Mad King Aerys II, his own father, finds himself in a precarious situation. The current Grand Maester, Pycelle, harbors ambitions for his idol, the Duke of Tywin, to ascend the throne. Furthermore, the intelligence officer at his side is a descendant of rebels, conspiring to usurp power. His own Kingsguard, his personal bodyguard, is poised to assassinate him at the moment the city falls. Viserys feels no obligation to act on behalf of that king. All of this turmoil is a result of Aerys' own making. Yet, he recognizes the necessity of self-preservation. Thus, Aerys' enemies become his own. Viserys is aware that Aerys will, in a moment of reason, retreat with the queen to Dragonstone. Before that occurs, he believes it imperative to deal with Pycelle. This man had suggested surrendering the city when the Duke of Tywin approached under the pretense of loyalty, hastening the fall of King's Landing. Had it not been for Pycelle, Aerys could have bought himself some time. Viserys resolves to eliminate this so-called Grand Maester, at least to secure himself and his mother a greater opportunity for escape. As for the restoration of House Targaryen, or becoming a figure akin to Lucio from another world, Viserys possesses little confidence in his ability to summon meteors. Days have passed since his arrival, yet he remains perplexed by his unique ability. Objective: execute Grand Maester Pycelle. Participation: 15%. Whenever Viserys contemplates action, this information materializes in his mind. Beyond this, the interface reveals nothing. The objective is clear, but the meaning of participation eludes him. The reason this information appears in his consciousness is due to the decision he made after analyzing the situation. When he attempts to establish goals such as I want to go home or I wish to escape this world of ice and fire, his ability remains unresponsive. Given the rudimentary nature of this ability, Viserys can only make use of it for now. It is preferable to have something rather than nothing. He must first eliminate this Grand Maester to see the outcome. As for the method of assassination, a sudden act of violence is out of the question. The Mad King's madness is notorious, and if the son of the Mad King were to act similarly, no one would stand by him. Viserys plans to seek evidence of Pycelle's collusion with Tywin, hoping to use Aerys' hand to bring about his demise. If that fails, he will resort to poisoning him. However, before executing any plan, he must continue to lull his adversary into complacency. So, I must be a descendant of the kingdom's light? Rhaenyra? Indeed. But according to tradition, you should declare yourself a descendant of Viserys too. As the conversation unfolds, the old maester begins to succumb to drowsiness, letting out a considerable yawn. Viserys recognizes the opportunity at hand, which is precisely why he brings warm milk each time he visits. If you're feeling fatigued, Grand Maester, you ought to rest. I can peruse a book for a while before I take my leave. Actually, I'm not so weary yet I can continue to keep you company. Pycelle declines the suggestion. Although he did not believe that the young Viserys would engage in anything of consequence within his chamber, he felt compelled to accompany the Targaryen in performing the final act of their play. However, the insidious pull of drowsiness proved exceedingly difficult to resist. The rhythmic sound of Viserys' fingers tapping on the table tap, tap was almost hypnotic. Pycelle felt his eyelids grow increasingly heavy, soon succumbing to a steady slumber. An opportunity had arisen. Viserys did not immediately cease his actions, but instead gradually decreased the tempo of his tapping. Grand Maester? Grand Maester! He called out twice, and upon confirming that his companion was indeed asleep, he left the table, lamp in hand, and stealthily slipped into his bedroom. Viserys endeavored to slow his breathing and footfalls as much as possible. The only sound resonating in the room was the beating of his own heart. Pycelle's chamber was cluttered with numerous documents, the air thick with the scent of ink and the decay of age. Though not a spy prior to his arrival in this world, Viserys understood that important documents were unlikely to be left in plain sight. As a middle school teacher, he was well acquainted with the art of outsmarting students who secretly brought their phones into school. Thus, as he entered, his gaze immediately fell upon Pycelle's bed. He swiftly swept his hand across the bedding, ensuring there were no unusual protrusions, before pressing his hand upon the ducked-down pillow, only to hear a rustling sound emanating from within. It was unmistakably the sound of paper being disturbed. "Old fool, you are far too naive," Viserys scoffed, tearing the pillow open with a swift motion, letting several sheets of letters drift to the floor. He casually opened one of the letters, revealing correspondence sealed with a crimson lion insignia. Upon examining the contents, he discovered words of encouragement from Tywin, urging Pycelle to continue monitoring Aerys. Pycelle's admiration for Tywin was rather profound, as he had not only withheld these letters from incineration, but had opted to conceal them instead. Having obtained what he sought, Viserys prepared to depart. The torn pillow would soon lead to the discovery that these letters must be delivered to Aerys without delay. Based on his understanding of Aerys, he anticipated the king would eliminate Pycelle rather than imprison him first. As Viserys exited Pycelle's chamber, he cast one final glance at the man, whose frail form resembled a gravestone. Just as he had departed the room, a shift in his thoughts occurred. Objective: execute Pycelle. Engagement level: 55%. Chapter 2: The Mad King. Eel time. Following bat time comes eel time. If fishermen intend to catch eels, they would have already begun casting their nets. Viserys concealed the recently acquired envelope within his garments and hastened towards Maegor's Holdfast, the king's private quarters. All royal family members resided here, alongside the king. The handmaidens lining the path stepped aside upon seeing him, while the armored guards stood even more erect than before, the clinking of their armor echoing through the air. The sorrow and rage that had initially engulfed Aerys upon receiving the news of his firstborn's demise had gradually begun to subside. Yet new fury has begun to brew, poised to erupt at any moment. And it is Pycelle who shall serve as the fuse. Viserys arrived at the base of Maegor's Holdfast, marking his first encounter with the legendary Mad King since his arrival in this realm. Frankly, he harbored no affection for the Mad King, a ruler who had squandered the nation. Moreover, he had violated his own wife and had grown distant from his eldest son. At least his decision to remain and defend the city rather than flee, displayed a modicum of courage, yet it merely amounted to him paying the price for his own failings. Viserys sought to eliminate Pycelle as a potential threat, allowing the Mad King to better expend his remaining influence. Just as he prepared to enter Maegor's holdfast, a man with a shining bald head emerged from within. He appeared somewhat portly, yet his steps were remarkably light, making no sound as he walked. Before he drew near, Viserys could already detect a fragrant aroma wafting from him. He was none other than the sole eunuch in the Red Keep and the master of whispers, Varys, the Spider. Behind the scenes, he was a descendant of rebels. "Your Highness," Varys hastened his pace to greet Viserys with a bow. Towering above him, he cast a shadow that obscured the moonlight behind him, enveloping the prince entirely. "Ah, Your Highness, the Queen has just sent for you." The Queen, Rhaella, was at that moment carrying the future mother of dragons, Daenerys. It was likely she wished to discuss matters of escape. "Understood. I shall attend to it once." As they brushed past one another, Varys turned to watch Viserys enter Maegor's holdfast, akin to a spider eyeing its prey, ensnared in a web. Once Viserys had crossed the threshold, Varys turned away. Having just ascended to the second floor, Viserys now had a new objective. It would be prudent to eliminate Varys before he departed. The Master of Whispers controlled the intelligence network of King's Landing and the Eastern Continent. According to the original storyline, during Viserys and the Mother of Dragons' flight, they had faced numerous assassination attempts orchestrated by him. Naturally, the rebel leader would resort to hiring assassins, but their efficiency would undoubtedly suffer. Objective: execute the Master of Whispers, Varys. Participation, 0. Noticing the new development of his golden finger, Viserys felt a swell of confusion. What purpose did this serve upon completion? Would it yield some form of reward? Setting that question aside for the moment, he chose not to seek Rhaella, but instead ascended to the highest floor, the residence of Aerys. The atmosphere in Maegor's holdfast was eerily tranquil that night, the echo of footsteps resonating through the stairwell. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted a tall, handsome, golden-haired guard standing at the staircase's entrance. His hair seemed to shimmer as though gilded, and his features resembled the masterwork of a sculptor. Even from a distance, one could perceive his extraordinary valor. He was none other than the Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister, the personal protector of Aerys. Viserys' pupils constricted. The evidence at hand reveals that Pycelle is conspiring with Tywin. Jaime is indeed Tywin's son. Should Aerys execute Pycelle, it is likely that Jaime would not escape unscathed. "Your Highness," Jaime looked down upon Viserys, his expression complex, as if he could foresee the fate that awaited the young prince before him. "I wish to see my father. His Majesty is not receiving anyone at the moment. I would appreciate it if you could convey a message to my father, informing him that I have uncovered a traitor." "A traitor?" Jaime regarded Viserys with a hint of skepticism. He found it hard to believe the fanciful notions of this young lad. At the same time, he felt a melancholic kinship, realizing that both father and son seemed afflicted by the same paranoia, viewing everyone as potential traitors. He was reluctant to provoke the Mad King, who had just endured the loss of a child and was on the brink of collapse. The other guards behind him exchanged glances, their concern palpable. "His Majesty is quite fatigued. Perhaps you could share the identity of this individual with me, and I shall relay it to the king tomorrow." He intended to send Viserys away. That will not suffice. What if the traitor escapes by tomorrow? "If you do not report this, I shall not leave." He certainly could not divulge the identity of the traitor or the conspirators to Jaime. After all, the traitor was Jaime's own father, Tywin Lannister, the Duke of Casterly Rock. If Aerys were to learn of Tywin's involvement, Jaime, as his son, would undoubtedly retaliate. What if he were to take him hostage? Though the likelihood was slim, vigilance must not wane. Viserys defiantly sat down, adopting a posture that suggested he would not budge. Yet, he noticed that the Kingsguard remained unfazed. "Your Highness, it would be best if you returned and came back tomorrow," Jaime suggested softly, emanating an aura of leather and steel. But Viserys was unwilling to wait. He was resolute in his desire to eliminate Pycelle. Furthermore, he must personally deliver the evidence to Aerys. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and turned toward Aerys' chamber, calling out loudly, "Father, I have discovered a spy. I have found a traitor. Quickly, seize him. Seize him." At Viserys' sudden outburst, Jaime scrambled to quiet him. The guards around them tensed, aware that disturbing the king's rest would lead to dire consequences. The young prince before them was the last remaining heir of Aerys and was unlikely to suffer any harm, but the guards themselves could be readily replaced. However, it was too late. A raspy voice emerged from within the chamber, akin to that of an injured beast. Damn it, who is making that noise? It was Ares himself. The grief and torment of losing his heir still plagued him, but the cacophony from outside only added to his irritation. He found himself struggling to suppress an urge for violence. Your Majesty, it is Prince Viserys, Jaime explained through the door. Yet Ares did not respond, instead falling into a prolonged silence. His quietude prompted the guards outside to exchange anxious glances, and even the whisper of the breeze felt unsettling. Viserys, too, felt a growing unease. Should he permit his return, the letter must be swiftly delivered into the hands of Queen Layla. There is little more that I can do. However, after a brief pause, Iris finally responded, "Allow him to enter." With the king's command, the guards had no reason to impede. James stepped aside, allowing Viserys to pass. The two guards opened the door, and several maidens rushed in to light candles for the king. As the flickering flames illuminated the room, a somewhat gaunt figure came into view. His silver hair cascaded down, nearly obscuring his face, and his nails, having grown long from neglect, almost surpassed the length of his fingers. At first glance, one might mistake him for a vengeful specter.
Chapter 3 The Queen. The flickering candlelight cast a large, elongated shadow of Ares upon the ceiling, resembling a fearsome dragon. "What brings you here?" Ares inquired, his tone commanding. A result of over 2 decades as king, despite his constant paranoia. Viserys, upon entering, was momentarily taken aback by the king's imposing presence. However, he quickly composed himself and produced evidence of the Grand Maester's treachery from within his cloak. "I have discovered an act of treason." Ares, his brow furrowed, regarded his son with a steely gaze and discreetly signaled to a nearby handmaiden. She took the envelope from Viserys and passed it to him. As the parchment rustled, Ares' expression darkened, growing increasingly menacing. His countenance appeared as cold and forbidding as ice. Having known the Duke of Tywin for over a decade, he recognized the handwriting. "Have Lannister escort the prince away tonight to attend to the queen, and then summon Viserys for me." Though notorious for his madness, the king was not without cunning. He could not afford to erupt in anger now, especially with the father of the king's guard stationed outside, who had joined the rebellion. To Viserys' surprise, Ares did not even inquire how he had obtained the letters. Viserys, the king's naval minister, had always flattered Ares by disparaging the heir, Rhaegar, thus earning his relative trust. If Ares was summoning Viserys, then Viserys' objective to eliminate Pycelle must have been achieved. Yet, to thrust Jaime, a ticking time bomb, upon his own wife, felt rather unkind. On their way to the queen's chamber, Jaime asked no questions, perhaps believing a child could discern nothing of significance. As for the king's extreme reaction, well, he was the Mad King, who had recently lost his heir. Viserys was eager to distance himself from him. The two remained silent throughout their journey. Jaime, because he had no words, and Viserys, out of fear. Upon arriving at the queen's door, Viserys heard the faint cries of a baby. It was the son of Rhaegar. Little Aegon. According to the original course of fate, Aegon was destined to be dashed against the wall, while his mother, Rhaegar's wife, would fall victim to a brutal assault by a commander known as the Mountain, under Tywin's command. They also had a 4-year-old daughter, who met a similarly gruesome end. Having been stabbed over 30 times, the three would ultimately share a tragic fate, serving as a dark legacy for House Targaryen. As they stood before the queen's door, Jaime halted, and the handmaiden, after announcing their arrival, opened the door for Viserys. A fragrant aroma wafted from within, imbued with a hint of bitterness. The candlelight flickered, illuminating the slender figure seated at the bedside. Her long, silvery hair cascaded down her back, and even without turning, it was evident that she bore the weight of suffering and exhaustion. "Mother," Viserys whispered softly. In the few days since his arrival, they had scarcely had the chance to meet. However, Queen Rhaenyra occasionally sent someone to attend to his needs. Viserys had gradually come to acknowledge this pitiable mother. Rhaenyra turned around, her eyes slightly swollen. It was evident that she had been weeping upon receiving the news of Rhaegar's demise. "Come here, my son, come here." Rhaenyra extended her slender hand, and Viserys hurried to her side. Her somewhat cold fingers brushed against his cheek as she scrutinized his face inch by inch, as if searching for the reflection of another child. "Viserys, in a few days we shall reside on Dragonstone for a while." Rhaenyra fervently suppressed her sorrow, striving to protect her son with her last ounce of strength. To her, her young son, merely 7 years of age, could scarcely comprehend the concept of death. Yet, to her surprise, Viserys grasped her hand and declared, "Do not worry, mother. I will surely protect you and Rhaenys." Viserys spoke earnestly. Upon entering this world, it was impossible not to feel trepidation, especially since he was acutely aware of the trajectory of fate. Yet, this woman before him had assuaged his fears with her concern, granting this soul from another realm a sense of belonging. He knew that Rhaella had passed shortly after giving birth to Daenerys. Viserys contemplated whether he could alter the fate of this mother before him. Mentioning Rhaenys reminded Rhaella of her unfortunate daughter-in-law, Elia. She hailed from Dorne, and thus far was the only reliable ally of House Targaryen. She understood that if her husband wished to secure this alliance, he would certainly keep Rhaenys close. King's Landing was unlikely to endure, and what would become of her then? Rhaella dared not dwell on such thoughts. Viserys offered no explanations but spent some time conversing with Rhaella, and soon they both drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Loras, upon receiving a command from Aerys, hastily altered the defenses of the Red Keep overnight. The sentry, Jaime, was arrested and imprisoned, while the slumbering Pycelle was dragged into the throne hall like an old quail. Still groggy, he was unaware of the unfolding chaos until Loras and his guards burst through the door, thrusting treasonous evidence before him. This was a grave political incident, far beyond mere treason. In Westeros, all scholars hailed from the Citadel, which prided itself on its absolute neutrality in political matters. Pycelle's actions undoubtedly tarnished the Citadel's reputation. Realizing the exposure of his misdeeds, Pycelle wept bitterly, fully aware that the Mad King favored one particularly heinous punishment, burning. He felt as though his legs had been stripped of their bones, nearly being dragged along the way. His feet scraped against the ground, soon leaving behind 2 trails of dark crimson blood. Upon being chained and dragged into the throne hall, Pycelle found a considerable assembly present. The hand of the king, Loras, the master of whisperers, William Darry, and countless guards gazed at him ominously. He instinctively looked up at Aerys, seated upon the Iron Throne, and pleaded for mercy. "Your Majesty." The voice of Pycelle was haunting and filled with dread. However, Aerys remained unmoved. He cast a glance at the burly fire mage beside him. The mage tipped a vial of viscous green liquid over Pycelle's head. Pycelle recognized the substance. It was wildfire. A fire that would not extinguish once it touched the skin. He wished to curse, yet his frail body could no longer support his bloodlust. The mage waved his hand lightly, and the powder that spilled from his sleeve ignited upon contact with Pycelle's body. Ah, ah, ah. The echoes of wailing and lamentation reverberated throughout the throne hall. Pycelle appeared as a green-hued human torch. To prevent him from thrashing about, the guards bound him with iron chains. The flickering green flames enveloped him, casting shadows of the Iron Throne upon the walls and ceiling, resembling countless silent, screaming souls. Execute Pycelle, with a final participation rate of 70%. Acquire the essence of the Grand Scholar, absorb transfer fusion. Meanwhile, through his golden finger, Viserys learned of Pycelle's demise. He gazed thoughtfully at the golden essence within his mind. Chapter 4. The Grand Scholar Varys watched in disbelief as Pycelle was reduced to a pile of ashes. The betrayal of this Grand Maester was somewhat unexpected. He could not comprehend someone like Pycelle. After all, whether Targaryen, Lannister, or Baratheon ruled, no matter the turmoil, one would ultimately remain a Grand Scholar. Before treason, one is a Grand Scholar. After treason, one is still a Grand Scholar. Was that not a futile betrayal? Of course. Now that Pycelle was dead, dwelling on such matters served no purpose. What intrigued him was that the one who had exposed Pycelle was none other than the unremarkable Viserys. As the head of intelligence, he was reluctant to believe this was mere coincidence. Varys did not think a mere 8-year-old child could accomplish such a feat. He had many little birds, all of whom were children of that age. He understood better than anyone what such half-grown children were like, and what thoughts might occupy their minds. Could it be Queen Rhaella? He pondered this possibility but deemed it unlikely. Queen Rhaella was kind-hearted. He recalled how she despised him upon learning that her intelligence network consisted of a group of children with severed tongues. She would never permit her son, let alone other sons, to engage in such deeds. Then who could it be? Viserys? Varys considered this ambitious sea minister but found it improbable as well. The only clue lay with Viserys. Yet he was soon to be sent to Dragonstone alongside Rhaella. There, as the spider, Varys would have little insight. He had always believed himself to be the most concealed. However, now there was someone who hid deeper than he, which made him wary. In Rhaella's chamber, Viserys marveled at Aerys' efficiency in murder. While contemplating the options presented by the Golden Finger, absorb, transfer, fusion. Among the three options, only absorb was highlighted, the other two appeared grey. What did absorb signify? Chapter 4. The Grand Maester Varys watched in stunned silence as Pycelle was reduced to mere ashes. The betrayal of this Grand Maester had taken him by surprise. He found it difficult to comprehend someone like Pycelle. After all, whether the ruling house was Targaryen, Lannister, or Baratheon, no matter how one maneuvered, one could only remain a Grand Maester. Before treason, one was a Grand Maester. After treason, one was still a Grand Maester. Was this not a futile act of betrayal? Of course, with Pycelle now dead, ruminating over such matters seemed pointless. What intrigued him was the revelation that it was the inconspicuous Viserys who had exposed Pycelle. As the head of intelligence, he was reluctant to believe this was merely a coincidence. Varys did not think this was an act a mere 8-year-old child could orchestrate. He had plenty of such little birds under his command. He understood better than anyone what thoughts occupied the minds of children of that age. Could it be Queen Rhaella? He pondered, but quickly dismissed the notion. Rhaella was inherently kind-hearted. He recalled how she had detested him upon learning that his network consisted of children with severed tongues. She would never allow her own son, let alone another's, to engage in such deeds. Then who could it be? Luthorys. Varys considered the ambitious naval minister, but found that unlikely as well. The only lead lay with Viserys, yet he was soon to be sent to Dragonstone alongside Rhaella. There, as the spider, Varys would have little oversight. He had always believed himself to be the one who hid the deepest. Yet now he realized someone was concealing themselves even more effectively, heightening his vigilance. In Rhaella's chamber, Viserys marveled at the efficiency with which Aerys committed murder, while observing the options presented by the Golden Hand: absorb, transfer, merge. Of the three choices, only absorb was illuminated. The other two grayed out. What does absorb entail? Will it grant me the knowledge of the Grand Maester? At such a moment, hesitation was unwarranted. He chose to absorb. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge flooded Viserys' mind, causing an uncomfortable pressure in his brain. Architecture, medicine, mysticism, history, herbalism, political science, ornithology. Upon organizing this vast array of information, he discovered he had acquired no less than 17 distinct fields of study. The amalgamation of this knowledge with his previous life's memories seemed to elevate his understanding. Unfortunately, Viserys had been a language teacher in his former life. Had he studied practical subjects like mathematics or science, he might have found them more beneficial. Simultaneously, he felt as though he had perused the life of Pycelle. He had originated from a humble lord's family, traveled to the Citadel for education at the age of 15, and had served in King's Landing while still quite young. Up to that point, he had served 3 kings, Aegon V, Jaehaerys Earl, and Aerys Earl. When he opened his eyes again, his violet irises betrayed an unmistakable wisdom. As the golden finger indicated a participation rate of 70%, Viserys pondered the implications of this newfound power. He could acquire the abilities of others through their demise. Regrettably, possessing merely half the knowledge of a scholar would not significantly alter his fate. To ensure his survival, what he truly required was territory and an army. Even after assimilating the majority of Pycelle's wisdom, Viserys felt constrained in his capabilities. He still had to accompany Queen Rhaella in their escape. Wait! The ravens. Viserys recalled the knowledge of training and utilizing ravens for communication. These birds served as the means of relaying messages across the 7 kingdoms. With Pycelle's death, there was virtually no one remaining in the Red Keep who could employ them. Perhaps he could reach out to the outside world through these birds. Yet, a wave of despair washed over him. Who in the outside world was worth contacting? Among the 7 kingdoms, the North, the Riverlands, the Vale, and Storm's End had all turned against the crown. Even the Lannisters of the Westlands had rebelled. Although the Tyrells of the Reach remained loyal, their military leader, Mace Tyrell, was woefully inadequate. His tens of thousands of troops could not capture a simple castle, and their fleet was utterly ineffective, unable to thwart even a single smuggler, which had allowed the rebels to avoid starvation within the city. Dorne, situated at the southernmost reaches, was far too distant to provide immediate assistance. Wait a moment. Is Dawn still alive? Can I send him a message to prepare for a transfer to Dragonstone? Dawn, the legendary sword, was widely recognized as the most formidable warrior of this era, embodying the very spirit of knighthood. Before the conflict erupted, he had been assigned by Rhaegar to protect his other wife, Lyanna Stark, at the Tower of Joy. Now, Lyanna was nearing childbirth. If he could come to Dragonstone to safeguard him, It would surely enhance his prospects. Such a noble soul should not perish in such a manner. The mere thought of potentially having Dawn as a bodyguard brought Viserys an inexplicable sense of peace. He recalled that even when fleeing to Dragonstone with Rhaella, they would not be safe. Treachery lurked, plotting to use their lives as a declaration of allegiance. If Dawn were present, no one would dare entertain treachery. With these thoughts consuming him, Viserys found himself restless. In truth, even if he rode to Dawn upon reaching Dragonstone, it might not be too late. Yet, Robert's forces were rapidly approaching the gates, and he did not wish to squander a single moment. Just as he prepared to depart quietly, he heard a faint sound of weeping nearby. Rhaella was still awake, and he could not leave her. "Mother, are you still awake?" Viserys gently inquired. Upon hearing his voice, Rhaella trembled, her sorrow overwhelming her as her shoulders shook. Viserys rose to light a candle, and at that moment, a maid hurried into the room. "Fetch some hot water," he commanded. However, the maid hesitated, glancing towards the queen. Rhaella looked at Viserys in confusion, yet ultimately nodded in agreement. This place ought to have been sealed off. Yet now, not only the Red Keep but even King's Landing is engulfed in a palpable sense of dread, rendering the situation largely overlooked. Given the current mental state of Aerys, meticulous planning seems far beyond his reach. His mind is consumed with the notion of seizing Elia and her children as hostages, coercing Dorne to mobilize its forces for his rescue. This predicament affords a convenient opportunity for Viserys. Upon entering Pycelle's chamber, he finds it in utter disarray, chairs and tables askew, documents and books scattered across the floor, as if a tempest had ravaged the room. Fragments of shattered bottles litter the ground. A cursory glance suffices for him to continue his ascent, but he suddenly notices a bottle that appears to be only partially broken, with a considerable amount of liquid still remaining within. Upon inspection, he discovers it to be a vial of the prepared poison known as Widow's Kiss. Merely a drop is sufficient to bring about death, although its purpose remains unclear. He secures a suitable bottle to collect it. The Ravenery lies above. As he ascends the spiral staircase, the pungent odor of bird droppings assaults his nostrils. Entering the Ravenery, Viserys is greeted by a multitude of wooden compartments, densely packed like a beehive, reminiscent of the delivery lockers from his previous life. King's Landing, as the capital, necessitates communication with nearly every castle across the realm. Thus, there are no fewer than 100 ravens housed here. These compartments are roughly divided into 8 distinct regions: the Crownlands, Stormlands, Reach, Dorne, Westlands, North, Riverlands, and Vale. Each raven's compartment bears the name of its corresponding castle. Notably, castles of significant stature, such as Sunspear in Dorne, are equipped with multiple ravens. Each raven is adorned with a brass band, serving both to carry messages and to identify its origin. Viserys barely lingers, as the pressing matter is to expedite Arthur's relocation. He recalls that Rhaegar concealed Lyanna in the Tower of Joy. He proceeds directly to the Dorne section, yet after a thorough search, he finds no mention of the Tower of Joy. Anxiety mounts. How could there possibly be a maester at the Tower of Joy? Without a maester, there are certainly no ravens. Realizing this, Viserys remembers that the Tower of Joy is located near the Prince's Pass. He promptly dispatches messages to several castles near the Prince's Pass such as Starfall, the King's Grave, and Nightsong, all loyal to Dorne, still unbetrayed. He instructs them to locate the Tower of Joy and, once they find its inhabitants, to escort them to Dragonstone. He also considers Arthur's family, the Danes of Starfall. Though distant, they are kin, and the likelihood of betrayal is diminished. Having penned the letters, Viserys applies the Ravenry techniques learned from Pycelle, releasing the ravens in a specific direction and manner. The raven soars from the window, akin to an arrow released from a bow, hurtling into the distance. Observing the departing raven, Viserys reflects that he has done all he can. It is his fervent hope that they will survive. Chapter 5. The Dawn's Divine Sword. Last night, many were summoned by Aerys to witness the burning of the Grand Scholar, resulting in a pervasive sense of lethargy the following day. However, he was not a king who showed compassion for his subjects. The treacherous actions of Pycelle intensified Aerys' sense of urgency regarding the precarious situation. He had ordered Layla and Viserys to prepare for their escape the previous night, with ships, carriages, guards, and supplies being hastily arranged. Yet, the royal flight was a complex endeavor, anticipated to commence only by the next day. Viserys arrived at Pycelle's residence, which should have been under lockdown. However, with the atmosphere of panic spreading throughout King's Landing, even the Red Keep was not immune, and thus, it went largely unnoticed. Given Aerys' current state of mind, he was incapable of formulating meticulous plans. His thoughts were consumed with the desire to capture Elia and her children as hostages to coerce Dorne into sending troops to extricate him from his predicament. This provided Viserys with an opportunity. He entered Pycelle's chamber, which lay in disarray, having been ransacked. Chairs and tables were overturned, documents and books strewn across the floor. The room resembling a tempest's aftermath. Among the chaos, he noticed a bottle that appeared mostly intact, with a significant amount of liquid remaining. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it contained a vial of the lethal poison known as Heartbreaker, potent enough to end a life with a mere drop. Unsure of its potential use, he prudently secured it in a suitable container. Above him lay the Revenary, and as he ascended the spiral staircase, the pungent aroma of bird droppings assaulted his nostrils. Upon entering the Revenary, Viserys was greeted by a series of wooden compartments, densely lining the walls like a honeycomb, evoking memories of parcel lockers from his previous life. As the capital, King's Landing required communication with nearly every castle across the realm, resulting in a collection of over 100 messenger ravens. These compartments were broadly categorized into 8 regions: the Crownlands, Stormlands, Reach, Dorne, Westlands, North, Riverlands, and Vale. Each compartment bore the name of its corresponding castle, with those of significant importance, such as Sunspear in Dorne, housing several ravens. Each raven wore a copper ring on its leg, both for securing messages and indicating its origin. Viserys did not linger, as his immediate priority was to expedite Arthur's relocation. He recalled that Rhaegar had concealed Lyanna in the Tower of Joy. Viserys made his way to the Dorne section but, after searching in vain, could not locate the named Tower of Joy. Realizing his impatience, he understood that there would be no scholars at such a remote location, and consequently, no ravens. With this clarity, Viserys remembered that the Tower of Joy was situated near the Prince's Pass. He promptly sent messages to several castles in the vicinity of the pass, including Starfall, the King's Grave, and the Knight's Song, all of which remained loyal to Dorne and had not yet betrayed their allegiance. Let them seek the Elysium Tower, and upon finding the individuals, escort them to Dragonstone. Additionally, there lies the Starfall city of House Dane, Arthur's family. Though the distance is considerable, they are family. Thus the chances of any mishap are reduced. After composing the letter, Viserys released the raven in accordance with the teachings he had received from Pycelle. Utilizing a specific direction and method, the raven soared from the window, akin to an arrow released from its bow, flying towards the horizon. Watching the departing raven, Viserys mused that he had done all he could. It would be best if they survived. As for whether Lena would pose any trouble should she also survive, that was not a concern for the present. If he wished for Arthur to serve him, such risks were unavoidable. After a night of contemplation, he concluded that Dragonstone was certainly indefensible. When the time came, he would inevitably have to take his family to the eastern continent. If Lena accompanied them, so be it. The impact would be minimal. Just as he was preparing to depart, a raven unexpectedly returned. Capturing the raven, he noticed a copper ring on its leg inscribed with Crown's Landing. News from Tywin? Viserys exclaimed in surprise, not anticipating such an unexpected thing. He opened the letter, which requested Pycelle to provide advance notice after Lena and her children had set forth. He would dispatch individuals to ambush them en route. Remarkably, those ambushers were concealed within the very city of King's Landing. Objective: execute the ambushers. Involvement: 0. Sensing the implications of the message, Viserys scoffed internally. Why not execute Tywin? Does the Hand of God believe I am incapable? Yet, he indeed found himself unable. Another dilemma arose regarding whom to inform of this development. The Red Keep had been infiltrated to the point of being akin to a sieve. Upon leaving the rookery, he fortuitously encountered Sir William Derry, the captain of the guards at the Red Keep. He had selected nearly 500 elite guards to escort Viserys and Lena. All of these guards were seasoned warriors, clad in armor. In the age of cold steel, a fully armored soldier represented an entirely different paradigm from an unarmored one. A fully armored soldier could vanquish an army 20 times his size. With such guards escorting them, their journey should be safe. Perhaps sensing Viserys' gaze, William approached him and bowed. Your Highness. William quickly assessed this prince, who had always remained somewhat inconspicuous. He knew that it was Viserys who had uncovered Pycelle's treachery the previous night. Sir William, I wish to show you something. What is it? Viserys was aware that he could place his complete trust in William. His brother, John Derry, had recently perished alongside Viserys' brother, Rhaegar, at the Trident. In the original timeline, after the fall of Dragonstone, It was William who had led the Viserys siblings to safety in the free cities of Braavos and had cared for them for 5 long years. Ultimately, it was illness that claimed him, and he died with one eye blind. Was this due to the impending ambush? Viserys handed him the recent letter, and upon reading it, William's brow furrowed deeply. Your Highness, I shall inform His Majesty at once. Layla gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her complexion still bearing the marks of fatigue. The anguish of losing a child was not easily assuaged. Yet, within her eyes flickered a glimmer of hope, as if her youngest son had matured overnight, rekindling her spirit with a renewed sense of purpose. Your Majesty, the Prince wishes to see you, along with Sir William, came the announcement. In the past, when a maid mentioned the prince, Rhaegar would spring to her mind, but now it was Viserys who occupied that space. However, the presence of William seeking her out intrigued her. Very well, let them in, she replied. Upon entering, Viserys promptly seated himself beside her, while William bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, is there something amiss? Layla inquired, aware that Iris had dispatched William to escort her. Viserys handed her a letter he had discovered in the crow's nest, and a chill enveloped her features. She would not permit anyone to harm her children again. William, I entrust this matter to you. It must be resolved swiftly. At once. William responded, leaving immediately to prepare for pursuit. Meanwhile, Viserys' involvement had surged to 65%. Mother, may I accompany you? He asked, eager to see if his presence with William could elevate that percentage further. Layla's response was an unequivocal no, though he had merely been testing the waters. Is there a way we can bring Rhaenys along? He inquired, prompting an exasperated shake of her head from Layla. She had initially sought to conceal her thoughts, but reflecting on Viserys' remarkable intellect and decisiveness over the past few days, she abandoned that notion. Iris had merely regarded them as his lifeline. Surrounded by caretakers and nuns tasked with surveillance, as well as guards for protection, Elia was effectively under house arrest. Viserys was acutely aware that Layla likely had no feasible solutions. The time remaining for them was painfully short. They were to depart the following day, leaving no room for strategizing. As far as he knew, the Red Keep harbored numerous secret passages. Currently, only 2 individuals were privy to this knowledge, the reigning King Iris and the Master of Whispers, Varys. Of course, Tywin, having served at hand of the king for over a decade, might also be aware. He resolved to eliminate this Master of Whispers before leaving King's Landing. This course of action would not only mitigate the risk of future assassination attempts but could also grant him some of Varys' skills. Although he remained uncertain how the fabled Golden Touch would define a spy's abilities, accessing Varys' memories might unveil the hidden passages of the Red Keep, thus allowing him to rescue Elia and her son. Yet, how should he proceed? Should he reveal to Iris that he was a descendant of Blackfyre? There was no evidence to support such a claim. It appeared that physical means or poison were the only viable options to eliminate him. He was aware he could not overpower Iris. Perhaps a means of poisoning could be devised. Coincidentally, he had recently stumbled upon half a vial of poison in Pycelle's chambers. However, Varys was no ordinary man. Even if he provided the food, it was unlikely that Varys would consume it without suspicion. Chapter 6. The Princess as a Princess. Rhaenys was perpetually under the watchful gaze of attendants. When Viserys drew near, a buxom wet nurse glanced in his direction. Rhaenys, play here for a while. I shall find you shortly. Despite her awareness of her fate, it was imperative to prioritize the immediate concerns at hand, especially with Aerys having arranged for both a nun and a nurse to supervise the mother and daughter. The first step was to eliminate Tywin's men. Uncle, are you and grandmother departing? Grandmother. Viserys hesitated briefly, realizing she referred to Queen Rhaella. Yet, Rhaella was barely in her 40s, and due to her comfortable living conditions, she appeared to be in her early 30s. The notion of considering someone in their 30s as a grandmother struck him as profoundly discordant. I heard it from mother. Noticing Viserys' silence, Rhaenys assumed he was upset. Be a good girl, and I will take you along later. With that, Viserys ascended the stairs with Willem. Willem did not take Viserys' words to heart. Rhaenys and her mother had been expressly ordered by Aerys to remain. Even the wet nurse assigned to Rhaenys dismissed Viserys' remarks. However, Viserys was indeed determined to take Elia and her daughters away. To speak coldly, leaving Elia and her daughters with Aerys was sheer wastefulness. He had squandered the nation and still had the audacity to hold his daughter-in-law and grandchildren as hostages. Emotionally, little Rhaenys was calling him uncle. Had he been unaware of her tragic fate, it might have been different, but now that he knew, he could not allow it to unfold. Soon, the two arrived at the door of Riella's chamber, where she was currently preparing herself. Having gone to bed late the previous night, she had risen later than usual. Upon awakening and finding Viserys absent, a sense of unease gripped her. Inquiring with a maid, she learned that he had already left. Riella gazed at her reflection in the mirror, looking weary and haggard. The anguish of losing a child was not easily assuaged, yet her eyes reflected a flicker of hope. It seemed as if her youngest son had matured overnight, providing her with a renewed sense of purpose. Your Majesty, the prince is outside wishing to see you. Along with Sir Willem. In the past, whenever a maid mentioned the prince, Riella's thoughts immediately turned to rigor, but now it was Viserys who filled her mind. The presence of Willem visiting her piqued her curiosity. Very well, let them in. Upon entering, Viserys sat beside her, while Willem bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Sir Willem, Riella inquired, aware that Aerys had dispatched Willem to escort her. Viserys handed Riella the letter he had discovered in the crow's nest. And a chill descended upon her features. She would not permit anyone to harm her children again. This matter is now in your hands, Sir Willem. You must act swiftly. At once. With the directive received, Willem promptly departed to prepare for the apprehension. Meanwhile, Viserys' involvement had surged to 65%. Mother, may I accompany you? He wished to test whether accompanying William would yield any additional benefits. Layla's response was, of course, negative. He was merely probing. Mother, is there a way we could bring Rhaenys along? Upon hearing Rhaenys' name, Layla shook her head in resignation. She had intended to conceal her thoughts. But considering the astonishing intelligence and decisiveness displayed by Viserys in recent days, she ultimately relinquished that notion. Aerys regarded the mother and daughter as his lifeline. They were surrounded not only by a nurse and a nun tasked with surveillance, but also by guards assigned to keep watch. Elia could be said to have been placed under house arrest. Viserys was well aware that Layla was unlikely to possess any viable solutions. The time he had left was painfully brief. They were to depart the following day, leaving no room for steaming. To his knowledge, the Red Keep housed numerous secret passages. Known only to two individuals, the reigning king, Aerys, and the master of whispers, Varys. Of course, Tywin, having served at hand of the king for over a decade, might also be privy to such information. He intended to eliminate this master of espionage before leaving King's Landing. This would not only reduce the likelihood of future assassination attempts, but also allow him to acquire some of Varys' skills. Although he was uncertain how his newfound abilities would define a spy's talents, perusing Varys' memories might reveal the hidden passages within the Red Keep, enabling him to rescue Elia and her children. But what should he do? Should he disclose to Aerys that he was a descendant of Blackfyre? There was no evidence to support such a claim. It seemed that the only feasible methods left were physical means or poisoning. He certainly could not overpower him. Perhaps he could devise a way to poison him. He had recently come across half a vial of poison in Patchface's chamber. However, Varys was no ordinary man. Even if he provided the food, Varys would be unlikely to trust it. Furthermore, this individual commanded an all-seeing web of intelligence. Any slight movement on his part would surely be detected. It was entirely possible that Varys was already aware of his use of the messenger ravens today. The entire afternoon passed without Viserys conjuring a viable plan. Soon, the afternoon arrived, and his magical ability provided feedback. Objective: elimination of ambushers completed. Final participation rate 65%. Gained essence: veteran, infantry, 40, veteran, archers, 96, elite, infantry, 88, elite, archers, 134, sailors 55. Sir William, after apprehending the ambushers, reported to Aerys. Aerys ordered that all of them be burned alive. Naturally, it was impractical to gather hundreds of individuals in the throne room for such a grotesque spectacle. They were all taken to the Blackwater River, set ablaze, and then pushed into the water. Wildfire does not fear water. It can ignite even underwater. Green flames flickered across the dark river's surface, resembling ethereal emerald specters. The screams emanating from the flames assaulted the ears of the onlookers, casting a shroud of terror over the already anxious King's Landing. William, responsible for carrying out the executions, felt a sense of discomfort at having to confront the grim scene directly. The sun was nearing its descent, with still some time left until the hour of the bat. To ensure it possessed sufficient lethality, he replaced the bowstring of his dragonbone bow with a thicker one. Just then, an unexpected knock resounded at his door. Upon opening it, he found it was his mother as handmaiden. "Your Highness, the Queen requests your presence to rest with her." "Why at this hour?" he thought, yet rather than rush, a clever idea swiftly formed in his mind. "Please tell my mother that I would dearly love to accompany her, but we are to depart tomorrow." "And Rhaenys wishes for my company to converse," he earnestly replied. As the personal attendant of Rhaella, she understood without needing further elaboration. After bidding the handmaiden farewell, Viserys waited until darkness enveloped the realm. Numerous servants still traversed the Red Keep during the hour of the bat, and even more during the hour of the eel. He planned to endure until the hour of the owl, when most would have succumbed to slumber. Indeed, Viserys' rules proved effective. As Rhaella did not press him to join her, time flowed alongside his heartbeat. Outside, faint coos echoed, and Viserys first discarded his bow before leaping down. His chamber was on the second floor, merely 5 or 6 meters from the ground. His light frame, combined with the enhancement of his essence, granted him considerable strength, allowing his legs to provide ample cushioning. As anticipated, upon landing, Viserys sustained no injury. He recognized that as a prince, darting about the court with a bow would certainly draw unwanted attention, perhaps even preventing him from exiting the mayor's hold. Bow in hand, Viserys' still slender form ventured into the darkness. However, unbeknownst to him, not far behind, a stable boy, chewing on his lip, stealthily followed. He was the little bird tasked with monitoring Viserys. Since entering the Red Keep, Varys had replaced some of the menial staff with his own loyal subjects, such as stable boys and muckers, insignificant yet despised roles. These unassuming figures provided Varys with substantial advantage. The stable boy, trailing Viserys, suddenly realized he was heading toward Varys' quarters. Uncertain of Viserys' intentions, he soon found himself behind the prince, arriving at Varys' window. The room remained illuminated, which did not surprise the stable boy, for Varys was always awake whenever he sought him out. What was he up to? The stable boy questioned, watching Viserys as he picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Varys' window. Startled, Varys opened the window to investigate, only to be met by a sharp arrow. The poison arrow pierced through his skull as if it were a mere string of candied hawthorn. Years of scheming disintegrated in the blink of an eye. Chapter 8. The little bird. The boy disguised as a stable hand watched in horror as Viserys assassinated his master. His eyes widened, more round than an owl's. He wished to flee, but Viserys had already spotted him. "Halt! Otherwise, I shall shoot you dead." Chapter 7. Master of Whispers. As the day drew to a close, Varys would diligently compile the tidings brought forth by his little birds. Within the court, from noble lords to royal family members, none were beyond his vigilant gaze. The queen partook of more fruit than usual today. Viserys visited the Ravenry and released 3 ravens. Master of Whisperers, Willem, and Viserys had an audience with the queen. Today, Viserys meandered through the Red Keep, passing by the Mayor's Holdfast, the Hand S Tower, the White Sword Tower, and the gardens. Every significant movement of the Red Keep's prominent figures evaded not Varys' watchful eye. Yet again, it was Viserys. As he wove together the threads of information, Varys astutely sensed something amiss with Viserys. As the Master of Whispers, he was well aware of Aerys' recent decree to execute hundreds. However, he had not anticipated Viserys' apparent involvement in such grim affairs. How young was he? Just a boy, akin to Varys' little birds. The children who had their tongues severed were, in Varys' view, mere expendables. Yet, this expendable now instilled in him a sense of wariness. Moreover, it struck him as peculiar, how could Viserys possibly employ ravens? Varys was knowledgeable about the training of ravens, having secretly nurtured a few himself. It was not as simple as fastening a message and releasing them. There was an art to directing them where they ought to fly. Within the same castle, both individuals grappled with their thoughts regarding each other. Meanwhile, on the other side, Viserys delved into the essences he had acquired. All of these essences were of a crimson hue, with varying depths of color. The essence of the veterans bore a lighter shade, while that of the elite was the darkest. He chose to fuse the essence of the most numerous archers among the veterans. 5 shallow red essences converged, transforming into a singular deep red essence. The feedback from this essence revealed, elite archer. Oh, does 5 veterans equate to 1 elite? And what of 5 elites? With his golden finger further developed, Viserys felt a surge of excitement. He undertook another fusion of the elite archers, resulting in a new, even more vibrant essence, warrior archer. However, this fusion consumed 30 of his elite essences. While he could continue fusing, Viserys opted not to proceed just yet. It seems my golden finger compels me to partake in warfare. The more foes I vanquish, the more essences I shall acquire. Upon realizing this, a vague plan began to take shape in Viserys' mind. Moreover, his golden finger had yet to reveal its full potential. He was aware that an option labeled Transfer remained inaccessible. Let me first absorb this warrior essence. The radiant essence vanished from his mind, and a torrent of archery techniques flooded into Viserys' consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the world around him had grown clearer. As the curtains billowed in the breeze, everything appeared to him in slow motion. Even so, Viserys clenched his fists, realizing that his strength had significantly increased. Despite his tender age, he could sense that his physical prowess rivaled that of an adult. At the very least, drawing a powerful longbow was well within his capabilities. Moreover, a substantial portion of the latent strength bestowed upon him by the essence remained untapped, awaiting his discovery. In light of this, Viserys gazed at the obsidian dragonbone bow hanging on the wall, reminiscent of the night sky. Although Varys was well acquainted with the happenings within the Red Keep, there was one thing he could not possibly know, that Viserys harbored intentions to kill him. Furthermore, he could not fathom that Viserys possessed the audacity to act on such intentions, nor could he comprehend that Viserys was indeed capable of carrying them out. Viserys leaned over to peer down. His chamber was located on the second floor, while the Queen's ballroom occupied the first. He concluded that even should he leap directly to the ground, his newfound strength would spare him from injury. After all, he would be departing King's Landing at dawn. And he resolved to employ the most straightforward and brutal method to eliminate Varys. The sun was nearing its descent, and there remained some time before dusk. To ensure his arrow would possess sufficient lethality, he replaced the bowstring with a thicker one. Just then, a sudden knock interrupted his thoughts. Upon opening the door, he found his mother Esme standing there. "Your Highness, the Queen requests your company to rest with her." "Why at this hour?" he mused, but rather than feeling anxious, he swiftly devised a clever ruse. "Please inform my mother that I too wish to be with her, but we must depart at dawn. Rhaenys desires my company for conversation." Viserys earnestly replied. As the personal maid to Rilla, she understood without needing further clarification. After dismissing the maid, Viserys patiently awaited the arrival of nightfall. The Red Keep was bustling with servants during bath time, and there were still many people about. He intended to endure until all hour, when most would have succumbed to slumber. Indeed, his refusal proved effective. Rilla did not press him to join her. Time flowed, accompanied by the rhythm of his heartbeat. Outside, the faint cooing of doves echoed. Viserys first tossed the bow down before leaping after it. His chamber was merely 5 or 6 meters above the ground. Thanks to his light frame and the enhancement from the essence, his legs provided ample cushioning upon landing. As anticipated, he emerged unscathed from the fall. After all, a prince brandishing a bow would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention within the court, perhaps even preventing him from exiting Maegor's hold. With bow and arrow in hand, Viserys, though still slender, ventured into the darkness. However, unbeknownst to him, a young stable boy, lips pursed in anticipation, stealthily followed in his wake. This lad was tasked with monitoring Viserys. A little bird of sorts. Since entering the Red Keep, Varys had replaced some of the menial staff with his own loyal followers, such as stable hands and muckrakers, those unremarkable and oft-despised roles. He sat by the window, patiently awaiting the moment when a golden beam of sunlight would pierce through the darkness of night, finally making his way to the door of Illyrio. The maidservant, who had accompanied Illyrio from dawn upon her marriage to Rhaegar, was petite with raven black hair. Though Varys was unaware of her name, he discerned that she shared an amiable bond with Illyrio. Most importantly, this maid possessed the resolute courage to sacrifice herself for Illyrio. He entrusted her with a note he had meticulously penned earlier, instructing her to deliver it to Illyrio, should she wish to safeguard her and her children's lives. Chapter 9. The maidservant. Early in the morning, Aerys summoned the court officials, rendering the Red Keep somewhat desolate. Illyrio stood by the window, cradling her son Aegon. As she observed Queen Rhaelle donning a black cloak and stepping into an unmarked carriage, following her, Varys was assigned to another vehicle. Just as Varys was about to board the carriage, he suddenly glanced up at Illyrio, offering her a nod. She understood his implication, yet her heart remained conflicted. Recent days had brought troubling news regarding Varys. The esteemed Grand Maester, who had served the royal family for over 30 years, was revealed to be a traitor. A band of assassins lay in wait in King's Landing, intent on ambushing them. Although Varys' involvement in these affairs was minimal, Illyrio regarded it as a significant feat. What astounded her further was Varys' knowledge of the secret passage and his willingness to share it with her, a blatant defiance of Aerys' commands. My princess. I shall stand guard outside while you and young Aegon, along with the little princess, make your escape through the secret passage. Illyria's maid whispered into her ear. Nymeria. But that means you Illyria's maid, named Nymeria, had grown up alongside her, their bond almost inseparable. Nymeria was a common name for girls in Dorne, symbolizing bravery. Illyria understood that once Aerys discovered their disappearance, Nymeria would not be spared. Her concern for her mate was paralleled by her own trepidation. She feared Aerys. Feared becoming lost in the labyrinthine tunnels below. Feared being unable to find an exit. Feared the unknown. In short, she was engulfed by fear. My princess. Do you truly believe that King's Landing can withstand the coming storm? The prince is miles away, and Robert's army will soon reach the city. Moreover, the old lion of the west has turned traitor. Do you think that after the fall of King's Landing, you and your children will remain safe? Nymeria remarked with a furrowed brow, though she quickly softened her expression to comfort her. Do not worry, I am swift on my feet. And it was Prince Varys who provided me the route to the secret passage in the dead of night. He must have exerted considerable effort. Perhaps this is the Queen's intent. Let us depart. Just as Illyria hesitated, William issued a command. Dozens of cavalrymen forged the path ahead, followed closely by hundreds of fully armed soldiers. The procession thundered forth from the Red Keep. Hurry, my princess. We must make haste. Chapter 8. The little bird the boy disguised as a stable boy watched in horror as Viserys executed his master with a swift arrow. His eyes widened, rounder than those of an owl. He yearned to flee, yet Viserys had already detected his presence. Halt! Otherwise, I shall end your life. Having witnessed the precision of his marksmanship, the stable boy dared not move. He could hear Viserys' footsteps steadily approaching. Thump, 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 thump. The boy's heart raced heavily, and even his breath felt uncontrollable. Turn around, commanded Viserys. Terrified beyond measure, the stable boy complied. Suddenly, he beheld a glimmer of gold arcing through the air as several coins tumbled to his feet. Gold dragons. The mute stable boy recognized them instantly. Some coins lay face up, displaying the likeness of Aegon the Conqueror, possibly the usurper Aegon. Others rested face down, revealing the emblem of the three-headed dragon. I shall depart for Dragonstone tomorrow. Continue to keep watch here, and I will ensure your payment persists. Hearing Viserys' words, the stable boy relaxed slightly. He pondered, weighing his options, momentarily at a loss. He had arrived from the eastern continent, and the first person he encountered upon reaching King's Landing was Varys. Varys had trained him, providing him with identity and sustenance. Now, witnessing his master's demise, fear gripped his heart. Take your time to deliberate. I doubt anyone would believe your tale. By the way, if my memory serves me correctly, the one who brought you from Essos was a rotund merchant. I must inform you that they are in league, having severed your tongue to distance you from your homeland. With that, Viserys cast aside his bow and departed. After all, he would be leaving the next day, and there was little to fear from being discovered. Furthermore, few would suspect a child capable of drawing such a stout bow. The mute stable boy remained unsettled long after Viserys' words lingered in his mind. The one who had professed to care for him was, in fact, allied with the one who had sold him. As he watched Viserys' retreating figure, he picked up the dragonbone bow. Objective: eliminate the master of whisperers, Varys. Final participation rate: 100%. Viserys absorbed the essence of Varys. Within the essence of the spy lay an abundance of unexpected knowledge, intelligence, disguise, and even the art of impersonation. Naturally, these skills were not immediately applicable to him, yet what intrigued him most were Varys' memories. Varys was born in a brothel and, at a tender age, was purchased by a circus master due to his striking appearance. At around 14 or 15, he was sold by this master to a sorcerer, who had him mutilated and subsequently abandoned. Left destitute and disabled, Varys turned to thievery. The skills honed in the circus enabled him to thrive, and soon he discovered that information and secrets held greater value than gold. He began training a group of children to pilfer secret messages and ledgers on his behalf. During this time, he disowned the reason why that sorcerer had paid a hefty sum for him. He was a descendant of the Black Fire, possessing the bloodline of the Targaryens, the blood of Dragon Kings. This royal bloodline held magical power, though he remained uncertain of the true implications of this power. He recognized that his heritage was anything but ordinary. He also met an assassin named Illyrio, and the two gradually forged a friendship. Through a series of machinations, Varys found himself in the Targaryen court serving King Aerys II. With the ability to uncover nearly all of the Targaryen secrets, he and his assassin friend began to amass considerable wealth. He had become a wealthy governor in the city-state of Pentos on the eastern continent. The governor eventually united with a woman of the Blackfire bloodline, and they had a son. In the original timeline, they would have conspired to place this child upon the Iron Throne. However, the timing was not yet ripe for such ambitions. Illyrio, I recall that he possesses dragon eggs. Does he not? The two had recognized the distinctiveness of the Dragon King bloodline, and with their newfound wealth, such thoughts naturally arose. Yet, according to Varys' recollections, their pursuit of dragon eggs had only recently begun. Furthermore, they had received credible information that the Hightower family of the Rich and the Sea Kings of Braavos possessed 3 dragon eggs each. Varys temporarily stored this information in his mind, aware that it would prove significant in the future. He had also gleaned the location of a secret passage from Varys' memories, astonishingly located behind Elijah's bedroom. This passage led to the brothel of Tashia, Steel Street, and a sewer near the river gate. It was now imperative to relay this information to Elijah. Whether she could survive would depend on her speed. In Varys' impression, Elijah was a woman both physically frail and delicate in temperament. Although the secret passage could facilitate an escape, it would solely rely on her 2 legs. Her constitution was already weak, and as a nobleman lacking in physical exertion, traversing an entire city while carrying her son and leading her daughter would undoubtedly pose a monumental challenge. Perhaps he could enter the passage through the river gate to assist her, but Varys knew that on that day, he could not escape the watchful gaze of Layla. He felt a renewed frustration over the lack of manpower. Very well, let me inform Elijah first. As the guards outside the Maiders' Hold caught sight of the silver-haired prince, they momentarily believed their eyes were deceiving them. They found themselves at a loss for what to do. Oh no, oh no, oh no. They could not even keep track of a child. Not only was their job in jeopardy, but they feared for their very lives as well. No, this king appeared to favor fire as a form of execution. A quick death might be too much to hope for. In that moment, the guards below felt a chill enveloping them, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. She was aware that her efforts to conceal the truth were futile and could only strive to buy some time for Elia. Let me enter and see the little prince. If he is truly asleep, I shall take my leave. No! The princess is a light sleeper. What if you wake her? Hurry, hurry! As she noticed the guard approaching her direction, Namelia grew increasingly anxious, even pushing the wet nurse aside. Let me in to take a look. At that moment, the guard spoke in an unequivocal tone. I have stated it clearly. The princess is asleep. What is wrong with you northerners? Do you not comprehend human speech? Being situated in the southernmost region of Westeros, the Dornish referred to all those from the other 6 kingdoms as northerners. However, her intention to conceal was far too evident. And the guard forcibly pushed Namelia aside before approaching the door and calling out, Your Highness! Your Highness! After several calls went unanswered, he warned, What are you doing? Disturbing the princess's slumber may cost you your head. Namelia shouted in response, but the guard's expression shifted. He swiftly seized Namelia with one hand and gestured to his subordinates. Several soldiers charged the door, only to find it empty inside. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, the Prime Minister, Ta, had assumed office since the previous Prime Minister's dismissal. Aerys had appointed a pyromancer as his new Prime Minister. Alongside him, charlatans such as Gorgos and Berries had also become favored guests of the king. He was engaged in discussions regarding defense strategies with Viserys and the officers of the city guard. Your Majesty, the rebels will not reach King's Landing for at least another 2 weeks. We have ample time to prepare wildfire. Several pyromancers eagerly promoted their defensive plans to the king. Yet most were not optimistic. Historically, kings who toyed with wildfire met disastrous ends. Aegon IV's attempt to create a wooden dragon to attack Dorne nearly resulted in his own demise, a great folly. Aegon VS endeavored to hatch dragon eggs with wildfire culminated in the tragedy of Summerhall. Now, Aegon R had summoned another group of pyromancers. As the instigator of it all, Aerys appeared dazed, as if his spirit had wandered far beyond. Moreover, he muttered incoherently, displaying signs of nervousness. Your Majesty! Suddenly, a newly appointed pyromancer of the King's Guard rushed in, panic-stricken. Your Majesty, it is terrible news. Lord Varys has been slain. The death of Varys caused an uproar among those present, and it took Aerys a considerable time to process the news. Who did you see was that? Viserys. The master of whisperers, he was shot with an arrow. Iris's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Arrest! Seize everyone involved!" The king's roar instilled fear in all. Yet soon worse news followed. Elia had escaped, taking her grandson and granddaughter with her. Namelia was swiftly brought before the throne room. She, like Pycelle, was drenched from head to toe in wildfire. "Speak! Who informed you about the secret passage?" Iris thundered from atop the Iron Throne. "I discovered it myself." Chapter 9. The Handmaiden. Early in the morning, Iris summoned the courtiers, leaving the Red Keep somewhat desolate. Elia stood by the window, cradling her son, little Aegon. As she observed Queen Rhaella, cloaked in black, boarding an unmarked carriage. Following Rhaella, Viserys was directed to another vehicle. Just as Viserys was about to ascend into the carriage, he suddenly glanced up at Elia standing by the window. He nodded subtly in her direction, and Elia understood his intent, though she remained internally conflicted. Rumors had reached Elia concerning Viserys in recent days. It was astonishing to learn that a scholar who had served the royal family for over 30 years was, in fact, a traitor. Hidden within King's Landing lurked an assassin poised to ambush them. Although Viserys' involvement in these matters was ostensibly minimal, Elia found it remarkable nonetheless. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Viserys knew the location of the secret passage and had confided it to her. This was a blatant act of defiance against Iris's orders. "Princess, I shall stand guard outside for you. You must escape through the secret passage with little Aegon and the princess," Elias' handmaiden whispered urgently in her ear. "Namelia, but that means you would." Elias' handmaiden was named Namelia, with whom she had grown up nearly since childhood. Namelia was a common name in Dorne, symbolizing bravery. Elia understood that should Iris discover her absence along with the children, Namelia would not be spared. Her concern for her handmaiden mingled with an overwhelming fear. She feared Iris. Feared losing herself in the dark passageways, feared being unable to find an exit, and feared the unknown. In essence, she was engulfed by fear. "Princess, do you truly believe King's Landing can withstand the siege? The prince is so far away, and Robert's army will soon reach the city. Moreover, the old lion of the west has betrayed us. Do you think you and the children will be safe once King's Landing falls?" Namelia furrowed her brow, yet quickly relaxed her expression to comfort her. "Rest assured, I am swift of foot. And it was Prince Viserys who revealed the route of the secret passage to me under the cover of night. He must have labored greatly to do so. Perhaps this is the Queen's intent. Onward!" Just as Elia hesitated, William commanded the advance. Dozens of cavalry forged the path, followed closely by hundreds of fully armed soldiers. The procession thundered away from the Red Keep. "Quickly, princess! We must depart." Yet Elia remained hesitant, grappling with the reality of defying the king's orders. However, her handmaiden was evidently more resolute, nearly pulling her into the chamber. She summoned the young Rhaenys and admonished, "Little princess, you must stay close to your mother in the darkness below, all right? Hurry, and you shall ride with Viserys to Dragonstone, where there are dragons to ride. You must keep close to your mother." At the mere mention of riding a dragon, the 4-year-old Rhaenys' eyes sparkled with excitement. She remains unaware of the meaning behind the extinction of dragons, only knowing that they possess wings and can carry people aloft in the heavens. This is precisely why she bestowed the name Balron upon her little black cat. Balron was the largest dragon in the illustrious history of House Targaryen, having made significant contributions during the Conquest Wars. "All right, I've remembered," exclaimed Rhaenys, her youthful face aglow with excitement, her eyes sparkling brightly. Nymelia handed a candle to Elia, almost urging her into the dark passage. "Hurry, hurry," Nymelia urged, while Elia found herself glancing back repeatedly until the passage was sealed, compelling her to press onward with trepidation. The trio's progress through the tunnel was notably sluggish. One was a mere 4-year-old girl, and the other was a noblewoman, frail and cradling a child. The darkness enveloping them below was dense and suffocating. Elia's arm, holding the candelabrum, soon grew weary and numb. Yet, the distance ahead remained uncertain, and the path behind was lost to sight. She could only grit her teeth and forge ahead. In the shadows, a young stableboy with a ball slung across his back stealthily trailed Elia and her children. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Viserys drew back the curtain and peered through the window into the world beyond. This marked his first departure from the Red Keep. In his previous life, he resided in a bustling metropolis with a population of millions, rendering the 500,000 inhabitants of King's Landing seemingly unimpressive. However, the density of the populace was undeniable. Particularly, The main thoroughfare of King's Landing was exceedingly congested. Tall spires obscured the sunlight, and the stalls and shops lining the streets occupied a third of the roadway. The air was filled with the din of vendors and the clamor of the crowd, soon accompanied by a nauseating stench of excrement and rotting fruit that invaded his nostrils. Reminiscent of fermented fall apples. It was said that King's Landing was a stinking city, and it proved to be true. Fortunately, as a noble accustomed to carriage travel, he was spared the discomfort of motion sickness, or he would have surely been ill within the confines of the vehicle. They had departed early and were accompanied by knights tasked with clearing the way, arriving at the river gate in just over an hour. At that moment, a voice from outside the carriage called out, "Your Highness, please wait, I shall send someone to further inspect the vessels." "Very well, thank you for your efforts. Please pass this to my mother," Viserys replied, extending a note to William. Without a glance at its contents, William passed it directly to Queen Rilla. Upon realizing it was from Viserys, Rilla opened it to read, her incredulity palpable. "A secret passage? That boy. When did this happen?" "Soon." She summoned her maid to fetch Viserys to her carriage. "How did you uncover the location of the secret passage?" I dreamt it. Dreamt it." Rilla, not easily fooled, clearly doubted Viserys' explanation. The young girl was rendered speechless, her finger pointing in astonishment at the maid beside her, who was equally startled. The immense dragon. Cloaked in darkness, led some of the more learned maidens to mistakenly believe it was a resurrected Targaryen dragon. However, they soon realized that it was merely a statue of a dragon. The architectural prowess of Dragonstone was inherited from Illyrio, seamlessly merging statues with the buildings. What young Rhaenys beheld was, in fact, the tallest tower on Dragonstone, the Dragonmount. As the ships drew nearer, an increasing number of dragon statues came into view, some with wings outstretched as if to soar into the sky, others bowing their heads as if to unleash flames, and some standing still, gazing into the distance. It was as though the Targaryens had returned to their zenith, a time when dragons soared through the skies. Viserys, observing these dragon effigies, felt a swell of emotion. Yet, a pressing question loomed: how exactly should one hatch a dragon? In the narrative, Daenerys Targaryen's hatching of dragons was ambiguous. Was it magic or mere coincidence? Moreover, she had hatched fossilized dragon eggs, while true dragon eggs were said to exist solely in Braavos and within the Hightower family. It seemed logical that hatching genuine dragon eggs would be considerably simpler. Thus, securing those dragon eggs would be imperative. The three ships continued onward, and Viserys soon spotted the harbor of Dragonstone. Over 100 warships stood tall with their masts, and numerous soldiers were visible upon them. Having absorbed the essence of warriors, Viserys possessed keen eyesight. Although the fleet appeared substantial, it seemed somewhat antiquated. Barnacles clung to the hulls, indicating a prolonged period without maintenance. Consequently, the combat effectiveness of this fleet was questionable. Before long, the island's garrison noticed their vessels and, upon confirming their identities, a welcoming party approached. As the heir, Rhaegar had long been absent from Dragonstone, leaving the regent and the maester in charge. The regent hailed from the Lake family of the Vale, known as Laemmy, who appeared to be in his 50s with keen blue eyes. The maester was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Upon Viserys and his mother, Rilla, arriving, the banners fluttered proudly black with a red three-headed dragon, billowing in the ocean breeze. "Your Majesty, His Highness, Viserys, Laemmy, the regent of Dragonstone," approached and bowed. His demeanor, though ostensibly respectful, exuded the cunning of an old fox. He was certainly no loyal hound. "You have worked hard, Sir Laemmy," Rilla remarked. After arriving at Dragonstone, Rilla needed to ascertain the security situation here, including the size of the army and the reserves of food and weaponry. Although Viserys was the current first heir to the realm, such matters were clearly beyond his purview. Nevertheless, having been a teacher in his previous life, he understood a fundamental truth: power does not stem from one's title, a mere appointment, or a crown. True power is a recognition that ascends from the grassroots, something that must be earned. Chapter 10. The Dragonbone Bow. Elia and her child continued to traverse the secret passage with great difficulty. Unfortunately, her shoes had worn thin, the soles now tattered. As a noble woman, her range of movement was limited, and her footwear, designed primarily for comfort, was ill-suited for such arduous travel. Elia felt a profound ache in her calves, while her arms, burdened with her child and the candlestick, had long since succumbed to numbness. Just then, a sinister gust of wind extinguished her candle. "Mother, it's so dark. I am frightened. Cling to my dress, there is no need to fear," Elia reassured her daughter, though she herself was nearing the end of her strength. With each step forward, she felt as if she was not only supporting her own body but also pushing through the oppressive darkness. Discarding the candlestick, she continued to feel her way forward. Suddenly, her son began to wail in her arms. It struck her like a bolt of lightning. It was time for his feeding. Back in the palace, a wet nurse had been there to tend to him, but now, her meal had long since dried up. Listening to her son's cries filled Elia with an acute sense of urgency. Outside the Megalith Tower, before Elias' chamber, the wet nurse voiced her concerns. The young prince is not hungry today, and the princess has already retired for the night. Please come back this afternoon. This simply cannot be, my lady. The young prince is always punctual. How could he possibly not be hungry today? The wet nurse insisted, attempting to push her way inside. Meanwhile, a guard stationed at Elias' door, sent by Iris, had begun to take notice of the unfolding situation. I have already said the young prince is not hungry. Must you disturb the princess's rest? Nymeria, catching sight of Iris's guard, felt a growing urgency to dismiss the wet nurse and spoke with impatience. She understood that her efforts to conceal the truth could not last long. She had to buy Elia as much time as possible. Let me in to see the young prince. If he truly sleeps, I shall take my leave. Absolutely not. The princess is in a light slumber. What if you wake her? Nymeria urged, pushing the wet nurse away in her desperation. Let her in to check on him. The guard interjected with an authoritative tone. I have stated. The princess is asleep. What is wrong with you northern folk? Do you not comprehend the language? Nymeria retorted, her frustration evident. The denizens of Dorne, being the southernmost inhabitants of Westeros, referred to all others from the Six Kingdoms as northern folk. Yet, her attempts at subterfuge were too glaring. The guard shoved Nymeria aside and called out at the door. Your Highness! Your Highness! He called several times, but there was no reply. What are you doing? Disturbing the princess's rest could cost you your head. Nymeria shouted, but the guard's expression changed, revealing a shift in the atmosphere. He swiftly seized Nymeria with one hand and turned to signal his subordinates, who promptly burst open the door, revealing an empty chamber within. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Ta engaged in discussions regarding defensive strategies with Viserys and the officers of the King's Landing garrison. Your Majesty, the rebels will not reach King's Landing for at least another fortnight. We have ample time to prepare wildfire. Several pyromancers eagerly presented their defensive plans to the king. Yet skepticism prevailed among most attendees. Throughout history, sovereigns who toyed with wildfire met with disastrous ends. Aegon IV's attempt to forge the wooden iron dragon to assault Dorne nearly led to his own demise, resulting in a farcical episode. Aegon V's endeavor to incubate dragon eggs with wildfire culminated in the tragic conflagration at Summerhall. Now, Aegon Owl had summoned another batch of pyromancers. As the instigator of it all, Aegon appeared dazed, his gaze unfocused, mumbling incoherently and exuding an air of nervousness. Your Majesty! Suddenly, a newly donned pyromancer, now a member of the King's Guard, rushed in, panic etched across his face. Your Majesty, terrible news. Lord Varys has been murdered. The revelation of Varys' death sent shockwaves through those present, and it took Aegon a considerable moment to process the information. Who did you say is dead? Varys, the master of whisperers. He was shot with an arrow. Aegon's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, arrest. Seize everyone involved. The king's roar instilled fear in all. Yet an even graver tidbit soon followed. Elia had fled with her grandchildren. Nymeria was swiftly escorted to the throne room, drenched from head to toe in wildfire. Speak! Who informed you about the secret passage? Aegon, seated upon the Iron Throne, raged. I discovered it myself, Nymeria answered, her face betraying no fear. Mother! I can't go on, Rhaenys cried, sitting on the ground, her voice quaking with tears. Just a little longer, hold on. Once we reach Dragonstone, you can ride a dragon, Elia urged, though this reasoning had been employed many times before. Rhaenys was beginning to lose faith in it. Uncertain of how long they had been fleeing or whether pursuers were on their heels, she yearned to press onward, but her strength had nearly been depleted. Each step felt like a needle piercing through her frail legs. Not only did she have to care for her son in her arms, but she also needed to soothe her equally exhausted daughter. The current predicament reminded her of her childhood, playing by the fountain with her brother. Oberyn had accidentally toppled into the fountain, nearly drowning, while he subsequently endured a fortnight of bed rest, courtesy of their brother, Doran. Among the myriad of flags, the yellow stag banner, the blue eagle banner, the grey direwolf banner, and the silver sturgeon banner stand out most prominently. They symbolize the steadfast core of the rebellion, representing the Baratheon family of Storm's End, the Stark family of the North, the Arryn family of the Vale, and the Tully family of River Run. At this moment, the leaders of the insurgent forces convene in the Grand Hall of Storm's End, adorned with the banners of their respective houses. Robert, as the leader of the rebellion, occupies the high seat, raising a goblet larger than most men's heads in raucous celebration. The nobles eagerly vie for his favor. "Hey, Ned, drink up. Why do you look so dazed?" Robert's voice booms, reverberating as if shaking the very rafters. The Ned he refers to is the heir of Winterfell, known more formally as Eddard Stark, a name affectionately shortened by friends. Yet, despite having recently secured a significant victory, Eddard seems far from joyful. One of the motivations for their uprising was the abduction of his sister Lyanna by Prince Rhaegar, who was also Robert's betrothed. He had intended to inquire about his sister's whereabouts from Rhaegar if they emerged victorious, but Robert had slain him on the battlefield. Now, the only one who might hold knowledge of her fate could be in King A's Landing. Eddard harbors no desire for revelry. His thoughts are solely focused on capturing King A's Landing to find his sister. "Robert, we must advance on King A's Landing without delay." Eddard's tone is as steely as the winds of the north. Chapter 13, The Foster Son in the Realm of Westeros. A rather unique system of fostering sons among the nobility prevails. Great lords exchange their sons to raise one another's children, fostering bonds and strengthening ties. While there exists an element of mutual hostage exchange, Robert and Eddard clearly exemplify the former. Though one hails from the north and the other from Storm's End, they were both raised in the Vale, akin to brothers. Their foster father is the Duke of Arryn. One of the reasons for their rebellion against the Targaryens was King Aerys' demand that the Duke surrender his two foster sons for execution, a request the Duke resolutely refused. Despite Eddard dousing Robert's exuberance with a bucket of cold water, it does not sow discord between them. However, others perceive the situation differently, such as Lord Hoster Tully, the master of Storm's End. The campaign against the dragons remains unfinished. Though Rhaegar's death has seemingly solidified the outcome, King A's Landing has yet to fall, and the siege of Storm's End is still in place, with the southern regions of the Reach and Dorne remaining loyal to the Targaryens. In such delicate times, internal strife among allies must be avoided at all costs. Thus, he approaches with a raised goblet and states, "Eddard, we have just emerged from battle. Our warriors require rest, and our supplies need replenishing. The Targaryens are but a crumbling fortress. With one final push, they shall collapse." Duke Hoster offers Robert a way to save face, recognizing that the Tully family will directly benefit from this rebellion. Chapter 11, The Dreamwalker. After being brought aboard the ship by Sir William, Elia was so fatigued that she could scarcely articulate a word. Yet, she remained vigilant until she saw her child settled by Layla before succumbing to slumber. When Layla expressed her intention to offer some coin to the mute boy, William interjected, stating that the boy had already departed. Varys recognized that the so-called mute boy was none other than the young stable boy he had encountered previously. It was quite natural for him to serve Varys and be aware of the secret passages. Should he wish to communicate in the future, it could easily be done through those hidden routes. With his presence in King's Landing, Varys might even gain access to a fragment of Varys' intelligence network. However, he had no illusions about testing him with any assassination missions. After all, one cannot expect unwavering loyalty for a mere handful of gold dragons. That would be an unrealistic expectation. The sails unfurled, and the vessel cleaved through the waves. Layla cast a glance at Varys, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable brilliance. In her mind, a singular term echoed, Dreamwalker. The Targaryen family was not a native lineage of the continent of Westeros. Their ancestors hailed from the ancient and powerful Valyrian Empire. At its zenith, this formidable empire boasted thousands of dragons, and the entirety of the eastern continent lay within its grasp. The Targaryens were one of the 40 dragonlord families of Valyria. Before the empire's cataclysm, a woman named Daenerys emerged among the Targaryen ancestors. She foresaw the impending doom of Valyria and, acting upon her vision, advised the family to relocate to Dragonstone, thereby evading disaster. This Daenerys became known as Daenerys the Dreamwalker. In contrast to dragon riders, the ability to foresee fortune and misfortune rendered the Dreamwalker far more precious. Varys, possessing what seemed to be Dreamwalker abilities, sparked in Layla a glimmer of hope for the resurgence of House Targaryen. Unbeknownst to Varys, Layla's thoughts were elsewhere. His primary concern was what course of action to take upon reaching Dragonstone. The Targaryens had not yet reached the point of utter despair. There still remained a royal fleet anchored at Dragonstone, numbering approximately 150 or 60 vessels. According to his recollections, when Daenerys, still within her mother's womb, was born, a great storm would accompany her arrival, ultimately leading to the fleet's destruction. The Targaryens would lose all their resources, directly resulting in the fall of Dragonstone. Now that he was aware of the impending calamity, he had the opportunity to prevent the fleet from being ravaged by the storm. However, for the warships to be effective, they required skilled hands to command them. Though there were still around 20,000 defenders on Dragonstone, their willingness to endure isolation alongside the Targaryens was uncertain. As time wore on, sentiments would inevitably shift. Even disregarding the fickleness of human hearts, the island's supplies could not sustain a prolonged siege. Thus, relocation became an imperative. Yet, where could he possibly go? The lands suitable for human habitation had long been claimed, and the free cities of the eastern continent were embroiled in ceaseless conflict. The countless mercenary bands served as irrefutable evidence of this turmoil. Could it be that he must commandeer over 100 warships to become a pirate? Such a notion would obliterate any aspirations of revival, relegating his dignity to the depths of the earth. Moreover, scattered vessels cannot unite the hearts of men. In truth, Viserys need not be fixated on seizing that dilapidated throne. The imminent threat posed by the White Walkers and the Long Night, which may emerge in the years to come, is far more perilous. If he wishes to survive, he must expand his territories and rejuvenate the royal lineage. In other words, Viserys finds himself devoid of alternatives. Nevertheless, the circumstances have improved significantly compared to the original timeline. At the very least, Viserys believes that his title as the Dreamwalker holds considerable promise, serving as a commendable tool for rallying support. In just 2 or 3 days, young Rhaenys had made a complete recovery. As children are wont to do, she often scampered about on deck in play. One day, while meandering as usual, she beheld a colossal dragon poised to take flight amidst the thick fog over the sea. A dragon! A dragon! A dragon! The little girl was rendered speechless with astonishment, pointing her finger and exclaiming to her attendant beside her. The maid was equally startled. The dragon, enveloped in darkness, led some learned attendants to mistakenly believe that a Targaryen dragon had been resurrected. However, they quickly recognized that it was not a true dragon, but rather a statue of one. The architectural prowess of Dragonstone's castle is inherited from Valyria, seamlessly integrating sculptures with the structures. What Rhaenys beheld was, in fact, the tallest tower on Dragonstone, the Dragonmount. As the ships drew nearer, an increasing number of dragon statues came into view. Some spread their wings as if to soar into the sky, others lowered their heads as if to unleash flames, while some stood still, gazing into the distance. It was as though the Targaryens had returned to their zenith, a time when dragons soared freely. Viserys, witnessing these dragon statues, felt his heart swell with emotion. Yet, a pressing reality confronted him. How should the dragons be hatched? In the original storyline, Daenerys' hatching of dragons was shrouded in ambiguity whether it was magic or mere coincidence. Moreover, she hatched fossilized dragon eggs, while the genuine dragon eggs currently exist solely in Braavos and within the Hightower family. It stands to reason that hatching true dragon eggs would be far easier than reviving fossilized ones. Thus, he must devise a plan to procure those dragon eggs. As 3 ships continued onward, Viserys caught sight of Dragonstone's harbor. Over 100 warships with towering masts were visible, and many soldiers could be seen bustling about on deck. Thanks to his absorption of the essence of the warrior, Viserys possessed keen eyesight. Although the number of warships was considerable, they appeared somewhat antiquated. The barnacles clinging to the hulls indicated that they had not been cleaned in quite some time. Thus, the combat effectiveness of this fleet was indeed questionable. Soon, their vessels were spotted by the island's garrison, and upon confirming their identities, someone was dispatched to welcome them. As Rigger, the heir, had long been absent from Dragonstone, the island was managed by a regent lord and a scholar. The regent lord of Dragonstone hailed from the Leek family of the Vale. At the very least, he would certainly not dare to lead 2,000 men to assault King's Landing. Ah, Lord Walder, I believe you have arrived rather late. Rhaegar's corpse lies in the stable. Should you find the time, perhaps you might venture to the riverside, where you may discover the rubies I pried from his grasp. Robert always commenced with a jibe before proceeding. Had old Walder come to assist him in vanquishing Rhaegar before the Battle of the Trident, he would have uttered not a word. Yet now, having not only defeated Rhaegar but also found the Lannisters aligned with him, he felt no need for courtesy. Ha! The tardy lord is quite amusing, is he not? Catelyn gestured to her sister with a hand over her mouth. She had a premonition that henceforth The title of Lord of Tardiness would accompany the old warder to his grave. However, this old warder possessed a certain air of indifference, seemingly unperturbed by Robert's mockery. Perhaps he had mentally prepared himself before his arrival. Better late than never. I have not only brought an army but also a supply of provisions. Seeking merely to join the rebel cause to vanquish the dragon. Of course, such pleasantries were uttered, yet old Walder also harbored hopes of securing 2 sons-in-law. For his progeny were far too numerous, over 30 legitimate sons alone. In the end, Robert accepted old Walder, for the outcome remained undecided. And an additional ally would bolster their strengths. Furthermore, it would send a friendly signal to the Riverlands and Dorne, indicating, I seek only to overthrow the Targaryens and harbor no intent to wage war against you. After all, the combined forces of the Riverlands and Dorne could muster tens of thousands. Should it come to war, they would endure significant hardships. Robert's prowess in battle was beyond question. However, his command capabilities were rather mediocre. He had not forgotten how he had been forced to hide in a horse bed, thanks to the previous king, John Connington. Were John Connington's moral compass not so steadfast, he would have been executed a year prior at King's Landing. Even Tywin had promised his daughter in marriage to him. Once Robert and his companions departed the hall, they took Catelyn to a secluded spot to deliberate in detail the terms of their alliance. King's Landing boasted a population of 500,000. If the Mad King were to drive all those commoners to the battlements, how could your 40,000 hope to breach the city? Eddard was the first to inquire, for among all present, none desired to assault King's Landing more than he. His sister Lyanna had been taken by Rhaegar. His father and brothers had ventured to King's Landing to rescue her only to meet a fiery demise at the hands of the cruel Mad King. No one wished for the death of Aerys more fervently than he. You need not worry about that. The Mad King is still unaware that we have allied with the rebels. We can deceive him into opening the gates. Do not forget, Lord Tywin and the Mad King have been friends for 20 years. You believe it can be so easily done. The Mad King may be mad, but he is not a fool, Robert retorted, unwilling to be outdone. What does that matter? Chapter 12. Vassals Valyrian and Suttega have been vassals since the era of Valyria. The distinction lies in the fact that the Targaryens are dragonlords, belonging to the exalted house of dragons, while they are merely ordinary nobles. 3 families crossed the sea, and the Targaryens claimed Dragonstone, an island blessed with volcanoes. Valyrian and Suttega established their dominions over Tighthead and Crab, respectively. They were ever at the side of Conqueror Aegon during his subjugation of Westeros. When the Targaryens met their demise, they merely shifted their allegiance to another king. However, Viserys believed that upon departing from Dragonstone, he could leverage this nominal bond to bring them along. The populace of vassals' towns as subjects, and their armies as forces. To relinquish them to usurpers would be a lamentable waste. Upon hearing Viserys' inquiry, Jaime was momentarily taken aback. Although he currently wielded no real power as a prince, he, as the foremost heir to the Targaryen legacy, could not afford to be remiss. He articulated, Your Grace, I shall promptly dispatch ravens to Tighthead and Crab, urging them to send troops to safeguard Dragonstone. Indeed, the Valyrian and Suttega families have long been loyal vassals of the Targaryens. I trust they will respond swiftly. His actions similarly astonished Layla. She recognized that her son, having rarely ventured beyond the Red Keep since birth, had never set foot on Dragonstone. Instead of exhibiting trepidation in this unfamiliar environment, he sought to acclimatize himself expeditiously. She recalled that even her most cherished eldest son might have faltered at such an age, and she too had not immediately contemplated such matters. Even the Maester, standing in a secluded corner, took note of the youthful prince. He quickly rifled through the annals of history he had perused, striving to find parallels within the vast tapestry of the past. Alas, none came to mind. However, there were also shortcomings in Viserys' assertions. He and his advisors did not believe that these 2 families would maintain their loyalty after the Targaryens lost the Iron Throne and their dragons. Yet, the mere display of composure was already commendable. Viserys had no intentions of issuing a decree mandating their provision of men and supplies. He merely sought to make his presence felt. Tighthead, High Tide Castle. High Tide Castle serves as the stronghold of House Valyrian. However, after being ravaged by war over a century ago, it has never returned to its former grandeur. Presently, the acting lord of High Tide is a scholar who has served the Valyrians for over 20 years. His name is Xavier, and he is now 50 years of age. At 50, he remains robust, with a thick mane of hair, leading one to mistake him for a knight. Xavier received missives from both King S. Landing and Dragonstone. The letter from King S. Landing, naturally, was sent by Viserys. His orders were straightforward: conserve strength. To conserve strength meant to disregard the edicts from Dragonstone. Viserys believed that the fall of King S Landing was inevitable. There was no need for his family to accompany the Targaryens to their grave. The command from Dragonstone was to dispatch troops to safeguard the royal family. As a scholar, their foremost duty lies in serving their lord rather than the king. Thus, Fair observed two young boys practicing their martial skills with wooden swords as he crumpled the missive from Dragonstone. A similar decision transpired on Crab Isle, where the current lord was Count Adrian, a vigorous man in his 40s. He devoted all his energy to his business ventures. When he received the summons from Dragonstone, he was in the wine cellar, meticulously tallying accounts. Taking the envelope from the scholar's hand, Adrian remarked, with a hint of reluctance, to send 5 mil. 3 ships of grain to Dragonstone. But what vessels shall we use for the delivery? Adrian's scholar, having served him for over a decade, understood the nature of his lord. Use the warships. Warships are swift, whereas flatboats are cargo vessels, slower but capable of carrying much more. The miserly Count Adrian was clearly loath to employ flatboats for the grain. After the scholar departed, Adrian gazed upon his wine cellar. A vast natural cavern brimming with barrels of red wine. The cellar housed not only wine but also precious goods from the free cities, carpets from Myr, glassware from Volantis, fine wines from Lys, jewels from Norvos, and a considerable amount of gold and silver. It could be said that the wealth contained therein constituted over 70% of all riches on Crab Isle. This miserly individual even hesitated to repair the port dock, opting instead to make do with whatever was at hand. He was frugal to the extent of rarely indulging in soft bread. Due to the significant decline in strength of Tarth Island from wars decades prior, Crab Isle seized the opportunity to usurp its position, profiting handsomely from trade with the eastern continent. Yet, Count Adrian's thoughts were not on the perils faced by House Targaryen. Rather, he was preoccupied with how to preserve his own safety amidst the upheaval. Therefore, he chose to disregard the command from Dragonstone. Of course, neither party opted to sever ties openly or betray one another outright. Both claimed the need for preparation, though the duration of such preparation remained uncertain. Simultaneously, they sought to covertly contact the rebel leader, Robert. At this juncture, Robert had just secured victory in the Battle of the Trident. The armies of Storms and the North and the Vale triumphantly converged at the town of Reborn, banners from dozens of families fluttering in the breeze, their encampments stretching for miles. A testament to the strength of the rebels. The black field emblazoned with a red dragon, representing House Targaryen, was trampled underfoot, much like the corpse of Prince Rhaegar, battered beyond recognition by Robert's warhammer in a fit of rage. Among the varied banners, the yellow stag, blue eagle, grey direwolf, and silver sturgeon stood out prominently. They formed the backbone of the rebels. In this timeline, he can no longer inflict 50 wounds upon little Rhaenys, nor bask in the glory of years past. The army from the west marches under the banner of a golden lion on a crimson field, their ranks stretching long and winding like a red python stealthily advancing towards its prey. At this moment, Tywin is less than 20 miles from King's Landing. Although this nobleman approaching 50 lacks the handsome visage of his son Jaime, his aura and demeanor are unparalleled. A few hooded fire wizards approached him, feeling an inexplicable pressure, as if they were in the presence of a true lion, poised to devour them at any moment. Cloaked in red, Tywin sat astride his steed, the golden rays of the setting sun illuminating his face and beard, making his already golden beard shimmer even brighter. His bare head, unencumbered by a helmet, exuded an even greater air of authority and ferocity. Observing the imposing figure of Tywin, the leader of the fire wizards respectfully inquired, "My lord Tywin, His Majesty Aerys has prepared a welcoming banquet, and we have arranged for a carriage for you. Please accompany us to King's Landing." In response to the fire wizard's request, Tywin neither declined nor accepted but instead asked, "What of Sir Amory I sent?" "He is awaiting you alongside His Majesty the King," the fire wizard replied, his tone growing increasingly respectful. Tywin glanced towards the distant carriage adorned with the black dragon and the golden lion on a crimson field, a look of disdain flickering in his eyes, as if he felt personally insulted. Simultaneously, a hint of suspicion brewed within him. It was illogical to be in a carriage without armor. One should ride into battle clad in armor. "We are close to King's Landing. You should accompany me." Upon hearing Tywin's words, a trace of panic crossed the faces of the fire wizards. "My lord Tywin, we must return to report. We cannot keep the king waiting for such lowly beings as ourselves." "Very well, then you may return," Tywin permitted. And the fire wizards appeared as if they had received a great reprieve. They had come to lure Tywin back and dared not linger. After a brief farewell, they hastily departed. As the fire wizards left, a nobleman resembling Tywin approached. Brother, it seems Amory has persuaded the Mad King. The speaker was Tywin's cousin, Stafford. Also a Lannister. Amory is likely dead. Ah! Tywin scoffed, gazing coldly towards King's Landing. What of Jaime? Stafford began but hesitated, fearing the worst outcome. Tywin remained silent, his expression as unyielding as ever, as if Jaime were another son. In truth, he had mentally prepared himself for such an eventuality long before sending troops to King's Landing. Joining the King Guard meant relinquishing his claim to inheritance, foregoing marriage and progeny, and dedicating himself solely to royal duties. Jaime and his twin sister Cersei were heralded as the Golden Twins at their birth, with Jaime being the son in whom Tywin had placed his highest hopes. Chapter 13. The foster son in the realm of Westeros, a distinctive practice known as the fosterage system prevails among the nobility. Great lords exchanged their sons to raise one another's offspring, thereby nurturing bonds and strengthening alliances. Yet, there exists an undertone reminiscent of exchanging hostages. However, Robert and Eddard distinctly embodied the former. Hailing from the north and the Stormlands respectively, they were both reared in the Vale, sharing a fraternal bond. Their foster father is the Duke of Arryn, and one of the catalysts for their rebellion against the Targaryens was the demand from Aerys for the Duke to surrender his two foster sons for execution. A request the Duke steadfastly refused. Despite Eddard dousing Robert's fervor with a dose of reality, it does not engender any animosity between the two. Yet, observers perceive the situation differently. Take, for instance, the Lord of Storms and Duke Hoster Tully. Their dragon-slaying enterprise remains unfinished, although the death of Rhaegar has seemingly set the course. King's Landing has yet to fall, and the siege of the Stormlands continues, while the Riverlands and Dorne still stand resolutely with the Targaryens. In such a delicate moment, internal discord among allies must be avoided at all costs. Thus, he approached with a goblet in hand, asserting, Eddard, we have just endured a great battle. Our warriors require respite, and our supplies must be replenished. The Targaryens are but a dilapidated castle. A final push will see them crumble. Duke Hoster provided Robert with an avenue for retreat. The Tully family stands to gain significantly from this uprising. Hoster's eldest daughter is to wed Eddard, the Duke of the North, while his second daughter is destined for the Duke of Arryn. With Eddard and Robert akin to brothers and both foster sons of the Duke of Arryn, no alliance could be more fitting or beneficial. Moreover, the Duke of Arryn, being aged and without heirs, ensures that in decades to come, the Vale shall be governed by Hoster's second daughter. The stability of the Tully family's position for the next several decades is difficult to overstate. Of course, all of this hinges upon the complete overthrow of the Targaryens. After Hoster concluded, Eddard nodded, acknowledging his own impatience. I shall handle the situation at Wind's Rest. Since Rhaegar approaches from the south, perhaps Lyanna. Eddard. Wind's Rest is my homeland, it is my duty to go, and my worthless brother requires my assistance. Lyanna is my betrothed as well. Eddard's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Robert. He seemed to recall that Lyanna was indeed his betrothed, momentarily setting down his goblet. Observing the apparent restoration of camaraderie between the two, Hoster surveyed the raucous hall and leaned closer, lowering his voice. Listen, Robert. You should lead your army to seize King's Landing. Once we have toppled the Targaryens, we will require a new king, and that king shall be you. Me? Robert looked at Hoster with astonishment, as though struck by a sudden revelation, feeling somewhat dazed. No, I cannot ascend to the throne. Instead, Robert turned his gaze upon his steadfast companion. Ed, you shall be the king. Ed remained silent, his expression impassive as he regarded him. Horst spoke once more. Only you, Robert. Your grandmother is real Targaryen, and you are the leader of the rebellion. None are more deserving than you. Robert swallowed hard, instinctively wishing to decline. Suddenly, an announcement resonated from outside. Lord Kevin Lannister has arrived. This proclamation silenced the entire hall. Hundreds of heads turned towards the entrance as a robust nobleman with golden hair strode in, exuding an air of pride. Clad in exquisite armor adorned with the emblem of a golden lion, Kevin Lannister was the brother of Tywin Lannister and his most trusted ally. The arrival of the Lannisters signaled the imminent downfall of Targaryen rule, remarked an auburn-haired noblewoman in a hushed tone. She was Catelyn Tully, Horst's daughter and Ed's betrothed, seated beside her sister Lisa. Both possessed striking red hair and green eyes. At this moment, only those of at least Viscount status could occupy the room. With earls in abundance, and 3 dukes present, Kevin, with his proud demeanor, surveyed the whole without a glance at the assembled nobles below. His focus solely on the three at the head table. Esteemed Dukes of Baratheon, Tully, and Stark, I extend greetings on behalf of the Lannisters of Casterly Rock. Lannister. Robert narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. It seems your ears are quite perceptive, having rushed here the moment I killed Rhaegar on the battlefield. His tone dripped with provocation, prompting an uproarious laughter from the assembled vassals and nobles. Though they were all nobles, the majority were of a coarse nature, their laughter grating like sandpaper, as if to wear down Kevin's composure. Yet, this Lannister was evidently no ordinary man. Amidst the laughter, he remained unflappable. Kevin did not even glance back at the nobles behind him, instead proclaiming, the Lannisters possess not only keen ears but also sharp claws. 40,000 men of Casterly Rock are en route, ready to aid the rebellion in seizing King's Landing. 40,000! Upon hearing this figure, a hush fell over the crowd. Such a force was undeniably a formidable leverage. Should they ally with Robert, it could secure the situation. If they sided with the Targaryens, the already clear circumstances would become murky once more. Moreover, the strategic position of the Westerlands, with their stronghold of Casterly Rock, made them difficult to conquer. If they chose to support the Targaryens, the rebellion would find itself besieged from all sides. What are your terms? Horst inquired as he stepped forward. A slight smirk curled at Kevin's lips as he took a beautifully adorned box from his attendant's hands, the craftsmanship of the box itself signifying its considerable value. He grasped Iris by the shoulders and yanked him down from the Iron Throne, carelessly discarding him like a piece of desiccated salt pork. On Dragonstone, the embankment valiantly resisted the crashing waves, striving to provide its master with a refuge amidst the tumultuous tides. Yet whether greater tempests might arise in the future, and how long it could withstand them, remained an enigma. Having escaped King's Landing for over half a month, unmonitored, Viserys was free to visit Alia and her children at will. Of course, he harbored no untoward thoughts towards his sister-in-law. Despite the rampant rumors circulating about Rhaegar abducting Lyanna, Alia remained steadfast in her faith in her husband. Their bond remained profoundly strong. Whenever Viserys visited Alia, he would invariably borrow some books. Rhaegar was an avid reader. His chamber filled with numerous volumes, particularly those concerning mysticism and prophecy, which constituted nearly a third of his collection. Alia, I have noticed that many rooms on Dragonstone contain glass candles. Has my brother mentioned the significance of this to you? Alia, cradling little Aegon, smiled as she replied. Rhaegar told me that during the Age of Dragons, glass candles would frequently illuminate, but they have long extinguished since the extinction of the dragons. He also mentioned that if there are weapons or adornments made of Valyrian steel nearby, it would cause them to extinguish. As she spoke, Alia showcased the Valyrian steel pendant Rhaegar had gifted her, about the size of half a palm, cast in the shape of 3 dragons. So, are glass candles and Valyrian steel related to magic? Viserys inquired. Magic? Not much, Alia replied. From the information Alia provided, it seemed that glass candles were indeed influenced by magical elements, given that dragons were magical creatures. Perhaps he could view the glass candles as a form of magical detector. As for Valyrian steel, Viserys knew little beyond its formidable reputation. Just as the two were engaged in their conversation, a sudden knock interrupted them. Sir William entered. Bowing to both Alia and Viserys before speaking, Your Grace, Her Majesty the Queen requests your presence. Viserys paused thoughtfully before asking, Has King's Landing fallen? A flicker of astonishment crossed William's face. He had not anticipated such keen insight and tranquility from the youthful prince. Yes, Tywin has sacked King's Landing. Chapter 17. Lyanna. The round hall served as the council chamber of Dragonstone. It featured an 18-foot-long table, intricately carved with a topographical map of Westeros. It was here that Aegon the Conqueror devised his plans to subjugate the realm. Glass candles adorned the corners, merely decorative in nature. Now, with King's Landing fallen and the king deceased, Rhaella stood as the sole decision-maker of House Targaryen. She needed to confer with her vassals to devise a strategy. Upon Viserys' arrival, accompanied by William, he found the hall already filled with attendees, comprising merely 2 individuals, the acting lord of the castle, Remy, and the staller, Maester Farrell. Chapter 14. Union Walder Frey appeared to be a mere shadow of Kevan Lannister. The latter, adorned in gleaming armor, exuded a vibrant aura, while the former, frail and aged, struggled to don his own armor. One might jest that the old fellow could scatter his own bones with a mere gust of wind. A young nobleman with fiery red hair, Edmure, son of Duke Hotim, mocked him, prompting laughter from those nearby. Old Walder's ears twitched, uncertain if he had heard the jibe. I have brought a contingent of 2,000 men to assist the rebels, he declared. A disparity of 40,000 to 2,000 rendered old Walder incapable of garnering the same respect as Kevin. It was evident he would not dare to march into King's Landing with such a meager force. Ah, Lord Walder, it seems you are rather late. Rhaegar's corpse lies in the stables. If you have a moment, you might find the rubies I pried from him by the river, Robert quipped, relishing the opportunity to taunt before addressing more serious matters. Had old Walder come to aid him in vanquishing Rhaegar prior to the Battle of the Trident, Robert would have offered no such ridicule. Yet now, having not only defeated Rhaegar but also secured the Lannisters as allies, he felt no compulsion for courtesy. Ha! The tardy lord, what a character he is, Catelyn teased her sister, covering her mouth. She sensed that the title the tardy lord would soon follow old Walder to his grave. Nevertheless, the old man bore a demeanor of dignified indifference. Seemingly unfazed by Robert's scorn, perhaps having prepared himself for such treatment before his arrival. Better late than never. I bring not only troops but also provisions. Seeking only to join the rebels in their quest to slay the dragon, he proclaimed. Of course, while his words carried the weight of formalities, old Walder was also contemplating the possibility of securing 2 sons-in-law, as his progeny were far too numerous, over 30 legitimate heirs alone. Ultimately, Robert accepted old Walder into their ranks. For the tides of battle remained uncertain, an additional ally could bolster their strength. Furthermore, this would convey a friendly overture to the Riverlands and Dorne, signaling, I aim only to overthrow the Targaryens, with no intent to clash with you. After all, the combined forces of the Riverlands and Dorne could muster tens of thousands. Relying solely on warfare would require considerable struggle. Robert's prowess in battle was unquestionable, yet his strategic acumen left much to be desired. He had not forgotten the humiliation of being forced into hiding under the bedsheets of a whore by the last king's hand, John Connington. Had John's moral compass been less rigid, Robert might have met his end a year prior in King's Landing, leaving him bereft of the alliances he now enjoyed, including Tywin's promise to wed his daughter to him. Once Robert and his companions departed the hall, they led Kevin to a secluded spot to discuss the terms of their cooperation. With King's Landing boasting a populace of 500,000, if the Mad King were to drive these commoners to the battlements, how could they hope to prevail with their mere 40,000? Eddard was the first to pose a question. Among all those present, none harbored a greater desire to assault King's Landing than he. His sister, Lyanna, had been taken by Rhaegar. His father and brothers had journeyed to the city to demand justice, only to be consumed by the wrath of the Mad King. No one wished to see Aerys dead more than he. You need not worry, the Mad King remains unaware of our alliance with the rebels. We can deceive him into opening the gates. Let us not forget, Lord Tywin and the Mad King have been old friends for 2 decades. Do you truly believe we can deceive him? Robert interjected, his tone defiant. The Mad King may be mad, but he is not foolish. What does it matter? Kevin replied confidently, stroking his golden beard. Lord Tywin served as the Mad King's hand. He is well acquainted with several secret passages leading into the city. Moreover, Maester Crescent is one of ours, and we have hidden a contingent of soldiers in King's Landing. There is no cause for concern. Hidden soldiers? Horst expressed his astonishment. Concealing troops in a single location is no simple task. From Horst's tone, it was clear that the number of soldiers involved was substantial. Had Tywin been plotting against the Targaryens for some time? Our only condition is that after we conquer King's Landing, Duke Robert I must wed Lord Tywin's daughter. Once the terms set forth by the Lannisters were established, Eddard instinctively glanced at his dear brother. His gaze reflected not hesitation, but rather longing. Ultimately, they finalized the details of the assault. The forces from the Westlands would depart a day in advance, followed closely by the main body of the rebel army. Once King's Landing was taken and the Mad King slain, there would be no further need for conflict in the Riverlands or Dorne. Peace would once again grace the 7 kingdoms. Meanwhile, on Dragonstone, Rhaella contemplated whether she should seek a suitable match for Viserys. The options within Westeros were limited. To form an alliance with the heir to the throne, the match would have to be with a duke at the very least. Given the precarious state of House Targaryen, it could only be the daughter of a duke. Presently, the only prospects were the Martells of Sunspear and the Tyrells of Highgarden. The Tyrell family, led by the Duke of Highgarden, seemed to have a daughter, albeit one younger than Rhaenys. The Martell family had Elia, yet another union would merely embellish their situation. It could even be deemed somewhat superfluous. Perhaps we could arrange for young Aegon to wed the Duke's daughter, as the only clear-minded adult remaining in House Targaryen. Rhaella felt the weight of immense pressure. Mother! Viserys knocked on Riella's chamber door. The mother and son had arrived at Dragonstone 2 days prior, and he had begun to grasp the current state of affairs. Firstly, the garrison on Dragonstone numbered 17,000. There were 166 ships in their fleet. The provisions could sustain them for approximately 5 years. This was largely due to Dragonstone's unique status on the House Targaryen. Were it not for the previous tempest, Viserys believed they could have sustained themselves for 2 or 3 years without issue. Had it not been for Lyanna's rigorous training alongside her brothers since childhood, she might not have endured the current turmoil. Beyond her naturally robust physique, the pivotal reason lay in the missive from King's Landing. Prince Rhaegar gravely wounded come swiftly to Dragonstone. Chapter 18. Childbirth. Lyanna's pale grey eyes were firmly drawn to the dark castle. In her previous encounters with Rhaegar, she had only listened to his accounts. It was only upon witnessing the ancient structures of Illyrio, both statuesque and castle-like, that she felt a deep yearning for its storied past. The fact that these monumental edifices were erected near a volcano astonished her, especially as the volcano still emitted wisps of smoke. Blood and fire, intertwined. As Lyanna gazed at the smoking mountain, she murmured the tongue of House Targaryen, the oath of ice and fire. She gently caressed her burgeoning abdomen, reminiscing about the persuasive arguments she had used to convince Rhaegar to father a child with her, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Her husband, Rhaegar, held the title of Prince of Dragonstone, the lord of this domain. In a sense, she was the mistress of this castle. Yet, Lyanna felt no sense of triumph in this dual identity. The she-wolf, as she was known, was not one to revel in such status. Even her marriage to Rhaegar was not motivated by this notion. Her current preoccupation was the grave injury described in Viserys' letter regarding Rhaegar, prompting her to quicken her pace. Your Grace, please be cautious, the handmaiden attending her whispered softly. Lyanna glanced down at the stones scattered on the ground before stepping over them. She could feel that her time to give birth was imminent. The tumultuous sea voyage had left her feeling somewhat weakened, and soon they arrived at the stone drum tower, where Rhaella awaited them. Upon entering the tower, Lyanna beheld Queen Rhaella seated regally in the high seat. She had encountered Rhaella before, as she had met Rhaegar at the tournament where Rhaella had witnessed her son bestow a blue rose wreath upon Lyanna, a moment that foreshadowed their tragic destiny. Lyanna noticed the complexity in Rhaella's gaze upon her and understood the reasons behind it. However, the intricacies of their situation were so convoluted that even she, as a participant, found it challenging to untangle her thoughts. Rhaella did not address her directly but instead inquired of Sir Jorah Mormont regarding the journey's circumstances. Thank you for your concern, Your Grace. We hurried here upon hearing of Prince Rhaegar's presence at Dragonstone, yet we are unaware of his current condition. Rhaella, momentarily taken aback by Jorah's inquiry, felt her heartache resurface. Stricken with sorrow, Rhaella struggled to respond, and it was William who answered on her behalf. Prince Rhaegar has perished in battle at the Trident. What? He is dead. The 3 Kingsguard were utterly bewildered. The news they had received clearly stated that the prince had been gravely injured and had been relocated to Dragonstone. How could the queen now claim he had fallen at the Trident? Chapter 15. The siege. The Iron Throne loomed grotesquely in the hall of the throne room, with King Aerys perched upon it. Surrounding him was a cadre of sorcerers clad in grey robes, their hoods casting an eerie shadow over the already foreboding chamber. The death of Viserys and the treachery of Pycelle had rendered Aerys increasingly reliant on these fire-wielders, who had come to possess the secrets of King's Landing. At that moment, a self-proclaimed envoy of House Lannister was beseeching Aerys to open the city gates to unite against the rebels. Your Majesty, Lord Tywin himself leads the loyalist forces and will arrive before sunset, the envoy declared. Adorned in armor emblazoned with a scorpion, the envoy, named Amory Lorch, presented a rather unimposing figure. Short and corpulent, he bore a pale, pig-like visage, his eyes betraying a dullness that suggested a lack of intellect. Through his disheveled hair, Aerys scrutinized the approaching envoy and intoned with a sinister tone, Very well, I shall have someone inform Tywin that a feast awaits him here. At this proclamation, a barely contained smile crept upon Amory's lips. Excellent, Your Majesty. I shall return to inform Duke Tywin at once. No need, you may remain. Remain. Amory's well-worn intellect, though not particularly sharp, was keenly attuned to his instincts. Much like the original tale, where he understood that slaying young Rhaenys would delight Tywin, he sensed something amiss with the Mad King. Suddenly, several knights approached, brandishing iron chains. What are you doing? What are you about? Amory shouted in alarm as he found himself bound tightly. A canister of wildfire was poured over him. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Spare me. It is Tywin, it is Tywin. He seeks to deceive you into opening the gates and then to slay you. Amory, understanding the king's penchant for pyromancy as a source of entertainment, blurted out in his fear. Yet Aerys had already lost interest in his pleas. The sorcerers raised their sleeves, and in an instant, Amory's body ignited. The green flames surged like vermin through his armor, engulfing his grotesque features. Aerys found the sight of Amory's agonized screams amidst the flames far more agreeable than the envoy's previous demeanor. In this timeline, he would never have the opportunity to stab young Rhaenys 50 times, nor bask in the glory of his former years. Meanwhile, the forces from the Westlands marched under the banner of a golden lion on a crimson field. Their formation stretched like a serpentine red python, closing in on its prey. At that moment, Tywin was less than 20 miles from King's Landing. Though nearing 50, this nobleman, while perhaps lacking in physical beauty compared to his son Jaime, exuded an imposing presence and commanding aura. A few hooded sorcerers approached him, feeling an inexplicable pressure, as if they were facing a true lion, one that might devour them at any moment. Tywin, draped in a crimson cloak, sat astride his steed, the golden rays of the setting sun illuminating his face and beard. His naturally golden beard shimmered with an even more resplendent hue. The absence of a helmet accentuated his bald head, which, in turn, lent him an air of greater authority and fierce gravitas. Observing the remarkable demeanor of Tywin, the leader of the fire sorcerers respectfully inquired, "My lord Tywin, His Majesty Aerys has prepared a welcoming banquet, and we have arranged for a carriage for you. Please, allow us to escort you to King's Landing." In response to the fire sorcerer's request, Tywin neither declined nor accepted outright. Instead, he posed a question, "What of Sir Amory?" "He is awaiting you alongside His Majesty the King," the sorcerer replied, his posture increasingly deferential. Tywin cast a glance toward the distant carriage adorned with the banners of the Black Dragon and the Golden Lion, his eyes betraying a look of disdain, as though he felt a deep sense of humiliation. Simultaneously, a flicker of suspicion ignited within him. It seemed illogical to travel in a carriage without armor. One ought to ride a horse when so close to King's Landing. "You shall accompany me," Tywin declared. Upon hearing this, a hint of panic flickered across the faces of the fire sorcerers. "My lord Tywin, we must return to report. We cannot keep His Majesty waiting for individuals as lowly as ourselves." "Very well, then you may return," Tywin permitted. And the fire sorcerers appeared as if relieved from a great burden. Their intent had been to lure Tywin back, and they dared not linger. After a brief farewell, they departed in haste. As the fire sorcerers vanished, a nobleman resembling Tywin approached, saying, "Brother, it seems Amory has successfully persuaded the Mad King." The speaker was Tywin's cousin, Stafford, also a Lannister. "Amory is likely dead." "What?" Tywin sneered coldly, directing his gaze towards King's Landing. And Jaime." Stafford trailed off, hesitating to voice the worst outcome. Tywin remained silent, his expression as unyielding as ever, as though Jaime were the child of another. In truth, he had mentally prepared for such a possibility long before marching towards King's Landing. Joining the King's Guard signified his renunciation of his inheritance, a commitment to remain unmarried and childless, solely dedicated to royal matters. Jaime and his twin sister Cersei had been dubbed the Golden Twins at birth. Jaime was also a son upon whom Tywin had placed great expectations. He understood that Aerys' inclusion of Jaime in the King's Guard was intended not only to humiliate him but also to secure a form of leverage. Nevertheless, Tywin had steeled himself for the potential loss of Jaime. As he led his army to the gates of King's Landing, he found them firmly shut. Bright torches blazed atop the walls, casting a vivid red glow that illuminated the figure standing above. Aerys, surrounded by a throng of fire sorcerers and guards, ascended to the battlements, accompanied by the disheveled Jaime, stripped of his armor. Jaime's right sleeve was drenched, and a closer inspection revealed it to be stained with a large swath of blood. The burning of the glass candle could only be interpreted as the heralding of a savior's birth. Just as he prepared to share the significance of the glass candle's flame with others, the hole was already empty. Upon turning back, he found that the glass candle had extinguished. Unable to assist Lyanna with her childbirth, he turned his attention to the few King's Guard present, seeking to make his presence known. After all, with Aerys now deceased, he would soon ascend to the throne as king. It was prudent to familiarize himself with them, to ensure they perceived him as a worthy leader. Moreover, Viserys had been contemplating his unique advantage, which now offered him but one option: transfer. In its most literal sense, this could mean transferring essence to those loyal to him. If this were indeed the case, This advantage was quite remarkable. By eliminating his enemies, their skills would become his own. He could instantly transform the newly trained recruits into seasoned veterans. Provided he had sufficient resources, he could sustain his campaign indefinitely. As Viserys exited the hall, a distant rumble suddenly echoed, as if the earth itself trembled. Following the sound, he beheld a plume of thick smoke rising from a distant volcano, known as Dragonmount. In the Age of Dragons, this mountain often hosted these magnificent creatures. And while it was common for the mountain to emit smoke, such a sudden eruption was indeed rare. The savior is born of smoke and salt, he thought, recalling the famous prophecy of ice and fire. Had it not been for his own actions, Lioness Child Jon would be born within the confines of the Pleasure Tower. Yet, he pondered if the Pleasure Tower could be considered a land of smoke and salt. He resolved to inquire with Ser Jorah and the others. Meanwhile, Arthur and his companions were deliberating the current situation and the choices before them. Betrayal of House Targaryen was certainly not among their options. Even after learning of Rhaegar's demise and the fall of King's Landing, they had fought alongside Eddard Stark until the final moment. Now, betrayal was out of the question. It was evident that Viserys would soon be crowned as the new Targaryen king. Had he been merely an ordinary young prince, their decision-making would have been less fraught. The matter of Rhaegar's prophetic dreams was somewhat peculiar. Might someone have instructed him to speak thus? The usually reticent Oswell ventured to ask. No. The queen is not that kind of person, Arthur asserted plainly. Aerys, the former king? That seems implausible. All present had served within the Red Keep and were aware of how Queen Rhaella had gone to great lengths to shield Viserys from the madness of Aerys. Although they resided in Maeder's Holdfast, the father and son seldom met. After dismissing all possible explanations, they seemed left with the only outlandish truth, that the prophecy was indeed real, and that they must protect Lioness Child. As the captain of the King's Guard, Ser Jorah ultimately spoke up, affirming that his life's creed was to protect the king, not to judge him. Chapter 16. Regicide Brother. Are we truly to engage in battle against Robert and his forces? At this moment, Tywin held his son's severed hand, his expression stoic as he gazed into the dark expanse of the night. The army had already arrived at King's Landing but was compelled to retreat under the threat posed by Aerys. In anxiety, Stannis inquired about Tywin's decision. An assault on King's Landing would certainly lead to Jaime's demise, while an attack on Robert would pit them against a formidable adversary. What time is it now? Tywin did not respond to his query but instead asked for the hour. It is the hour of the ghost. The owl hour heralds our retreat, while the wolf hour commences the siege. Tywin had never placed all his hopes for conquering King's Landing solely on Pycelle. Having served at hand of the king for over a decade, he was well acquainted with every hidden passage leading to the city. It was these secret routes that bolstered his confidence in seizing King's Landing. The owl hour marked the time when most slumbered, while the wolf hour enveloped the night in its darkest embrace. Tywin's grand army infiltrated King's Landing like water through the cracks. The gates of the dragon, the lion, and the gods fell one after another. When the Mad King was roused from his slumber, he made no military arrangements. He commanded the pyromancers to ignite the wildfire hidden throughout the city, while he prepared to escape through the secret passages. Simultaneously, he ordered Lysa to execute Jaime. Upon receiving the command, Lysa realized that the Targaryens were on the brink of collapse. The Velaryon family, at the height of their glory, had possessed as many dragon riders as the Targaryens. His flattery towards Rhaegar and efforts to win Aerys' favor were not born from loyalty but rather from a desire to restore his own house. He did not wish to accompany the Targaryen dynasty to its grave. Upon reaching the dungeon where Jaime was held captive, Lysa intended to free him. Once a figure of great majesty, tall and handsome, and the youngest Kingsguard of the Seven Kingdoms, Jaime Lannister now curled up, cradling his severed arm. Whether he had succumbed to sleep or fainted from pain, the first thought that crossed his mind upon being awakened by Lysa was the pyromancers and their wildfire conspiracy. You deal with those pyromancers, and I shall plead with my father to spare your family. Jaime's voice, though feeble, was resolute. For the sake of his family, Lysa was willing to betray Rhaegar, let alone a group of pyromancers he found distasteful. Without a moment's hesitation, Lysa readily acquiesced. And you? Hand me a sword. Jaime's eyes, bloodshot, were aflame with hatred and fury. From a young age, he had dreamt of becoming a knight like Dawn, for whom the sword was everything. The Lannisters would repay their debts, and now, he was off to collect. After Lysa dispatched the last of the pyromancers, he opened the gates of the Red Keep. As the forces from the Westlands surged in, Jaime too arrived in the throne room, sword in hand. At this moment, Aerys sat upon the towering iron throne, muttering to himself. Clad in a white robe, his silver hair cascaded over his shoulders, rendering him a spectre upon the throne. Initially, Jaime could not discern Aerys' words. But as he drew closer, the maddened murmurs became audible. Burn them all, burn them all, burn them. Observing Aerys' neurotic demeanor, Jaime's anger morphed into revulsion. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, poised to ascend the Iron Throne and slay Aerys, even with only his left hand. The Mad King appeared no different than a mere fowl in Jaime's eyes. Burn them all, ha ha, yes. Burn them all, burn them. Aerys continued his relentless chant, seemingly oblivious to Jaime's approach. This perplexed Jaime, who sensed that Aerys had been possessed by some malevolent force, inducing a shift in his feelings toward the king, blending disgust with a tinge of fear, much like discovering a swarm of ants within one's garments. Soon, he stood before Aerys. The distance between them scarcely 5 paces. Jaime could even see Aerys' long, twisted nails and greasy hair. Suddenly, Aerys noticed him and exclaimed with fervor, "Hurry! Jaime! Burn them all! Burn them all!" With a swift thrust, the gleaming sword pierced Aerys' chest, crimson spreading rapidly from the wound. The Mad King looked up at Jaime, his dark violet eyes revealing a flicker of relief and clarity. The vitality in Aerys' face quickly dissipated, and he soon breathed his last. Jaime felt a tumult of emotions within him, yet they were swiftly replaced by resolve. Though he had slain a king, he had safeguarded countless innocent lives. Grasping Aerys' shoulders, he dragged him from the Iron Throne and discarded him carelessly, as one might toss aside a piece of desiccated meat. Dragonstone. The embankment braced against the crashing waves, striving to provide refuge for its master amidst the tumultuous tides. However, whether it could endure greater storms in the future remained uncertain. Having escaped King's Landing for over half a month, without surveillance, Viserys was free to visit Aelia and her children at will. He, of course, harbored no improper thoughts toward his sister-in-law. Despite the rampant rumors that Rhaegar had abducted Lyanna, Aelia remained steadfast in her faith in her husband. Their bond was still profound. During his visits to Aelia, Viserys often borrowed books. Rhaegar was an insatiable reader, his chambers filled with volumes, particularly those concerning mysticism and prophecies, which occupied nearly a third of his collection. "Aelia, I have noticed that many rooms in Dragonstone contain glass candles. Has my brother mentioned to you the reason for this?" "Sir Hightower, you are swift of foot. I beseech you to seek out Princess Aelia and inform her that I require the Valyrian steel pendant left to her by my elder brother. Be expeditious." Ser Jorah, entirely swayed by Viserys' demeanor, accepted the command without a trace of doubt, though this may have been influenced by his own character. It was improbable that Viserys could have achieved such compliance without their prior interactions. Just as Jorah was about to depart, the midwife from the tower suddenly called out, "Quick! I need more hot water." It was evident that Lyanna's condition was deteriorating rapidly. Jorah steadied his sword and set off at a brisk pace toward Aelia's quarters. Meanwhile, in Viserys' hand, the purple flames of the glass candle danced fervently. Undoubtedly, the imminent arrival was none other than the innocent Jon. As one who had received a basic education, and particularly as a member of the teaching profession, Viserys held the belief that every occurrence bore significance. In the Round Table Hall, when the glass candle illuminated, Viserys was convinced that Jon's birth was intertwined with magical elements. Prophecy, sorcery, dragons, mysticism initially. Viserys struggled to connect these phenomena, but when the attending maid informed him that Lyanna was experiencing hallucinations, it became somewhat peculiar. Perhaps some force was influencing Lyanna's psyche. Maternal anxiety could indeed contribute to complications during labor, including severe hemorrhage. The precise cause eluded Viserys, leaving him to venture a course of action. If the Valyrian steel pendant failed to preserve Lyanna's life, it would suggest that the connection to magic was not profound. Conversely, if Lyanna survived, Viserys gazed upward, sensing an unseen eye surveying the earth from the celestial realm. The owner of that eye was evidently not content to remain a mere observer. They were actively manipulating the fates of mortals. Chapter 20. Prophecy. Jorah placed the Valyrian steel pendant into the hands of Lyanna's maid, Vela. Though Vela did not grasp the significance of this act, she nonetheless brought the pendant into the birthing chamber. "Rhaegar, wait for me, Rhaegar." At this moment, Lyanna's condition was dire. Her already pale complexion had turned ashen. "Where are you going? Where are you going? Wait for me. Wait for me." Sweat beaded on Lyanna's forehead, her brown hair clinging to her face and neck. Her anxious demeanor suggested she was truly in pursuit of rigor. Her breaths were erratic, her chest heaving as if it were a bellows, and even strange sounds escaped her mouth and nose. Her eyes were fixed, staring blankly at the ceiling, as if attempting to pierce a hole through it with her gaze. Such an odd spectacle compelled even a level-headed individual like Rigor to glance upward. Lady Stark! Lady Stark! Vela pressed the pendant into Lyanna's hand, clasping it with her. Miraculously, Lyanna's expression began to soften upon contact with the Valyrian steel pendant. Chapter 17. Lyanna. The Round Table Hall serves as the council chamber of Dragonstone. It features a grand table measuring 18 feet in length, intricately carved with a geographical map of the entirety of Westeros. It was here that the conqueror Aegon devised his plans for the subjugation of the realm. Scattered throughout the hall are a few glass candles, merely placed in the corners as decorative elements. With King S Landing now fallen and the monarch deceased, Lyanna stands as the sole decision-maker of House Targaryen. She must convene with her advisors to formulate a response. When Viserys entered the round table hall accompanied by William, the attendees were already assembled, 2 individuals, the acting lord of the castle, Remy, and the scholar, Heir, alongside Lyanna and Viserys, and with William stationed outside to maintain guard. Their number totaled 5, though William's duty outside reduced the assembly to 4. The atmosphere in the hall was notably somber. Lyanna furrowed her brow as she studied the map, her gaze flickering occasionally towards the trident, as if she might glimpse her eldest son from that distant point. Your Majesty. With King S Landing fallen and Dorne far to the south, it seems unlikely that the Riverlands will continue to support the crown. I propose we attempt negotiations with Robert, suggested Remy, the acting lord of Dragonstone. Although he spoke of negotiations, his true intention was to advocate for surrender. His family as fief, the keep of Duskendale, lies not far from King S Landing, thus, securing the Targaryens' capitulation while averting war would safeguard his domain. Lyanna remained silent, acutely aware that Robert would never entertain negotiations. Aerys had executed Eddard as father and brother, while Rhaegar had abducted Robert as betrothed. The two had been raised together in the Vale, and the enmity between House Targaryen and House Baratheon had reached an irreconcilable state. Yet, Lyanna found herself devoid of counsel, engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness. Since her marriage to Aerys, she had wielded no power, even having endured a period of confinement. To suddenly inherit such a dire predicament would fluster anyone. As for Scholar Heir, he held an admiration for Rhaegar and lamented his untimely demise. However, as merely a scholar, he felt ill-equipped to offer any solutions in such turbulent circumstances and chose to remain silent. In the midst of Lyanna's hesitation, Viserys spoke. Lord Remy. Your Highness. Remy replied, turning to face Viserys. Since their initial exchange, he recognized that this young prince was not one to engage lightly. I wish to convey to you that in this world, there exist only vassals who surrender, not kings who do so. Viserys fixed a penetrating gaze upon Remy, compelling him to instinctively lower his eyes. Remy had initially contemplated invoking the example of Lord Torrhen Stark, who had yielded to Aegon, but thought better of it. Lyanna, though kind-hearted, bore a certain fragility. Even if only Dragonstone remained, it was clear that Viserys was poised to become the next king of House Targaryen. Regardless of what plans one may harbor for the future, one should refrain from indulging in the fleeting pleasure of words. Upon witnessing her son's resolute demeanor, Layla inexplicably felt a sense of calmness wash over her heart. Naturally, she would not opt for negotiation, yet she found herself at a loss for the appropriate words to respond. At that moment, William entered from outside to report, Your Majesty, Sir Gerald Hightower has arrived, along with Sir Arthur Dayne and Sir Oswell went. Upon hearing William's announcement, Layla's eyes brightened with disbelief. It was as if she could scarcely trust her own ears. Who did you see has arrived? In truth, both Layla and William were taken aback by this news. The three Kingsguard had been absent for so long. Why had they suddenly come to Dragonstone? Your Majesty. It is the captain of the Kingsguard, Sir Gerald Hightower, along with the 2 Kingsguard, Sir Arthur Dayne and Sir Oswell went. 3 out of the 7 Kingsguard have now arrived all at once. Gerald Hightower, the captain of the Kingsguard, and the illustrious Arthur Dayne needed no further introduction. Layla trusted the character of these men, especially Arthur Dayne. Quickly, summon them, she exclaimed with excitement. The arrival of 3 Kingsguard on Dragonstone alleviated her worries. However, once the initial thrill subsided, Layla was left pondering. Why had Rhaegar brought them along to intercept the rebels at the Trident? Noticing Layla's elation, William continued, Your Majesty. They have also brought back a woman. Who? Lyanna Stark. At the harbor of Dragonstone, the masts of the warships rose like a dense forest. 3 knights clad in white robes, exuding an extraordinary presence, arrived in a small boat. The officer in charge of the guard was exhilarated upon learning of the Kingsguard's arrival. Among them stood the Sword of the Dawn, Arthur Dayne, at the bow of the ship. The members of House Dayne bore a striking resemblance to the Targaryens. With their pale golden hair and violet eyes, Arthur Dayne always carried a massive 2-handed sword, his imposing stature reminiscent of the ship's island. Every soldier who beheld him cast a gaze of reverence, particularly the younger soldiers, whose admiration was palpable. Is that the Sword of the Dawn? Of course. Haven't you heard the captain speak? Look at his white robe, look at the great sword he carries. Mother, I see the Sword of the Dawn. The arrival of the Sword of the Dawn revitalized the somewhat subdued morale on Dragonstone. As for Oswell Went, who stood at the stern of the ship, he was evidently less renowned than Arthur. In terms of prestige, Arthur even overshadowed Jero Hightower, the captain of the Kingsguard. Meanwhile, within the cabin, the Kingsguard captain known as White Bull, Jero Hightower, reported through a curtain, "Miss Stark, we have arrived at Dragonstone." True to his moniker, White Bull Jero was a towering figure, standing over 6 feet 3 inches tall. "Very well, your presence is not required here. Allow me to converse with Miss Stark in private." In the eyes of Layla, there has been no proper wedding between Lyanna and her son, hence she still refers to her as Miss Stark. It was already apparent that Layla would not be pleased with Lyanna's lack of interest in those violet eyes, instead fixating on the hem of her gown. The queen did not take a seat but rather stood there, looking down upon Lyanna with a commanding presence. The room was left with only the 2 women, and the tense silence made Lyanna's breath a struggle. "Miss Stark, I wish to know everything about your relationship with my son," Layla said, emphasizing each word. "I am uncertain where your majesty wishes me to begin," Lyanna replied, though her stubborn nature was evident even under the queen's scrutiny. She understood that her current firmness was not merely for her own sake, but rather in defense of her son. Layla, her brow furrowed, spoke with closed eyes. "Let us commence with your second encounter, the one where it was widely rumored that Rhaegar abducted you." Lyanna anchored her thoughts to over a year prior. A fleeting expression of pain crossed her face, only to be replaced by a sense of tranquility as she gathered her composure. "Your Majesty, I believe you do not truly think Rhaegar abducted me, do you?" "Of course," Layla replied, her expression taut. "Then I must utter something disrespectful," Lyanna stated. "Speak." "Rhaegar did not abduct me, he saved me. And this is how you repay him." Layla's voice trembled with agitation, her hands clutching a handkerchief as her shoulders quivered slightly. "I scarcely remember the events of that day, when I regained consciousness, King Aerys." Lyanna paused, seemingly affected by the recollection. "King Aerys was unfastening my garments." Layla felt as though her mind had been bombarded, swallowing hard as she asked, "And then?" "At that moment, Rhaegar intervened, whisking me away, but we were pursued, leaving us no choice but to flee." Lyanna's tone brightened, reminiscent of the night they galloped away together. "Rhaegar intended to return me to Storm's End. Yet suddenly it was proclaimed that Rhaegar had kidnapped me." By now, Layla had begun to piece together the events. However, uncertainties lingered. "At that time, we had not anticipated the gravity of the situation," Lyanna continued. "Though I had affection for Rhaegar, I was acutely aware of his existing wife and children." She cast her gaze toward her son in her arms. Layla followed her glance, as if to question, "What does this signify, considering you are aware?" "We remained hidden for some time, knowing little of the outside world. When I learned of my brother's death in King's Landing, I realized war was imminent. The only way to avert such a conflict was for me to bear Rhaegar a child, thus proving our genuine love, which might have the power to prevent war." Layla contemplated this, recognizing that while it was not an ideal solution, it was a possibility nonetheless. Chapter 18. Childbirth. Lyanna's pale grey eyes were firmly captivated by the Black Fortress. During her time with Rhaegar, she could only hear his descriptions. But it was not until she truly beheld these structures, both statuesque and castle-like, that she developed a yearning for the ancient Valyria. The fact that these castle-like edifices were situated near a volcano astonished her even more, especially since the volcano was still emitting smoke. "Blood and fire are one," Lyanna murmured in the Targaryen tongue, gazing at the smoking volcano. "The pact of ice and fire." She gently caressed her swollen abdomen, recalling how she had persuaded Rhaegar to father a child with her, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Her husband, Rhaegar, bore the title of Prince of Dragonstone and was the master of this place. From a certain perspective, she was the lady of the castle, however. Lyanna did not take pride in this dual identity. Known as the Wolf Mother, she was not one to revel in such status. Her marriage to Rhaegar was not predicated on such notions. What preoccupied her mind was the mention of wounded Rhaegar in Viserys' letter, prompting her to quicken her pace. "Your Grace, be careful," the maid in charge whispered softly. Lyanna glanced down at a stone on the ground before lifting her leg to step over it. She could sense that her time to give birth was imminent. The turbulence of the sea had rendered her, already with child, somewhat weak. Soon, they arrived at the stone drum tower, where Rhaella awaited them. Upon entering the tower, Lyanna beheld Queen Rhaella seated regally in the main chair. She had seen Rhaella before, as she and Rhaegar had met during the tournament. Rhaella had witnessed her son presenting the blue rose garland to Lyanna, thus planting the seeds of tragedy. Lyanna noticed the complexity in Rhaella's gaze directed at her, and she understood the reason behind it. However, the intricacies of the situation were too convoluted, even for her as a participant, requiring mental organization. Rhaella did not speak to her but first inquired about the journey from Ser Jorah Mormont, the captain of the King's Guard. "Thank you for your concern, Your Grace. We hastened here upon hearing that Prince Rhaegar was in Dragonstone. We are anxious to know how he fares now," Jorah replied. Rhaella, initially taken aback by Jorah's words, felt a familiar sting of pain resurface within her heart. Unable to articulate her sorrow, she was silent, and William spoke on her behalf. "Prince Rhaegar has fallen in battle at the Trident." "What? Fallen in battle?" The three Kingsguard members were filled with confusion. The letter they had received clearly stated that the prince was gravely injured and had been transferred to Dragonstone. How could the queen now claim he had perished at the Trident? They had believed he was coming to Dragonstone to regroup and confront the rebels. The trust they placed in the contents of the letter stemmed from the writer's awareness of their location. It can be said that apart from them, no one knew that Lyanna was concealed by Rhaegar in the Tower of Joy. The belief that Rhaegar is still alive was what sustained Lyanna through her tumultuous journey to Dragonstone. A letter had been dispatched from King's Landing. Jaime, filled with confusion, handed the envelope to Rhaella, along with the copper ring from the raven's leg. It was undoubtedly from King's Landing. At that moment, Lyanna gazed intently at Rhaella, fervently praying in her heart that Rhaella had made a mistake. After all, Rhaegar was her son, and no mother could wish for her child's demise. As Rhaegar's close friend, Arthur Dayne also looked at Rhaella with unease. Yet, he held no hope for Rhaegar's survival. He merely wished to comprehend the situation. Rhaella examined the copper ring and the letter, then inquired about the timing of their receipt. Leading to a perplexing conclusion, the letter was sent after the death of Ser Pate. How could this be? At that time, no one within the Red Keep would have been using ravens. Just as everyone was left in bewilderment, Viserys stepped forward and declared, "I was the one who sent the letter." Instantly, all eyes turned to the young prince. Rhaella, Lyanna, Arthur Dayne, the expressions of the King's Guard were quite peculiar. Many considered him to be speaking nonsense, particularly Maester Faire. The art of ravenry was a specialized discipline, requiring dedicated training for both the taming and use of ravens. Mastery of this craft was also a crucial criterion for a scholar's service to a lord. How old was Viserys this year? He probably could not even recognize a handful of words, let alone claim to have mastered a discipline. Viserys sensed the thoughts of those around him. Regardless, since Arthur and the others had already arrived, he could feign ignorance. However, if he wished for this Kingsguard to serve him genuinely in the future, he needed to present something convincing. He stood among them and spoke. "It was 2 days before we received the news of my brother's death that I had a dream. In the dream, my brother told me that Ser Pate was a traitor, and he mentioned that you were at the Tower of Joy. He instructed me not to write that he had perished in battle, but rather that he was gravely injured and currently at Dragonstone. Otherwise, you would not come." He had rehearsed this line in his mind countless times, delivering it with remarkable fluidity, as if it were true. Arthur and the others were deeply reluctant to believe such claims. Rhaegar had informed them that Lyanna was carrying what could be the future savior. Yet they had not fully embraced this notion. Their choice to remain at the Tower of Joy to protect Lyanna stemmed from another reason. Among them, Maester Faire was the most astonished. Perhaps due to the isolation of Dragonstone, he was only now learning of Ser Pate's treachery. This could potentially be a significant blow to the Citadel. However, could Rhaegar's dream about Ser Pate's betrayal serve as evidence? He resolved to inquire further with Willem later. As the crowd stood in silence, grappling with the incomprehensible reality before them, Lyanna suddenly collapsed without warning. Each time the conversation turned to the death of Rhaegar, she felt as though a dagger had been thrust into her chest. Now, Lyanna had come to the painful realization that her husband was truly gone from this world. The faith that had sustained her through this ordeal was shattered, leaving her heart feeling as if it had been cruelly gouged. Perhaps it was exhaustion. Or perhaps a refusal to accept this harsh reality, but Lyanna fell to the ground. "Milady! Milady!" The urgent calls of her maid, Vela, startled everyone. Vela suddenly noticed a large wet patch beneath her. "The waters have broken. Milady's waters have broken." Without hesitation, Riella ordered the handmaidens to prepare hot water and to quickly summon the midwife. Having been pregnant herself, Riella had ensured that all necessary preparations for childbirth had been made as soon as they arrived on Dragonstone. The Targaryens were few in number, and even a bastion was considered a precious blessing. Riella's inherent kindness would not permit her to watch Lyanna perish before her eyes. At times, she silently reproached Lyanna for her perceived lack of self-respect, yet she also recognized that attributing the downfall of a kingdom to a single woman was utterly unjust. She did not mind Lyanna using her things. Arthur swiftly lifted Lyanna into his arms, carrying her toward the birthing chamber that had originally been prepared for Riella. Viserys calculated the timing and realized it was indeed time for Lyanna to give birth. However, in the original timeline, Lyanna had perished during a difficult labor. He wondered if, in a different place with a more conducive environment, she might survive. This was a matter he felt compelled to discuss with Elia. In truth, his relationship with Elia was quite amicable. Within House Martell, Elia was cherished. Her brother, Prince Doran, was particularly protective, while her younger brother, Oberyn, the infamous Red Viper, was equally devoted to her. The bounties of Dorne frequently made their way to King A's Landing, and she often shared them with him. Now, as Viserys had lured Lyanna and the others to Dragonstone, it was, to some extent, a betrayal of Elia. He resolved to inform her of Lyanna's arrival at Dragonstone, providing her with some forewarning and offering her comfort. Just as Viserys prepared to depart, he suddenly noticed that the glass candle in the corner had lit up. The translucent glass candle lacked a wick, yet it burned with a purple flame. When dragons still roamed the earth, the glass candles would often ignite. A phrase Elia had recently shared with him echoed in his mind. Could it be that Lyanna's labor is entwined with some magical element? Contemplating the prophecy of the three-headed dragon, Viserys realized that it was not outside the realm of possibility. However, his understanding of prophecies and magic was woefully scant. Most of the esoteric knowledge he had gleaned from Pycelle was merely anecdotal. He could only interpret the burning of the glass candle as a herald of the Savior's birth omen. As he was poised to share the tale of the glass candles burning with others, he found the hall completely deserted. Upon turning around, he discovered that the glass candle had extinguished. Lyanna was in labor, and there was little he could do to assist. Thus, he turned his attention to the few Kingsguard present, seeking to establish rapport. After all, with Aerys now deceased, he was on the verge of being crowned king himself. It was prudent to familiarize them with his presence, to ensure they perceived him as a leader worthy of their allegiance. Moreover, Viserys had been contemplating his own unique advantage, and now he was left with only the option of transfer. In a literal sense, it appeared to mean transferring the essence to those loyal to him. If this were indeed the case, such a boon would be rather exceptional. By simply eliminating his enemies, their abilities would subsequently become his own. He could instantly transform the novice recruits still in training into seasoned veterans of countless battles. Provided that resources were sufficient, he could sustain warfare indefinitely, pushing the conflict to the very edges of the world. As Viserys stepped out of the hall, he was suddenly startled by a distant rumble, as if the very earth trembled beneath him. Following the sound, he gazed into the distance, where a plume of smoke erupted from a volcano known as Dragonmount. In the Age of Dragons, it was common for dragons to roost upon Dragonmount, and while it often emitted smoke, such an eruption as today was indeed a rare occurrence. The Savior is born of smoke and salt. Viserys recalled the famous prophecy from the realm of ice and fire. Had it not been for his own actions, Lyanna's child Jon would have been born in the Tower of Joy. Yet, he pondered whether the Tower of Joy could be considered a place of smoke and salt. He resolved to inquire with Yora and the others. Meanwhile, Arthur and his companions were engaged in a discussion regarding their current predicament and the choices they ought to make. Of course, betrayal against the Targaryens was not among their options. Even in the wake of Rhaegar's death and the fall of King's Landing, they had fought alongside Eddard until the final moment. They would not betray him now. It was evident that soon Viserys would ascend as the new Targaryen king. Had he been merely an ordinary young prince, their dilemma would not have been so profound. However, The notion of Rhaegar's dream was rather peculiar. Could someone have instructed him to see such a thing? Oswell, usually taciturn, ventured to ask. No, the Queen is not that sort of person, Arthur stated unequivocally. Aerys, the former king? Unlikely. All present had served in the Red Keep and were aware that Queen Rhaella had gone to great lengths to protect Viserys from the madness of Aerys. Although they all resided in Maeder's Holdfast, the father and son had rarely crossed paths. After dismissing all conceivable possibilities, it seemed they could only accept the rather outrageous truth. Thus, the prophecy was indeed genuine, and it became imperative that they safeguard Lioness Child. As the commander of the King's Guard, Yora finally spoke up. His life's creed was to protect the king rather than to judge him. He inhaled deeply, tilting his head slightly upwards, stifling the tears that threatened to spill. Meanwhile, William, standing at the outermost edge, gazed blankly at the unfolding scene, feeling a tumult within his chest. I am aware, Viserys continued, that my character and abilities are vastly inferior to my elder brothers. Turning to the King's Guard, the elite warriors instinctively straightened their posture. Sir Gerald Hightower, Sir Arthur Dane. Sir Oswell went, should you observe any moral shortcomings in me, I urge you to speak candidly. I shall never punish you for pointing out my faults. Unless you fall to the seven or perish in battle, otherwise, you shall forever remain my King's Guard. With that, Viserys bowed his head in reverence to them. The three King's Guard had never witnessed such a display. They felt as though a flame ignited within their chests. Drawing their swords and placing them upon the ground, they understood that this was their formal oath of loyalty to Viserys. I shall protect your safety, offer counsel, and willingly lay down my life in times of peril. I swear this by the old and new gods. Their voices rang out in unison, resonant as a great bell. Viserys responded immediately. I swear, there shall always be a place for you by my hearth, and you shall drink and feast at my table. I vow never to compel you to commit any unjust acts. I swear this by the old and new gods. The moment the ceremony concluded, Viserys felt the transformation of his golden touch once more. The final ability, Transfer, was now at his disposal. Protector of the Seven Kingdoms and King of the Andals. The Rhoynar, and the first man, Robert Baratheon I. At the Archbishop's declaration, Robert, somewhat dazed, donned the state crown, accepting the congratulations of the Lords of the Realm. Feeling as though he floated among the clouds. May he reign long and peacefully. In the midst of the cheering subjects, Robert momentarily lost himself in the moment, grinning foolishly. Unsure of what to say, it was only when he caught the eye of his foster father, Jon Arryn, that he remembered the announcement he needed to make. Clearing his throat, Robert addressed the assembly. The rapist Rhaegar has been vanquished, and the Mad King lies dead. However, remnants of the dragon still linger in the nest across the narrow sea. For 3 centuries, the Targaryens have rampaged unchecked, bolstered by their dragons. Today, we shall eradicate them once and for all. Sir Gregor Clegane, the man who had been ordered by Aerys to assault Storms and stood to receive his new king's command. Within 10 days, launch an assault on Dragonstone and completely eliminate the remnants of the dragon. Observing Robert's fervent declarations, Tywin seated below found it somewhat amusing. It was Robert's bloodline, stemming from his grandmother, Rhaella Targaryen, that had secured his kingship. Now, here he was, bellowing about the remnants of dragons, which struck Tywin as rather ludicrous. Meanwhile, Jaime, having regained his position as a King's Guard, shifted his gaze between Tywin and Robert. Chapter 19 shadows the unexpected visit from Viserys took the three by surprise. During their time at the court in King's Landing, they had encountered him on numerous occasions and had developed a reasonable understanding of the second prince. He was quite intelligent compared to his peers. Yet there was nothing particularly extraordinary about him. Your Highness, may I inquire what it is you wish to know? Though Aerys was of exceedingly poor character, his King's Guard was unparalleled in its grandeur. Viserys understood that gaining the loyalty of the three before him would not be an instantaneous endeavor. It required a gradual approach. I wish to understand why you chose to protect Lady Stark at the Tower of Joy rather than join my brother, Rhaegar, in battle. Gallier exchanged discreet glances with the others, suspecting that Viserys had come to demand an explanation. Perhaps he believed that if the three of them had fought on the battlefield, Rhaegar would not have met his demise. However, upon closer observation, it was evident that there was no trace of reproach in Viserys' gaze. After a moment of contemplation, Gallier replied, I regret to inform you, Your Highness, that we cannot disclose that information at present. Not even if I were to become king. Viserys' words stirred unsettling memories within Gallier, memories of witnessing the Mad King burn Rickard and Brandon alive in the throne room. What would he do if Viserys, after his coronation, attempted to exert his royal authority over him? Beside him, Arthur Dayne pursed his lips, and an air of tension enveloped the gathering. Before Godslayer could respond, Viserys waved his hand dismissively and said, "Very well, I comprehend your position. I shall never impose my royal status upon you. My brother must have had his reasons for issuing such orders, and I trust him." At this, the three Kingsguard members released a collective sigh of relief. Their regard for him somewhat elevated, primarily due to his concluding remark, "I trust him." Viserys recognized that to earn their genuine loyalty, he needed to embody certain traits of rigor, at the very least expressing admiration and acknowledgement for him. This was akin to the tradition of maintaining the same hairstyle across generations in the Land of Light. Subsequently, Viserys engaged in further conversation with the three white-cloaked figures. Referencing various texts and quotes, the trio regarded him as a miniature version of rigor. Their discussion grew increasingly lively, nearly causing them to forget about Lyanna, who was in labor. "Arthur, you and the others should proceed with your patrol. I shall accompany His Highness, Viserys, to check on Lady Stark." While they were in high spirits, the situation concerning Lyanna weighed heavily on their minds. After all, in this era, the mortality rate of noble women during childbirth was alarmingly high, akin to that of peasant women. In their eyes, a savior nurtured by a mother and one without maternal care were fundamentally different concepts. Their concern for Lyanna's safety was palpable. Viserys noticed the slip of the tongue from the captain of the Kingsguard, suggesting that the three shared a close bond with Lyanna. He and Jailer traversed through the archway intricately carved to resemble a dragon's tail. Initially, the atmosphere felt uneventful. Yet upon hearing Lady Lyanna's anguished cries from above and the bustling of maidservants below, both men felt a tightening in their hearts. When Viserys saw a maid carrying a basin of blood-soaked water, he approached her and inquired, "What is the situation upstairs? Is Miss Stark's delivery going poorly?" The maid glanced at Jailer behind him before lowering her gaze and responding, "Miss Stark appears to be showing signs of severe hemorrhaging, and she keeps insisting that she sees Prince Rhaegar and wishes to leave this place." After delivering her message, the maid hurried away. "Sees Rhaegar? Wishes to leave?" Viserys pondered, suddenly struck by a thought, and he dashed away. "My prince, where are you going?" Jailer called after him, but receiving no reply, he hastened to follow, only to find Viserys' speed truly astonishing. Viserys burst into a room, emerging moments later with a glass candle in hand. "Your Highness?" "To the birthing chamber." Jailer was uncertain of Viserys' intentions, yet after their recent exchange, he felt an unwavering conviction that this youthful prince was not acting without purpose. They retraced their steps, Jailer closely trailing Viserys. Just as they neared the tower housing the birthing chamber, Viserys abruptly halted. "What is it?" Jailer inquired. Slowly, Viserys turned, the glass candle igniting with purple flames. "This," Jailer gasped, rendered speechless. "Ser Hightower, run swiftly and find Princess Elia. Tell her I need to borrow the Valyrian pendant left to her by my brother. Be quick." Jailer was completely swayed by Viserys' demeanor, harboring no doubts about his command. While this could be attributed to his own character, without their prior interactions, it would have been unlikely for Viserys to inspire such confidence. Just as Jailer was about to depart, the midwife in the tower suddenly shouted, "Quick! I need more hot water." It was evident that Lyanna's condition was rapidly deteriorating. Jailer steadied his sword with one hand and sprinted towards Elias' quarters. Meanwhile, the purple flames of the glass candle in Viserys' grasp flickered restlessly. Without a doubt, the imminent birth was that of the innocent Jon. As someone who had received a formal education, particularly in the field of education, Viserys believed that all events transpired for a reason. In the round hall, when the glass candle unexpectedly illuminated, Viserys had surmised that Jon's birth was intertwined with magical elements. Prophecy, magic, dragons, mysticism. Initially, Viserys struggled to connect these concepts, but when the attending maid informed him that Lyanna was experiencing hallucinations, the pieces began to fall into place. A height of approximately 1.50 m is considered quite commendable among peers. Moreover, akin to Rhaegar, the arms are notably long. Although he appears somewhat slender, it is of little concern. Once the training intensity increases, his appetite will naturally follow suit, and his weight will subsequently rise. Rhaegar was nearing his 20th year when he began learning the art of combat. William reminded himself to exercise utmost caution, ensuring not to harm Viserys. When Viserys' sword clashed with William's, a look of incredulity crossed William's face. Despite his tender age, Viserys possessed an astonishing strength, rivaling that of an adult. Sir William. Shall we continue? Indeed. Not only was he strong, but his stamina was also remarkable. As William assessed Viserys while delivering strikes, he had initially suggested that Viserys wield a wooden sword, considering that a boy of his age might struggle with a real blade. However, Viserys insisted on using a genuine sword. William did not oppose this, recognizing the youthful spirit of competition. Eventually, exhaustion would temper such fervor. Yet, he did not foresee that Viserys would persist in practicing with a real sword for nearly 2 hours, making rapid progress. His foundational swordsmanship was already remarkably proficient, rivaling that of seasoned warriors. Your Majesty, have you truly never practiced before? William inquired during a brief respite. Oh, I used to watch when you taught my elder brother. Viserys replied, taking a sip of water. Unable to clarify the extraordinary circumstances behind his prowess, he resorted to a faint explanation. The notion that he could achieve such a level merely through observation was utterly astonishing to William. Rhaegar had also learned swiftly in his time, yet Viserys' aptitude was unparalleled. William surmised that if Viserys maintained this pace, in no more than 6 months, he would have little left to teach him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, they decided to take a break and head toward the Revelry on Dragonstone Island. Due to the affairs concerning Pycelle, the Revelry was now under Viserys' stewardship. Sir William, if you were on the battlefield, how many adversaries could you defeat simultaneously? William understood that Viserys was likely still preoccupied with the concept of warfare. Yet, it was beneficial for him to grasp the grim realities of battle. It depends. It hinges on the skill level of the opponents. If they are inexperienced recruits, I believe I could handle 20 or 30 without difficulty. However, if they are seasoned veterans, their coordination would likely limit me to around 17 or 18. Or perhaps even fewer. And what of elite warriors? Like those guards we brought from King's Landing? Viserys inquired earnestly. Chapter 25, Intelligence. Presently, Viserys was aware that 5 veteran essences could amalgamate to form 1 elite essence. 30 elite essences could merge into a warrior essence. William expressed that he might struggle to overcome even 30 veterans, indicating that absorbing all essences would be an exceedingly impractical endeavor. Chapter 20. The prophecy jailer entrusted the Valyrian steel pendant to Vera, Lioness handmaiden. Although Vera was unaware of its significance, she took the pendant into the birthing chamber. Rhaegar. Wait for me, Rhaegar. At that moment, Lyanna was in a dire state. Her already pale complexion had turned as white as a sheet. Where are you going? Where are you going? Wait for me. Wait for me. Sweat beaded on Lioness' forehead, her brown hair clinging to her face and neck. Her anxious demeanor suggested she was genuinely chasing after Rhaegar. Her breaths became increasingly erratic, her chest heaving like a bellows, and sounds escaped her mouth and nose. Her eyes were fixed, staring at the ceiling as if trying to bore a hole through it with her gaze. The peculiar sight even drew a glance from someone as composed as Rilla, who looked up at the ceiling. Miss Stark! Miss Stark! Vera pressed the pendant into Lioness' hand, and together they clasped it. Miraculously, as Lyanna made contact with the Valyrian steel pendant, her expression gradually softened. Moments later, even the bleeding began to subside rapidly. Though her breaths remained heavy, they had assumed a more rhythmic pattern. With a loud wail, both Viserys and Jailer, standing outside the door, breathed a sigh of relief. When the midwife announced that both mother and child were safe, the two exchanged a knowing smile. Long before Jailer borrowed the Valyrian steel pendant from Elia, the glass candle in Viserys' hand had already extinguished. They had made it just in time. Although Jailer was unaware of how the pendant worked as Viserys had instructed him to borrow it, there was no doubt it was effective. He was also grateful that Viserys had sent him to find Elia. To Jailer's surprise, Elia was not in her chamber but was instead praying in the temple with Rilla. This detail added to his journey. It was truly admirable that Elia, given her relationship with Lyanna, could pray for her and her child. One might expect a lesser person to harbor thoughts of harm. Your Highness. Call me Viserys. Very well, Prince Viserys. Could you enlighten me as to why? Regarding the glass candle and the pendant. Initially, Jailer had addressed him as Your Highness, but after their conversation, he shifted to Prince Viserys. Now, out of respect, he reverted to the former. Ah. You do enjoy inversion in speech, Viserys mused, shaking his head. It is not that I am unwilling to share. I simply do not fully comprehend the reasoning myself and cannot articulate it clearly. Let us inform Mother and Sir Arthur of this matter. When Sir Arthur Dane and Oswell learned of Lyanna's successful delivery, they felt a profound sense of relief. This indicated that the prophecy had come to fruition. Jailer also recounted the matter of the pendant, leaving them equally perplexed. Perhaps it is a talisman left behind by Prince Rhaegar. Oswell speculated. However, how does one explain this? Glass candles? Jiro once again mentioned his inverted sentences. Our prince is truly remarkable, Arthur Dane remarked. Both were acutely aware that he was not referring to Rhaegar. Meanwhile, Viserys understood that Jon was the firstborn of the prophesied prince, which meant that the yet-to-be-born Dany would be the second. At that time, it was highly likely that Rhaella would encounter a similar predicament. He felt as though an unseen force was intent on taking away the mother of the prophesied child. Rhaella, Lyanna, and the woman who bore the false Aegon were all sources of his concern, with Rhaella being the most troubling. If his actions had thwarted the divine plan this time, what would happen in the future? Would retribution befall him? However, soon Viserys' expression hardened. His face taut as he gazed skyward. His objective was to survive, if everything was indeed part of a grand design. He must confront it to avoid donning the molten crown. It was prudent to prepare extensively rather than engage in self-defeating fears. With this realization, Viserys became resolute. After Lyanna successfully gave birth to a son, Rhaella announced the continuation of their previous meeting, which now saw an increase in attendees. All three Kingsguard were present, possessing both virtue and skill of the highest caliber. As everyone took their seats, one individual appeared particularly pleased, the acting lord of Dragonstone, Laemi. With Lyanna and her child now on Dragonstone, one of the reasons for Robert's rebellion was the alleged abduction of his betrothed by Rhaegar. Now that the truth was revealed that Lyanna and Rhaegar were genuinely in love, Robert's misplaced affections were rendered moot. Even during childbirth, she had called out Rhaegar's name. Laemi mused that perhaps the North would withdraw their forces, as the rebellion had lost its justification, and the Riverlands and Vale would cease their hostilities. To this acting lord, the situation appeared exceedingly favorable. Your Majesty, I believe we can now issue orders to inform the lords of Lyanna's circumstances, and then grant clemency to Robert. Before he could finish, Viserys coldly stopped, his disdain evident to all present. Clemency for Robert? Pray tell, Sir Laemi, what do we possess to grant such mercy? He commands the Iron Throne and wields a great army. What do we have? Merely a Lyanna? If I were not a prince and had slain your brother, would you truly forgive me? Jon Arryn openly defied royal decree. The Lannisters murdered the former king, and the Tullys are opportunistic. Do you genuinely believe they would allow Robert to retreat? Viserys derisively questioned, scrutinizing Laemi with an expression of utter incredulity. His tone reflected not only his disdain for Laemi's initial mindset of submission, but also served to convey his determination to all present, dispelling their naive fantasies. Since this battle is destined for victory, allow me to accompany you. Did you not once assert that there is no better means of rapid growth than to stand upon the battlefield? Observing the earnestness reflected in Viserys' violet eyes, Jello cast a pleading glance towards Layla. Chapter 26. The marksman Layla had not anticipated that Viserys remained so fixated on the notion of the battlefield. Furthermore, he had come prepared, cleverly manipulating Jello's words. Viserys, I understand your eagerness to engage in combat, but you have only recently commenced your training. As we discussed previously, for your own well-being, Sir Jello and the others will need to divert their attention. Layla endeavored to soothe her son. So, if my martial skills receive the approval of all, I shall be permitted to join the fray, correct? Viserys inquired, looking up at Layla. Indeed. Once your skills reach a certain level, you shall undoubtedly be called to the battlefield, Layla affirmed with a smile, pleased to see her reassurances take effect. After all, the recognition of one's prowess is inherently subjective. As long as she and the Kingsguard reached a consensus, Viserys would certainly not be thrust into battle unnecessarily. However, William sensed that the situation might be amiss. Viserys pointed to a long dragonbone bow hanging on the wall, declaring, if I can shoot that lemon in the courtyard from this room with that bow, I should be allowed to accompany Sir Jello. A lemon? Layla peered out at the lemon tree, at least 200 meters away. Moreover, that longbow required a sturdy draw, and given Viserys' arm length, it was utterly impossible for him to fully draw it. In essence, if he wished to wield that bow, he would need several more years for his body to mature adequately. She subtly glanced at Jello for confirmation, who nodded, believing it a reasonable challenge to accept. Setting an unattainable goal for Viserys in the near term would not only foster his rapid development but also divert his incessant thoughts of the battlefield. Very well. I shall grant you this, should you succeed in striking the lemon from your room, you may join the battle. Layla's tone bore a hint of coaxing. Then I shall attempt it now. Viserys' heart leaped with excitement. With the skills of a warrior, he could hit that lemon even with his eyes closed. Alas! He had traversed into this realm far too early. Had he been of 15 or 16 years, the obstacles to joining the fray would have been significantly diminished. To dissuade him from further longing for battle, Layla and the others provided him with space. William even personally handed him an arrow, which stood almost to Viserys' chest. To him, it resembled a short spear, while the longbow towered over him. Viserys brandished the longbow and arrow before the window. To onlookers, it seemed improbable that he could even manage to knock an arrow, let alone shoot one. Yet, despite the realization that their king might face embarrassment, the group felt a sense of relief. At the very least, it directed his ambitions towards a tangible goal. Chapter 21, Side Story. The erroneous spring. After several days of recuperation, Lyanna finally emerged from the trials of childbirth, confirming that her condition had stabilized. Rhaella personally sought her out. Lyanna's child, with raven hair and dark eyes, bore little resemblance to the Targaryens, which left Rhaella somewhat disheartened. However, being merely a bastard, it was of little consequence to her. Lyanna, cradling her son, who could barely open his eyes, sat up eagerly upon Rhaella's arrival. Your Majesty. Lyanna and her maidens offered a courteous bow. Enough, this is not your affair. I wish to speak with Miss Stark in private, Rhaella declared. In her eyes, since Lyanna and her son had not undergone a formal marriage ceremony, she remained Miss Stark, having long anticipated Rhaella's disdain. Lyanna averted her gaze from the violet eyes and focused instead on the hem of her gown. The queen did not take a seat, but stood there, looking down upon Lyanna from her elevated position. The room was now filled with a palpable tension, rendering Lyanna's breath somewhat labored. Miss Stark, I wish to know everything about you and my son, Rhaella insisted, placing heavy emphasis on the word everything. I am uncertain where your Majesty would like me to begin. Lyanna replied, though she remained resolute in her defiance. She understood that her current steadfastness was not merely an assertion of her own integrity but a shield for her son. Rhaella's brow furrowed slightly as she closed her eyes and began. Let us commence from the moment of your second encounter, the day when it was rumored that Rhaegar abducted you. Lyanna anchored her thoughts to over a year prior. A pained expression crossed her face, only to be replaced by a soothing calm as she recalled the events. Your Majesty, I imagine you do not believe that Rhaegar abducted me, do you? Of course not, Rhaella replied, her expression taut. Then I must speak some impolite truths, Lyanna continued. Proceed. Rhaegar did not abduct me, he rescued me. And this is how you repay him. Rhaella's tone grew fervent, her grip tightening on the handkerchief, her shoulders trembling slightly. I, too, lost track of the events of that day. When I awoke once more, King Aerys was. Lyanna paused, her voice faltering as the memory surged forth. King Aerys was unfastening my garments. An explosion of realization struck Rhaella like a thunderclap, and she swallowed hard. And then? At that moment, Rhaegar intervened, taking me away, but we were pursued, and thus we could only flee. Lyanna's tone brightened, as if recalling the exhilaration of their escape on horseback. Rhaegar intended to return me to Dorne, yet outside, the rumor spread that he had kidnapped me. By now, Rhaella had begun to piece together the events, though uncertainty still lingered. At that time, none of us had foreseen the gravity of the situation. Lyanna continued. Although I hold affection for Rhaegar, I am acutely aware of his existing wife and children. She cast a glance down at her son nestled in her arms. At that moment, Rhaella too looked at the infant in her embrace, as if to convey, since you are already aware, what does this signify? We had been in hiding for quite some time, remaining largely oblivious to the happenings outside. Upon learning of my brother's demise in King's Landing, it became evident to me that war was imminent. To avert this conflict, my only recourse seemed to be bearing a child for Rhaegar, thereby demonstrating our sincere love, which might perhaps stave off the impending war. Rhaella pondered this notion, recognizing that while it was far from an ideal solution, presenting the child to Robert and Eddard might eliminate their justification for rebellion. There was, however, another reason that Lyanna did not voice. She harbored reservations about the marriage her father had orchestrated for her. Lyanna was astute, having disowned long ago that Robert could not possibly restrain his desires. Rhaegar confided his troubles to me. Aerys, the former king, harbored distrust towards him. The lords were driven by their own agendas, and my father was actively seeking to expand the North's influence southward. When I broached the idea of having a child with him, Rhaegar firmly declined, explaining that presenting me with the crown of love and beauty at the tournament was merely an overture to the north, and that the tournament itself was an endeavor to dissuade my father from his ambitions. As Lyanna recounted her tale, the melancholic, introspective prince, perpetually burdened by worry, seemed to materialize once more in my mind. Who, then, was spreading the rumor of Rhaegar's abduction of Lyanna? The answer was all too clear: Aerys. At this thought, Rhaella's animosity towards him intensified. Just then, a smile blossomed on Lyanna's lips, and she finally mustered the courage to meet Rhaella's gaze. Do you know how I persuaded him? Rhaella shook her head. Did Rhaegar ever speak to you of a prophecy? The dragon has 3 heads. Rhaella nodded. I said, Rhaegar, do you recall? Your Targaryens owe the Starks a princess. Let this be your restitution. At this point, Lyanna's smile widened, imbued with a hint of pride. Rhaella recognized she was referring to the pact of ice and fire established during the Dance of Dragons, wherein the Starks would support the Black faction in the conflict, in return for a Targaryen princess to wed into their lineage. Initially, Rhaegar was resistant, yet I persisted in pressing the matter. The recollection of annoying him brought a playful glimmer to Lyanna's expression, as she reminisced about the tender moments shared with Rhaegar, her favorite being his harp playing and the way he would impart knowledge from books. The affection reflected in her features even moved Rhaella, who found herself enviously admiring the girl before her. After all, she was well aware of her son's remarkable qualities. Rhaella deemed it unnecessary to pursue further inquiries. Combining the information gleaned from Jaime and the others, Rhaella was convinced she had reconstructed the full narrative of events. After all, Conqueror Aegon once faced a fragmented Westeros, while Viserys must contend with a united alliance. It is Ser Jorah Hightower, the White Bull Jorah, the Dawnblade, and Ser Harwin. Accompanied by Jorah and others, Viserys arrived at the harbor encampment. Yet, in comparison to his royal presence, the renowned Kingsguard drew far more attention. After all, no one desires to be commanded by a mere child, no matter his royal title. Jorah and Arthur flanked him on either side, while Oswell followed behind, bearing the black banner of the 3-headed dragon. The 3 formed a protective triangle around Viserys. He could sense the soldiers' skepticism towards him. Alas, not everyone possesses the stature of an 8-year-old. He had no intention of speaking at length. Merely establishing the rewards and punishments for this battle would suffice. Upon settling into the encampment, the captains of the fleet soon came forth to pay their respects, though their demeanor was respectful. Viserys understood that it was largely due to Jorah and the others. Clearing his throat, he addressed them, Gentlemen, the usurper Robert is about to invade Dragonstone. Former allies have now turned into our adversaries. However, fear not, for the fleet of Dragonstone is the mightiest in Westeros, and its supplies are ample enough to sustain us for a decade. Furthermore, I have dispatched exceptional commanders like Ser Jorah to assist you, and we shall surely repel the usurper's forces. Viserys inspired them, suddenly recalling how he used to rally his students as a teacher, whether before major exams or athletic competitions. One must emphasize strengths rather than weaknesses. Long life your majesty. We pledge to secure victory. Repel the usurper. The captain's response was not fervent, but it was adequate. Jorah discreetly glanced at Viserys, noting that even the youngest among them was more than thrice his age. The mere ability to articulate his thoughts in front of such a crowd was commendable. More remarkably, he had managed to elevate their morale to some extent. Arthur shared the same sentiment, reflecting that if Rhaegar could witness Viserys' current performance, he would undoubtedly feel reassured. Yet he pondered. Since Rhaegar had been able to send dreams to Viserys, perhaps he could also observe the present scene. Viserys continued, Gentlemen, I implore you to assure our soldiers that I shall not be stingy with rewards. Upon your return, convey this command, for every enemy slain, a bounty of 10 golden dragons. For every ship sunk or captured, the captain shall be granted a lordship. For those already possessing knighthood, I shall bestow an additional title for their sons to inherit. Titles for slaying foes. Over 100 captains instinctively swallowed hard. Many gazed at Viserys with fervent eyes, as if beholding a tantalizing and naked form full of temptation. Chapter 22. The Coronation Part 1. If the Battle of the Trident marked the severing of the dragon's wings and claws, then the conquest of King's Landing, aided by Tywin, signified the decapitation of the dragon itself. A mere 2 months after the fall of King's Landing, Eddard Stark descended southward to lift the siege of Storm's End. The Red Wine fleet, which had been blockading Storm's End, had already withdrawn, and even the fleet's master, Lord Redwine, was preparing to send his 2 sons to King's Landing as cupbearers. In this context, the term cupbearer served as a euphemism for hostages. Subsequently, intensive negotiations with the Riverlands commenced, while envoys bound for Dorne were already en route. It was evident that the Roberts' rebellion, which had unfolded over less than 2 years, was drawing to a close. The dragon that had circled Westeros for 3 centuries had left little behind, save for a few dragon eggs in its lair. Robert believed that with but a mere gesture, he could lay waste to Dragonstone, leaving no scale unturned. The majority of battles had been fought, and what remained was the fulfillment of his claim. Robert was poised to hold his coronation in King's Landing, to be proclaimed Robert Baratheon I. As the Duke of the Riverlands, Mace Tyrell, arrived in King's Landing with his son, the banners of the Golden Stag adorned the city walls, while the red three-headed dragon standard lay discarded like a tattered rag upon the ground. Even the colorful insignias of lesser-known houses fluttered triumphantly in the breeze, as if mocking the Targaryen banner, now solid and trodden into the mud. It appeared that the Targaryens were truly finished. Upon his return to King's Landing, the stout Mace Tyrell felt a pang of melancholy. 3 centuries prior, the Riverlands had belonged to the Gardner family, with the Tyrells serving merely as their stewards. It was only through the support of the conqueror Aegon that the Tyrells ascended as lords of the Riverlands, which elucidated their allegiance to the Targaryens. Although they had withdrawn their forces after the fall of King's Landing, Robert's reckoning was inevitable. Stannis had already sought the hand of Florent, who had long opposed the Tyrells, while Mace's youngest son, Loras, was to be sent to Storm's End as a retainer. With such heavy thoughts, Mace's carriage rolled into King's Landing. Upon entering the Red Keep, he was met with the sight of the Golden Stag banners once more. However, the scene within the court left him aghast, as golden-haired figures filled the halls. The Lannisters had evidently infiltrated the Red Keep. Indeed, Lord Tywin had placed his bets at a critical juncture, reaping substantial political rewards for the West. His daughter Cersei was on the cusp of becoming queen. As Mace disembarked from his carriage, a young man with golden hair approached him. From a distance, he recognized the Tyrell sigil of the green gold rose. "My Lord Mace, King Robert's coronation will take place in September," the young man announced. Mace furrowed his brow. He was well aware that the king's coronation was to occur before the statues of the Seven in September. Yet, the message he had received clearly stated that the ceremony was to be held tomorrow. Was it not said that the coronation would take place the day after? "It is today, Lord Tiller. You must have made a mistake." Mace glanced at the golden-haired youth before him, a smile gracing his lips, and, feeling somewhat vexed, climbed into the carriage. At this moment, the entirety of Westeros still bore the banner of the three-headed dragon, with only Dragonstone remaining as its stronghold. The flag of Dragonstone was solely that of the three-headed dragon. In the original timeline, Lena hastily crowned Viserys upon learning of the fall of King's Landing and the death of Aerys. However, in this timeline, the unexpected arrival of 3 Kingsguard from Dorne, seemingly grown overnight and possessing the gifts of a dreamwalker, provided this woman, who had lost both son and husband within a moon's time, with remarkable composure. She now had ample time to arrange a coronation ceremony for her son that would be as grand as possible. At this moment, Viserys stood within the sanctum of Dragonstone. The statues of the 7 gods in the sanctum were said to have been carved from the masts of the ships used by the Targaryen ancestors when they crossed the sea. The eyes of the crone were adorned with pearls, exuding an air of extraordinary compassion. The beard of the father was gilded, exuding a sense of great authority. Layers of paint, gold leaf, and silver plating rendered the statues of the 7 gods strikingly opulent. Lena held in her hands a golden crown. In the original timeline, due to time constraints, she had opted to use her own lesser crown as a substitute. Yet now, with a month to prepare, she had crafted a golden diadem for Viserys. The crown was not large, set with 7 precious stones. Under the watchful gaze of Elia and other family members, as well as the 3 Kingsguard and some minor lords of Dragonstone, Viserys approached Lena. Robb gazed at the statues within the sanctum. Even though he knew he would ascend the Iron Throne, the moment of his coronation felt dreamlike. He cast a glance over his shoulder. Seated prominently was his adoptive father, Duke Alan. Beside him, clad in black and forever bearing a frosty demeanor, sat his dear brother Eddard. The members of House Tully donned blue robes, the Lannisters wore red, and the Tyrells were clad in green. His youngest brother, Renly, looked on with bright, eager eyes. As for Stannis, barely 20 and already facing a precarious hairline. Best not to mention him. And then there was Cersei, his betrothed, the future queen. Truth be told, Robb found Cersei quite attractive. He longed for her in that very moment. He slowly approached the high septon. This high septon is rather rotund, I certainly do not wish to resemble him. A peculiar thought flitted through Rob's mind, yet under the scrutiny of all, he knelt like a marionette beneath the crown that symbolized divine authority. However, a small complication arose during the coronation ceremony on Dragonstone. Viserys chose not to kneel before the statues of the 7 gods but instead turned to face the Kingsguard and his family behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, last night I dreamt of my brother, Viserys began. Viserys, Lena whispered urgently, for it was known that the sanctum of Dragonstone also housed nuns and monks. Your Majesty has not yet arrived today. Fu Lin, please inquire. As you command, Your Highness. Shortly after, Fu Lin hurriedly returned. Your Highness. His Majesty has already boarded the warship and set sail. What? Wasn't it scheduled for tomorrow? Over 100 ships, their black sails unfurled, advanced like a colossal wave of darkness. At this moment, Viserys had joined Gyro aboard the flagship. Your Majesty, is this truly wise? Do not worry, Viserys reassured. At worst, we shall return to face some punishment. He silently added, fortunate that Layla is not a woman driven by ambition. Had it been someone else, chaos would surely ensue. Now, the soldiers of the fleet were aware that their king was aboard the flagship. Most importantly, 3 members of the Kingsguard were fighting alongside them, bolstering morale significantly. Consequently, Viserys' participation in the battle reached 65%. This implied he could claim more than half of the essence sent by Robert. In fact, during the ensuing conflict, he need not concern himself with anything. He merely had to allow Gyro to issue commands in his name. He could simply relish the experience of the battlefield. Soon, a wall of blue sails approached the Dragonstone fleet gradually. The blue sails bore a depiction of a cluster of purple grapes. It was indeed the Red Wing fleet from Chinton Island. 2 months prior, the Red Wing fleet had besieged Wind's Rest as part of the royalist forces. Now, merely 2 months later, they were turning their swords against Dragonstone. In the eyes of Count Redwyn, this battle was not unwinnable. After all, the current Dragonstone fleet lacked any distinguished commanders. The island was, in essence, a sanctuary of widows and orphans. A full-scale assault would surely bring it down, albeit at a considerable cost to his own forces. In essence, he was no different from the wily veteran in his own fleet. Ultimately, his allegiance to Robert was merely a consequence of circumstance, offering him little advantage. In other words, what did Robert truly offer? Why risk one's life? There was a prevailing consensus within the halls of King's Landing. Dragonstone would require at least 2 to 3 years of siege and maneuvering to be conquered. This offensive was more akin to a threat. Robert's decision to monitor the Red Wing fleet was primarily to ensure the intimidation was effective. Thus, for Count Redwyn, engaging in battle was secondary, evading the watchful eyes of Robert's appointed agents took precedence. However, the individual sent by Robert, or rather, Stannis, was quite intriguing. He turned out to be a maritime smuggler. This fellow was exceedingly familiar with the sea, making it quite challenging to deceive him. This so-called smuggler was none other than Davos Seaworth. During the siege of Wind's Rest, Davos had secretly supplied Stannis with onions and salted fish, preventing the townsfolk from starving and ensuring that Wind's Rest did not fall. This further secured Robert's advantage over the royalist forces. It can be said that this seemingly inconsequential figure became the final straw that would break the dynasty. Chapter 23, the Coronation Part, Heir Viserys. Layla reminded once more, her heart heavy with longing for rigor. Though her curiosity about her younger son's dreams was palpable, the occasion rendered such inquiries inappropriate. Should he claim to have dreamt of rigor, even if it were true, few would likely believe him. The faith of the 7 is deeply entrenched in Westeros. Even Aegon the Conqueror humbly crowned himself before the 7. Layla's primary concern now was that Viserys' actions might provoke disdain among the Kingsguard. In truth, after a month of acquaintance, several of the Kingsguard had begun to regard Viserys with a degree of respect, even finding some credibility in his assertion of dreaming of rigor. Viserys surveyed the room, feeling the weight of every gaze fixed upon him. Such scrutiny was not unfamiliar. He had once encountered a similar atmosphere when being evaluated for a first-class teaching position, with countless superiors in attendance. He spoke with calm assurance. My brother told me that the crown elevates its bearer, symbolizing status. His voice resonated within the halls of the 7, crystal clear to all present. In a corner, Laimi smirked slightly. While his statement bore no falsehood, it lacked substance. If Viserys had interrupted the coronation merely to utter such a phrase, it would be akin to shooting oneself in the foot. Yet Layla, Elia, and Lyanna understood that Viserys had more to convey, their eyes fixed upon him. eager for further words regarding rigor. My brother also said that the true meaning of the crown is, when calamity descends from the heavens, I shall shield you from all, forever allowing you to behold only golden hope. A wave of silence enveloped the room as Layla and the others, including the King's Guard, found their minds momentarily blank. A tingling sensation coursed from their feet to the crown of their heads. Elia could not contain her tears, believing these to be words rigor would speak. Lioness emotions surged, her lips moving in silent prayer. The King's Guard, too, ceased to doubt the authenticity of rigor's visitation in dreams. Viserys was astonished to see Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, with tears glistening in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Arthur tilted his head slightly, suppressing the welling emotion. William, standing at the periphery, stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, feeling a tumultuous swell within his chest. Viserys continued, I am aware that in terms of virtue and capability, I fall short of my brother's greatness. Thus, he turned to face the King's Guard, who instinctively straightened their posture in response. Sir Gerald Hightower, Sir Arthur Dayne, and Sir Oswell Went, should you discover any blemish upon my character, I implore you to speak candidly. I shall never hold your honesty against you, unless you find yourselves in the embrace of the Seven or fall valiantly in battle. Until then, you shall forever remain my sworn King's Guard. Upon concluding, Viserys bowed his head in deference to them. The three King's Guard had never witnessed such an occasion, and an inferno ignited within their chests. They drew their swords and placed them upon the ground. Layla understood that they were formally pledging their fealty to Viserys. I shall protect your safety, offer counsel, and willingly sacrifice my life in times of peril. I swear by the old and new gods. The three proclaimed their loyalty in unison, their voices resonating like the tolling of a great bell. Viserys responded immediately, I swear that at my hearth, you shall always have a place, and you shall drink and feast at my table. I vow never to compel you to commit any act of injustice. I swear by the old and new gods. In the next moment, as the ceremony concluded, Viserys felt the stirrings of his golden finger once again. The final function, transfer, was now at his disposal. Protector of the Seven Kingdoms, King of the Undos, the Ruiner, and the First Man, Robert Baratheon I. Under the proclamation of the High Septon, Robert, slightly dazed, donned the stat crown. He accepted the congratulations of the lords throughout the realm, feeling as though he were floating among the clouds. May he reign in peace. Observing the jubilant courtiers, Robert found himself momentarily lost in blissful ignorance, smiling foolishly and unsure of what to say, until he caught the eye of his foster father, Alan, prompting him to recall the matter he was to announce next. Ahem. Robert cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. The rapist rigor has been vanquished, and the Mad King has perished. Yet, in the dragon's nest across the narrow sea, remnants of the cursed dragons remain. For 3 centuries, the Targaryens have wreaked havoc with their dragon magic. Today, we shall eradicate them once and for all. Sir Gendry Redwine, the knight, who had been ordered by Aerys to attack Storm's End, stood ready to receive the commands of his new king. Within 10 days, assault Dragonstone and completely eliminate the remnants of the cursed dragons. Witnessing Robert's righteous fervor, Tywin below found the spectacle somewhat amusing. Robert's claim to the throne stemmed from the bloodline of his grandmother, Rhaella Targaryen. Yet here he was, loudly denouncing the remnants of the dragons, an absurdity in itself. Meanwhile, Jaime, restored as a King's Guard, shifted his gaze between Tywin and Robert. His motivation for slaying Aerys was partly for personal vengeance and partly to protect the citizens of King's Landing. Yet his father led an army to pillage the city, resulting in the deaths of at least 40 to 50,000 innocents. And now Robert proclaimed a bloodbath at Dragonstone. Had the king on the Iron Throne truly changed? It seemed so, yet not entirely. Jaime felt utterly bewildered. As you command, your grace. Redwyn could scarcely believe his ears. It was the Dawnblade, the Imperial Guard's Dawnblade. In that moment, Redwyn was nearly bereft of the will to continue fighting. No wonder the Targaryens were so emboldened. The Dawnblade was present. If the Dawnblade was here, did that mean White Bujiro was as well? Originally, 2 of the Iron Guard had surrendered, 1 had defected, and 2 had perished, leaving 3 remaining. This meant he had to face 3 members of the Imperial Guard alone. Retreat! Retreat! Redwyn no longer entertained the notion of holding out any longer. After all, the left flank was comprised entirely of Robert's men. Losing it would be inconsequential. It was quite normal for him to falter in the face of 3 Imperial Guards. No one could claim he had not exerted himself. At that moment, Davos on the left flank was utterly panicked. He yearned only to flee. It was the Dawnblade. Yet it was too late. Arthur's flagship surged ahead, swift and urgent. After a violent shudder, the dragon's head had already breached the hull of Davos' ship. Long live His Majesty, King Viserys! Arthur's white cloak billowed behind him as he and the soldiers on board charged towards Davos' warship. Chapter 30. A far-reaching scheme. The highest tower on Dragon's Dome was the Sea Dragon Tower, where the Stallers resided. At this time, however, William had secured the area tightly. Within the Sea Dragon Tower, Queen Mother Rilla, Elia, and Lyanna were all present. They peered through telescopes, hoping to discern the situation on the battlefield. Alas! The distance rendered their view nothing more than vague silhouettes of blue and black sails. The finer details of the conflict remained utterly obscured. Rest assured, Your Majesty. King Viserys will be unharmed. With all 3 Imperial Guards present, none are stronger than they. Lyanna reassured the others, prompting Rilla to lower her telescope and nod in agreement. On the battlefield, Arthur Dayne, clad in a white cloak, resembled a whirlwind of pale light. Upon leaping onto the enemy ship, he traversed from bow to stern in the blink of an eye. The soldiers of Reborn's fleet quaked not only at his martial prowess but also at his formidable reputation. The Targaryen soldiers following Arthur were equally valiant. In their eyes, the men aboard the ship were no enemies, but rather mere coin. From a higher vantage point, one would observe that Arthur and his companions were akin to pistons in a syringe, forcing Reborn's soldiers downward. In their panic, some soldiers attempted to leap overboard to escape. But the swift ships responsible for encirclement had long since completed their trap. Davos sought to hastily maneuver his vessel to safety. Yet the Targaryen warships had sealed off all avenues of retreat. In that fleeting instant, the man known as the Onion Knight contemplated a desperate fight. Yet the gazes of the Targaryen soldiers upon him were reminiscent of famished beasts, their eyes glistening with a ravenous hunger. This instilled within him a profound sense of dread. The Dawnblade. It was the Dawnblade. As the soldiers aboard the ship recognized Arthur Dayne's form, they too nearly surrendered the last vestiges of their resolve. Chapter 24. The Warriors. Gero Hyter, the warrior. Arthur Dayne, the warrior. Oswell Went, the warrior. William Derry, the warrior. The prowess of Gero and his companions was unanimously deemed as that of warriors by the Golden Finger. Despite their shared title, their strengths varied considerably. Among them, Sir Arthur, the Sword of Dawn, stood as the mightiest. However, the King's Guard served not merely as bodyguards. They were also an elite cadre of royal officers close to the king. Each of the 3 possessed the capability to command troops in battle, with Gero as the captain. Being the most adept in military strategy, he was also tasked with drafting the principal elements of the battle plan. Sir Arthur, I am dispatching 30 swift ships to flank the enemy. At your command. Sir Oswell, you will apply pressure on the enemy from the side. At your command. Sir William, you shall remain on the island to protect His Majesty. William accepted his orders, recognizing that his overall capabilities were not on par with the other 3, making his assignment to stay on the island quite fitting. The former queen, now the dowager, Layla, entirely concurred with Gero's arrangements. Lacking military knowledge, she understood that the battlefield was not a place for her to meddle. Of course, these were preliminary arrangements. With Robert now holding the initiative, they needed to remain cautious. At that moment, Viserys interjected, Sir Gero, I believe my presence on the battlefield would serve to bolster morale. Allow me to accompany you. His reasoning was quite straightforward. He sought to enhance his perceived involvement as judged by the Golden Finger. The outcome of this battle was already a foregone conclusion. The fleet had successfully repelled Robert's initial assault without the 3 Kingsguard. With them now as commanders, they were destined for an even greater victory. Though Robert's side would undoubtedly pay a heavy price, all of that would be pure essence. With sufficient essence, he could almost instantaneously acquire a force of elite soldiers. Absolutely not. No sooner had he spoken than his proposal was dismissed by Layla, her tone stern and somewhat urgent. You are now a king. Engaging in battle against the enemy is not what a king should do, she urged, having just lost a son on the battlefield and not wishing to endure another loss. Similarly, Gero and the others would not permit Viserys to venture into combat. They had recently lost an ideal king and could not bear to lose another. In terms of both status and age, Viserys was ill-suited for the fray. Indeed, Your Majesty, should you enter the battlefield, Sir Gero may be compelled to divert his attention to your safety, Arthur said earnestly and cautiously. His words, when translated, were akin to suggesting that Viserys on the battlefield would be a burden. Viserys was fully aware that his proposal would meet opposition. Yet, He yearned to increase his involvement by personally stepping onto the battlefield, even if merely to serve as a cheerleader or a morale-boosting mascot. More importantly, the Golden Finger did not acknowledge his standing within the military. To gain prestige within the military, there exists no swifter method than leading troops into battle. He was acutely aware that victory in this conflict was assured, and to forego the opportunity to garner some esteem would indeed be a lamentable oversight. However, with everyone currently opposing him, there was little merit in contending against the collective will. He resolved to ponder a solution gradually. Indeed, you speak with wisdom. Upon witnessing that Viserys no longer insisted on his original stance, Rilla and the others exhaled in relief. Rilla, with her perceptive nature, believed she could empathize with her son's sentiments. Judging by Viserys' previous demeanor, it was evident that he held a deep admiration for Rhaegar, which had fostered a desire to emulate him. Viserys, if you wish to take the field, then I advise you to practice your martial skills diligently with Sir William and to learn the art of command from Sir Jorah. Your day will surely come. Rilla placed her hand gently on Viserys' shoulder, offering quiet comfort. I understand, mother, Viserys replied, then turned to Sir William, stating, let us commence from today. Very well. Your Majesty, William nodded solemnly, for few in the realm have the opportunity to impart martial knowledge to a king. He began to assess Viserys' physique. Standing at approximately 5 feet tall, he was well proportioned among his peers. Like Rhaegar, he boasted long arms, though he appeared somewhat slender. That would soon change as his training intensified and his appetite grew, leading to an increase in weight. William reminded himself to exercise utmost caution, ensuring he did not injure Viserys. When their swords clashed, a look of disbelief crossed William's face. Despite his youth, Viserys possessed astonishing strength, rivaling that of an adult. Sir William, let us continue. Ah, indeed. Not only is he strong, but his stamina is remarkable as well. As William instructed Viserys, he evaluated his progress. Initially, considering Viserys' age, William had suggested a wooden sword, fearing he might struggle with a real one. Yet, Viserys insisted on wielding a true blade. William acquiesced. Recognizing the youthful spirit of competition, he anticipated that exhaustion would soon temper Viserys' fervor. What he did not foresee was that Viserys would persist in sparring with him for nearly 2 hours, making rapid advancements. His foundational swordsmanship was already impressively adept, akin to that of a seasoned warrior. Your Majesty, have you truly never practiced before? William inquired during a brief respite. Oh, when you taught my elder brother, I would stealthily observe, Viserys replied, taking a sip of water. Given the complexities of explaining his innate talents, he opted for a fabricated excuse. However, his reasoning astonished William even further. To achieve such proficiency merely through observation was nothing short of extraordinary. Though Rhaegar had also learned swiftly, he had never displayed such prodigious aptitude. If 3 Kingsguard were added, including the exceptionally skilled Arthur Dayne, the scales of victory would surely tip to the right. Ed found himself somewhat perplexed by the current situation. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, the most likely hiding place for the 3 Kingsguard should be in Dorne. Ed implied that once Dorne surrendered, the truth of the matter would inevitably come to light. What troubled him even more was the continued disappearance of Lyanna. He had no inkling of where Rhaegar had concealed her. These wretched men, why do they pledge allegiance to a madman? To a rapist? The misfortunes of war prompted Robert to vent his frustrations. Perhaps if it weren't for Jorah and the others, his forces would have already taken Dragonstone. Your Majesty. They are merely loyal to their oaths, Barristan, now the captain of Robert's Kingsguard, spoke softly. Robert cast a sidelong glance at him, letting out a scoff, intending to retort but ultimately refraining. In the Battle of the Trident, Barristan had sustained serious injuries and chose to yield after Robert offered him aid. The white cloak he wore was draped upon him by Jorah himself. He had a deep-seated trust in the character of Jorah and his companions. When Barristan learned that Jorah and the others had not only reached Dragonstone but also repelled the fleet of Redwyne, his heart was tormented by the notion of betrayal. Yet, Robert had indeed shown him kindness, placing Barristan, known as the Fearless, in a quandary. What should we do now? Wait for the remnants of the Targaryens to strike back one day? Robert inquired. Redwyne has just surrendered, though the involvement of the Kingsguard was unexpected. He certainly did not fight with full strength. The Crown must still build its fleet, Jon Arryn suggested. However, this notion was one that everyone had considered. To construct a fleet would necessitate substantial funding. The Targaryen treasury still held a considerable sum, yet the aftermath of war would require immense resources. Not to mention the various lords awaiting their rewards. Coins flowed from the treasury like a river breaching its banks. Moreover, the Targaryens traditionally kept a significant portion of their treasury on Dragonstone, meaning their reserves were not as plentiful as anticipated. If shipbuilding commenced at this juncture, the financial situation would become dire. Thus, all eyes turned to Kevan Lannister. After the fall of King's Landing and witnessing the wedding of Robert and Cersei, Tywin had departed, leaving Kevan as the Lannister representative to advocate for the family's interests. Sensing the focus shift towards him, Kevan smiled inwardly. Not a problem. I shall inform my brother of the royal loan requirements. A loan? Robert retorted, seeming to imply that as king, he should not have to rely on anyone else for funds. Yet Kevan met Robert's gaze with quiet confidence, as if to say, shouldn't you? Clearing his throat to alleviate the tension, Jon Arryn coughed lightly to break the stalemate. Then we shall rely on you, Sir Kevan. The crown indeed has pressing financial needs. Chapter 25. Intelligence at present. The known fusion ratio of the Golden Finger for Viserys is as follows. 5 veteran essences can be fused to produce 1 elite essence. 30 elite essences can be combined to yield 1 warrior essence. William, however, expressed his doubt, suggesting that he might struggle to even acquire 30 veterans, indicating that absorbing all essences might be an exceedingly impractical endeavor. The limits of personal martial prowess are finite, thus, Viserys must transfer the essences to a trustworthy army to maximize their utility. If it were elites, I could only contend with 5 at once, William remarked. Then added with a wistful gaze, but if it were Arthur and his companions, I could easily face 20 simultaneously. Viserys nodded, concluding that temporarily absorbing 2 warrior essences would suffice. The most prudent course of action remains to establish an elite guard for himself. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the Revelry. When the esteemed Maester of Dragonstone, Fair, beheld their presence, he awkwardly offered a bow. If he were to voice his true sentiments, he would lament, the face of the citadel has been tarnished by Pycelle. Pycelle's treasonous actions have not only implicated himself, but have significantly harmed the interests of the citadel. It can be said that serving as a maester for the lords represents a career path for the apprentices of the citadel. Pycelle has indeed spoiled the entire pot with his singular act of folly. This incident will inevitably breed distrust among the lords towards the maesters. He has already implored Viserys to write to the citadel, requesting the revocation of all titles conferred upon Pycelle. As a maester, being barred from handling ravens has left him with a sense of dignity stripped away. Viserys and William entered the Revelry, which was considerably smaller than that of the Red Keep. Below the rank of a lord, the territories and castles lacked any communicative ravens. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence at present. The families beneath the rank of a lord had not aligned themselves with House Targaryen. Even Dorne, which had yet to make a clear stance, was likely of the same mind. Viserys frequented this place in the hope that the young stableboy within the Red Keep might provide him with valuable intelligence. After all, he had aided Elia in her escape through the secret passages. Perhaps he could also procure messages for Viserys. Any little bird retained by Varys would undoubtedly possess sufficient cunning. Upon entering, the 2 men beheld 2 ravens. From the bronze rings on their legs, they discerned that both ravens had come from King's Landing. William unsealed one of the letters for Viserys, and as he began to read its contents, his expression suddenly soured. What is it? Viserys inquired. This is Robert's letter of surrender. Viserys took the missive from the raven, discovering that the recipient was Layla. In the letter, Robert demanded the surrender of Viserys and young Aegon. He stated that as long as Layla delivered Viserys and Aegon, he would grant House Targaryen a fief. When a family loses all its male heirs, it is akin to its annihilation. Furthermore, Viserys surmised that the fief Robert referred to would likely be in the Stormlands, under the watchful eyes of lords loyal to him. As time progresses, the parcel of land he granted will gradually be consumed. In other words, he has no intention of allowing the Targaryens any respite. Viserys does not feel particularly enraged by this letter. It would be prudent not to show it to his mother. As the days pass, Rhaella's pregnancy becomes increasingly apparent. Even if there is no magical intervention akin to lioness, the risks associated with advanced maternal age are significant. Viserys wishes her to remain emotionally stable. The 2 continue to peruse the next letter, which Viserys immediately recognizes as having been delivered by the stable boy. Indicated by a black ball sketched at the top of the page, the letter states that in 10 days, the Red Wine Fleet will assault Dragonstone. with Robert planning to cram 2,000 men into the ships. This information comes from my informant in King's Landing. Noticing a peculiar expression on William's face, Viserys elucidates. The lad who escorted Princess Elia that day. Indeed, he was once one of Varys' little birds. Given the urgency of the matter, Viserys refrains from elaborating further, merely confirming the letter's authenticity. Your Majesty, it appears that Robert's forces will likely lead the assault. We must immediately inform Queen Rhaella and Ser Jorah, he asserts. You are correct. Objective: repel the Red Wine Fleet, participation rate, 10%. Before Viserys could complete his thought, he sensed feedback from the Golden Finger. A naval battle of such magnitude would result in casualties numbering in the thousands, assuring him a substantial amount of essence. Yet, this 10% participation rate feels woefully inadequate. He must devise ways to enhance it. The only apparent solution is to be present on the battlefield himself. This battle is guaranteed victory. Failing to extract more essence would leave Viserys with a sense of loss. Even Robert's provocative letter suggests he is unaware that Jorah and the others have already arrived at Dragonstone. This time, the Dragonstone fleet not only has the potential to repel the Red Wine Fleet but could also expand their victory, sending them fleeing in disarray. Upon learning of the imminent arrival of the Red Wine Fleet, Jorah promptly convenes a meeting to discuss tactical details. If we can annihilate this faction sent by the usurper, the Red Wine ships will retreat automatically. As the captain of the King's Guard, Jorah succinctly articulates the battle's crux. Leave this to me. They are likely positioned either on the left or the right flank. Provide me with the swiftest vessel, and I shall drive them back, Arthur confidently declares. As the Sword of Dawn, his mere presence is enough to impose considerable pressure on the enemy forces. His words instill great confidence in Rhaella, who stands nearby. Alongside Laemi, Oswell and William also exude composure. Does this mean you believe we will surely triumph over them? Viserys seizes the opportunity to inquire. Another paramount reason is the absence of a financial expert within my ranks. Nevertheless, a recent victory has afforded Dragonstone a moment of respite. Viserys no longer needs to scurry about rallying morale as he did before the battle, granting him ample leisure. On this particular day, he was perusing the list of captives. The process of managing prisoners extends beyond merely counting heads. It necessitates recording their physical characteristics, such as disabilities, to ascertain the type of labor they can endure. As Viserys flipped through the pages, he stumbled upon a rather peculiar captive named Davos Seaworth, aged 38, who had suffered the loss of 4 finger joints on his left hand. The Onion Knight, hailing from a humble background, possessed a remarkable knack for survival in the mire. Even within the confines of a dungeon, he had managed to reunite with his 2 sons. Moreover, having recently been granted lands and titles, he bore no semblance of nobility, allowing him to deceive the guards into believing he was merely an ordinary soldier. Nevertheless, his physical attributes had been duly noted, including his maimed fingers. Yet, Davos harbored no concerns, for he was certain that no one on Dragonstone would recognize him. Suddenly, the heavy dungeon door creaked open, causing the prisoners to cower in trepidation. Who could have anticipated that their visitor would be none other than the Sword of the Dawn? And what was more astonishing, he had come to ambush them. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in the captives' minds, it was evident that this was not the moment for complaints. The selected knights and nobles were ushered out one by one. Davos exhaled a sigh of relief, knowing that their ransom would surely be substantial. He turned to glance at his 2 sons, who were busily engaged in a game of flea-catching on each other's backs. Indeed, there was no need to fret that these boys would be mistaken for nobility. From Davos' experience, defeated nobles were typically ransomed back, while common soldiers were often left behind as laborers. Being a laborer posed no fear for Davos. He was confident in his ability to escape Dragonstone with his sons, to dispel any suspicion of his noble lineage. Davos had discarded his gloves early on and was now leisurely cleaning the dirt from under his nails. Approximately half an hour later, the dungeon door swung open once more. Several armored guards entered, escorting a diminutive figure shrouded in white robes. The dim light of the dungeon obscured Davos' view of the figure's features, but he could discern a shock of silver hair. This was no ordinary dwarf. It appeared to be a young boy, around the same age as his youngest son. Your Majesty, it is him, one of the guards declared, pointing at Davos. Wait! Your Majesty! This individual is a Targaryen. Davos felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Why would a Targaryen recognize him? Having spent the majority of his life under Targaryen rule, Davos found himself in a state of panic. Chapter 26. The marksman Layla was taken aback by the fact that Viserys remained so fixated on the battlefield. Moreover, he had come prepared this time, having specifically gleaned information from Ser Jailer. Viserys, I understand your eagerness to join the fray, but you have only recently begun your training. As we previously discussed, for your own well-being, Ser Jailer and the others must remain focused. Layla endeavored to soothe her son. Does that mean once my skills are acknowledged, I can indeed go to battle? Viserys inquired, tilting his head to look at Layla. Indeed, once your prowess reaches a certain level, you shall surely be summoned to the battlefield, Layla replied with a smile, recognizing that her counsel had borne fruit. After all, the recognition of one's martial ability is a highly subjective assessment. As long as she and the Kingsguard reached a consensus, Viserys would undoubtedly not find himself on the battlefield unnecessarily. However, William sensed that something was amiss. Viserys pointed to a dragonbone longbow hanging on the wall and declared, if I can shoot that lemon in the yard from this room with that bow, then I must accompany Ser Jailer. A lemon? Layla peered outside at the lemon tree, which was at least 200 meters away. Furthermore, that longbow not only had a robust string, but given Viserys' arm length, he could not possibly draw it fully. This implied that if he wished to wield that bow, he would need to wait several years until he had grown sufficiently. She subtly glanced at Jailer, who nodded in agreement, believing it prudent to set an unattainable goal for Viserys, as it would not only foster his swift development but also divert his persistent yearning for battle. Very well, I concede. If you can strike the lemon from this room, you may go to war, Layla said, her tone laced with a hint of coaxing. Then I shall attempt it at once. Viserys exclaimed, his heart buoyant. Possessing the marksmanship of a warrior, he felt confident he could hit that lemon even with his eyes closed. Alas! He lamented that he had traversed into this world too early. Were he now 15 or 16, the obstacles to battle would be significantly diminished. To dissuade his thoughts, Layla and the others made room for him. William personally handed him an arrow, which almost reached Viserys' chest when held upright. To him, it was akin to a short spear, while the longbow towered over him. Viserys held the longbow and arrow at the window, gesturing as if to aim. To the observers, it seemed that Viserys would struggle not only to shoot an arrow but even to knock one. Despite the realization that their king might make a fool of himself, they deemed this a positive development, as it provided him with a focus for his efforts. Sir William, I believe we should incorporate archery training into His Majesty's regimen. It would also enhance his upper body strength, Sir Arthur suggested. Agreed, Sir Arthur. I shall do so, William replied, contemplating Viserys' physique and pondering the need to craft a smaller bow tailored for him. Viserys, do not fret about your inability to draw the bow. In due time, as your physique matures, you shall master it. Layla, supported by her handmaidens, gracefully settled herself. She held no expectations that Viserys would successfully release an arrow. Her only desire was for him to remain unscathed. Yet, to her astonishment, Viserys turned back and flashed a subtle smile at the onlookers. Deftly using one foot to brace the longbow while pulling the string with both hands, astonishingly managing to draw the bowstring taut. Truly remarkable! Arthur couldn't help but exclaim. Though standing on one leg, Viserys exhibited an impressive steadiness, devoid of any wobble. In his peculiar stance, the longbow was fully drawn, and suddenly, a swift whoosh pierced the air. The arrow cleaved through the atmosphere, leaving a long, white streak in its wake, and with pinpoint accuracy, dislodged a lemon the size of a fist from its branch. William, stationed closest to Viserys, was rendered speechless. Despite being aware of Viserys' innate talent for swordsmanship, he had not anticipated such proficiency with a bow. Although his posture was somewhat unorthodox, his gaze and movements bore no resemblance to those of a novice. Arthur and the others, initially indifferent, found themselves questioning their own perceptions. Did he truly hit the target? Jailer pondered silently, instinctively touching his palm, which had once been pierced by an arrow, leading to a temporary appointment of Arthur as the captain of the Kingsguard. Arthur gazed at Viserys with newfound admiration, suddenly sensing that Viserys might surpass Rhaegar in greatness. In him, Arthur perceived a reflection of his own youth. In Westeros, Arthur Dane was revered as a sword saint. He had wielded a wooden sword before he could even walk and, at the age of 10, had bested his father's guard. By 13, he had found no equal. Although Rhaegar also possessed considerable martial aptitude, his victory over Arthur at the tournament in Harrenhal was largely orchestrated in advance, with Rhaegar even breaking 12 lances to enhance the authenticity of the performance. Did you hit it? Layla inquired softly, noting the peculiar reactions of those around her as she sipped her tea. Your Majesty, indeed, His Grace Viserys has struck true, William replied, still bearing an expression of astonishment. He hit it. Layla seemed disbelieving and attempted to rise, her handmaidens hastily rushing to assist her. At that moment, a guard returned with the lemon, now impaled by the arrow. Layla accepted the arrow, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeking validation, she turned to jailer and the others, silently asking, was this truly his arrow? The affirmative responses she received only deepened her astonishment. What say you, mother? Sir Jailer, may I join you in battle? Count Paxtor Redwine, master of the Red Wine Fleet, reveled in donning disguises to survey his troops prior to the commencement of battle, keen to gauge their morale. The sphere of influence of the free cities extends far beyond a mere city-state. Each city-state serves as a nucleus, radiating outwards to encompass vast territories of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Braavos, in particular, boasts the title of the most formidable city-state on the eastern continent, with its ruler proclaiming himself the Sea King. This city, said to be the illegitimate offspring of Valyria, was constructed by a cohort of slaves who fled from the Valyrian Empire. Braavos possesses a formidable navy, claiming that their docks, when fully operational, can launch a warship within a single day. Moreover, Braavos' wealth extends beyond this. The famed Iron Bank resides within its borders, along with the enigmatic Faceless Man. In the days of King Jaehaerys, during the era when the Targaryens still commanded dragons, he demanded that Braavos return the dragon eggs they had unlawfully seized. However, their Sea King threatened Jaehaerys with the Faceless Man, rendering the matter indefinitely postponed. Even after the Targaryens lost their dragons, they had once deposited wealth in the Iron Bank for investment purposes. Pentos, despite its continuous defeats in conflicts with Braavos, is not a foe to be trifled with by Viserys. The vast Andal's plains are, in fact, their territory. Additionally, one must consider whether the eastward migration of the Targaryens might arouse the vigilance of the free cities. What if they conspire to treat the Targaryens as a feast laid before them? Just as Viserys was deep in thought regarding the destination of their eastward relocation, an unexpected visitor arrived at Dragonstone, Oberyn Martell. Chapter 34. Provocation. The consensus that the Targaryens are destined for downfall has become a widely accepted notion throughout Westeros. Nevertheless, the current situation remains somewhat precarious. Oberyn had to first sail to Tyrosh across the narrow sea, then transfer to Pentos before finally reaching Dragonstone, consuming a considerable amount of time. Upon his arrival on the island, he was greeted by the recently promoted Kingsguard, Sir Willem Derry. Willem looked at the young man before him with a genuine desire to distance himself, much like an upstanding individual encountering a scruffy rogue adorned with tattoos and bleached hair. Particularly given the man's notorious reputation, having abducted another's wife and allegedly poisoned during a trial by combat. Not to mention the rumored multitude of illegitimate daughters, one could hardly describe his character as anything but reprehensible. In truth, Oberyn, known as the Red Viper, was not unpleasing to the eye. His dark, lustrous eyes, glossy black hair, and even a widow's peak upon his forehead lent him an air of intrigue. Ah! Sir Willem Derry, I scarcely recognized you in the white cloak, he remarked. I owe my gratitude to His Majesty, King Viserys, Willem replied, acutely aware that the Red Viper was subtly mocking his lack of experience. Yet, he knew better than to retort, as such a response would not only be undignified but would also reflect poorly on Viserys. After joining the Kingsguard, Viserys had granted him the privilege of candid counsel. He had thought this honor was reserved solely for Ser Jorah and Ser Arthur, never suspecting he would share in it. Willem vowed to uphold the honor of King Viserys. Chapter 27. Rewards. Intrigued by the response of the seasoned veteran, Pike stirred with curiosity and lent an attentive ear. I cannot say whether we shall emerge victorious, but it is certain that the Targaryens are destined to lose. The young soldiers, evidently perplexed by his words, looked on with confusion. The seasoned veteran, with a shrewd and self-satisfied glance at his audience, declared, currently, no one among the Seven Kingdoms supports the Targaryens. Even their staunchest vassals, the Iron Islands, have pledged their allegiance to King Robert. A vast continent mobilizing against a single island. Should we fail to seize Dragonstone this time, rest assured that the Targaryens will eventually falter. Time does not favor their cause. Indeed, the veteran's sentiments mirrored those of Pike, albeit with a divergence in perspective. The old soldier believed that glory and honor belonged to the lords, while Pike contended that such accolades belonged to Robert. The task of ousting the Targaryens was Robert's endeavor, one in which he felt little personal stake. The forthcoming battle was merely a formality. As for the 2,000 men Robert had crammed into the fleet, Pike was confident in his ability to ensure they would find no grounds for complaint. A similar sentiment prevailed at Dragonstone. Although the fleet's soldiers held firm in their belief that they could triumph in the impending conflict after all, they possessed the Dawnblade and the leadership of free, no for Kingsguard. They remained pessimistic in the grander scheme. The might of an island could hardly contend with the 7 kingdoms, unless the Targaryens could, like Aegon the Conqueror, once again command 3 dragons capable of swallowing a cart whole. Even without the dragons, Viserys faced a predicament far graver than that of his ancestor. Aegon had confronted a fractured Westeros, while Viserys was tasked with contending against a united alliance. It is Sir Jaime Hightower, the White Bull Jaime, the Dawnblade, and Sir Riverlands. Accompanied by Jaime and others, Viserys made his way to the harbor encampment. Yet, it was the renowned Kingsguard who garnered the most attention. For few wished to be commanded by a mere child during the chaos of war, regardless of his royal status. Jaime and Arthur flanked him on either side, while Oswald followed behind, bearing the black banner of the 3-headed dragon. The trio formed a protective triangle around Viserys, who could sense the soldiers' skepticism regarding his leadership. Alas, not everyone could boast the stature of an 8-year-old. He harbored no intention of speaking extensively. Merely establishing the rewards and punishments for this battle would suffice. Upon their arrival at the encampment, the captains of the various warships soon came to pay their respects. Although their demeanor was respectful, Viserys was keenly aware that their deference was largely owed to Jaime and the others. Clearing his throat, he addressed the assembly. Esteemed captains, the usurper Robert is poised to invade Dragonstone. Former allies have transformed into our foes. However, fear not, for the fleet of Dragonstone is the mightiest in Westeros, and our reserves are ample enough to sustain us for a decade. Moreover, I have dispatched exemplary leaders such as Ser Jorah to assist you. We shall undoubtedly repel the forces of the usurper. Viserys proclaimed, inspired by memories of his days as a teacher, rallying his students before significant examinations or athletic competitions, emphasizing strengths while downplaying weaknesses. Long life the king! We vow to secure victory. Repel the usurper. The captain's response, though not fervent, was nonetheless sufficient. Jorah discreetly glanced at Viserys. Even the youngest among them was over thrice his age. Merely articulating his thoughts in front of such a crowd was commendable, and astonishingly, he had managed to uplift their spirits. Arthur shared this sentiment, reflecting that if Rhaegar could witness Viserys' current demeanor, he would surely feel at ease. Yet, he pondered that if Rhaegar could send dreams to Viserys, perhaps he could also perceive the present situation. Viserys continued, Captains, I implore you to assure our soldiers that I shall not withhold rewards. Upon your return, convey this command: for each enemy slain, a reward of 10 golden dragons. For each warship sunk or captured, the captain shall be bestowed with the title of Lord. For those already knights, I can grant an additional title to be inherited by their sons. The prospect of titles for killing enemies elicited instinctive swallows from over 100 captains. Many gazed at Viserys with fervor, as if beholding a tantalizing, naked form. They envisioned the gates of social ascension swinging open before them. This scheme of rewards had indeed been previously deliberated among Viserys, Jorah, and Rhaella. The Targaryens currently possessed scant resources, with only the authority to ennoble remaining in their grasp. Even bestowing a knighthood, the lowest rank of nobility, was not a trivial matter. In the eyes of many, 3 centuries of Targaryen reign could hardly be toppled so easily. Little did they know the devastating power of military honors bestowing titles. Otherwise, neither Rhaella nor Jorah would wish to witness Viserys unleash a veritable beast of war. Your Majesty, what if I were to sink 2 warships for you? Inquired a seemingly youthful captain in his 40s, his head bald yet his face devoid of wrinkles. Then I shall grant you 2 lordships. What if it were 5? Another captain pressed. In that case, a barony shall be yours. And 10? A voice from the crowd chimed in, eliciting a ripple of laughter. Jorah shot a glance at the interrupter, who promptly lowered his head in submission. The Targaryens are far from the brink of extinction, and certainly not at a juncture where dignity must be bartered for survival. If you believe you can continue to provoke me with impunity, you are mistaken. Due to his age, Viserys' voice lacks the richness of youth. Yet it resonates with remarkable conviction, akin to a drawn dagger. Rhaella gazes upon her son with a mixture of nostalgia and pride. Yet another great king has emerged from the Targaryen lineage. However, the gods have been rather unjust to this monarch. In Rhaella's eyes, Either of her two sons would have sufficed to replace Aerys, preventing the realm from descending into such disarray. The violet eyes locked onto the dark ones, and eventually, the brilliance of the latter began to fade. Observing that the Red Viper had finally subdued his arrogance, Viserys softened his tone. Indeed, whether it be Dorne or Dragonstone, Elia is free to come and go as she pleases. However, it seems Prince Oberyn is somewhat impatient. Returning with you now would not bode well for Dorne, Elia, or her children. I assure you, in the future, I shall arrange for Elia to return and visit her kin in Dorne aboard the most secure vessel available. With this understanding, the Red Viper recognized that Elia could not return with him, and his demeanor softened considerably. The initial skirmish of their meeting had concluded. Giving way to a more intimate dialogue, the group proceeded to the Gardens of Aegon, constructed during the reign of the Conqueror. Although the gardens are not without their grandeur, they pale in comparison to the vibrant court gardens. Upon reaching the pavilion, Viserys and Oberyn took their seats at a stone table, while Rhaella, due to her growing discomfort from her pregnancy, chose to remain seated. I believe His Majesty now comprehends that Dragonstone cannot be held indefinitely. I wonder what the Targaryens plan to do next. My mother and I have concluded that we must venture to the Eastern Continent. The Eastern Continent? The dark eyes surveyed Viserys with scrutiny. I trust your Majesty is familiar with the term Blackfire. Viserys' response did not seem to satisfy Oberyn. A branch of Targaryen history is known as Blackfire, with its leader referred to as Demon Blackfire, a bastion of the Targaryen family. Following the failure of the rebellion, Blackfire fled to the Eastern Continent, seeking to assemble mercenaries with the hope of one day reclaiming Westeros and the Iron Throne. This band of mercenaries became infamous as the Golden Company, the most formidable mercenary force on the Eastern Continent. Yet, that is where the tale stagnates. No matter how powerful, mercenaries are ultimately ruthless and transient. A century has passed, and not even a shadow of the Iron Throne has graced their side. Though Demon Blackfire is merely a bastard, his martial prowess and courage are unparalleled. If someone of such caliber has failed to carve out a name for himself on the Eastern Continent, Viserys finds little hope in the matter. In truth, over the centuries, many have journeyed from Westeros to the Eastern Continent, yet none have managed to establish a formidable power. The 9 free cities may appear to be embroiled in endless conflict, but they remain vigilant against the rustic newcomers from Westeros. Chapter 28, Cloaks and Banners. The more Jiro and Arthur interacted with Viserys, the more they recognized the multitude of his virtues. As the time for Robert's forces to mobilize drew closer, the state of readiness on Dragonstone intensified. The pressure weighed heavily on Rhaella, whose appetite visibly diminished. Even the leaders of the King's Guard, usually stoic, began to adopt a more reticent demeanor as the impending conflict loomed. Only Viserys took the initiative to engage everyone in heartfelt conversations, even finding time to reassure Rhaella and her 2 sisters-in-law. Occasionally, he would accompany Jiro to the fleet's encampment to inspire the soldiers, an admirable display of fortitude that garnered respect from all. One day, in Elias' chamber, Viserys presented young Rhaenys with a series of intriguing puzzles. Rhaenys, he began, imagine you possess 5 apples, yet you are only 3 in number, including young Aegon and Aemon. How should these 5 apples be divided? Although Viserys had been a language teacher before his journey, he recognized that mathematics could also stimulate a child's intellect. Rhaenys, counting on her fingers, became increasingly flustered, glancing at her mother and then at Lyanna, both of whom would not assist her in cheating. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up Rhaenys' eyes as she exclaimed to Viserys, "We can give 1 apple each to Mother and Lady Lyanna." Her answer left those present momentarily speechless. Elia gazed at her daughter with growing tenderness, while Lyanna affectionately nuzzled her son as head with her cheek. Though this was not the answer Viserys had anticipated, it was undeniably more profound than a mere correct response. Even the handmaidens standing behind them exchanged amused glances. Surprised by Rhaenys' reply, Viserys mischievously inquired, "And what about me?" The unexpected bonus question flustered young Rhaenys, who began scratching her head in exasperation. A sight that elicited laughter from everyone. At that moment, Elia came to her daughter's rescue, saying, "Viserys, is it not true that a war is imminent?" Sensing that Elia was about to discuss a pressing matter, the handmaidens discreetly took Rhaenys away. Viserys nodded in affirmation, responding, "Indeed. We initially planned to sail the fleet to Blackwater Bay, with hopes of defeating Redwine's forces at the mouth of the Blackwater River. However, with Valyrian's Driftmark having sided with the usurpers, I suspect the Targaryens may do likewise. The battlefield may ultimately shift to the Narrow Sea." Upon hearing that the naval confrontation would occur in the Narrow Sea, Both women understood that the Targaryens could not afford to lose this battle. They could even see the unfolding events from their own windows. Viserys, we have prepared something for you, Lioness handmaiden, Vela, announced as she stepped forward, cradling a cloak. When the men of House Stark go to war, the women at home prepare a cloak for them. Since you are to step onto the battlefield, I have made one for you as well. Lena rose, entrusting young Aemon into Vaeon's hands, and presented a cloak she had meticulously stitched for Viserys. The outer fabric was a deep black, adorned with a crimson three-headed dragon emblem, while the lining was a vibrant red. With tender care, Lena draped the cloak around Viserys, scrutinizing him as if seeking a trace of rigor within him. Following her was Elia, who had crafted a grand banner for Viserys, a collaborative effort with her handmaidens. As Viserys accepted the battle standard, he solemnly declared to the two women, I shall personally sever Robert's head and present it before you. Meanwhile, Rhaella was still eager to persuade Viserys one last time against taking to the battlefield. However, Viserys had arrived rather late that day, waiting in vain for the king. Why has his majesty not yet arrived? Philin, could you inquire? At once, your grace. Philin left, only to return hurriedly moments later. Your grace. His majesty has already embarked on the warship. What? Was it not scheduled for tomorrow? A fleet of over 100 ships, their black sails raised, advanced like a colossal wave. At that moment, Viserys stood aboard the flagship alongside Jaime. Your majesty, is this truly wise? Rest assured, Viserys reassured him. If need be, I shall merely return to face the consequences. He silently added, grateful that Rhaella harbored no ambitions for power. Had it been another, they might have succumbed to madness. Now, every soldier in the fleet was aware that their king was aboard the flagship, bolstered further by the presence of 3 Kingsguard accompanying him into battle. Consequently, morale soared, and Viserys' involvement in the forthcoming conflict surged to 65%. This suggested he could claim more than half of what Robert would deliver. In truth, he would need to concern himself with little during the ensuing battle, as he could merely issue commands through Jaime in his name. His role was to savor the experience of warfare. Before long, a blue sail wall drew closer to the Dragonstone fleet, its azure sails adorned with a cluster of purple grapes. It was none other than the Red Wine fleet from Arbor. Merely 2 months prior, they had besieged Storm's End as the loyalist forces. Now, they turned their blades against Dragonstone. In the eyes of Lord Redwine, victory was attainable. After all, the current leadership of the Dragonstone fleet was far from formidable. The island now resembled a haven for orphans and widows. A concerted assault would undoubtedly succeed, though the cost in their own ranks would be substantial. Essentially, he was no different from the seasoned rogue among his fleet. His allegiance to Robert was born of necessity rather than genuine profit. In other words, what had Robert truly offered him? What worth was there in sacrificing one's life? Presently, there was a shared understanding throughout the court of King's Landing. To conquer Dragonstone would require at least 2 to 3 years of siege and strategic maneuvering. Fortune smiled upon Robert, who, with merely a makeshift fleet, managed to seize Dragonstone. Viserys, already aware of the impending events, meticulously devised a plan to ensure the dismantling of Robert's rudimentary armada. He aspired to reclaim Driftmark and Crab Isle, leveraging his position as the sole possessor of a complete fleet in Westeros. Such intentions, of course, were not to be divulged to the Red Viper. 3 days later, Viserys arranged ships, a guard, and a substantial sum of gold dragons for Robert and Davos, personally escorting them on their departure. Beyond their diplomatic mission, they bore another task, to gather as much Valyrian steel as possible for Viserys, whether in the form of weapons or artifacts, to ensure Rhaella's survival. Viserys wished fervently that she could rest upon Valyrian steel to bear Daenerys. After Oberyn's departure, Rhaella convened a royal meeting in her own name. The attendees included not only the Kingsguard but also the captains who had distinguished themselves in the Battle of the Narrow Sea, such as Oakwine. Though they were permitted to listen but not to speak, it was a considerable honor for a bastard to sit alongside the Queen Regent. Lords, Rhaella began. According to our latest intelligence, Robert is constructing a new fleet at Storm's End with the intent to invade Dragonstone. I seek your counsel on how best to eliminate this fleet. Listening to Rhaella, Oak longed to charge towards Storm's End aboard a warship. Yet he restrained his urge to speak. It was then that Sir Jaime, the head of the Kingsguard, took the floor. Your Grace, under King Viserys' leadership, we previously repelled the Red Wine fleet. This new armada represents Robert's hope for an assault on Dragonstone, and the defenses will surely be formidable. Your insight is commendable. But we must prepare thoroughly. Sir Hightower is correct, Rhea nodded in appreciation. The Targaryens could not withstand a failure in defense. Nor could they afford a setback in their offensive. Ultimately, there existed but one path, to transition from one victory to another. Only thus would the hope of restoration endure. At that moment, Viserys inquired, Sir Jaime, if you were to defend Storm's End, how would you ensure the safety of the fleet under construction? Jaime and the others exchanged surprised glances. This method of perspective-taking was unprecedented for them. However, upon reflection, it indeed presented a valuable approach. Even Oak, whose mind was consumed with thoughts of attack, found himself pondering. The Kingsguard whispered amongst themselves, and soon Jaime articulated his strategy. Were I to oversee the defense, I would first deploy numerous watch vessels around the docks and piers to signal any impending threats. Additionally, I would lay chains in closer proximity to impede the advance of enemy ships. If it were my decision, I would also dispatch soldiers to safeguard those chains, Sir Oswell, usually taciturn, contributed. Chapter 29. The Dawn's Divine Blade. As Davos gazed through his telescope, he suddenly felt a dull ache in his left hand. Over a month ago, Stannis had severed 4 fingers from his left hand, leaving only the thumb intact, as punishment for his previous transgressions in smuggling. Nonetheless, this act also underscored his contribution of vital supplies during the siege of Storm's End. Born of humble origins in the flea-ridden alleys of King's Landing, Davos had acquired a domain of his own. In comparison to this newfound land, he deemed Stannis' punishment trivial. He resolved to devote his life to repaying this just lord. Yet, what perplexed him was that despite the loss of his fingers, he continued to experience a lingering pain. Occasionally, he would remove his glove to check if the severed digit had miraculously regrown. This time, as he removed his glove, his eldest son abruptly interjected, Father, look! It is the Targaryen fleet. Davos hastily lifted the telescope once more and beheld the fleet, adorned with black sails, swiftly approaching. In truth, he was not surprised by the appearance of the Dragonstone fleet. However, he had assumed that news of Dragonstone would have been effectively silenced. They had anticipated that they would not be detected until they were close enough to visualize the island. Yet, why had they arrived so swiftly? Before Davos could unravel this mystery, a white column of water erupted nearby. Although this area lacked cannons, it was not without catapults. Soon, the number of exploding water columns intensified around him. The Red Wine fleet included a fair number of merchant vessels, while the Dragonstone fleet was a royal armada, meticulously crafted for naval warfare. Each warship was equipped with exceptional quality. However, the Red Wine fleet swiftly retaliated. From an aerial perspective, it appeared as if 2 waves, one black and one blue, were blossoming into clusters of white flowers. The flagship, where Viserys resided, towered high, affording a sweeping view of the battlefield. The 2 fleets were nearly equal in number, yet the Dragonstone fleet clearly surpassed in quality. Particularly, the promises of military honors and bounties for enemy heads that Viserys had made to the captains and soldiers alike ignited a fervent desire among them to leap onto the enemy vessels for close-quarter combat. In no time, after several volleys of catapults, the distance between the 2 fleets shrank to less than 100 meters. It was now the moment for archery to take effect. A torrential downpour of arrows surged between the fleets like a swarm of locusts. Soldiers stood on the decks, exchanging fire. Initially, the damage was limited due to the distance and the tumultuous sea. However, as the distance continued to close, the foremost soldiers could discern each other's faces, and some skilled marksmen began to score hits. Viserys' flagship remained somewhat behind. Otherwise, he too would have desired to eliminate a few adversaries. Based on his previous experience in dispatching Varys, he was convinced that personally slaying an enemy guaranteed the acquisition of all their essence. Jello discerned the stirrings of his companion and could not help but remind him, Your Majesty, we had an agreement. Rest assured, I shall not abandon the flagship. The 2 had previously convened that Viserys could partake in the battlefield, yet must remain steadfastly by Jello's side. Acknowledging their prior accord, Jello nodded in affirmation. We are about to commence the boarding battle, Your Majesty. Please ensure your safety. Understood, Viserys replied, gripping the command tower with increasing intensity. What followed was the most intense phase of naval combat in the age of cold weapons, the boarding battle, or the clash of ships. The initial phase of this confrontation involved both fleets employing their rams to collide with one another. Naturally, the vessel that was larger and more robust held the advantage. At the forefront of the fray was Oak's warship, his mind consumed by a singular notion, lordship. Oak gazed ahead at the enemy ship charging towards him. his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Captain, orders from the flagship have arrived. Accelerate. Smash them." Oak barely needed to hear the command in its entirety. At this juncture, there could only be one directive: charge. The ram at the bow resembled a gaping maw lunging towards the nearest enemy vessel. In an instant, the ironclad ram seemed to come alive, sinking its teeth into the enemy's hull. "Hard to port! Hard to port!" Oak bellowed as the prow pivoted, the ram re-emerging from the vessel it had impaled. "Hard to starboard! Hard to starboard! Ram them!" Oak brandished his gleaming sword, as if the enemy's crew were the very avengers of his father's death. Such captains as Oak were plentiful throughout the fleet. The commanders of the Red Wing fleet had never encountered such a foe before. They had never faced an adversary so ferocious and unhinged. They even witnessed a Targaryen soldier, unable to contain his zeal, leap across the mere 2 to 3 meters separating the two ships. Though he fell into the sea, he was soon followed by a throng of soldiers. Meanwhile, Count Redwyn, commanding from the flagship, felt a chill course through his scalp. As the fleet commander, he had never before experienced such a battle. Were the Targaryens' most loyal soldiers not meant to have perished at the Trident? Where had this horde of fighters sprung from? Instinctively, Count Redwyn considered retreat. However, upon remembering the contingent sent by Robert on the left flank, he resolved to hold his ground a while longer. Yet, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, a messenger rushed towards him, breathless with alarming news. "My lord, dire tidings. Our left flank has encountered another Targaryen fleet, led by the Dawnblade." "What? Who did you say?" Redwyn could scarcely believe his ears. "It is the Dawnblade. The Kingsguard Dawnblade." At this revelation, Count Redwyn nearly abandoned all thoughts of continuing the fight. The young man played an indelible role in the uprising. Although Wind's Rest was besieged, it served, in a sense, like a nail, preventing Dorne from providing unrestrained support to the royal territories. Simultaneously, it confined approximately half of the loyalist forces here. According to the principles of primogeniture, Stannis was the next in line to become the Duke of Wind's Rest. The gaze of Maester Crescent upon Stannis resembled that of a benevolent grandfather. The two walked towards Wind's Rest, one behind the other, while Stannis deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Crescent to keep up, which was the extent of Stannis' emotional display. "Perhaps we could reduce the number of guards, allowing them to fell more timber," Crescent suggested. "We have not yet eradicated all the Targaryens. We must remain vigilant." Stannis resolutely declined Crescent's proposal. King's Landing has been lost for nearly half a year. The soldiers cannot remain in a state of constant tension, Crescent continued to persuade. "We can lessen the watch time for some soldiers, but we cannot reduce the personnel." Stannis ultimately made some concessions. Crescent smiled slightly, seemingly pleased with his ability to persuade Stannis. Stannis' steadfastness to duty is commendable, yet his expectation for all to adhere to his own standards reveals a shortcoming. Nevertheless, Crescent believed he could care for Stannis for many more years. "By the way, I have good news," Crescent said, producing an envelope as if drawing out a sweet to amuse a child. "This is the letter of allegiance from House Velaryon of Crab Isle." Chapter 38, Your Majesty. House Velaryon has yet to respond. At Dragonstone, the fleet had already raised its sails, prepared to set sail at a moment's notice. Due to the uncertainty of the storm's timing, they had to depart in advance. Meanwhile, Viserys was making his final arrangements. For over 3 months, he had summoned House Velaryon twice a week, yet received no reply. Thus, after this battle, whether it be Velaryon or Targaryen, he would show no mercy. "I understand," Viserys said to Fair. Now certain that Fair would not dare to scheme under his watchful eye, he entrusted him with the management of the revelry. However, he also placed Davos' youngest son beside him as an apprentice. This was not to leave any lingering issues for himself, but rather, the current state of the Targaryens allowed for not a single error. After dismissing him, Viserys proceeded to Layla's chamber, where Elia and Rhaena were also present. They were caring for Layla while awaiting Viserys. Half a month prior, the Red Viper and Davos had returned with Valyrian steel products looted from the free cities. A Valyrian steel bracelet, 2 rings, and various adornments filled the room. These items had cost over 20,000 golden dragons. Upon Viserys' arrival, Elia and Rhaena stepped aside, allowing him to sit by Layla's bedside. "Viserys, my child." Chapter 30, The Depth of Strategy. The tallest tower on Dragonstone Island is the Sea Dragon Tower, the residence of the Stallers. At this moment, however, William has taken measures to secure the area tightly. Inside the Sea Dragon Tower, Queen Layla, Elia, and Lyanna are present, peering through telescopes in an attempt to discern the situation on the battlefield. Regrettably, the distance is too great, and all they can make out are vague silhouettes of blue and black sails, rendering the finer details of the conflict utterly indistinguishable. Rest assured, Your Majesty. King Viserys will be unharmed, the three Kingsguard are present, and none are stronger than they. Lyanna reassures the others, prompting Layla to lower her telescope and nod in agreement. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Arthur Dayne, clad in a white cloak, resembles a white whirlwind. As he leaps aboard the enemy ship, he swiftly traverses from the bow to the stern in the blink of an eye. The soldiers of the Red Wine Fleet are not only terrified of his martial prowess, but also of his formidable reputation. Following closely behind Arthur, the soldiers of House Targaryen display remarkable valor. To them, the men aboard the ship hardly resemble foes, they appear to be mere coins. From a vantage point above, one might observe Arthur and his comrades functioning like the piston of a syringe, pushing the Red Wine soldiers toward the depths below. In their panic, some soldiers attempt to leap overboard to escape, but the swift vessels responsible for encirclement have already completed their task. Davos yearns to hastily maneuver his ship away. Yet the Targaryen warships have sealed off all avenues of retreat. In that fleeting moment, the man known as the Onion Knight contemplates a desperate struggle. However, the gaze of the Targaryen soldiers upon him resembles that of famished beasts, their eyes glistening with a ravenous hunger that instills a profound dread within him. The Dawnblade. It is the Dawnblade. When the soldiers aboard the ship finally catch sight of Arthur Dayne, they nearly lose the last vestiges of their fighting spirit. Davos glances back at his elder and younger sons, who now tremble so violently that they can scarcely grip their swords. The defeat of the Red Wine Fleet has been accomplished, with a participation rate of 75%. Rewards: Veteran, Archers, 322, Veteran, Infantry, 122, Elite, Archers, 454, Elite, Infantry, 522. This battle yielded results that surpassed expectations. Nearly 40 enemy vessels were sunk or captured, and close to 3,000 enemy combatants were beheaded or taken prisoner, while their own losses amounted to merely 200 or 300, with 4 ships sunk and 7 requiring repairs. A casualty ratio of 1 to 10 can indeed be deemed a resounding victory. As soon as the ships dock, Viserys begins to distribute gold. Soldiers who have claimed the heads of enemies approach to collect their rewards, their faces alight with joy as they receive the heavy, golden coins, their smiles wide enough to show their teeth. Captains who have sunk or captured enemy vessels will also, upon verification, be granted titles of nobility, their hearts filled with dreams of the future. However, Viserys knows that this wave of joy will not last long. The soldiers will soon discover themselves affluent yet lacking in avenues to spend their wealth. The captains, too, will quickly realize that House Targaryen has little fertile land to bestow as rewards. Should Viserys fail to promptly fulfill his promises of reward, his incentives shall lose their potency after a few attempts. The likes of Jairo, who have transcended base desires, can be won over with ideals and respect. However, for the ordinary soldiers, if one wishes to have them fight like beasts, one must fill their mouths with meat. Thus, despite the victory, Viserys cannot afford to breathe easily. He must urgently devise a means to depart Dragonstone, seeking a more suitable location to amass strength. Your Majesty, let us return to report to Queen Rhaella, he suggested. Very well. Leave Arthur and Oswell with the army, Viserys replied, as he and Jairo made their way back to the castle. A certain unease settled within him. He had not paid a visit to Rhaella before the battle, and he surmised that her mood would not be particularly jubilant. Upon their arrival at the Stone Drum Tower, they found Laimie and Scholar Fair in attendance beside Rhaella. The violet hues of her eyes revealed no trace of joy. Your Majesty, the enemy has been repelled. We have slain over 3,000 foes and sunk or captured their vessels. Even without a military background, Rhaella could glean from Jairo's words that this was a tangible victory. Excellent work, Sir Jairo. Please convey the royal respects to Sir Arthur and Sir Oswell. I shall host a banquet this evening in your honor, and additionally, procure 2,000 barrels of wine from the cellar to reward our soldiers. At your command, Your Majesty. On behalf of the soldiers, I extend our gratitude for your generosity. Knowing it was time to take his leave, Jairo bid farewell to Rhaella, and Laimie and the scholar discreetly exited as well. Now, only Rhaella and Viserys remained. Rhaella's gaze towards him bore no reproach, only a sense of resignation. In the current state of House Targaryen, there existed, aside from Viserys, scarcely a man capable of standing, let alone an adult male. Her youngest son, still so young, was burdened with such a heavy responsibility. Rilla felt an increasing loathing towards Aerys. Their union had been solely predicated on prophecy, devoid of any genuine affection. My mother. I assure you, I shall never again take to the battlefield without your knowledge, Viserys stated, a hint of guilt in his voice. My dear child. How could I possibly blame you? They consoled one another, and Viserys believed it was now time to inform Rilla of the great storm in light of their recent victory. For at least a year, Robert would dare not invade Dragonstone, allowing Rilla's disposition to remain more tranquil. By revealing the storm that had obliterated the fleet, he hoped to mitigate her emotional turbulence. Mother, I dreamt that during your labor, a great storm descended upon Dragonstone, destroying all our ships. At this point, Rilla had largely come to accept Viserys' gift of dreamwalking, thus attributing significance to his words. It is almost unimaginable how terrifying the storm forming beneath such a cloud mass could be. Simultaneously, the expressions of those gazing at Viserys shifted. Previously, Rilla had informed them that Viserys had dreamt of an unprecedented tempest. Initially, the trio had harbored reservations about their trust. Yet they now firmly believed that this young king was indeed the fabled Dreamwalker. With a leader capable of foreseeing calamities, perhaps the Targaryens could truly experience a renaissance. Viserys lowered his telescope and turned to Jeyron and the others, declaring, "Set sail for Storm's End at full speed." At once came the reply. The warships, tethered by iron chains, unfurled their sails. The black sails rose like ominous clouds emerging from the sea. Some seasoned sailors noticed that something seemed amiss. The surface of the water shimmered with humidity, and the air became suddenly saturated. Those who had just emerged from the ship's hold felt as though an old bull had licked their faces. Everything foretold the imminent arrival of a torrential downpour. At an unknown moment, a rumor began to circulate within the fleet. His Majesty had dreamt of a great storm, prompting him to bring the fleet out ahead of time. While some soldiers quietly discussed this, the sails were suddenly pelted by raindrops, the sound growing increasingly dense. Not long after their departure, streams of rainwater began to accumulate on the sails. Meanwhile, the scene on Dragonstone was even more harrowing. The rain seemed to cascade from above with relentless force, splashing against the windows with a cacophony. The howling winds swept past the stone drum tower, producing a thunderous roar akin to that of a tempest. Young Rhaenys and her companions buried their faces in the arms of their nursemaids, nearly overwhelmed with tears. In the birthing chamber, Rilla felt the intensifying waves of labor pains. Daenerys was about to be born. Elia and Lyanna stood vigil inside and outside the chamber, tasked with overseeing the midwives and nursemaids. They were also responsible for monitoring Rilla's condition, ready to bring Valyrian steel close to her body should she experience hallucinations. William, accompanied by hundreds of guards, secured every entrance and exit of the castle. Within a 100-meter radius of Rilla's birthing room, he had meticulously selected individuals, each identity having undergone his thorough scrutiny. He himself braved the pouring rain, darting between various sentry posts, feeling the deluge intensify and the winds grow fiercer. William realized that Dragonstone was likely situated in the eye of the storm's greatest fury. Standing high above, he gazed southward, a wave of concern washing over him for Viserys. The torrential rain had begun to obscure visibility, and he wondered if Viserys would be able to find Storm's End accurately. He even questioned whether the ships, bound together like floating islands, could withstand such a violent tempest. On the other hand, due to the iron chain tethering the vessels, the fleet's progress was indeed slow. Moreover, Viserys had dispatched several swift ships ahead of the fleet to serve as guides. These guiding vessels were manned by the most experienced sailors selected from the fleet. Chapter 31. Dorne. The sudden appearance of three Kingsguard cast a shadow over the newly established dynasty. As the defeated Red Wine fleet returned to port, the entire King's Landing appeared shrouded in a dreary mist beneath the relentless rain. What? Jon's sword? Robert, the commanding presence at the council meeting, remained robust and imposing. Clad in a silk robe, yet the scent of steel and leather lingered about him. He had not anticipated victory in this conflict. But the scale of the defeat had indeed tested his limits. Particularly troubling was the fact that of the 2,000 men he had dispatched, fewer than 200 had returned. Seated closest to him on his left was his adoptive father, Jon Arryn, who too struggled to comprehend the current predicament. Why had the Kingsguard not appeared at the pivotal battle on the Trident, only to materialize now on Dragonstone? The crux of the Trident's significance lay in Robert's use of the Warhammer formation to strike down rigor. Had he faced Arthur Dayne instead, the outcome of the rebellion could have been uncertain. In truth, even a single rigor, accompanied by two Kingsguard, had proven a formidable challenge for Robert. The inclusion of free Kingsguard, especially the exceptionally skilled Arthur Dayne, would have tipped the scales of victory dramatically. To Robert's right, Eddard Stark shared a sense of bewilderment regarding the situation. After some contemplation, he suggested the most likely hiding place for the free Kingsguard would have been in Dorne. Eddard implied that once Dorne capitulated, the truth of the matter would inevitably come to light. What troubled him even more was the continued disappearance of Lyanna. He remained in the dark about Rhaegar's whereabouts in securing her. These wretched individuals, why must they pledge their allegiance to a madman? To a rapist? The misfortunes of war prompted Robert to vent his frustrations. Perhaps if it weren't for Jaime and the others, his forces would have already besieged Dragonstone. Your Majesty. They are merely loyal to their oaths. The newly appointed captain of Robert's Kingsguard, Barristan, spoke softly. Robert cast him a glance, letting out a cold huff, wanting to retort but ultimately holding his tongue. During the battle at the Trident, Barristan had sustained grave injuries and chose to bend the knee after Robert's rescue. The white cloak he wore had been draped upon him by Jaime herself. He held a deep-seated trust in the integrity of Jaime and the others. When Barristan learned that Jaime and the others had not only reached Dragonstone but had also repelled the Red Wine fleet, his heart was continually tormented. He viewed himself as a traitor. Yet Robert had indeed shown him kindness, leaving the so-called fearless Barristan in a state of inner turmoil. What are we to do now? Shall we simply wait for the remnants of the Targaryen line to return and wreak havoc once more? Robert inquired. Red Wine had just sworn fealty. While the Kingsguard's involvement was indeed unexpected, he surely had not fought with all his might. The crown must still endeavor to establish its own fleet, Jon Arryn proposed. However, this suggestion was hardly novel. To construct a fleet, substantial funds would be required. The Targaryen treasury, however, still retained a considerable amount of savings. However, in the aftermath of the war, the realm was in dire need of reconstruction, and various factions awaited their rewards. Gold flowed from the royal treasury like a river breaching its dam. Moreover, the Targaryens had a tradition of keeping a significant portion of the treasury on Dragonstone. Thus, the reserves within the royal coffers were not as substantial as anticipated. If shipbuilding were to commence immediately, the financial situation would become precarious. Consequently, all eyes turned to Kevan Lannister. After the conquest of King S Landing and witnessing the wedding of Robert and Cersei, Tywin departed, leaving Kevan as the Lannister representative to advocate for the family's interests. Noticing the attention focused upon him, Kevan inwardly smiled. No problem. I shall inform my brother of the royal loan situation. Loan? Robert questioned Kevan, implying that as king, he should be able to access funds. Yet, Kevan maintained a composed demeanor, seemingly conveying that such a request was not unreasonable. Ahem. Sensing the tension, Jon Arryn cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. Then we shall rely on you, Sir Kevan. The crown is indeed in dire need of funds. Kevan nodded with a smile. Before departing, Tywin had indicated that the remnants of the Targaryens on Dragonstone should persist for at least 2 to 3 years, if not longer. As long as the Targaryens existed, Robert would never feel secure upon the Iron Throne. And as long as Robert felt insecure, he would increase his dependence on the Lannisters, allowing them to secure greater benefits in this conflict. Tywin believed he had a fair understanding of Viserys. He was merely a clever child. Even if he were a second Rhaegar or a second Aegon the Conqueror, it mattered little. Without dragons or armies, what could one individual achieve? No matter how capable they were. In Tywin's eyes, even Aegon the Conqueror was not extraordinary, merely possessing dragons. Even so, he lost one during the conquest. Tywin was confident that he could have performed better than Aegon. He had already foreseen that the Baratheon dynasty would not endure. He aimed to bolster the Lannisters' power before the next great upheaval, ensuring their dominance in the West. After the meeting, 2 topics were established. The first was to secure a loan from the Lannisters to immediately initiate the shipbuilding plan, constructing at least 120 warships to form the core of a new royal fleet. The second was to continue sending envoys to Dorne, urging their submission and inquiring about Lyanna's whereabouts. Dorne had its own spies in King S Landing, and following the naval battle, they quickly learned of the defeat of the Red Wine fleet. As for the Free Kingsguard, they were already aware of the situation. After all, the Lords of Tarth, Night's Watch, and Starfall were vassals of House Martell. Such significant news could not remain concealed. Currently, House Martell was primarily concerned with the safety of Elia. Dorne, situated at the southernmost tip of Westeros, was plagued by sandstorms and scorching weather, with the air distorted by heat waves. As the soldiers rowed their small boats into the harbor, 2 to 3 dozen warships under reconstruction had already been sunk. The ensuing battle unfolded precisely as Viserys had anticipated, a veritable tide of momentum. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently orchestrated one of the earliest instances of combined arms operations. When Stannis began to fortify his position with his troops, billowing clouds of black smoke erupted from the burning warships. Upon realizing which enemy unit was advancing most swiftly, he was engulfed by sheer terror. That very battalion was led by the illustrious Dawnblade, renowned for its ferocity. Their offensive was relentless. If Arthur's soldiers were likened to a long spear, then Arthur himself was the razor-sharp tip gleaming with lethal intent. The speed at which his forces advanced was akin to a keen blade slicing effortlessly through thick fat. Some soldiers, upon recognizing Arthur, surrendered without a fight and fled in disarray. Had he not been ensconced within the fortress's formidable walls, perched atop a high cliff, Stannis would have doubted his ability to withstand Arthur's onslaught. Yet, Arthur's true target was not him, but his ships. By the time Stannis and his troops reached the harbor, the inferno consuming several warships was beyond containment. Amidst the dense smoke, flickering orange flames danced like the head of a roaring, fierce dragon. Stannis understood that the losses were far graver than he had imagined. The question was no longer whether he could repel the Targaryen fleet, but rather how many ships he could save. In this moment, he encountered Oswell's forces. This usually taciturn member of the King's Guard exhibited remarkable bravery, fiercely holding Stannis' men at bay along the shore. In such torrential weather, both sides were rendered unable to employ bows, resulting in a primal clash of blades against blades, armor against armor. Meanwhile, Sir Oak was rapidly approaching a large vessel adorned with a yellow hull. Indeed, this ship appeared to be a legitimate warship. Oak, born aboard a naval vessel to a mother who was a courtesan catering to the Crown's navy, possessed an unparalleled familiarity with the various types of ships. His fondness for vessels was profound. It seemed a tragic waste to let such ships burn. Climbing the mast, he surveyed the battlefield. He discerned that the forces of Wind's Rest had largely diverted their attention towards Arthur's side. It appeared he might seize the opportunity to capture all 20 or so warships before him. Would the glory of sinking enemy ships surpass that of capturing them? Undoubtedly, the latter held greater merit. He pondered whether the king might reward him with a title of baron. The knightly class was merely the lowest tier of nobility, scarcely qualifying as true aristocracy. Achieving the rank of baron would signify his genuine elevation to nobility. With this thought, Oak resolved to subtly defy Gyro's orders. If he could bring back those dozen warships, he would have the chance to ascend to the ranks of the noble class. Chapter 32. The Onion Knight among the feudal lords and nobles. The law of the jungle prevails, where the weak are devoured by the strong, and self-interest reigns supreme. In this timeline, Prince Doran and Oberyn have not endured the anguish of losing Elia. Their focus remains on the present, where Dorne stands as the sole hope for House Targaryen. However, it is not Elia's child, young Aegon, whom Rhaella chooses to inherit the throne. According to the succession order established by the Targaryens themselves, young Aegon's claim precedes that of Viserys. While there is consideration given to Aegon's tender age, one might question Viserys' maturity as well. Thus, the two brothers continue to feel that Rhaella does not afford them the respect they deserve. Nor does she honor the Martell family adequately. I shall devise a plan to bring my sister back. As for the fate of House Targaryen, let it be, Oberyn suggested. It is presumed that Elia was secretly taken by Rhaella from King's Landing. Therefore, providing a modest supply of resources would suffice for their purposes. As for young Aegon and little Rhaenys, they could simply adopt new names and be raised in Dorne. As long as they relinquish their claim to the Iron Throne, the children would be safe. After all, they have seen the children, and young Rhaenys bears the appearance of a typical Dornish girl. With the enmity between the Baratheons and Lannisters diminished, the motivation for Dorne to support the Targaryens has considerably weakened. In response to Oberyn's proposal, Doran nodded solemnly, asserting, "Indeed, we must bring Elia and the two children back." On Dragonstone, the atmosphere was palpably uplifted following a recent victory. The waves, once crashing violently against the shore, now caressed it gently, exuding a sense of tenderness. The sea level seemed to have receded significantly, revealing a profusion of clams and shells along the embankment. Maester Fair noted that the storm season was approaching, though he could not ascertain the magnitude of the impending tempests. Aside from his concerns regarding the storms, Viserys found himself troubled by the persistent inability to identify an appropriate target for the essence transfer. The forces stationed on Dragonstone had yet to earn the endorsement of the Golden Hand. Viserys undertook a process of refinement within his army, which included the dismissal of some of the aged and infirm. Of course, even these individuals were retained for the sake of maintaining morale, being reassigned to the constabulary. Although their status had diminished, there were no complaints among them. Consequently, the regular army on the island now consisted of approximately 13,000 men. Following the naval battle at the Narrow Sea, Viserys had captured over 20 warships. Yet, with the recent streamlining of his forces, the remaining soldiers were insufficient to crew all the vessels. Moreover, the rate of armor among the troops was low. Out of the 13,000, only about 4,000 were equipped with armor, a portion of which had been acquired through recent conquests. A single victory could not obscure the stark reality of the Targaryens' continued frailty. Within the vaults of Dragonstone, over 3 million golden dragons remained. Yet Viserys presently had no intention of outfitting his men with armor. At this juncture, he relied almost entirely on his savings, necessitating a frugal approach to expenditures. Firstly, he would not engage in land combat with Robert, and secondly, the effectiveness of naval armor was rather limited. However, the most significant reason was the absence of a financial expert within his ranks. Regardless, a recent victory afforded Dragonstone a brief respite. Viserys no longer had to scurry about to uplift morale as he had prior to the battle, thus he found himself with ample leisure time. On this particular day, he was perusing the list of captives. Captivity was not merely about counting heads, it was essential to document their physical attributes, such as any disabilities, to ascertain the types of labor they could endure. As Viserys leafed through the records, he encountered a prisoner who piqued his curiosity, Cain Vicewater, age 38. Left hand severed at 4 knuckles. The Onion Knight, Davos, hailing from the lowly origins of Flea Bottom, possessed a remarkable aptitude for survival in the murkiest of circumstances. Even within the confines of a dungeon, he found a way to reunite with his 2 sons. Recently ennobled with lands and titles, he bore no semblance of nobility. Thus, Davos deftly deceived the guards, who mistook him for an ordinary soldier. Nonetheless, his physical characteristics were duly recorded, including his maimed fingers. Yet, Davos felt no anxiety. There was little chance anyone on Dragonstone would recognize him. Suddenly, the heavy door of the dungeon creaked open, causing the prisoners within to cower in fear. Who could have anticipated that they would encounter the Sword of the Dawn? Moreover, this very sword had ambushed them. Though the captives were beset with myriad thoughts, it was evidently not the time for complaints. Those noble knights selected for questioning were led out one by one. Davos released a sigh of relief. The ransom for these gentlemen would surely be substantial. He turned to observe his 2 sons, who were engrossed in a game of flea-catching on each other. Indeed, there was no concern that these 2 would be mistaken for nobility. From Davos' experience, when noble lords faced defeat, most were redeemed through ransom, while common soldiers were typically left to toil as laborers. He felt no fear of the latter fate. Davos was confident in his ability to escape Dragonstone with his sons. To avoid any suspicion of his noble status, he had long discarded his gloves and was now engaged in cleaning the dirt from beneath his nails. After approximately half an hour, the dungeon door swung open once more. Several well-armored guards accompanied a diminutive figure clothed in white. In the dim light of the dungeon, Davos could not discern the features of the dwarf, yet he noted the individual possessed a head of silver hair. This was no dwarf, it was a half-grown child, roughly the age of his youngest son. "Your Majesty, it is him," one of the guards pointed at Davos, declaring. "Wait, Your Majesty, this person is Targaryen." Davos felt his mind spinning in disbelief. The promise made by Viserys ignited a fervor among the fleet commanders, who longed to equip their ships with wings and soar immediately to Crab Isle and Tighthead Island. Once the commanders took their positions, Viserys conferred with 3 members of his Kingsguard regarding their next course of action. "Sir Arthur, Sir Oswell, I entrust Tighthead Island to you. It would be ideal if we could compel Lord Viserys to surrender. The island's populace and wealth are exceedingly precious to us at this juncture." "Rest assured, Your Majesty," Sir Arthur assured Viserys. "Tighthead and Crab Isle have lost all their fleets, akin to shedding their armor. I am fully confident in our ability to secure Tighthead." Subsequently, Viserys cautioned him to prioritize his safety. As for Crab Isle, Viserys intended to accompany Sir Jaime there. Though small, his aspirations extended beyond merely Crab Isle. He also aimed to visit the Claw Peninsula. The inhabitants of the Claw Peninsula are far more loyal than the venerable Valyrians and Setecas. Almost every notable family on the peninsula has produced a member of the Kingsguard. Furthermore, Many families on the island sent soldiers to fight alongside Rhaegar in the Battle of the Trident, with each household mourning the loss of their king on the battlefield. Although he would soon depart Westeros for the eastern continent, he knew he would return one day. Before his departure, he intended to foster relations with the families of the Claw Peninsula, offering them some compensation to prepare for his eventual return to Westeros. Naturally, being so close to the Crownlands, it would be prudent to create some trouble for Robert. For too long, it had been Robert who had sought him out. Now it was time for him to give Robert a cause for concern. After finalizing these arrangements, Viserys dispatched a swift vessel back to Dragonstone to inform Rhaella and the others of their victory. He was aware that Daenerys had likely been born by now, and he harbored concerns for Rhaella's safety. However, he could not return just yet. He had to seize the opportunity provided by the storm to amplify their triumphs. No one would anticipate that he would engage in consecutive battles. This was a fleeting moment of opportunity, and he must not let it slip away. Chapter 42. The Old Crab. In order to circumvent the blockade imposed by the fleet at Dragonstone, the Setica family enlisted their business partners in the Free Cities to deliver a letter of surrender from Tyrosh to Stannis. This endeavor required crossing the narrow sea twice, taking a total of over 5 months. Given the lengthy response time, the family patriarch, Count Adrian, was quite patient. However, the recent unexpected and fearsome storm left him feeling uncertain. This tempest had ravaged the only port he had managed to maintain. The merchant vessels used for trade on the island had been reduced to wreckage in the storm. At this moment, Old Crab Adrian gazed upon the storm-ravaged port, tears welling in his eyes. Now, aside from a couple of merchant ships still in the Free Cities, nearly 20 of his vessels had been destroyed in this tempest. It was akin to carving out a piece of his very soul. Oh, my ships! Cursed storm, return my vessels! Chapter 33. Choice. Davos was at a loss to comprehend how Aegon could possibly know his identity. Upon realizing that the silver-haired youth before him was the newly appointed king of House Targaryen, the Onion Knight felt his heart race uncontrollably. Davos, come, introduce yourself. He even knows my moniker, Davos thought, gazing at Aegon with a mixture of astonishment and fear. Despite his overwhelming surprise, he remained silent for an extended period. He had pledged his loyalty to Stannis, and there was no way Aegon could extract any information from him. This resolute demeanor only served to confirm Aegon's suspicions about his allegiance. Is it that Stannis has bestowed upon you a title, and thus you remain so loyal to him? Have you not considered that you were once a subject of the late King Aerys? Aegon regarded Davos with a hint of derision. When he noted the distinctive feature on the list of captives, the 4 fingers of his left hand severed at the knuckles, he momentarily froze. He had not expected to encounter this celebrity with a point of view in the original narrative. Realizing that his identity had been completely uncovered, Davos felt there was no longer anything to conceal. He simply turned his head aside. Your Majesty is addressing you. Are you mute? One of the guards, unable to tolerate the silence any longer, spoke up angrily. Davos Seaworth, I hold you in high regard. Remain with me, and I shall arrange for your family as safe passage here. Aegon interrupted the guard. Your Majesty, why? Why would you do that? Why, you ask? You are now my captive. Pledge your loyalty to me, and I shall provide you with food, gold, and even a title. Should you refuse, I will have your entire family slain. There is no need for further explanation. Do not forget that here. You remain a smuggler, a most notorious one at that. With that, Aegon rose to depart. He had prepared a multitude of arguments, but upon reflection, he concluded that Davos was merely an insignificant pawn. Engaging in lengthy discourse with him would be beneath his dignity. Aegon sought out Davos precisely because of his identity as a smuggler and his extensive knowledge of the eastern continent. Though Dragonstone was rich in gold, it lacked the fertile lands and industries necessary to sustain such a vast fleet. The small island could hardly support such a grand armada. Provisions, weapons, and clothing all had to be procured from the Free Cities. He could not afford to merely squander his resources, for the time being. He had to rely on his limited assets. If Davos could serve him, it would save him a considerable sum. If Robert could win over the likes of Baratheon to serve him, then Aegon could not afford to fail with even an Onion Knight. The prospect of decapitating Robert and presenting his head to Elia would remain a distant dream if he could not secure this alliance. It was prudent to set sail as far away as possible. Following the naval battle at the Narrow Sea, the fleet from Dragonstone was indeed among the most formidable. After capturing a portion of Redwyne's warships, the fleet at Dragonstone had swelled to 200 vessels. They effortlessly seized Davos' family and brought them to the island. This conflict has also afforded Viserys a considerable strategic development period. The captured nobles were negotiated by Oswell in exchange for a ransom of 150,000 golden dragons. However, a dilemma arose regarding the treatment of the ordinary prisoners, numbering approximately 1,500. It was evident that accepting ransom was not a prudent option. The two factions remained in a state of war, and these individuals were seasoned soldiers dispatched by Robert. If a ransom were accepted and they were released, there was a risk they would soon return to assault Dragonstone once more. Viserys expressed a desire to execute them all, but was thwarted by Arthur and others, who deemed such an act excessively cruel. Consequently, Viserys sought a compromise, proposing to sever their thumbs and big toes, rendering them incapable of wielding weapons or running swiftly. Yet again, he was dissuaded, as this was considered overly barbaric. After venting his frustration, Viserys ultimately relented, organizing these men into a labor force. He instructed Davos to lead them in signing a 20-year contract with Pentos, allowing them to earn foreign currency. This resulted in the acquisition of 150,000 golden dragons. The Kingsguard perceived Viserys as merciful and receptive to counsel, deeming him a good king. In truth, Viserys had never intended to execute the prisoners. He understood that the loyalty of the Kingsguard stemmed from the respect he afforded them. Being still quite young, he realized that to command the army, he must rely on their support. With the matter of the prisoners resolved, the naval battle at the Narrow Sea truly came to an end. Presently, aside from Elias' lingering doubts, Viserys, Rhaella, and Lyanna were largely unified in their conviction that Dragonstone could not be held, and the family's future lay in the east. Gazing at the map of the eastern continent, Viserys noted the scarcity of unclaimed yet valuable territories. One such area was the disputed lands, where the free cities of Tyrosh, Lys, and Myr have battled over for centuries. This region is rife with mercenaries and bandits. Even if conquered, it would necessitate constant vigilance against the ambitions of these three city-states. Another potential territory was the ancestral land of the Andals, known as Andals. This region, while less frequently embroiled in warfare, is naturally bordered by the Upper Lorne River to the north and the Feather Mountains to the south. Its expanse rivals that of any realm in the Seven Kingdoms. Save for the north. The challenge, however, lies in the fact that it serves as a buffer zone between Pentos and Braavos. The influence of the free cities extends far beyond their individual jurisdictions, radiating tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of square kilometers. Braavos, in particular, boasts the title of the most powerful city-state on the eastern continent, with its ruler proclaiming themselves king of the sea. This city was constructed by a group of slaves who fled from the Valyrian Empire. The king emptied his treasury and elevated his title to that of a viscount. Observing the wine, cloth, and gold being loaded onto the ship like a flowing stream, Old Crab felt a pang in his heart. Chapter 42, The Orphan. A structure, half castle and half mountain, proudly displayed the white bear paw flag. This was the castle of House Blan. Sharp cries echoed within the castle. No! 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 Anyone who dares to go will have their legs broken. A robust woman, resembling a bear, stood with her hands on her hips, wielding a fire poker as she shouted at two young boys. Known as Mother Bear, Lysa had heard of the Targaryens' arrival on Craplaw Peninsula, and her immediate reaction was to prevent her two young charges from leaving. One was her son, Bernard, and the other, her nephew, Eustace. Upon learning of the Targaryens' presence, they eagerly donned their armor, preparing to venture forth, only to be thwarted by Lysa. She pointed at the two youths, exclaiming, Bernard, where are your father, your two brothers, and your uncle? Eustace, you! Where are your father, your uncle, and your two maternal uncles? Tell me, where are they? Mother Bear roared, causing the boys' ears to ring. Both young men hesitated to respond, for the individuals Lysa mentioned had perished alongside Rhaegar at the Trident. At that moment, a frail old man entered. He was the steward of House Blan. My lady, His Majesty Viserys is distributing compensation. We should hurry and claim our share. Compensation. Lysa, with her limited education, clearly had never encountered this term. Lord Ross and the others fell alongside Prince Rhaegar at the Trident, did they not? Viserys said this money is meant to compensate the families of the fallen warriors. Compensation, now Lysa understood. The journey from Crab Island to Craplaw Peninsula took but the time for morning tea. However, Viserys did not delve deeper but instead found a flat area to set up a tent and distributed provisions according to a sum of 50 to 100 golden dragons for each fallen warrior. Families could choose to receive either provisions or money. To the common folk, their lords offered only demands, with no recompense. Faced with what rightfully belonged to them, they expressed boundless gratitude toward Viserys. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s, collected compensation for his 3 grandsons on behalf of his 2 sons. Then placed the gold coins at Viserys' feet. My lord, Viserys found himself perplexed by this act. Did he find the amount insufficient? Or was there another reason? Just as Viserys pondered this, the old man explained, Your Majesty, my 2 sons fought alongside Prince Rhaegar. It was their duty. How could I accept your money? Chapter 34. Provocation. The inevitable downfall of House Targaryen has become a widely accepted consensus throughout Westeros. Nevertheless, the current situation remains rather delicate. Oberyn had no choice but to embark on a ship to the distant shores of Tyrosh across the narrow sea, then transfer to Pentos before finally arriving at Dragonstone. This journey consumed a considerable amount of time. Upon his arrival on the island, he was greeted by the newly promoted Kingsguard, Sir Willem Derry. Willem regarded the young man before him with an instinctual desire to distance himself, akin to a virtuous individual encountering a tattooed ruffian sporting unruly blonde hair. Particularly troubling was the man's notorious reputation, having abducted someone's wife and resorted to poison during a trial by combat. Moreover, it was said that he had a multitude of illegitimate daughters. In short, from character to morality, it would be an understatement to label him as anything but profoundly corrupt. In truth, Oberyn, known as the Red Viper, was not unhandsome. His dark, lustrous eyes and glossy black hair framed a forehead adorned with a widow's peak, which lent him an air of sinister charm. Ah, Sir Willem Derry, I scarcely recognized you in that white cloak, he remarked, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone. Indeed, I owe my elevation to His Majesty, King Viserys, Willem replied, fully aware that the Red Viper was subtly mocking his humble beginnings. Yet, he knew better than to retort. Such a response would be undignified, especially in the presence of King Viserys. Having joined the Kingsguard, Willem was granted the privilege to voice his counsel directly to the king. He had thought this honor was reserved solely for Sir Jorah and Sir Arthur, yet he found himself unexpectedly included. Willem vowed to uphold King Viserys' reputation. Noting Oberyn's lackadaisical response, the Viper let out a soundless scoff, for his true target was not the mere Kingsguard trainer but rather Rhaella. With the death of Aerys and Rhaegar, the Targaryen crown should rightfully rest upon the head of Ella's son, young Aegon. How could it possibly be bestowed upon Viserys? Although Oberyn understood that the matter of Viserys' kingship was beyond reversal, he felt no hesitation in seeking to unsettle Rhaella. Passing through a dragon-shaped archway, Oberyn entered the great hall of Dragonstone. He had believed himself to be worldly, with the Martell family and all of Dorne supporting him. However, upon sighting Sir Arthur Dayne and Sir Jorah Hightower clad in their white cloaks and silver armor, he found himself swallowing back audacious remarks. His relaxed demeanor and nonchalant posture instantly drew the attention of the 2 formidable figures. Oberyn felt as though he stood beneath the Iron Throne, facing 2 war chariots prepared to crush him at any moment. What is the meaning of this? Is not Arthur a close confidant of Rhaegar? How can he defend Viserys while young Aegon's claim to the throne is being usurped? Oberyn was taken aback. Having arrived with the expectation that the Kingsguard would align with his perspective, he glanced once more at Viserys, seated upon the throne, and at the side, the Queen Regnant Rhaella. He observed that both Rhaella and Viserys maintained a serene demeanor, seemingly dismissive of his presence as the representative of Dorne. Or perhaps offering not a hint of cordiality. Pfft! Is it mere arrogance to boast after a battle devoid of significant consequence? Oberyn mused inwardly. Then caught sight of Elia nearby. She cradled young Aegon in her arms, accompanied by little Rhaenys, both smiling radiantly at him. Upon seeing Elia, the Red Viper felt his heart melt. He yearned to converse with his sister for an entire night. This time, he had not come alone. He had brought an entire ship filled with curious treasures from the free cities for Elia and the children. However, the siblings had little time for sentimental exchanges. Oberyn bowed respectfully to Rhaella and Viserys. Although he had indeed felt some pressure from the Kingsguard, he was determined to voice his thoughts. Before Viserys could respond, he feigned curiosity and inquired, Queen Rhaella, forgive my ignorance, but why is it your son upon the throne, and not Rhaegar's? Prince Oberyn, mind your words. As soon as he spoke, Sir Gerald, the captain of the Kingsguard, stepped forward, hand resting on his sword hilt. Rhaella, though kind-hearted, possessed her own limits. Angered by Oberyn's challenge to Viserys' claim to the throne, she was about to interject. Was Prince Oberyn's long journey solely to question your king? Rhaella glared at Oberyn, her violet eyes seeming to blaze with dragonfire. Her words echoed through the hall, thickening the atmosphere with tension. Elia had rarely witnessed Riella's fury and had never faced such a taut ambience. She only realized that her brother had spoken out of turn. Little Rainey sensed the discord and clutched her mother's skirts, retreating slightly. Just then, a peal of laughter rang out. Ha ha ha, Prince Oberyn. My brother has often told me you are a wise man. How could you pose such a foolish question? Oberyn turned to Viserys, taken aback by his unexpected reaction. What is foolish about it? He retorted, looking at Viserys. Have you not heard the adage, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight? Prince Oberyn. Are you unaware of the burden that the Targaryen crown currently bears? Viserys subtly exposed Oberyn's absurdity. In times of peace, such concerns might be trivial, but now, with the Targaryens relegated to a small island, did he still covet this broken crown? To wear the crown, one must bear its weight, Oberyn silently contemplated. No longer daring to underestimate Viserys. Forgive my ignorance, your majesty, he said respectfully, subjecting them to a rigorous regimen of physical training, and when they reach a similar age, imparting to them the essence of wisdom and martial prowess. Thus, I would cultivate a cadre of officers who are both intellectually astute and skilled in combat. They would be capable of commanding armies of tens of thousands. Furthermore, it is essential to provide them with a standardized uniform and a unified motto. The hopes of Viserys for these children are boundless. He meticulously drafted dozens of constructive policies tailored for their development, laboring late into the night before finally succumbing to slumber. At dawn the following day, the fleet arrived at Dragonstone. In fact, even while still at Crab's Claw Peninsula, Viserys had received the news of Daenerys' safe arrival into the world. Though Riella had been in a coma for 2 days, she was no longer in mortal peril. This was the very reason Viserys felt secure lingering outside. Upon the fleet's return to port, he stifled the urge to rush to Riella and instead first calmed the troops, ensuring the reserve guard at Crab's Claw Peninsula was properly stationed before seeking out his wife. When Viserys finally beheld her, she was consuming a bowl of meat porridge, appearing quite lively. Upon seeing Viserys, Riella's eyes reflected both pain and pride. He hastily approached her bedside, and she caressed his head, saying, Viserys, you are my pride. Mother. We achieved a great victory. Indeed, I know. And Daenerys. At that moment, the wet nurse entered, cradling a tiny pink bundle and bringing it to Viserys. Gazing at the swaddled Daenerys, he recalled a passage from the original tale. In the narrative, Viserys lamented why Daenerys had not been born earlier, as it would have allowed her to wed Rhaegar, preventing the tragic errors that led to the nation's downfall. Daenerys, risking punishment, retorted to her elder brother, questioning why he was not a girl, thereby averting such disastrous consequences. The outcome, of course, resulted in her being punished. Turning to Riella, Viserys smiled and remarked, she will likely grow into a headstrong young lady. Riella nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, Loris is now imprisoned. Would you like to see him? The guard's message did not prompt an immediate response from Viserys. He turned and replied, I shall attend to it shortly. Once the guard departed, Viserys turned back to Riella and stated, Mother, I believe Loris should be executed. During the reign of Aerys and Rhaegar, he sought to gain favor by slandering Rhaegar. While he may not harbor intentions akin to those of Pycelle or the Spider in seeking the downfall of House Targaryen, his actions are nonetheless reprehensible. Moreover, Old Crab only attempted a rebellion. This man has already caused trouble on Driftmark, leveraging his geographical advantage. We must strike decisively. However, Riella appeared somewhat hesitant. The Targaryens and Velaryons had intermarried countless times, and in recent years, they had suffered from a significant decline in their lineage. Presently, the Velaryon family consisted solely of Loris and his 2 sons. After a moment of contemplation, Riella suggested, let us strip him of his title and spare his life. Why? Chapter 35. The future. If one has never experienced loss, one can never truly comprehend the value of what has been lost. In the original narrative, the primary motivation behind Daenerys' alliance with Viserys, who wandered in Braavos, was revenge. Had Tywin's forces entered King's Landing without infringing upon Elia, the Martell family's reaction would likely have been far less pronounced, precluding any subsequent alliances or betrothals. Of course, Viserys' relentless efforts to rescue Elia and her children stemmed not from any expectation of gain, but rather from a genuine desire to save them. Without sufficient strength, any alliance would be futile. Oberyn's intention to take Elia and her children was undoubtedly a provocation that Viserys felt compelled to respond to. Oberyn. There exists no such logic throughout the 7 kingdoms. The Targaryens are far from extinction, and we are not at the point of trading dignity for survival. If you believe you can continue to provoke me with impunity, you are sorely mistaken. Though Viserys' voice lacked depth due to his youth, it resonated with unwavering conviction. Akin to a drawn sword, the gaze that Rhaella cast upon her son was filled with admiration and pride. Once more, a great king emerged from House Targaryen. Yet, the gods seemed cruelly unjust to this sovereign. In Rhaella's eyes, either of her sons could replace Aerys, and the realm would not find itself in such dire straits. As the violet eyes fixated on the obsidian ones, the latter's brilliance gradually dimmed. Observing the Red Viper's boastful demeanor finally retreat, Viserys softened his tone. Indeed, whether in Dorne or Dragonstone, Elia is free to come and go as she pleases. However, it appears Prince Oberyn is somewhat hasty. Returning with you now would not serve Dorne, nor Elia or her children well. I assure you, in the future, I shall provide the most formidable and stable vessel to escort Elia back to visit her king in Dorne. With these words, the Red Viper recognized that Elia could not be taken back immediately, thus easing his stance considerably. The initial confrontation had concluded, paving the way for a more private discourse. The group proceeded to the gardens of Aegon. This garden, established during the reign of the conqueror Aegon, though not lacking in size, appeared somewhat desolate compared to the vibrant court gardens. Upon reaching the pavilion, Viserys and Oberyn settled at a stone table, while Rhaella, due to her increasing pregnancy and propensity for fatigue, refrained from joining them. I trust your majesty now understands that Dragonstone cannot be held indefinitely. What are the Targaryens' next steps? The conclusion my mother and I have reached is to venture to the Eastern Continent. The Eastern Continent? The dark eyes scrutinized Viserys, who I believe should be familiar with the term Blackfire. No. Viserys' response did not wholly satisfy Oberyn. A faction in Targaryen history known as Blackfire was led by a figure referred to as Blackfire Demon, a bastard of House Targaryen. Following the failure of a rebellion, Blackfire fled to the Eastern Continent, seeking to assemble mercenaries to one day mount a counteroffensive against Westeros and reclaim the Iron Throne. This mercenary has become renowned as the Golden Company, the most formidable band of mercenaries in the Eastern Continent. However, that is where the distinction ends. No matter how powerful a mercenary may be, they remain as ruthless as drifting weeds. A century has passed, and even the shadow of the Iron Throne has yet to appear. Though Blackfire Demon is merely a bastard, his martial prowess and courage are unparalleled. The fact that such a person has not made a name for himself in the Eastern Continent leaves Viserys feeling rather hopeless. In truth, many have traversed from Westeros to the Eastern Continent over the centuries, yet none have succeeded in establishing a potent force. The 9 free cities may seem to be in constant conflict, but they are vigilant against the rural folk arriving from Westeros. To be candid, I have yet to determine a suitable landing point in the Eastern Continent. I plan to send someone to establish contact with the local powers to gauge their attitudes. Oberyn nodded, seemingly resigned to this course of action. Traveling to the Eastern Continent may not be the most prudent choice, yet remaining on Dragonstone is undoubtedly the worst option. What Oberyn did not voice was that in Braavos, a substantial sum of gold lay stored in the Iron Bank, belonging to Dorne. Should Viserys manage to carve out a reputation there, it would be wise to allow him access to these funds. After discussing serious matters, the two began to engage in light-hearted banter. Oberyn was astonished to discover that Viserys' knowledge was no less than his own. This young king appeared to have perused an extensive array of texts. At times, he felt as if he were conversing with rigor. Originally, he intended to have a brief discussion with Viserys, primarily visiting Dragonstone for Elia. However, their conversation inadvertently extended into the afternoon. After taking his leave from Viserys, this doting brother hurried to seek out Elia. The long-separated siblings were exceedingly excited. Oberyn embraced young Aegon and showered little Rhaenys with affection. Elias' chambers were adorned with an array of toys and luxurious items. The silk carpets were merely the least ostentatious of her possessions. And even the crystal duck in Rhaenys' hand was but one of a considerable collection. You know, Elia, when I learned of King's Landing's fall, my greatest concern was for you and the children. It is fortunate that the Mad King displayed a modicum of rationality, allowing you and the children to escape. I also heard that Tywin plundered King's Landing. I shuddered to think of what might have transpired had you not managed to leave. Elia interjected, in truth, it was not King Aerys who permitted my departure, but rather Viserys. Viserys? Oberyn sat down his squirming knees, his countenance reflecting disbelief. What followed in Elias' account only deepened his confusion. A secret passage. Rhaegar's dream. The mute boy. Are you suggesting that Rhaegar informed Viserys through a dream about the secret passage in your chamber, and that you escaped through it? Alia nodded. Indeed. It is a curious matter, is it not? Viserys also dreamed of Rhaegar before his coronation. However, Oak, possessing a keen intellect, straightened his posture and spoke. My thief lies right beside your majesty. Kogo inquired, when his majesty conferred upon me my title. He assured me that there would always be a place for me beside his hearth. Realizing that his verbal assault had faltered, Kogo rose in anger. Do as you please. Stay here for as long as you wish, but know that you cannot take a person with you. Then you are in violation of the king's laws. I am not. I abide by the laws of the Iron Throne. So, it would be permissible for me to engage in an affair with your wife upon your bed. Kogo glared fiercely at him, drawing his sword with a swift motion. What do you intend to do? Will you attack me, a loyal knight, on behalf of the usurper? With that, Oak did not flinch. Rather, he seemed to intentionally lean toward Kogo's sword. Kogo realized he was in a predicament. He could not outwit him in words. Nor could he resort to violence, for the Night's Watch had a rule against participating in political disputes. The Targaryens had recently achieved 2 significant victories. They could not be easily vanquished. If he were to harm this so-called knight, trouble would undoubtedly ensue. Observing that the commander had abandoned any thoughts of striking him, Oak leaned in with a sly grin. Esteemed commander, I have a mutually beneficial proposal. During the defense of King's Landing, over 20 individuals chose to surrender and don black garments. Among them was Alicia. He harbored feelings of jealousy and resentment toward this frigid realm at the wall, which gradually morphed into a grudge against the Targaryens. However, upon realizing that the Targaryens had not forsaken him, all his discontent vanished, replaced by unwavering loyalty. With his relatively exceptional martial skills, he became a training officer. Yet, returning to the world of prosperity, a mere training officer was hardly significant. Oak and Commander Kogo had an agreement to turn a blind eye to Alicia and his companions' escape in exchange for an entire ship of wine. Kogo consented. At midnight, as the cold wind battered the windows, Alicia's heart burned with fervor. He meticulously arranged his attire as if preparing for a council meeting, even grooming his beard with care. He thought to himself that there surely were few trustworthy individuals in the presence of Viserys, perhaps none capable. If he were to join them, he would undoubtedly become a significant figure within the Targaryen dynasty. Perhaps one day, he might even rise to become the hand of the king. With this thought, Alicia felt an immense sense of delight. Sir Alicia. Just as he was nearly ready, he heard someone softly calling his name from outside. He hurried to open the door, revealing Oak, with Jeremy standing behind him. Let us depart, my lord. Very well, let me fetch the horse. Oh, what horse? I only ransomed your freedom, not a horse. My lord. Alicia raised an eyebrow, glancing at Oak, pondering to himself, is this man truly of noble lineage? Chapter 36. Only Victory. Oberyn's transformation took Viserys somewhat by surprise. Observing the self-enthusiastic Oberyn, he harbored no objections. Most importantly, this fellow had spent several years as a mercenary on the Eastern Continent, even forming his own mercenary company. He possessed a more intuitive understanding of the strengths and influences of the various free city-states. Moreover, what further appealed to Viserys was Oberyn's noble lineage. In this endeavor, he represented the Targaryen royal family and would not falter in the face of significant gatherings or high society engagements. Although Braavos also had some knowledge of the Eastern Continent, he fell short in this regard compared to Oberyn. Then I shall express my gratitude to Prince Oberyn. I will send Braavos to accompany you, along with 3 ships and 100 guards, in addition to 200,000 golden dragons, Viserys declared. Rest assured, your majesty. I shall certainly secure a refuge for the Targaryens, Oberyn replied with a smile. Though this red viper continued to speak sharply, he secretly admired Viserys' resolve, having entrusted such a substantial sum of 200,000 golden dragons into his hands. It is worth noting that a single golden dragon could suffice for an ordinary family's sustenance for an entire year. Viserys paid no mind to Oberyn's barbs. As long as the work was executed well, the words mattered little. By the way, do you require me to send a Kingsguard to protect you? Oberyn anticipated that Viserys would not allow him to take advantage, even in jest. He replied, Your Majesty, it seems your burdens are greater. It would be best to keep the Kingsguard by your side. Upon my arrival, I heard that Robert is actively recruiting shipbuilders, offering such generous compensation that even some shipbuilders from the free city-states are drawn to him. If you can establish a foothold on the Eastern Continent, Merely relocating the personnel and resources from Dragonstone will likely take over a year. In contrast, I estimate that Robert's new fleet could be constructed in just over half a year. Therefore, Oberyn left his thought unfinished, yet the implication was clear. If the Targaryens wished to depart from Dragonstone, they would first need to manage Robert's fleet in the making. Should a conflict arise during the transition, it could lead to considerable trouble. However, Viserys understood that Oberyn's assertion was not entirely accurate. Robert was not constructing warships. Rather, he was remodeling them. He was acquiring merchant vessels and transforming them into warships. After all, constructing a ship from scratch would require a year or two just to season the timber needed for its construction. If he could destroy those merchant ships that had not yet been remodeled, then for at least the next 5 or 6 years, Robert would be incapable of launching an offensive against Dragonstone, and that timeframe would afford him ample opportunity to relocate. As for the timing of their assault, it would coincide with Daenerys' birth. In the original storyline, the fleet at Dragonstone was devastated by a fierce storm, which affected a broad area, even reaching Driftmark and Crab Island. In a stroke of fortuitous luck, Robert seized Dragonstone with merely a half-finished fleet. Viserys was already aware of the events that were destined to unfold in the future, and naturally, he needed to devise meticulous plans to ensure the dismantling of Robert's nascent fleet. He even aspired to leverage his position as the sole possessor of an intact fleet in Westeros to bring Driftmark and Crab Isle back into his fold. Such intentions were, of course, meant to remain undisclosed to the Red Viper. 3 days later, Viserys prepared ships and a guard for him, along with a substantial sum of gold dragons, personally seeing off him and Davos. Their mission, aside from diplomacy, was to gather as much Valyrian steel as possible, whether in the form of weapons or other artifacts. He desired fervently that Rhaella might survive, wishing she could lie upon Valyrian steel to bear Daenerys. After Oberyn's departure, Rhaella convened a meeting in her own name. The attendees included not only the Kingsguard but also captains who had distinguished themselves during the Battle of the Narrow Sea, such as Oak Vicewater. Although they were permitted only to observe and not to speak, the honor of sitting alongside the Queen Mother was significant for a bastard. Esteemed knights, based on our most recent intelligence, Robert is constructing a new fleet at Storm's End to prepare for an invasion of Dragonstone. I wish to eliminate this fleet, and I seek your counsel on this matter. Listening to Rhaella, Oak felt an overwhelming urge to charge toward Storm's End aboard a warship. Yet he restrained himself from voicing his thoughts. At that moment, Sir Gerald, the head of the Kingsguard, was the first to speak. Your Majesty, under the leadership of His Grace, King Viserys, we successfully repelled the Red Wine fleet. This new fleet is Robert's hope for the assault on Dragonstone, thus, their defenses will be formidable. Your insight is astute, but we must be thoroughly prepared. Indeed, Sir Hightower is correct, Rhaella acknowledged with a nod. The Targaryens could no longer afford the luxury of a failing defense, nor could they withstand a failed offensive. Ultimately, there was but one path, to transition from one victory to another. Only through such means could there be hope for restoration. At this juncture, Viserys inquired, Sir Gerald, if you were tasked with defending Storm's End, how would you ensure the safety of the shipbuilding operations? Gerald and the others looked at Viserys in surprise. Such a perspective had not been encountered before. Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed a commendable approach. Even Oak, whose mind was preoccupied with offense, could not help but contemplate the question. The Kingsguard engaged in hushed discussions, and soon Gerald offered his insights. If I were to defend the position, I would first station numerous lookout vessels around the docks and piers to send early warning signals. Additionally, I would arrange iron chains nearby to impede the advance of enemy ships. If it were up to me, I would also deploy soldiers to protect those chains. Added the usually taciturn Sir Oswald. A consensus quickly formed among them. The task of destroying the usurper's fleet while it was still under construction would indeed prove exceedingly challenging. Yet, at present, Viserys finds himself confined to the diminutive Dragonstone, while the fleet has burgeoned to over 200 ships. Although Robert lacks the capacity to assault Dragonstone within the next 5 years, the meager sum of merely 3 million golden dragons in the treasury ensures that the Targaryens cannot endure until then. Furthermore, the island's agricultural output is woefully inadequate for self-sufficiency, leading to escalating expenditures. Thus, there is no respite. A swift relocation to the east must be devised. However, there exists a cacophony of opinions regarding the destination, with no consensus due to a lack of thorough investigation. Amidst the fervent discourse, the emissaries from Oberyn and Davos return. Chapter 47, the fiery pit while en route. Oberyn and Davos had caught wind of the tempest. Particularly Davos, a smuggler by trade, who possesses an intimate understanding of the sea's temperament. Upon gathering intelligence, they reached a harrowing conclusion: the fleet at Dragonstone may have been obliterated. Oberyn and Davos harbored differing reactions. The former believed the Targaryen line was at its end and felt compelled to hasten Elias's departure from the ill-fated island. In contrast, Davos harbored greater concern for his own family. Ultimately, the fate of the Targaryens seemed to elicit little interest among them. However, upon their return to Dragonstone, they were astonished to discover not only an increase in the number of ships but also a doubling of the populace. William, who had come to greet them, relayed the unfolding events with a touch of pride. Both men were profoundly shocked. Firstly, Viserys' prophetic-like abilities appeared extraordinarily exaggerated, as long as he remained alive. It seemed the Targaryens could evade every calamity. Secondly, his ingenuity in devising the iron chain method for securing the vessels was likely unprecedented in naval warfare history. Lastly, his audacity to launch a surprise assault on Storm's End under such dire circumstances effectively mitigated the possibility of robbers' incursion upon Dragonstone for 5 years, if not longer. This elevated Oberyn's regard for Viserys. He also felt a stirring curiosity regarding which of the two choices he had brought back from the free cities Viserys would favor. Soon, another conference regarding the eastward migration was convened. The King's Guard, of course, were present, and even though her health was somewhat frail, Lyanna attended. She surveyed the assembly within the hall: 4 King's Guard, Adrian Celtica, Oberyn, 3 scholars, her son, and newly appointed officers. Compared to the desolation when she first arrived at Dragonstone, where only an acting lord and a scholar were present, the Targaryens seemed to be flourishing once more despite the recent tribulations. As the wooden map of the Round Table did not encompass the free cities, Oberyn utilized a separate map to relay the options presented by the free cities. Davos and I had only visited Braavos and Pentos, where we met with the Sea Lord of Braavos and the Governor of Pentos. They did not oppose the Targaryens' entry into the eastern continent, provided they established their domain within the parameters they delineated. Chapter 37, the iron chain connecting ships to Jello and the others. The notion proposed by Viserys seemed somewhat naive. However, considering his age, such youthful ideas were rather forgivable. It could be said that his flaws did not overshadow his merits. Jello patiently elucidated to Viserys: "Your Majesty, during inclement weather, such as rain, strong winds, or even storms, the impact on naval battles is significantly magnified. Particularly as we are on the offensive, the consequences are even more pronounced. Most critically, the tumult of waves will diminish combat effectiveness, and visibility will be impaired, making it easy to lose one's bearings." As Viserys listened, he nodded attentively, resembling an eager student. Yet, he quickly conceived another idea. As a language teacher, he suddenly recalled a text he had once taught. What if we connect the warships with iron chains? Would that not better withstand the tempest? Furthermore, it would mitigate the risk of losing our way. The peculiar suggestion from Viserys left everyone in a state of perplexity, as none could recall a precedent for such a strategy. Observing the frowns and contemplative expressions around him, Sir Og, seated at the back, appeared somewhat restless. He boldly interrupted: "Sir Og, what is your opinion? How do you view my idea?" Caught off guard by the king's inquiry, Og stammered momentarily. "Your Majesty, I believe this plan is feasible. Our targets in the offensive are stationary, and while connecting the warships with iron chains may reduce their maneuverability, even a diminished flexibility pales in comparison to the advantages of targeting an immobile object." Although initially anxious, once he began to speak, Og's words flowed freely, and his reasoning was remarkably clear. Arthur regarded him with admiration and then addressed Viserys: "Your Majesty, I concur with Sir Og's assertion. Your suggestion is indeed viable." "Oh my! The Sword of Dawn agrees with me. The Sword of Dawn agrees with me." Realizing this, Og trembled with excitement, for in terms of prestige and reputation, Arthur had more admirers within the military than Viserys, the king himself. "Yes, I too concur," added William, expressing his stance. Soon, the assembly reached a consensus that this was a strategy worth attempting. After all, in a few months, the season of tumultuous storms would arrive. If the timing proved opportune, it could yield remarkable success. Moreover, a crucial motivation lay in the fact that waiting idly would lead to inevitable demise. It was better to take a risk. Thus, Layla resolved that in the forthcoming 2 to 3 months, Dragonstone would exert all efforts to forge the iron chains needed to connect the warships. Due to the volcanic nature of Long Mountain, Dragonstone possessed a modest iron ore supply. To ensure the stability of the connections between the warships, at least 4 or 5 iron chains would be required for each vessel, simultaneously, to withstand potential severe storms. The masts would also need fortification. In total, this endeavor would necessitate approximately several tons of iron, marking it as a considerable undertaking. After everyone else had departed, Viserys and Rhaella were left with only 4 Kingsguard. Rhaella addressed the few remaining, stating, Viserys has dreamt of an unprecedented tempest. Shipbreaker Bay, as its name suggests, is far from a favorable location. It is riddled with treacherous reefs that can easily lead to shipwrecks and loss of life. The father of the 3 Baratheon brothers, Duke Stephen, perished in a maritime disaster while returning to the vicinity of Shipbreaker Bay. The navigable passages are few, which has hindered Wind's Rest from flourishing in trade-light coastal cities such as Storm's End and King's Landing. However, it possesses a unique advantage as a natural maritime stronghold. One of the reasons Robert chose it as a shipyard. The scholar of Wind's Rest, named Cresson, had watched the Baratheon brothers grow up. Since Robert had spent his youth in the Vale, Cresson had the most time with Stannis, thus forming a close bond between the two. Although Cresson had surpassed 70 years, his scholarly robes appeared somewhat oversized and ill-fitting, with age spots the size of coins scattered across his scalp. Yet, the old scholar retained a vibrant spirit. He was also quite resolute, having suggested during the siege of Wind's Rest that the bodies of enemies be used as provisions. Nevertheless, the softest part of his heart belonged to Stannis. Recently, Stannis had been tasked with the fleet's renovation plan, often returning home late. With the unpredictable season of maritime weather approaching, Cresson found himself increasingly concerned for the young man, who was yet to reach 20. As the sun set over the hills, a warship with a yellow hull sailed into the harbor. It was the Fury, a vessel repurposed from a large merchant ship. In the original timeline, Stannis commanded the troops aboard this very ship during the conquest of Dragonstone. Soon, the Fury docked, and Stannis approached Scholar Cresson. The scholar mentioned that this year might witness a significant storm, advising that they should set sail as early as possible. Deteriorating weather would diminish the likelihood of an assault by the Dragonstone fleet. The somewhat stooped Cresson cautioned Stannis, providing his reasoning. The sea is capricious, and it is a universal consensus during the age of sail to avoid engaging in adverse weather. Indeed, Stannis replied in a voice scarcely audible. Cresson understood that he was not one to openly express his emotions and had long since grown accustomed to this. The youth had played an indelible role during the rebellion. Although Wind's Rest was besieged, it served, in a manner of speaking, as a nail, preventing Dorne from freely assisting the Crownlands while also trapping a significant portion of the loyalist forces within its confines. According to the principles of hereditary succession, Stannis was the next in line to become the Duke of Wind's Rest. Scholar Cresson regarded Stannis with the affection of a benevolent grandfather as they made their way toward the stronghold, with Stannis deliberately slowing his pace to allow Cresson to keep up a subtle yet profound display of his emotions. Oberyn continued, stating that the friction and strife between the two races had persisted for centuries, and due to the absence of favorable terrain for concealment, they frequently fell victim to the raids of the Dothraki. If one were to select Discovery as the destination for eastward migration, merely addressing these two issues would prove exceedingly challenging. Upon hearing Oberyn's assessment, the assembly deemed Discovery an unsuitable locale. However, Viserys perceived an opportunity. He recognized that most individuals were merely striving to live their lives, entangled in the web of power struggles. By vanquishing foes, he could seize their memories and swiftly discern those who thrived on chaos. As for the Dothraki, being a nomadic people, their strength lay in their numerous steeds and skilled riders. Furthermore, the vast expanse of the Dothraki Sea, spanning millions of square kilometers, made tracking them arduous. This, too, posed no insurmountable obstacle for him. Through conquest, he could similarly acquire their martial prowess and rapidly cultivate a formidable cavalry. Though the grasslands were expansive, their hiding spots were limited. By capturing memories, he could easily uncover their concealment. This principle echoed the reason behind Kublai Khan's successful northern campaigns after ascending to the throne. The inhabitants of the Central Plains remained ignorant of the nomads' whereabouts, yet the nomads were not oblivious to theirs. Standing tall, Viserys addressed the assembly, "Noble lords, what is our purpose in journeying to the eastern continent? We do not seek mere survival nor subservience. We aim to amass strength, to oust the usurpers, and to avenge my brother." Establishing a new power in Discovery is undoubtedly fraught with challenges, yet the easier paths have long been claimed by others. If we do not wish to be subjugated, we must wield the swords in our hands and carve a bloody path. Viserys exuded authority, his violet eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. He could not divulge to his subjects his ability to kill and read minds. He could only rely on the prestige he had garnered from previous battles. Ultimately, the assembly opted to follow him into this gamble. One reason for their choice of Giscari was the impracticality of transporting the vast number of people and resources on the island all at once. They could first dispatch an advanced pioneering contingent. Should this expedition prove effective, further transport of manpower and supplies could follow. If the situation there turned out to be excessively complex, they could reconsider their approach. In other words, under Viserys' insistence, they agreed to a trial rather than an all-or-nothing wager. It would be splendid if we could also bring the fleet to Giscari, Oak remarked while studying the map surrounding Giscari. This was a universally understood principle. Giscari was encircled by the Little Lorne and Upper Lorne rivers, with the main flow of the Lorne River to the south. Once the fleet entered the Lorne River, the Targaryen sphere of influence would extend beyond Giscari itself, allowing them to compete with Valyrian, who claimed the title of Queen of the Lorne River. The mouth of the Lorne River, controlled by Valyrian, was the sole passage for the fleet to access Giscari. Chapter 38. A storm approaches, Your Majesty. The Valyrian family has yet to respond to our correspondence. Here at Dragonstone, the fleet has unfurled its sails, poised for immediate departure. Uncertain of when the tempest may strike, we must set forth in advance. Meanwhile, Viserys is finalizing his arrangements. For over 3 months, he has summoned the Valyrian family bi-weekly, yet no reply has been forthcoming. Consequently, after this conflict, neither the Valyrians nor the Targaryens will harbor any semblance of mercy. I understand, Viserys said to Pharaoh. Having ascertained that Pharaoh would not dare to scheme under his watchful gaze, he entrusted the management of the crow's nest to him. However, he also placed Davos' youngest son beside him as an apprentice. This was not merely to shield himself from future repercussions but rather due to the precarious state of House Targaryen, which allowed for not a single misstep. After dismissing him, Viserys proceeded to Lynna's chamber, where both Elia and Rhaena awaited him. They were tending to Lynna while also anticipating Viserys' arrival. A fortnight prior, the Red Viper and Davos had returned with a shipment of Valyrian steel goods from the Free Cities. A Valyrian steel bracelet, 2 rings, and various ornaments cluttered the room, having cost over 20,000 gold dragons. Upon Viserys' entrance, Elia and Rhaena stepped aside, permitting him to take a seat by Lynna's bedside. Viserys, my child, Lynna said, her voice tinged with sorrow as she caressed his head. You are far too young to face such hardships. Indeed, across the 7 kingdoms, few children were thrust into battle before the age of 10. And this would mark his second such ordeal. Viserys gently wiped away the tears from his mother's eyes. Do not worry, mother. I shall be safe. Alas, you are unable to witness the Iron Fleet. It resembles a moving fortress upon the sea. If we were to lay planks across those iron chains, I dare say even war horses could gallop upon them, unafraid of any tempest. Rhaena placed a comforting hand on Elia's shoulder, her own eyes glistening with unshed tears. Previously, the two had disguised themselves under the protection of William to board the Iron Fleet, and they could attest to its unwavering stability, akin to that of solid ground. Rhaena believed that such a fleet would remain unbroken, and the U-shaped formation of the warships, with Viserys' flagship at the center, provided a means of retreat should the battle turn dire. Yet, the thought of Viserys, so young and already familiar with the battlefield, stirred deep emotions within her. You must return, Lynna implored repeatedly. Viserys did not respond to her insistence but instead remarked, Do you recall when I told you I dreamed of you teaching Dany to ride? Lynna nodded. Do you know what I was doing in that dream? Lynna shook her head. I was roasting meat for her. Viserys pointed to his mother's rounded belly. Seeing his words, Layla's face finally wore a hint of a smile. Viserys' dream was also her faith and hope. If her son had not deceived her, he would surely return safely. After meeting with Layla, there was no need to converse further with Elia and the others. Under William's protection, Viserys proceeded directly to the harbor. Along the way, Viserys entrusted him with a box. William knew what was inside, as Viserys had confided in him that, should anything untoward happen, young Aegon would be his heir. This certainty had been solidified during Lyanna's childbirth, leading Viserys to suspect the existence of a hidden threat. He was uncertain whether he would face retaliation. Human hearts are tender, and after such a long time, Viserys had felt Layla's concern for him. The reason he had not left a will for Layla was due to his worry that she might experience emotional turmoil during childbirth. If I do not return, I entrust the Targaryens to you, Sir William. Rest assured, Your Majesty, William replied, straining to maintain his composure in the face of Viserys' trust. He himself did not fully understand why Viserys placed such confidence in him, yet it instilled within him a profound sense of responsibility. He watched as Viserys boarded the ship. The warship with its black sails slowly departing the harbor, resembling clouds pregnant with a tempest. The black flag fluttered ominously in the breeze, and as William turned to look, he noticed, far on the horizon, a dark cloud forming. To ensure that the fleet could evade the storm, Viserys led them to a point 100 miles southeast of Dragonstone Island. This was nearly the limit of visibility for the island. Should a storm arise, they would immediately head for Storm's End. However, the fleet had been at sea for a week, and the waters remained tranquil. The fleet, like a floating island, remained stationary. The soldiers found themselves idle, and several brawls had broken out aboard the ships. In response, Jiro had ordered the captains to increase their patrols, even going himself to inspect discipline on different warships. I heard this voyage was ordered by the Queen Mother. Naval battles are not fought like this. They are fought in fair weather. Who knows what we are waiting for? Complained a soldier with sparse facial hair. After days at sea, everything had become inconvenient. Some soldiers, unaccustomed to growing beards, were forced to endure a disheveled appearance. I heard the Queen Mother might be having a child, suddenly said one soldier with a mysterious expression. The Queen Mother is having a child? Isn't she supposed to be a grandmother by now? You know nothing. Royal women are always well taken care of, and besides, how old is our little king? The soldier replied with an expression that suggested he knew more than he was letting on. Just as the others were lost in their musings, a sharp dagger erupted from the chest of the soldier who had spoken of the Queen Mother. The crowd gasped and turned to see it was none other than the recently promoted commander of the support fleet, Oak Veshly. Robert roared, his fists pounding the table with thunderous intensity. A fierce fire raged within Stannis' chest, yet he restrained himself. To any observer, the two resembled enraged stags, poised to clash with their sharp antlers at any moment. Your Majesty, we must devise our next course of action, Stannis implored, exerting his utmost effort. The elderly Jon Arryn stepped between the two brothers, striving to quell the imminent conflict. Having vented much of his anger, Robert slumped into the chair recently propped up by a servant. How much gold remains in the treasury? Robert inquired, seemingly calmed. Over 1 million golden dragons, came the reply. However, upon hearing this figure, Robert's eyes widened in disbelief. Less than 1 million? Did we not have over 500,000 upon our arrival in King's Landing? This query left the old hand of the king feeling somewhat vexed. You reckless spendthrift. Having just seized King's Landing, lavishly bestowing gifts. Just the rewards alone totaled several 100,000. This past year, you've also undertaken extensive renovations to the Red Keep, costing yet another substantial sum. The fleet's refurbishment alone devoured over 100,000 golden dragons. In total, that's over 300,000. It is now evident to Arryn that the tax revenues from the Seven Kingdoms will undoubtedly fall short of your expenditures. Furthermore, if he wished to acquire merchant vessels for reconstruction, the treasury's funds were woefully inadequate. Although Arryn longed to criticize his foster son, he could not do so openly and thus offered a semblance of comfort. Your Majesty, the kingdom is in dire need of revitalization, and funds are required everywhere. In a couple of years, when stability is restored, things will improve. What shall we do now? Simply stand by as those vile dragons block Blackwater Bay? Arryn had no better solution at hand. It seemed that if a fleet were to be hastily assembled, they would have to borrow some funds from the Westerlands, Robert's father-in-law. The prosperity of the Westerlands was well recognized throughout the Seven Kingdoms. In a previous life, Viserys often heard the term having a mine at home to describe wealth. And the Lannisters of the Westerlands could be said to have made their home in a mine. Casterly Rock was intricately carved from a rock face towering 600 feet high, with its interior rich in gold mines. Perched on the shores of the Sunset Sea, Casterly Rock appeared as though gilded in gold whenever the sun dipped below the horizon. The golden rays filtered through Tywin's window, casting an air of formidable authority upon his visage. The Dream Walker. Humph, the Targaryens have a penchant for theatrics. Tywin held little belief in such fanciful notions. He scoffed at all sorcery, magic, and mysticism, embodying a staunch atheist. However, the victories of Storm's End were indeed tangible achievements of Viserys, a fact he could not deny. Yet brother, Is it not a striking coincidence that the fleet from Dragonstone departed just before the storm? Questioned Kevin, seated beside him. Coincidence? Is it merely happenstance that their connecting chains were also involved? Chapter 39. The storm approaches through the lens of a telescope. Viserys discerned a thick mass of ominous clouds gathering in the direction of Dragonstone, their density and magnitude progressively swelling as if inflated by an unseen breath. Several members of the King's Guard, considerably older than Viserys, also peered through their telescopes, having never before witnessed such foreboding signs of an impending tempest. They could scarcely fathom the terror that such a cloud formation might unleash. Their gazes toward Viserys shifted, reflecting a newfound respect. Previously, when Rhaella had shared Viserys' dream of an unprecedented storm, their trust had been tentative. Now, they were convinced that this young king was indeed the fabled Dreamwalker. With a leader capable of foreseeing calamity, perhaps the Targaryens could truly be restored to greatness. Viserys lowered the telescope and turned to Yora and the others, commanding, "Set sail for Storm's End at full speed." "At once," they replied, as the warships linked by iron chains unfurled their sails. The black sails rose like clouds emerging from the sea. Some seasoned sailors sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. The surface of the water shimmered with oppressive heat, and the humidity in the air surged dramatically. Those who had just emerged from the ship's hold felt as if an ancient beast had licked their faces. All signs pointed to the imminent arrival of a torrential downpour. Unbeknownst to them, a rumor began to circulate throughout the fleet. The king had dreamt of a great storm, prompting the early departure of the ships. As soldiers whispered among themselves, the sails suddenly echoed with the sound of raindrops striking them, a cacophony that grew increasingly intense. Mere moments after setting sail, torrents of rain began to pour from the sails. Meanwhile, the scene on Dragonstone was even more harrowing. Rain cascaded from the sky as if being poured from above, drenching the windows with a relentless roar. The rising winds howled through the stone drum tower, producing a sound akin to thunder. Young Rhaenys and her siblings buried their faces in the arms of their nursemaids, nearly overwhelmed by terror. In the birthing chamber, Rhaella felt the intensifying waves of labor. Daenerys was about to make her entrance. Elia and Lyanna stood vigil inside and outside the chamber, managing the midwives and attendants. They were also tasked with monitoring Rhaella's condition, prepared to bring Valyrian steel close to her if she began to experience delusions. William, accompanied by over 100 guards, secured every entrance and exit of the castle. Within 100 meters of Rhaella's birthing chamber, every individual had been meticulously vetted by him. He himself braved the deluge, darting between sentry posts, acutely aware of the increasingly torrential rain and howling winds. Standing atop a vantage point, he gazed southward, filled with concern for Viserys. At this moment, the torrential rain has begun to obstruct visibility, leaving one uncertain whether Viserys can accurately locate Wind's Rest. There is even doubt as to whether the vessels forming the floating islands can withstand such a fierce storm. Meanwhile, due to the iron chains connecting the ships, the fleet's progress is indeed sluggish. Additionally, Viserys has dispatched several swift ships ahead of the fleet to serve as guides. These guiding vessels are selected from the fleet, manned by the most experienced sailors, many of whom have grown up at sea. The guiding ships not only fly red and yellow flags but also deliberately produce thick black smoke to ensure that the fleet behind can spot them at a glance. As the rain intensifies, the surrounding world transforms into a white blur. Suddenly, the soldiers notice a fog enveloping them. Rain pours down from above while mist rises from below. The fleet's visibility diminishes drastically. However, the captains and fleet commanders who participated in the war council are increasingly emboldened. Firstly, the fleet has already evaded disaster by leaving Dragonstone. Now, even if they remain stationary, the fleet can ensure its safety. From another perspective, the vigilance at the port of Wind's Rest is undoubtedly at its lowest. If they can mount an assault, they are sure to achieve great feats. Thanks to the various goods, even courtesans, that Davos procured in the free cities 2 months prior, the soldiers have places to spend their gold coins. After indulging in revelry, the soldiers yearn for further rewards. Moreover, Viserys has raised the bounty for this beheading to 30 gold coins. 30 golden dragons, a sum that could rival half a lifetime of earnings for some. The captains also eagerly anticipate the opportunity to earn military accolades. Although Viserys cannot currently grant them land, certain privileges on Dragonstone have been duly allocated. Thus, the desire for battle runs high. The torrential rain and raging winds cannot extinguish the fleet's morale. Meanwhile, the weather at Wind's Rest is considerably better. Nevertheless, the heavy rain and gales have impeded construction. Almost all the vigilant soldiers have retreated to the harbor to take shelter. Stannis stands in the tower, gazing outward. Lost in thought. Rest assured, smiles Maester Crescent. Based on my assessment, the dark clouds should be coming from the north. The storm on Dragonstone will only intensify. And they will not come. Indeed, Stannis nods in agreement with Crescent. According to the experienced captains, such a tremendous storm could snap masts of inferior quality. Some medium-sized vessels might even be capsized outright. If the Targaryens dare to attack, the storm alone would be sufficient to obliterate their fleet. However, Stannis is not troubled by this. The tempest stirs unpleasant memories within him. His parents perished in a storm while returning from the Free Cities. This event has fostered his aversion, even hatred, for the Targaryens, as his parents had ventured to the Free Cities to seek a bride of Valyrian blood for Rhaegar. Despite the unwavering trust bestowed by Viserys, William still felt a certain distance from Hyrule and the others. Hyrule's words instilled in him a sense of belonging, igniting his determination to eradicate the malignant influence of the fire sorcerers. Upon hearing of the fire sorcerer's presence, Arthur and Oswald hastily convened. Their gathering imbued with a palpable tension that enveloped Dragonstone. After deliberation, they concluded that the threat posed by the fire sorcerers to the realm could not be underestimated. Should Viserys remain obstinately attached to them, sacrifices would be imperative. If His Majesty refuses to expel those fire sorcerers, then I shall eliminate them myself. And you can bring me before the king to face my fate. Arthur, with his impetuous nature, was unwilling to witness the flicker of revival dim once more. I am the captain. Hyrule interjected, extending his wounded right hand. You shall remain. He believed that, being the eldest and having suffered injury, he was the most deserving of martyrdom. Under the weight of the captain's authority, Hyrule managed to sway them all. However, after persuading Arthur and the others, a moment of disquietude washed over him. He recalled how he had remained a passive observer when Alicent had slain the Stark father and son and when he had violated Queen Layla. Yet, here he was, audaciously offering counsel to Viserys on such matters. A subject is but a shadow of the sovereign. Hyrule suddenly remembered Viserys' words, realizing he had encountered a ruler of integrity and greatness, prompting a transformation within himself. They proceeded together to Layla's abode, awaiting Viserys' final decision. Meanwhile, Viserys was entertaining Dany. I am Daenerys, born of the storm. The little girl exclaimed, blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, her toothless grin radiating innocence. Upon learning of the fire sorcerer's arrival on the island, Viserys' first thought was to eliminate them and absorb their essence. Despite the fire sorcerers having proven more of a hindrance than a help throughout nearly a century of Targaryen history, Viserys recognized their true potential. When the Red Comet descended and the dragons were reborn, their powers would manifest. Thus, he would not squander this opportunity. Especially considering the likelihood that fire magic was intricately linked to the hatching of dragon eggs. The Kingsguard remained vigilant regarding his growing madness, necessitating a degree of cunning. Previously, Viserys had sold captives as laborers in Pentos, a strategic retreat. This time, his intent to eliminate the fire sorcerers was a maneuver of strategic advance. Observing the frolicking siblings, Layla felt an unparalleled joy in her life. Her gaze toward Viserys conveyed boundless affection, tinged with sorrow. She knew her son would soon embark on another journey, seeking a haven for their family. Layla pondered that throughout the annals of Targaryen history, none had faced such trials as he. Could they not grant this child a few more years to mature? Chapter 40, The Battle of Shipwreck Cove. Throughout the journey, the soldiers aboard the warships gradually acclimated to the torrential rains and fierce winds. The primary reason for this adaptation lay in the extraordinary stability afforded by the iron chains binding the vessels together. Upon entering Shipwreck Cove, Jiro commanded the fleet to shift formation from a U-shape to a T-shape. The head of the fleet, shaped like a T, was designated to run aground and clear mines. Given the poor visibility and Viserys' pursuit of rapid assault, this almost extravagant tactic became necessary. Should any ship run aground, the following vessels would alter their course accordingly. By the time the Dragonstone fleet reached the harbor of Windrest Fortress, approximately a dozen ships had met this unfortunate fate, with 2 sinking outright. Yet, this sacrifice was deemed worthwhile. As the defenders of Windrest began to unleash sporadic arrows, the fleet, now resembling a floating island, dispatched smaller boats to initiate the assault. Viserys gazed toward the clearly visible Windrest Fortress, silently wishing for the soldiers in their small boats to row with greater speed. The fortress itself was an imposing tower, further accentuated by its massive battlements, resembling a clenched fist poised on the edge of a precipice, ready to strike down upon its foes at any moment. Your Majesty, To ensure we can incinerate the usurper's ships, we must hold out until nightfall. I need to command the battle at the front lines. You must remain here and safeguard yourself. Viserys nodded, indicating his resolve to remain steadfast aboard the flagship. After all, the warships had undergone considerable fireproofing. During the construction of the decks, they employed rot-resistant and non-flammable teak wood. Igniting them was no simple task, and completely destroying them would require time. Thus, a battle was inevitable. However, Viserys felt no trepidation. With the 3 elite Kingsguard present, he was confident that no one within Windrest could withstand Arthur. Moreover, it was inconceivable that anyone would anticipate an assault on Windrest at this juncture. Such a hasty response would surely fall short against Arthur and Oswald. This was destined to be a historically significant battle. The fleet's warships first spread out horizontally, then the catapults began to launch their projectiles. Their intention was to unleash as many missiles as possible before the soldiers tasked with igniting the ships could reach them, thereby inflicting damage upon the Windrest fleet. At this moment, the Windrest fleet was not only immobilized but also arranged neatly and densely, presenting an unparalleled target. Once the catapults were correctly angled, further aiming was unnecessary. They simply needed to launch their projectiles at the fastest possible rate, resulting in a remarkably high frequency of fire. By the time the soldiers aboard the small boats entered the harbor, 2 or 3 dozen ships under renovation had already been sunk. The ensuing battle unfolded just as Viserys had anticipated, with an unstoppable momentum. He inadvertently orchestrated what could be considered the earliest instance of infantry-artillery cooperation in this world. As Stannis began to fortify his position with his troops, plumes of black smoke billowed from the ships undergoing renovation. When he finally disowned the fastest advancing enemy contingent, he was utterly struck with horror. The soldiers in that battalion were led by the illustrious Dawnblade, advancing with unparalleled ferocity. If Arthur embodied a lance, then he himself was the glistening tip, exuding a chilling brilliance. The speed at which his forces surged forward resembled a razor gliding effortlessly through thick fat. Some soldiers, upon recognizing Arthur, chose to abandon resistance entirely and fled in disarray. Were it not for the formidable fortress in which he found himself, perched atop a high cliff, Stannis would not have entertained the notion of halting Arthur's advance. Yet Arthur's true objective was not him, but rather his fleet. As Stannis and his dispatched forces reached the harbor, the flames engulfing several warships could no longer be contained. Amidst the thick smoke, flickers of orange fire emerged, reminiscent of a roaring, menacing dragon's head. Stannis understood that the losses incurred were far greater than he had anticipated. The question at hand was no longer whether he could repel the Targaryen fleet, but rather how many of those ships he could salvage. It was then that he encountered the forces led by Oswald, a typically taciturn member of the Kingsguard, who displayed remarkable valor. He and his men effectively restrained Stannis' troops along the shoreline. In such torrential weather, neither side could utilize archery. Instead, they were reduced to the most primal form of combat, blade against blade, armor against armor. Meanwhile, Sir Oak was rapidly approaching a large vessel with a yellow hull. "Ah, this ship appears to be a legitimate warship," he mused. Indeed, it was a warship. Oak was born aboard a naval vessel, the son of a mother who once served as a courtesan for the navy of King's Landing. No one was more familiar with the types of ships than he, and he cherished them, lamenting the thought of their destruction. Climbing to the mast, Oak surveyed the battlefield and noted that the majority of the Windrest forces had their attention drawn towards Arthur. It seemed he had an opportunity to seize all 20 of the warships before him. Was the glory of burning enemy ships greater than that of capturing them? Undoubtedly, it was the latter. I wonder if His Majesty would reward me with a barony, he thought. The knightly class was merely the lowest tier of nobility, hardly qualifying as a true title. Only by becoming a baron could one truly be considered a noble. With this thought, Oak resolved to slightly defy Gyro's orders. If he could bring back these dozen warships, he might just secure his place among the aristocracy. Standing at the bow of the ship, he addressed his soldiers with fervor. "I have some unfortunate news for you. There may not be many enemies left for you to slay, for they have all gone to Sir Arthur's side." The soldiers felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. "However, I bear good tidings. If we capture these warships and present them to His Majesty, the rewards shall be plentiful. Now, everyone follow me. Let us seize these warships and claim all rewards from the king. Charge with me." However, it may only be a brief moment. Due to the sparse concentration of fire elements in the surroundings, he finds himself expending more of the fire elements within his body. As for the advanced technique of the flame ladder, he might not yet be capable of achieving it. Furthermore, Viserys has a vague sense that he can perhaps glimpse the future through the flames, a power he is reluctant to wield. Following the events surrounding Lyanna and Rhaella's childbirth, the existence of hidden forces has become a settled matter. What he perceives in the flames, is it the genuine future or merely a fabricated image presented to him? Viserys has no desire to become a Red Priestess. Just as he and his guards were on their way back, a Lord approached to report, "Your Majesty." A group claiming to be from the Iron Bank seeks an audience. The Iron Bank? Viserys found it perplexing why individuals from the Iron Bank would come to seek him out. Chapter 51. The tentacles of the Iron Bank in the throne hall of the Stone Drum Tower. Several envoys from the Iron Bank, having journeyed from Braavos, stood respectfully. They donned plain yet practical brown cloaks, their beards intricately braided and hanging down to their chests. The founders of the Iron Bank are referred to as the Lookers. And these individuals are their descendants. The Lookers possess a profound understanding of money, viewing it as both agricultural tools and weapons. In essence, gold serves as their servant, soldier, and guardian. They compel wealth to work for them. The Iron Bank is akin to an indescribable beast, its tendrils extending throughout the known world. The only resounding maxim that remains in the ears of the populace is, the Iron Bank does not tolerate that. Should an ordinary person default on their obligations to the Iron Bank, they would render that individual's life a living torment. If a king were to fall into debt with the Iron Bank, they would lend their support to the king as adversaries, causing the throne to become a seat of discomfort. If the opposition were to successfully overthrow the king, not only would they don the crown, but they would also inherit the debts of both their predecessor and their own. Father did not take a loan from the Iron Bank, did he? Viserys inquired of Rhaella as they journeyed towards the throne hall. There are still 3 to 4 million golden dragons on Dragonstone. Yet every single coin is of utmost importance to him. He hoped that the reckless Aegon had not left behind any great burden. Surely not. The treasury in King's Landing is overflowing. He had no need to borrow from the Iron Bank, Rhaella replied, straining to recall. Viserys nodded, though a pang of sorrow washed over him. The royal treasury and the Targaryen coffers have always been distinct entities. The treasury resides in King's Landing, while the family's wealth is located on Dragonstone. How splendid it would be if all the riches could be centralized on Dragonstone. Alas, it seems those damned Rob has squandered them all. As the mother and son arrived at the throne hall, Rhaella took her seat upon the throne and inquired, "I wonder what brings our guests from the Iron Bank so far." She spoke with the poise of a host. Even though Viserys had already been crowned king and played an irreplaceable role on Dragonstone. Chapter 41. The bestowal of titles. The recent raid yielded the anticipated results. And to his surprise, Ogg managed to deliver even more than expected to Viserys. Leading 2,000 men, he captured over 20 formidable warships. The value of these vessels alone was at least 5 times the costs incurred during the battle, implying that not only did Viserys emerge unscathed, but he also profited from the encounter. Upon the deck, a dozen captains craned their necks like eager ducks, for they were about to witness a rare and momentous investiture ceremony. King Viserys was set to elevate the son of a harlot to the rank of Viscount. When Ogg heard of Viserys' intention to confer upon him the title of Viscount, he could scarcely believe his ears. Now, in a daze, he knelt before Viserys, his face and neck flushed with heat, as though he could fry 2 large cakes upon them. He half kneeled, laying his long sword at the king's feet. When Viserys' sword touched Ogg's shoulder, a tingling sensation coursed through him. Out of the corner of his eye, Ogg glimpsed his colleagues, their eyes green with envy. Just a short while ago, they would gather to drink, gamble, and call upon hordes from the free cities at their behest. Yet now, he was on the cusp of becoming a true nobleman. Before the battle, they could call him Ogg, or even the son of a whore, and he would not take offense. But after this battle, they would be compelled to address him as Lord Ogg. Such is the power of military merit. Viserys' voice rang out, commanding silence and undivided attention. In the presence of the gods and the assembled nobles and knights, he proclaimed, "I, Viserys Targaryen son, protector of the 7 kingdoms and all realms, king of the Undos, the Ruiner, and the first man, by the authority vested in me as king, do hereby grant you the title of Viscount. You have been chosen as a member of the nobility. This is not merely an acknowledgement of your personal character, but a solemn entrustment of future responsibilities. Henceforth, I command you to remain loyal to the crown, to defend the realm, to confront all adversaries, to uphold the law and justice, to protect the weak, and to punish injustice. In times of war, be fearless and courageous, leading by example, inspiring your soldiers. In times of peace, contribute to the welfare and glory of the nation. Now, by the authority of the crown, I formally invest you as Viscount Oak. May your reign be filled with wisdom, may your sword always be wielded in the name of justice. May the gods bless you. And may your family as honor endure through the ages. Indeed, according to standard protocol, Viserys should have specified the location of the investiture during the ceremony. However, with Dragonstone being the only available venue, he opted to forego this step. He quietly assured Oak that he would compensate him with lands in due course. At that moment, Oak was lost in the ecstasy of his impending elevation to viscountcy, having memorized the oath he would take the entire night prior. In moments of heightened tension, I found myself somewhat flustered while responding to Viserys. I, Oak Vishwa, humbly kneel before you. I solemnly swear. Though it should have been a grand oath, Viserys seemed indifferent to the stumbling delivery. His urgency in conducting the investiture ceremony was intended to inspire the captains and soldiers. For another battle loomed ahead. As Oak accepted the sword bestowed upon him by Viserys, he felt somewhat lightheaded, particularly under the scrutinizing gazes of the assembly, which only heightened his nervousness and embarrassment. In such moments of anxiety, one tends to appear particularly fidgety. Oak fidgeted with the sword's hilt, adjusted his sleeves and collar, and shifted his posture, performing a flurry of movements in a mere second. However, the fleet's captains, rugged as they were, could only marvel at how a former comrade, with whom they once shared tales, had ascended to nobility. There was not a single one among them who did not wish to transform from the awkward figure standing there into his own likeness. This, indeed, was Viserys' intention. Addressing the captains, he proclaimed, "Each of you has displayed remarkable valor in this conflict, and I am grateful for your contributions. I will fulfill my promises of rewards upon our return to Dragonstone. However, I must convey that another battle awaits us, or rather, a barony is at stake for you all. News from Dragonstone informs us that yesterday's tempest has destroyed every vessel docked in the harbor, including those at Crab Isle and Driftmark. The Valerian family of Driftmark has betrayed House Targaryen and allied with the Pretender. If you can breach their fortress, I shall elevate the most deserving among you to the rank of Baron." Viserys' assurances ignited fervor among the captains and commanders. They were eager to equip their ships with wings and fly to Driftmark and Crab Isle without delay. Once each captain returned to his station, Viserys conferred with 3 members of the Kingsguard regarding their next steps. "Sir Arthur, Sir Oswell, I entrust Driftmark to you. Ideally, we can compel Lord Valerian to surrender, as the island's populace and wealth are invaluable to us at this juncture." "Your Majesty, rest assured," Arthur pledged to Viserys. With the fleet lost, Driftmark was akin to a fortress stripped of armor. He felt supremely confident in his ability to secure the island. Subsequently, Viserys cautioned him to ensure his own safety. Regarding Crab Isle, Viserys intended to accompany Ser Jorah. While Crab Isle itself was small, Viserys' ambitions extended beyond it. He also sought to venture to the Fingers. The denizens of the Fingers were far more loyal than the old retainers of Valerian and Saitiga. Almost every notable family from the Fingers had produced a member of the Kingsguard. Furthermore, many families had sent soldiers to fight alongside Rhaegar in the Battle of the Trident, with each household mourning losses on the battlefield. Though I would soon depart Westeros for the Eastern Continent, I knew that one day I would return. Viserys turned his gaze towards the map of the free cities that hung on the wall, his eyes fixating on the city-state of Tyrash, which lay across the sea from Sunspear. Indeed, shortly after the commencement of the tale, it seemed that the kingdom of the 3 daughters had once again descended into conflict. Realizing the sales channels of Braavos, Viserys felt a surge of exhilaration. However, Elisha, who had only recently been retrieved from the wall, interjected, "Your Majesty, could it be that the Iron Bank has purchased our ships only to resell them to Robert?" Elisha's caution sent a chill down the spines of those present. This was not an implausible scenario. "Your Majesty, is it possible that Robert has already dispatched envoys to Braavos, seeking to unite forces to assault Dragonstone?" Oak echoed Elisha's concerns, casting a shadow over the assembly. The Council of Military Officials, led by Ser Jorah, immediately began to deliberate on defensive strategies should Braavos and Robert forge an alliance. Davos, meanwhile, scrutinized the map, contemplating potential routes of escape should they face defeat. The scholars, upon hearing this possibility, wore expressions of deep concern. Layla anxiously cast a glance at her son. After a moment of contemplation, Viserys deemed the likelihood of such a scenario to be minimal. Firstly, He was quite certain that Braavos loathed the idea of vast territories being governed under a single banner. They should still remember the days of their prosperity during the height of Illyrio. Secondly, according to the original course of events, the Beggar King would flee to Braavos under the protection of William. The Sea Lord of Braavos had even served as a witness to his betrothal. This served as further evidence of his unwillingness to see the Seven Kingdoms united. Thus, it was improbable they would aid Robert in securing the Iron Throne. No. The likelihood is quite low, Viserys reassured the assembly, alleviating their apprehensions for the time being. Recently, he had also been pondering whether the turmoil in the region of Godslayer was linked to Braavos, or even to both Braavos and Pentos. Considering that both city-states engaged in thriving trade, Godslayer was strategically positioned at the confluence of the Lorne River and the Valyrian Road, serving as a crucial hub for transportation across the eastern continent. The emergence of a formidable power in such a locale would be self-evident. Whether this was indeed the case would require Viserys to probe further. Thus, after calming the assembly somewhat, Viserys proposed his desire to journey to Braavos personally. Unsurprisingly, this suggestion was met with unanimous opposition. Your Majesty, even if they do not conspire with Robert to attack Dragonstone, we cannot afford to take such a significant risk. Allow me to go. Uriah was the first to voice his dissent. Arthur and the others quickly followed suit. Indeed, Your Majesty, we cannot permit you to take such a risk. Davos reflected on his family and also expressed his willingness to undertake the journey once more. As for the others, it went without saying that Layla, as a mother, was against it, and Elisha, who had just returned from the wall, also wished to prevent Viserys from going. They had initially believed that Layla wielded the power, but were astonished to find that Viserys held authority on Dragonstone that was no less than that of a robust king. This implied that if Viserys were to fall, their own circumstances would also be dire. Chapter 42. The Old Crab. In order to circumvent the blockade imposed by the fleet at Dragonstone, the Sutika family entrusted their business associates in the Free Cities to convey a letter of surrender to Stannis, embarking from Tyrosh. This arduous journey would entail crossing the narrow sea twice and would stretch over 5 long months. Considering the considerable time required for a response, the head of the Sutika family, Count Adrian, exhibited remarkable patience. However, the sudden onset of a fearsome storm a few days prior left him in a state of disquiet. This tempest had ravaged the only port he could rely on, transforming his merchant vessels into mere wreckage amidst the turmoil. At that moment, the old crab, Adrian, gazed upon the storm-battered harbor, teetering on the brink of despair. His family's fleet had dwindled to a mere handful of ships still in the Free Cities, with nearly 20 vessels lost to the wrath of the storm. This calamity felt akin to a grievous wound upon his heart. Alas, my ships! Cursed storm, return my vessels! He lamented, overwhelmed with sorrow as he raged at the heavens. Uncle, fret not. Though our ships are lost, we can construct new ones, purchase replacements. I have heard that Braavos has unveiled several new ship designs. My father often said that the old is never as good as the new, consoled his grandnephew, Crispy. Foolish boy! What do you know? You, like your profligate father, have never understood the value of frugality. Do you think it easy to amass a fortune? Adrian rebuked him. Much to Crispy's surprise, with no recourse, Crispy cast a furtive glance at his brother, Sealment. Do not despair, uncle. Consider the brighter side. Perhaps the Targaryen fleet has met its demise as well? The old crab, having lost a son in his later years, shared a bond akin to fatherhood with the brothers. Crispy and Sealment, who had also suffered the loss of their father in their youth. Their relationship was cordial. Yet they found it increasingly difficult to tolerate their uncle's stinginess. Nonetheless, Sealment's words struck a chord with Adrian. Indeed, Crab Island is not far from Dragonstone. If Crab Island has sustained such severe damage, what of Dragonstone? Their fleet must surely be on the brink of destruction as well. Yet, the old crab remained unsatisfied, continuing to wail, "Oh, foolish storm, why did you not blow the Targaryen ships to my harbor? That would amount to over 100 vessels." The Crispy brothers were rendered speechless by their uncle's lamentations. While it was understandable to mourn one's own losses, his desire to inflict misfortune upon others was perplexing. Just as Sealment was about to offer further consolation, he suddenly caught sight of an ominous mass in his peripheral vision. Turning to look, he froze in place. "Ammon. Shall we escort our uncle back?" he stammered. Crispy, noticing his brother's strange demeanor, followed his gaze and found himself equally paralyzed. Meanwhile, the distraught old crab, sensing the absence of support from his nephews, intensified his weeping. Do not cry, uncle. Look over there. As Adrian focused his gaze, terror seized him, and he sank to the ground in shock. The ground was damp, and after his clothing became soaked, he hurriedly sat up. By the gods! The Targaryen fleet! The three of them, uncle and nephews, were engulfed in shock. What had his uncle just said? Oh, why didn't he the storm drive the Targaryen ships to Crab Island's port? And now it had truly arrived, yet you seemed displeased. Amon, quickly! Take uncle back. All right. The brothers struggled to drag the old crab, but he refused their insistence. Enough! Do not resist. There may be Kingsguard among the fleet, and you two fools cannot withstand them. The Crispy brothers recalled the three Kingsguard who had suddenly appeared during the long-ago naval battle at the Narrow Sea. A small crab island could hardly withstand their assault. Just look at the number of ships, at least 70 or 80. The garrison at Crab Island numbered merely in the thousands, their armor long neglected, utterly incapable of defense. In the castle of House Velaryon, Viserys sat upon the throne. He ran his fingers over the peeling blanket beneath him, perplexed. Was House Velaryon quite wealthy? This situation seemed amiss. Gazing down at the three kneeling before him, uncle and nephews, Viserys inquired, Count Adrian, over these past months, I have sent you at least 10 letters, correct? Not a single one has reached you. Faced with Viserys' interrogation, the old crab understood that Viserys had come to demand answers. But how should he respond? After all, greed seldom spares one as life. Just as he hesitated, his eldest nephew, Crispy, spoke up, Your Majesty. It was I who intercepted the letters. I believe the Targaryen cause to be lost. If you must punish someone, let it be me. The old crab gazed at his nephew in shock, then hurriedly interjected, And no, Your Majesty. It was not him. Do not heed this boy's nonsense. Uncle! Your Majesty. It is I. Sealman stepped forward a few paces in a show of contrition, but Jane, standing beside Viserys, drew her sword and pushed him back. Enough! Viserys interrupted them. Count Adrian, I intend to take everyone and everything from Crab Island to Dragonstone. Your ancestors came to Westeros alongside mine, Inmar, and subsequently aided my forebear, Aegon, in conquering this land. Yet now, usurpers have seized the Iron Throne, and I plan to gather strength on the eastern continent to reclaim it. Will you assist me? In matters concerning the Velaryons and the Velaryons alone, Viserys intended to exact retribution through blood. After all, the head of House Velaryon, Viserys, had always played the role of a sycophant during Rhaegar's lifetime. Following the fall of King's Landing, he had openly turned traitor. Viserys could not overlook him. As for the old crab, it was evident he harbored treasonous intentions as well. However, at present, he was merely a would-be traitor. Viserys was in dire need of allies. And this old fellow had managed to amass considerable wealth through trade, indicating he possessed some merit. Due to the active presence of the Dothraki in the vast grasslands, they pose a direct threat to the merchants' trade routes. Those unfortunate merchants who fall victim to robbery not only face the total loss of their goods but also risk being captured by the horse lords and subsequently sold into slavery. It seems they perceive the Dothraki as more perilous and savage compared to the sea and its pirates. The original narrative offers little insight into the Dothraki. Viserys knows scant information about them but refrains from naively categorizing the horse lords simply as nomadic tribes. He thus inquires, do these horse lords not understand the value of sustainable trade? Could they not engage in commerce with the merchants? Braavos, somewhat bewildered, shakes his head and replies, Forgive me, Your Majesty, but I too possess limited knowledge of these horse lords. Nodding in acknowledgement, Viserys resolves to gather intelligence about the Dothraki upon reaching the eastern continent. Since he plans to establish his influence in Discar, he will inevitably have to confront these horse lords. His understanding of them is confined to rudimentary concepts such as Drogon, Khal, and the Dothraki warrior ethos, leaving him entirely ignorant of their specific lifestyle, combat prowess, and ideological inclinations. He intends to collect more information once he arrives in Braavos. As Viserys ponders this, Braavos suddenly interjects, Your Majesty, we have arrived. He points toward a distant statue that appears no larger than a thumb, his eyes twinkling with excitement. As the vessel draws nearer, the statue looms larger. The sails of the ship flutter with the wind, producing a rustling sound. A mountain range rises abruptly, and the statue is positioned at the gap between the peaks. Its eyes emit a bright yellow flame, serving as a beacon. This is the Titan of Braavos, one of the 7 wonders of the world, crafted by its people. The entire statue is structured like an arch, and perhaps out of a desire to protect it. The Braavosi have adorned the giant with bronze armor. This colossal figure serves as both the brightest lighthouse in the surrounding seas and the maritime gateway to the city-state. It is said that within the giant lies an armory. Viserys estimates the statue's height to be comparable to a building of 40 or 50 stories. The only disconcerting aspect is that to enter Braavos, one must endure the humiliation of passing beneath the giant's lines. As the ship continues to approach, numerous arrow holes and deadly openings become visible on the Titan's thighs and waist. The statue emits a roar, as if it were coming to life. Your Majesty, the Iron Bank's representatives have stated that they will take over navigation from here, reported Davos' eldest son, Dale. Viserys turns to see the Iron Bank's ship accelerating to overtake his own. He replaces his head to conceal his identity. If the Sea King can hide behind the Iron Bank to advance his plans, then he too can suddenly reveal himself to disrupt their maneuvers. He must not allow himself to be led by the nose. Chapter 43. The orphan upon a mountainside stood a structure that was half castle and half rock, adorned with the white banner emblazoned with a bear's paw. This was the fortress of House Blan. Inside, sharp cries pierced the air. You shall not go. You shall not go. You dare to venture forth, and I shall break your legs. A robust woman, her fingers resembling stout carrots, stood with one hand on her hip and the other wielding a fire poker, bellowing at two young boys. Referred to as Mother Bear, Lysa had learned of the Targaryens' arrival at the Crab's Claw Peninsula, and her immediate instinct was to restrain the two youths in her care, her son, Bernard, and her nephew, Eustace. Excited by the news of the Targaryens' presence, they had donned their armor, eager to venture forth, but were met with Lysa's fierce opposition. She pointed accusingly at the two, her voice a thunderous echo. Bernard, you! Where are your father, your two brothers, and your uncle? Eustace! You! Where are your father, your uncle, and your two other uncles? Tell me! Where are they? Her roar left the boys' ears ringing, rendering them momentarily speechless. The individuals she mentioned had all perished alongside Rhaegar at the Trident. At that moment, a frail old man entered, the steward of House Blan. My lady. His Majesty Viserys is distributing compensation. We should hasten to claim our share. Compensation. Lysa, lacking informal education, was evidently unfamiliar with the term. Lord Ross and the others fell alongside Prince Rhaegar at the Trident, did they not? Viserys claims this money is to recompense the families of the fallen warriors. The word recompense resonated with her understanding. The journey from Crab Isle to Crab's Claw Peninsula was brief, akin to the time it takes to enjoy a morning tea. However, Viserys did not delve deeply into the matter. Instead, he found a level space, erected a tent, and distributed provisions according to the sum of 50 to 100 golden dragons for each fallen soldier. Families had the option of receiving provisions or monetary compensation. For the common folk, their lords offered little more than demands, yet in the face of what should rightfully belong to them, they expressed boundless gratitude toward Viserys. An elderly gentleman, appearing in his 50s, approached to claim compensation for his two sons, accompanied by his 3 grandsons. After receiving the gold, he placed the coins at Viserys' feet. Sir, you. Viserys was perplexed by the man's actions. Did he find the offering insufficient, or was it something else? Just as Viserys pondered the meaning behind this, the old man elucidated, Your Majesty, my sons fought valiantly alongside Prince Rhaegar. It was their duty. How could I possibly accept your money? For centuries, the inhabitants of the Crab's Claw Peninsula have prided themselves on being exemplary subjects of the Dragon King, with many of the royal guard selected from all ranks. Consequently, we have gradually shed the label of savages that others once bestowed upon us. Your Majesty, we cannot accept this money. Perhaps inspired by the venerable elder, some who had just received gold or supplies returned their gifts to the feet of Viserys. Your Majesty, we cannot accept this wealth. Indeed, Your Majesty, we must refrain from taking these offerings. While a few among them, such as Lys, were somewhat reluctant, the majority were sincere in their intentions. Since the Targaryens ascended to rule the 7 kingdoms, they have not paid taxes. However, in truth, they have been paying a different kind of tax, not in gold, but in blood. In that moment, Viserys felt a twinge of shame. His intention in distributing these funds to the families of the warriors was not entirely altruistic. As a king, his words of wanting to alleviate burdens were accompanied by the weight of bloodshed and lives lost. Viserys approached the elder, offering his support, and spoke, Esteemed friends, this money is not merely a means of compensation. More importantly, I am concerned for your well-being. I am not as formidable as my brother Rhaegar. Though we have recently triumphed in battle, I fear I cannot hold Dragonstone. I intend to journey to the eastern continent to gather sufficient forces to reclaim the Iron Throne. This venture may take 5 years, perhaps even 10. I worry that Robert will create difficulties for you. Please accept this aid. After much hesitation, they finally accepted what rightfully belonged to them. Viserys resolved to refrain from instigating any trouble for Robert. Sincerity is a universal weapon. Not only did he decide against causing strife, but he also resolved to provide them with additional compensation. The Crab's Claw Peninsula is expensive, and the distribution of these compensations lasted nearly 5 days. Yet, Viserys could not linger. After all, Robert would soon recover from the storm. His own safety was one concern. But Viserys genuinely wished to shield these innocent folk from harm. Over the course of 5 days, he dispensed more than 200,000 golden dragons in wealth and supplies. He was acutely aware that the stars of war extended beyond just the Crab's Claw Peninsula. However, his capacity to offer relief had its limits. He vowed that one day he would return to Westeros to put an end to all wars. Not to say that wars would be abolished forever. Conflict will always arise wherever there are people, but he hoped to bring decades of prosperity and peace to this land that had been ravaged by lords and kings for millennia. However, just as Viserys prepared to gather his belongings and return to Dragonstone, a throng of children aged 10 to 14 was brought to his worship. Their number exceeded 400 or 500, all sent by their families. These children clutched the compensation provided by Viserys, along with wooden spears and swords they had crafted themselves. Standing in the sea breeze, they resembled tender saplings. Your Majesty, allow us to accompany you to the eastern continent. We too can fight alongside you. As the two conversed, Arthur, who only understood a common tongue, was utterly perplexed. However, this lack of comprehension was inconsequential, for he and Quervalentin required no spoken words to communicate. Their gazes met. Each discerning the unspoken challenge in the other's eyes, a contest awaited. Yet, with neither Viserys nor Frigga voicing their thoughts, they were compelled to endure in silence. You must have come regarding the matter of the eastward migration. I wonder how the Targaryens view the territories offered by Braavos. Recently, I've contemplated the notion that perhaps an eastward move is not essential. Oh, it seems the Targaryens possess a more favorable alternative. Not necessarily. My capabilities pale in comparison to my elder brother as I may struggle to establish a foothold on the eastern continent. It might be wiser to center our efforts around Dragonstone and endeavor to make a living across the narrow sea until our family produces another heir as remarkable as Conqueror Aegon or my brother Rhaegar. Viserys' words bore both humility and a veiled threat. His suggestion of eking out an existence at sea hinted at piracy. He was poised to directly challenge the maritime routes of the narrow sea. While Braavos' fleet was indeed superior to that of Dragonstone, the distance between them posed a significant challenge, making victory uncertain. Yet, emboldened by 2 recent victories, Viserys might just dare to confront the Braavosi fleet. Upon hearing Viserys' assertion, Frigga hastily interjected, I sincerely hope you might reconsider. Without a piece of land, unity of purpose is unattainable, which could jeopardize your quest for the Iron Throne. Alas, establishing a home on unfamiliar soil demands an immense outlay of gold and manpower. I have heard it said that no matter how skilled a cook may be, bread cannot be made without flour. What can I do? The Iron Bank, sir. You could seek a loan from the Iron Bank. Should you require a mediator, I would gladly assist, Frigga urged eagerly. Yet the Iron Bank is exceedingly avaricious. The most valuable asset the Targaryens currently possess is their fleet. Yet their offered price for acquisition is unacceptable. Suddenly, a realization struck Frigga. He believed he understood why Viserys had implied that an eastward migration was not necessarily required. The migration was still on the table, but perhaps he was dissatisfied with the Iron Bank's proposed price for the warships. Frigga had preemptively negotiated with the Iron Bank for the acquisition of ships at Dragonstone, aiming for a dual benefit, unaware he had been seen through. Realizing he could not achieve both aims, he opted for a more strategic approach, suggesting an increase in the price for the fleet's acquisition. What if I represent Braavos in purchasing 50 warships from you? Based on their quality, I propose a price of around 5,000 golden dragons. Viserys chuckled inwardly, reflecting that while this price had its merits, he remained unsatisfied. 5,000 golden dragons was indeed a reasonable offer. However, at the onset of expanding into new territories, I would require an abundance of resources: grain, iron, armor, tools. Though this sum appeared substantial, it remained insufficient. I can part with 30 ships at that price. But for the remainder, I intend to send emissaries to explore the disputed lands. Chapter 44. The vision of the Imperial Guard. The warships glided across the sea like great fish, moving in formidable schools, utterly unstoppable. Indeed, ever since Robert's fleet was crushed in the harbor, the Dragonstone fleet had ascended to become the undisputed sovereign of the western shore of the narrow sea. Within the confines of the ship's cabin, Viserys pondered how best to approach the group of children from the crack. It would be sheer folly to train them for 2 or 3 years or even longer, only to cast them into the chaos of battle. Such an approach was akin to using gold bars to unclog a toilet. These children, having left their homeland and severed all social ties, only needed a modicum of care to ignite their loyalty. This meant that the nearly 500 children possessed the potential to become devoted warriors. It was imperative that he train and instruct them thoroughly, selecting the astute ones to serve as high-ranking officers and agents, while the less capable could be appointed as junior officers or personal guards, though it was merely a fanciful notion. Viserys entertained the idea of one day returning them all to their homeland. "Your Majesty, we have accounted for a total of 480 individuals," spoke Masos, the son of Davos, who had been apprenticed to Sir Davos at the Citadel. He was the 4th son of the Davos family. As he spoke, he presented Viserys with a roster, a document he had crafted under Viserys' guidance. It contained the children's names, places of origin, and ages, basic yet essential information. "Understood. You may retire for now. Your Majesty dismisses you." With precisely 480 children, Viserys resolved to divide them into 12 classes, each comprising 40 individuals. He would personally impart cultural lessons daily, coupled with rigorous physical training, and when the time was ripe, he would instill in them the essence of martial prowess. Thus, he envisioned cultivating a cadre of officers who were both intellectually and physically adept, capable of commanding armies of 10,000 or even tens of thousands. We must also design a uniform for them and establish a unified motto, he mused. Loyal Orange. Viserys brimmed with hope for these children, diligently penning dozens of developmental guidelines tailored for them, working late into the night before finally succumbing to slumber. The following morning, the fleet arrived at Dragonstone. In fact, even while still in the crack, Viserys had received word of Daenerys' safe berth. Though Rhaella had been unconscious for 2 days, she was now out of danger. This was the very reason Viserys felt secure remaining abroad. Upon the fleet's return to port, he stifled the urge to visit Rhaella, first ensuring the army's morale was bolstered and the preparatory Imperial Guard from the crack was settled before seeking out Rhaella. When Viserys finally beheld her, she was consuming a bowl of meat porridge, appearing quite spirited. Upon seeing Viserys, Rhaella's eyes reflected both pain and pride. He hurried to her bedside, and she caressed his head, saying, "Viserys, you are my pride. Mother, we achieved a great victory." "Yes, I know." "And Daenerys?" At that moment, the wet nurse cradled a small, pink bundle and approached Viserys. Gazing at the swaddled Daenerys, Viserys recalled a passage from the original narrative. In the story, he lamented why Daenerys had not been born earlier, for then she could have wed Rhaegar, thereby preventing the tragic missteps that led to the kingdom's demise. In a bold retort, Daenerys risked punishment by questioning her elder brother as to why he was not a girl, which would similarly have averted such calamitous outcomes. Naturally, this provoked a severe reprimand. Viserys turned to Layla with a smile, remarking that the child would likely grow into a headstrong girl. Layla nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty, Viserys is now imprisoned. Would you like to see him?" the guard outside inquired. Viserys did not immediately respond. Instead, he replied, "I shall attend to it shortly." Once the guard departed, Viserys turned to Layla and stated, "Mother, I believe Viserys ought to be executed." When Aerys and Rhaegar were alive, he thrived on slandering Rhaegar to gain Aerys' favor. While he may not have aimed to annihilate the Targaryens like Pycelle or the Spider, his actions were equally reprehensible. Moreover, Old Crab was merely a failed defector, whereas this man has already caused trouble for himself on Driftmark due to his geographical advantage. We must act decisively. However, Layla hesitated. The Targaryens and Valerians had intermarried countless times and had recently suffered a decline in their numbers. Currently, the Valerian family consisted solely of Viserys and his 2 sons. After some contemplation, Layla suggested, "Let us strip him of his title but spare his life." "Why?" Viserys countered. "If not for the rift between his brother and father, he would not have acted so treacherously, and he has openly betrayed the Targaryens. Mother, if we do not punish traitors, how can we reward loyalty?" Layla furrowed her brow and, after a moment of thought, replied, "He has 2 children. Let them serve as cupbearers at my side." "That is unacceptable. I may spare their lives, but they must not come near you," Viserys protested. Yet Layla grasped Viserys' hand, saying, "Viserys, I am your mother, and you must trust me." This marked the first execution following the Targaryen's flight to Dragonstone. On the eve of his execution, Viserys had shaved his silver gold hair, exposing several crimson wounds on his bald head. The intention was to prevent any resemblance to the Targaryens through his appearance. The audience for the execution was sparse, consisting mainly of lower-ranking military officers who had recently received rewards from Viserys for their valor in battle. Now, through this act of intimidation, loyalty was to be further secured. Viserys understood that such methods of terror could not endure indefinitely. Relocation to the eastern continent was imperative. Of course, the old crab and his nephew were also present, mere moments away from witnessing the beheading. As for the execution itself, Viserys opted to oversee it personally. If Arthur's grand and sweeping swordplay resembled a tempest, then Quillo's graceful movements were akin to drifting wildflower and flowing water. Arthur delivered a powerful strike, cleaving down onto the stone tiles below. Sparks erupted where the blade made contact, leaving a profound fissure in its wake. Arthur wielded the ancestral sword of the Dane family, a legendary weapon forged from meteorite iron that fell from the heavens. The duel continued, and after several exchanges, beads of sweat began to form on both combatants' foreheads. Yet, both remained a distance away from unleashing their full potential. Quillo, unwilling to defy Friggo's command, deliberately exposed a flaw, which Arthur seized upon with precision, bringing his heavy sword to rest against Quillo's neck. Arthur emerged victorious. However, an unsettling intuition whispered that this was not Quillo's true strength. "Ah! Truly worthy of the Dawn's divine sword," Friggo remarked with admiration. Regardless of the opinions of the two swordsmen, to the two kings, the outcome was clear. Friggo instructed a servant to present Arthur with a suit of Braavos-style plate armor, adorned with gold and gemstones, exuding a splendid opulence. Now, Friggo was convinced that Viserys intended to restore the century-long chaos of Gador through the valor of his subordinates. But what if Viserys succeeded? Nonsense. Friggo believed that even exhausting Braavos' prospects for the next 10 or 20 years would not suffice to quell the turmoil in Gador. The Targaryens were, in plain terms, mere strays. What could they possibly achieve? Furthermore, despite years of infiltration and division among the loiner of the Gador region, Friggo had only managed to place one ally within their council after tremendous effort. Establishing a foothold of power could not be accomplished solely through the sword. Even if Viserys were to restore order, how would he gather the populace and develop the economy? It would require decades, if not centuries, and would necessitate reliance on Braavos. This negotiation yielded favorable outcomes for both parties. Viserys was able to offload a portion of his warships at an ideal price. Friggo felt he had found a sharp knife to procure greater benefits for Braavos in Gador. In this win-win scenario, the summit between the two kings concluded amicably. Before parting, Friggo inquired, "Might I ask when your majesty Viserys intends to embark eastward to pioneer Gador?" Chapter 55, An Alliance. This was undoubtedly Friggo's foremost concern at present. Since Viserys was willing to leap into the pit, Friggo hoped he would do so at the earliest opportunity. If necessary, he would not hesitate to coax and deceive him into taking the plunge. You see, Gador is certainly no paradise. Merely settling this conflict will require considerable time. I plan to deploy the Targaryen forces to Gador in phases, and if progress proves sluggish, I shall revisit the suggestions you previously offered. It seemed this lad was not entirely foolish. Chapter 45, Epilogue. The discrepancy in temperament. According to legend, the wall of Westeros was constructed by the builder Brandon, intended to thwart the advance of the White Walkers. However, millennia have elapsed, and the White Walkers have long since faded into myth. At least during the reign of House Targaryen, no one had glimpsed a trace of these specters. Presently, the primary function of the wall remains the demarcation between civilization and barbarism. Stretching 300 miles, the wall can be divided into two portions. The western half stands straight and sharp like a drawn sword, while the eastern half coils like a great silver serpent. The current Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Pycelle, harbors considerable dissatisfaction with this arrangement. He believes that everything ought to possess order and symmetry. In his 60s, he has developed a penchant for meticulousness. His rolled-up sleeves are always of equal length, and his graying hair is meticulously styled to one side. He has even crafted a comb for himself to groom his brows, as age has rendered them unruly, and he desires them to be equally tidy. Before him stands a man who claims to be a viscount, and his presence is profoundly unsettling to Pycelle. It is evident that the man's hair has been tended to, yet two stubborn strands at the back refuse to comply. As a noble, he displays a complete lack of decorum, often slipping his hand beneath his garments to scratch absent-mindedly. This so-called Lord Viscount is none other than Og. While scratching, he awkwardly tucks the hem of his garment into his trousers, creating a most disconcerting appearance. Thus, His Majesty Viserys has instructed me to retrieve those who have been compelled to don black attire. As a bastard, this is undoubtedly Og's first experience undertaking such a task. Yet, it is precisely his incongruous demeanor that has caught Viserys' attention. Whether he is to engage in nonsense or relentless persuasion, he must ensure the return of those loyal Targaryen subjects who, after the fall of King A's Landing, have been forced into the black. Primarily, these individuals possess considerable capabilities. Otherwise, they would not have been positioned among the guards by Aerys. As for their loyalty, it matters little. Should they wish to avoid residing in a desolate place like the Wall, they will have no choice but to accompany him to the Eastern Continent for adventure. Weighing the pros and cons, it would be challenging for them to remain disloyal. Lord Og, you must understand that they have sworn an oath to become true members of the Night's Watch. Pycelle maintains the decorum befitting a noble. Oh, what oaths? Those noble lords have sworn eternal fidelity to their wives, yet they still manage to sire a multitude of bastards. Og spreads his legs, adopting a rogue's posture, his demeanor exuding a certain brazen audacity. Yet their arrival has been sanctioned by the Iron Throne. Pycelle retrieves a document from beneath the table, asserting, "What Iron Throne? The usurper sits upon it, a murderer of royal blood. He is the one who ought to don the black." Og, of course, would not concede to Robert, for it is Viserys who has conferred upon him his title. "Sir Og, I must insist that you temper your language." Pycelle is incensed by his words. How. I did not imply that you are refuse. Og, with a brazen demeanor, continued, "Your Majesty understands your predicament. Hence he bestowed upon me a sum of gold to secure their release." Release? That sounds rather akin to a term from a brothel. Cogo frowned, casting a disdainful glance at him, having lost all regard for this so-called noble. It seemed the Targaryens were truly doomed, bestowing titles upon any manner of person. "You would do well to leave swiftly. I shall not acquiesce to your demands." Cogo waved his hand dismissively, as though shooing away a fly. "You lack the authority to compel my departure. His Majesty, King Viserys, is the protector of the Seven Kingdoms and all the realm. I carry His Majesty's command." "Humph. Pray tell, where lies your fief?" Cogo suddenly realized the predicament. Viserys currently possessed naught but Dragonstone Island. Where, then, would he allocate this night's domain? Implicitly, it suggested that beyond Dragonstone, Viserys amounted to nothing, yet dared to proclaim himself protector of the realm. However, Og, displaying keen intellect, straightened his posture and declared, "My fief is right beside your Majesty." Cogo raised an eyebrow. "When His Majesty conferred my title, he assured me there would forever be a place for me by his hearth." Seeing his verbal assault falter, Cogo stood in irritation. "Suit yourself. Remain here as long as you wish, yet know that you cannot take anyone with you. Then you are in violation of the king's law." "I am not. I abide by the laws of the Iron Throne. So, I may indulge in an affair with your wife upon your bed. Is that permissible?" Cogo glared intensely, abruptly drawing his sword from his waist. "What do you intend? Will you strike me, a loyal supporter of the crown, for the usurper?" As he spoke, Og neither flinched nor retreated, seemingly intent on drawing closer to Kogo's blade. Cogo realized he was in a dilemma. He could not best him in words, nor could he resort to violence. The Night's Watch's rules strictly prohibited involvement in political disputes. The Targaryens had recently claimed 2 significant victories. They could not be vanquished easily. Should he harm this so-called knight, trouble would surely follow. Observing the commander had relinquished his intent to strike, Og leaned in with a smirk. "Esteemed commander, I possess a solution that benefits us both." During the defense of King's Landing, over 20 individuals chose to surrender and don black cloaks. Among them was Elisha. He felt envy and resentment towards being sent to such a frigid place as the Wall, which gradually morphed into a grievance against the Targaryens. However, upon learning that the Targaryens had not forsaken him, all discontent dissipated, replaced by a singular sentiment, loyalty. With his relatively exceptional martial skills, he became a training officer. Yet, to return to a life of splendor, a mere training officer was hardly commendable. Og and Commander Cogo agreed to turn a blind eye to Elisha and his companions' escape, while Og would provide an entire ship's worth of wine in exchange. Cogo consented. On the other hand, although Viserys was aware that Frey would undoubtedly employ some sugary traps to entice him towards the expansion of Gador, he never anticipated the extent of their extravagance. It is no exaggeration to assert that Viserys had planned to send an initial expedition comprising 3,000 soldiers and 2,000 farmers. Even if they were to arrive in a state of undress, Braavos could effortlessly equip these 5,000 individuals, enabling them to engage in production or combat immediately. This realization further solidified Viserys' conviction that Braavos was indeed one of the instigators of the chaos in Gador. 2 days later, Viserys dispatched Davos back to Dragonstone, instructing him to bring 3,000 soldiers and 2,000 family men. He also conveyed to Davos his favorable immigration policy. I wonder which of the King's Guard His Majesty intends to lead the army alongside you in the expansion of Gador, Davos inquired. This was a pivotal question. The first battle of the Eastern Migration was crucial and must end in victory. However, Viserys' choice surprised both Arthur and Davos. Send for Lord Oak. Chapter 56. The Gloves. Viserys believed that his current King's Guard, in terms of loyalty, virtue, valor, and capability, were impeccable. Yet, there was one issue. Their moral standing was excessively lofty. The Eastern continent was not Westeros. The struggles here were far more fierce and brutal. Upon his arrival in Gador, Viserys required a heavy-handed approach rather than a compassionate heart. Undoubtedly, Lord Oak, hailing from humble beginnings, suited Viserys' needs perfectly. Naturally, Oberyn would be his optimal choice, as this man bore the moniker of the Red Viper. Should he also be able to join, Viserys believed the assistance would be even greater. In any case, it would not be too late to summon Yora and the others after the initial expansion yielded some results. Sir Davos, please exercise caution on your journey. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I would swim back to Dragonstone if necessary to convey your commands. Davos was already deeply moved by Viserys' personal gesture of seeing him off at the Purple Harbor, but what followed made him even more touched. No. Your life is far more precious than several warships. If you encounter storms or inclement weather, seek a nearby port and remain there for a few days. It is of no consequence. Understood, Your Majesty. Realizing that it was a king who expressed concern for him, Davos felt as if something within him had been stirred. He made an effort to bow, not wishing his head to be higher than Viserys, as the young king's subsequent action nearly brought him to tears. He received 2 pairs of leather gloves from a young lad from Crab Isle and handed them to Davos. I procured these from the Sea King for you. They are made of fine calfskin, remarkably soft. Try them on. As the supple leather gloves adorned his hands, Davos felt his cheeks tremble. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Your Majesty. Indeed, go now. Davos bowed deeply to Viserys, and upon turning away, he found his eyes unexpectedly misty. Father, what is the matter? Inquired his eldest son, Dale. It is nothing. The sea breeze is a bit strong. Chapter 46. The unveiling of truth within the round hall of the Stone Drum Tower. The atmosphere appeared somewhat somber and taut. A thin sheet of paper, bearing a letter, nearly extinguished the joy that victory had brought. This missive instilled a profound sense of abandonment among the gathered company. Even stalwarts like Jello and Arthur could not hide the shadows that crept across their faces. The recently surrendered old crab seemed restless, while Layla too wore a furrowed brow. The Citadel had sent a letter to the lords of Westeros, repeatedly asserting its neutrality in political matters. They defended the actions surrounding Pycelle, claiming he had not betrayed Aerys. Rather, it was Aerys' own paranoia that led to Pycelle's demise. Your Majesty, we must reveal the truth to the world. It was Pycelle who betrayed the realm. William exclaimed passionately, being an eyewitness to the treasonous events surrounding Pycelle. He had been involved from the night of Pycelle's interrogation to the final handling of evidence. Even Tywin had harbored a cadre of spies within the city. The Citadel's actions were nothing short of blatant slander. In contrast to William's fervor, others seemed engulfed in despair. This indicated a pervasive pessimism towards the restoration of the Targaryens across Westeros. There were even murmurs that Dragonstone could not endure for long. At that moment, shadows danced outside the window, and Viserys turned to see snowflakes drifting down from the overcast sky. He recalled that much of Westeros was still in the throes of winter, a season that would linger for another 4 to 5 years. It is futile. No one will believe our words, Viserys remarked. Since the Citadel will no longer send us scholars, we might as well cultivate our own. He then glanced at the disheartened fair. The letter from the Citadel not only refuted claims of Pycelle's treachery, but also severely criticized Fair, due to his rash conclusions drawn in the absence of clear evidence. The Citadel unilaterally stripped him of his title as scholar, rendering his previously earned academic accolades null and void, although he was effectively bound to Dragonstone after being dispatched there. The blow from the letter was still significant. To encapsulate Fair's predicament in a phrase, he had lost his roots. Scholar Fair, Viserys called, yet Fair did not respond. Scholar Fair. Your Majesty, Fair finally acknowledged. Viserys, adopting a serious tone, asked, do you wish to become a master in your own right? Your Majesty. Fair struggled to comprehend Viserys' implication. What I mean is, come with me to the Eastern Continent, where I will fund the establishment of an academic sanctuary greater, better, and more distinguished than the Citadel. Your Majesty. From the Citadel's stance, it was evident that Fair had also been cast aside. If Viserys did not take him when departing from Dragonstone, he would find himself without a place to go. Yet, Viserys' promise was aimed at uplifting spirits and mitigating the negative effects brought about by the Citadel's correspondence. Gentlemen, in this city of learning where distinctions of right and wrong are blurred, and black and white are inverted, there remains little for us to cherish. Our journey to the Eastern Continent, to amass strength and reclaim the Iron Throne, is indeed a protracted endeavor. However, during this interval, we can establish a new academy. One that shall nurture scholars, officials, and even officers, an institution of far greater advancement in the pursuit of knowledge. The inspiring words of Viserys gradually dispelled the gloom that hung over the assembly. Let us commence with the children I have brought back, Scholars Fair. Xavier, scholar of Tighthead Isle, and Boren, scholar of Crab Island, alongside myself, united in the education of these youths. The gazes of the crowd gathered around Viserys began to sparkle with renewed hope, though one pressing matter was overlooked. Your Majesty, it seems you two are but a child. Yet, they continued, Your Majesty, we shall require a vast number of books, countless volumes. The library of the Academy has amassed treasures over millennia, far surpassing our own. Though Fair's disposition remained somewhat melancholic, he had at least begun to entertain possibilities. This indicated that Viserys' encouragement was indeed bearing fruit. Rest assured, I shall resolve this for you. Starting with the opening of my brother's library. I promise you, the royal family shall never be stingy when it comes to acquiring books. Although the collection of rigor paled in comparison to that of the Academy, akin to a beggar's coin pouch versus a king's treasury, Fair no longer felt lost after receiving such assurances. Of course, mere verbal promises are insufficient. Some form of ceremony is requisite. Viserys produced 2 rings of Valyrian steel, one large and one small. Handing the smaller one to Fair. Let us name this newly established academy the Institute. I shall serve as the headmaster, and you shall be the vice headmaster. As Fair gazed at the ring in his hand, he felt as if he were in a dream. Although this institute may have but a handful of students and scant resources, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to become, as Viserys suggested, a master in his own right. In his mind, Viserys was still the king, with many duties ahead. The institute would undoubtedly be under his guidance. Your Majesty, I pledge my loyalty to you, Fair declared, kneeling, though as a scholar, this gesture felt somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, no one paid it any heed. For they saw how effortlessly Viserys had transformed the adverse effects brought forth by the Academy. The violet eyes of Layla sparkled with renewed vitality. The King's Guard were similarly pleased. Their confidence in the prospect of reclaiming the Iron Throne bolstered. In truth, Viserys had initially contemplated renaming New Academy to school, for he had been a teacher in his previous life. Yet, the thought of students addressing him as headmaster combined with his royal identity, along with the fact that he was presently sequestered on a small island, proclaiming intentions to counterattack the continent, felt rather inauspicious. After addressing this matter, the assembly turned to discussions of financial concerns. Maintaining an army is a costly endeavor, and sustaining a navy is even more so. Not only he, but others too shared a similar dream. This led to all 20 individuals oversleeping. As dawn broke the next day, outside echoed Arthur's commanding voice, You lot. What is the matter today? Rise and practice your swordsmanship. Awakened, the Academy's guards exclaimed in dismay. Particularly Gorys, who was responsible for rousing everyone that day. Amidst the complaints from his companions, they hastily donned their garments and hurried to assemble in the courtyard. Feeling Arthur's gaze, which sent chills deeper than the biting wind, they all involuntarily shuddered. Do you think I cannot teach you? Do you not wish to practice? If you refuse, I shall have His Majesty send you home by ship. Upon hearing Arthur's words, the young ones were filled with even greater trepidation. From a young age, they had been instilled with values of loyalty to the crown and the shame of being a deserter. If they were sent back, not only would their families be unable to hold their heads high, but they might even be denied entry at their own doors. We won't go home. Please continue to train us in swordsmanship, Sir Arthur. We won't go home. Yes. Sir Arthur, we will not return. Observing the youthful faces, slightly reddened from the cold. Much of Arthur's ire dissipated. He pondered that perhaps he had been too rigorous in their training, causing them to oversleep. Nevertheless, a lesson was still necessary. He called forth Gorys, assigning him to spar with him. Facing the towering figure of Arthur Dane, Gorys felt his mouth go dry. Arthur's prowess was one thing, but he sensed that the royal guard was sparring with a fierce intent. Soon, he was bound to endure some physical discomfort. However, what transpired next took everyone by surprise. Arthur stepped forward, preparing to sweep his sword. Gorys, discerning Arthur's intent through his movement, narrowly evaded the attack. A flicker of astonishment crossed Arthur's eyes. He had not exerted his full strength, perhaps even less than 30% of his capabilities. Yet, even so, he believed it improbable for this young lad to evade his strike. But it seemed Gorys had anticipated his offensive maneuver. Was it mere coincidence? Doubt flashed in Arthur's mind. Yet his body reacted faster than his thoughts. With one fell strike, he accelerated both the speed and frequency of his attacks. Clang, clang, clang. After barely dodging and parrying Arthur's 3 successive strikes, Gorys' sword was sent flying. At that moment, Arthur's gaze towards Gorys shifted. He realized he had discovered a promising talent among the children. He noticed that when Gorys attacked, his eyes were resolute, even exuding an aura of ferocity. He resolved to offer Gorys special training after the session ended. Arthur addressed him, "Not bad. After today's training, you shall practice your swordsmanship 300 additional times as a form of punishment. At your command, Sir Arthur." Chapter 47. The fire pit. While Oberyn and Davos were en route, they heard of the impending tempest. Davos, being a smuggler, was more acutely aware of the ocean's temperament than most. After gathering intelligence, they arrived at a terrifying conclusion: the fleet of Dragonstone may have been annihilated. Their reactions, however, differed markedly. Oberyn believed that the Targaryens had reached the end of their line and felt it imperative to swiftly escort Arya away from the Cursed Isle. In contrast, Davos was primarily concerned for the safety of his family. Ultimately, no one seemed to regard the Targaryens with any significance. Upon returning to Dragonstone, they were astonished to find not a diminishment but an increase in the number of ships. Furthermore, the populace had nearly doubled. William, who was responsible for their reception, relayed the events with a hint of pride, leaving both men profoundly shocked. Firstly, the prophetic abilities of Viserys the Dreamwalker were astonishingly exaggerated. It appeared that as long as he lived, the Targaryens could evade all calamities. Secondly, Viserys' ingenuity in devising the Iron Chain, a novel tactic in naval warfare, was remarkable. Finally, his audacity in launching a surprise attack on storms and under such circumstances effectively neutralized the threat of Robert's invasion of Dragonstone for 5 years or more. This significantly elevated Oberyn's esteem for Viserys. Simultaneously, he found himself curious about which of the 2 options he had brought from the free cities Viserys would choose. Soon, a meeting concerning the eastward migration was convened once more. The Kingsguard members were present, and despite her frail condition, Layla attended as well. She surveyed the assembly: 4 members of the Kingsguard, Adrian Celtigar, Oberyn, 3 scholars, her son, and newly appointed officers. In contrast to the initial desolation upon their arrival at Dragonstone, where there was merely an acting lord and a scholar, the Targaryens appeared to be thriving once again after their recent tribulations. Since the carved wooden map in the round hall did not depict the free cities, Oberyn presented a separate map to elucidate the options offered by the free cities. Davos and I had visited Braavos and Pentos, where we met with the Sea Lord of Braavos and the Governor of Pentos. Neither opposed the Targaryens' entry into the eastern continent. They merely wished for the establishment of territories within their designated boundaries. Viserys nodded, encouraging him to continue. After all, a mighty dragon does not easily submit to a local tyrant, and the Targaryens, having lost their wings and claws, were akin to a mere lizard in comparison. Oberyn pointed to the expansive plains south of Braavos and articulated, "This is the choice presented by Braavos. The Sea Lord suggests that the Targaryens may establish their influence near the River Lauren, but must limit their population and military size to a certain extent, and depart within 5 to 10 years to seize the Iron Throne. Fifth, what do they take the royal family for? Shall we provide them with plows for land cultivation?" Arthur, somewhat vexed, struck the table. Andals was seized after numerous wars between Braavos and Pentos, and a considerable portion of its land remains undeveloped. Braavos treats the Targaryens as mere beasts of burden, harboring intentions to occupy the land once the Targaryens have cultivated it to a sufficient degree. It is essential to recognize that transforming wasteland into arable land demands a vast amount of manpower. Even more insulting is Braavos' imposition of limits on the Targaryen military presence, effectively reducing them to vassals, an intolerable situation. Observing the grave expressions on everyone's faces, Oberyn turned to Viserys and Rhaella, saying, "Let me share the proposal from Pentos." He pointed to the Velvet Mountains in the southern expanse of Andals, stating, "Here lies Braavos' suggestion. The Targaryens must establish a fortress to the north of the Velvet Mountains. In my view, while the safety of this location is a merit, its downside is that it would serve as a buffer between Pentos and Braavos, leaving the Targaryens to survive in a precarious position." The assembly scrutinized the map, nodding in agreement with Oberyn's assessment. "Your Majesty, I believe there is another drawback if you choose this location as the destination for migration," the elderly crab, allowed to partake in the discussion, hesitantly interjected. "Speak," Viserys urged with a nod. "In truth, I think this site is too close to Pentos, whose thriving trade could lead to a significant drain on our population." The old crab was alluding to the siphoning effect a large city exerts on its surrounding populace. It seemed that Pentos' proposal was far from benevolent, aiming to exploit the Targaryens as both a muscle and a source of sustenance. In essence, both parties harbored malicious intents. One wished to use the Targaryens as laborers, while the other viewed them as enforcers. Alas, who could blame them, given that the once mighty Dragon King had devolved into a mere shadow of his former self? Viserys remained silent, his gaze sweeping across the map until it settled on a red cross. "What about this location, Gador?" Upon his utterance, the assembly leaned forward, fixated on the marked spot. Gador, a city of the Loinar people, had become a ruin long ago following the spies wars. "Your Majesty, Gador lies inland. The costs of transporting people and supplies could be exorbitant," the old crab remarked, though he was not familiar with Gador. Even with Pentos as the nearest transit point to Dragonstone, a considerable land journey remained, and land transport incurs the highest expenses. "Sir Adrian, there is a saying, a poor household travels a rich road. We shall momentarily set aside the issue of relocation expenses." With Viserys' declaration, the old crab refrained from further comments. "The age of the first class is the greatest, with an average age of around 14 or 15. Viserys intends to transform them into elite guards as soon as they arrive on the eastern continent, serving as his personal protectors. This will serve as a covert trump card, unknown to others. Should he wish for them to become officers, they must inevitably endure the trials of blood and fire to mature. In 2 years, when they come of age, they can directly command an army for him. Moreover, they will be a group of loyal individuals, capable of reading, writing, and critical thinking, ensuring the quality of his army surpasses that of their contemporaries. Once Viserys establishes a foothold in Gador, he plans to select children from the first batch of pioneering farmers to cultivate. Once these families realize that their children will ascend to become governors and officers through the academy, they will be irrevocably bound to the interests of House Targaryen, becoming a pivotal force in the expansion into the eastern continent. Previously, Viserys departed from Dragonstone with 5 ships. This time, he set sail with a fleet of 50. Half of these vessels were captured from the fleet of Chinton Island during the naval battle, while a significant portion has been repurposed from merchant ships. The remainder consists of outdated warships from the Dragonstone fleet. Once they transport their passengers to their destination, these ships will be sold to Friggo without a hint of regret. As she gazed at the warships poised in the harbor, Layla felt an overwhelming urge to board. It was worth noting that even Rhaegar had never ventured so far from her. Now, her youngest son was departing across the narrow sea. During this period, Layla often found herself tracing maps, her eyes lingering on the location of Braavos, as if that alone could allow her to see her son. "Do not worry. Viserys will be fine," Illyrio reassured her. Layla nodded, understanding this, especially since Arthur was also in Braavos. Just as the warships were about to set sail, an unassuming vessel arrived at the harbor. It was the ship of the Red Viper. After informing Robert that Dorne would no longer support the Targaryens, he made his way directly to Dragonstone. After all, Dorne's withdrawal had nothing to do with Oberyn. "Your Grace, may I accompany the fleet to Braavos? Perhaps I can lend assistance to His Majesty Viserys." Layla looked at the Red Viper, who had just returned from Robert. Had it been anyone else, Layla would likely have dismissed them. But with Illyrio present on Dragonstone, she feared no ulterior motives from Oberyn. "Your Highness, your efforts are commendable." Layla acknowledged Oberyn's martial prowess and cunning. With him around, her son would be safer. Thus, under the personal farewell of Layla and Illyrio, the Red Viper along with Oak and Davos, embarked on the journey to Braavos with 3,000 soldiers and 2,000 farmers. Chapter 59. Illyrio. If 5 ships allowed Viserys to conceal his whereabouts, 50 black-sailed warships could not be hidden at all. Pentos is the city closest to Dragonstone. Chapter 48. The puppet master. Due to his life experiences and knowledge prior to his transmigration, Viserys felt perplexed by the absence of formidable city-states along the banks of the Rhine River for centuries. The geographical conditions along the river and coast are essential for the rise of great cities. The Rhoynar had once established numerous magnificent cities in this region. Even if we disregard the Rhoynar, the free city of Volantis has founded many colonial towns downstream of the Rhine. His intuition suggested that the lack of powerful city-states along the Rhine must stem from deeper, hidden reasons. There must be someone manipulating events from behind the scenes. If he could sever the strings of this puppet master, he would be able to establish his own influence along the banks of the Rhine. Viserys earnestly addressed Oberyn. Prince Oberyn, please elaborate. As all eyes turned to him, Oberyn cleared his throat and began. You may not believe my experiences as a mercenary in the free cities, but... He gestured towards the northeast of Giscard, pointing to Norvos. Norvos is one of the 9 free cities. My brother's wife, Lady Illyrio, hails from Norvos. She informed me that in this region, devastated by the Valyrians, there are primarily 2 races, the Undos and the Rhoynar. Is it not fitting, Your Majesty, that you are the king of both the Undos and the Rhoynar, not to mention the first man? No one paid heed to the interruption from Oak. And after receiving a glance from Viserys, he promptly silenced himself. Oberyn continued, the friction and conflict between these 2 races have persisted for centuries. And due to the lack of advantageous terrain to impede them, they frequently suffer from the raids of the Dothraki. If you choose Giscard as the site for your eastward migration, merely addressing these 2 issues will prove to be exceedingly challenging. Upon hearing this, the assembly concluded that Giscard was not an ideal location. However, Viserys perceived an opportunity. Firstly, he understood that most people were simply day-to-day folk, those who wished to live peacefully but were ensnared by power struggles. He could acquire memories through defeating enemies, thus swiftly clarifying who thrived on chaos. As for the Dothraki, they were a nomadic people whose strength lay mainly in their numbers of horses and skilled riders. Moreover, the vast Dothraki sea, spanning millions of square kilometers, was difficult to track. This posed no significant issue for him. Through his conquests, he could similarly acquire their skills and soon cultivate a sizable cavalry. Although the vast grassland was expansive, their hiding places were limited. By seizing memories, he could easily uncover their lairs. This principle was akin to Kublai Khan's rapid advances during his northern campaigns after becoming emperor. While the people of the Central Plains were unaware of the whereabouts of the nomads, in turn, were also not oblivious. Straightening his posture, Viserys addressed the assembly. My lords, what is our purpose for venturing to the eastern continent? We do not seek merely to survive or to serve as subordinates. Rather, we aim to cultivate strength, to vanquish usurpers, and to avenge my brother. Establishing a new power in Gador is undoubtedly fraught with challenges, yet the less difficult paths have long been claimed by others. If we refuse to be relegated to a subordinate position, we must rely on the swords we wield to carve a bloody path forward. Viserys gazed with commanding authority, his violet eyes brimming with unwavering resolve. He could not disclose to his subjects his ability to read minds and take lives. He could only rely on the prestige he had garnered from previous battles. Ultimately, the assembly chose to follow him into this gamble. One of the reasons they opted for Gador was the impracticality of transporting the island as tens of thousands of inhabitants and vast resources all at once. They could first dispatch an advanced exploration team. Should the expedition prove fruitful, subsequent transportation of manpower and supplies could follow. If the situation became too convoluted, they could always reconsider their strategy. In other words, under Viserys' insistence, they agreed to try a hand rather than go all in. If only we could bring the fleet to Gador, Oak remarked while studying the map surrounding Gador. This was a truth universally acknowledged. Gador is encircled by the Little Lorne and the Upper Lorne rivers, with the main flow of the Lorne River to the south. Once the fleet enters the Lorne River, the Targaryen stage would extend beyond Gador. They would possess the means to contend with Volantis, who calls herself the Queen of the Lorne River. The only route for the fleet to reach Gador lies in the mouth of the Lorne River, which Volantis controls. If Viserys were to exhaust the entirety of the Targaryen treasury on tolls, the Valenticians would undoubtedly refuse passage. Your Majesty, I propose we first reduce the size of the fleet. Many of our vessels are outdated or converted merchant ships. By trimming these, we could conserve gold from the treasury while also securing funds for your future endeavors. The old crab was undoubtedly a miser, viewing all non-productive assets as ticks embedded in his flesh, which must be swiftly severed. Most present concurred with this sentiment. Disposing of some obsolete warships while retaining the core fleet would also prepare them for a future counteroffensive against Westeros, since the decision to venture to the eastern continent has been made. It would be prudent for me to visit Braavos. Starting from scratch to establish a new power, self-sufficiency in various resources is unattainable. Thus, fostering good relations with Braavos and Pentos is essential. As for whether the Sea Lord would detain me to sell to Robert at a handsome price, Viserys deemed this unlikely. The Beggar King of the original narrative may have posed no threat and thus fetched a poor price. Although Viserys currently lacks the power to dominate, it would be effortless to irritate certain individuals. Therefore, it is unwise to mechanically assume that the Sea Lord would not harbor intentions toward him. Viserys contemplated for an extended period. Braavos was constructed by a group of slaves who had fled Valyria. They possess an inherent aversion to a unified nation. Previously, they despised the Targaryens for uniting the Seven Kingdoms, and now it seems the Baratheons have taken their place, rather than annihilating their own prospects for short-term gain. It would be wiser to collaborate with the Targaryens and continually reap gold from Robert. Braavos is not lacking in merchants, and they surely comprehend this. Consequently, Viserys resolved to allocate a month's time before journeying to the Free Cities to engage in face-to-face discussions with Braavos and Pentos. However, Oberyn expressed that he might be unable to attend. Do you have pressing matters that require my company once more? Viserys inquired, allowing a month for Oberyn and Daemon to rest. To support the new king, what else could it be? Oberyn stated candidly. At present, the news of Viserys' assault on Storm's End had yet to spread, with nearly all of Westeros believing the Targaryens to be at their end. He intended to pledge fealty to Robert on behalf of Dorne. As he articulated this, Oberyn discreetly observed Viserys, who unexpectedly began to write on a piece of parchment, subsequently producing a box containing golden dragons and silver stacks to hand to Oberyn. For whom is this intended? There exists a secret passage near the river gate. Place this there, and my informants within the Red Keep will retrieve it. Of course, should you wish to inquire about anything, you may seek him out. He is a mute stableboy, and mentioning my name will grant you information. The Red Viper regarded Viserys with astonishment, increasingly recognizing the remarkable nature of this young king. No need for speculation. He previously served Varys, and now that I have slain Varys, they belong to me. You killed Varys? Oberyn exclaimed, nearly raising his voice in shock. Viserys waved his hand dismissively, indicating his desire to refrain from further elaboration. Oberyn noted that Viserys' letter lacked even an envelope, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of him reading it. Thus, he opened the folded parchment, discovering a drawing of a spider pierced by an arrow at the top. Before departing, Oberyn lingered on Dragonstone for several more days, spending nearly every moment with Elia. On one occasion, he placed young Aegon on the table, just as the boy pointed a gun at him. To outsiders, the Red Viper appeared exceedingly treacherous, yet he merely laughed, unperturbed by the incident. Oberyn remained unaware of Lioness' existence. Viserys resolved that no one must know she still lived until he had firmly established himself on the eastern continent. Within just a week, word of Viserys' storm-induced destruction of Storm's End as fleet spread across much of Westeros. The rumors among the populace were equally outrageous, proclaiming Viserys as the embodiment of the Storm King, with his tempest obliterating the fleets of traitors and usurpers, while his own fleet emerged unscathed amidst the storm. Naturally, Robert would not believe such tales. After all, he was a Baratheon, and the title of Storm King was not meant for Viserys. His primary concern lay with the fate of his own fleet. The construction techniques of the Valyrians are indeed terrifying, and this is merely a glimpse of their road-laying technology. Who knows what treasures lie hidden within the desolate ruins of Valyria? Your Majesty, our fleet has arrived. A servant presented a telescope to Viserys, through which he beheld a fleet of black sails swiftly approaching. By straining his eyes, Viserys counted precisely 50 ships. After about 2 to 3/4 of an hour, the fleet reached the shore, and soldiers disembarked one by one. Their demeanor appeared less than spirited. Some glanced around, even appearing somewhat lethargic. Nevertheless, no one underestimated Viserys' army, for they were all in a similar state. While these soldiers were still assembling, Oberyn, Og, and Davos approached Viserys. Prince Oberyn, What brings you here? Viserys inquired, somewhat surprised at his presence. Are you not a dream walker? Surely this is not in your dreams. A smirk danced on Oberyn's lips. If I could dream of everything you do, would you be pleased? Oberyn mused, imagining such a scenario and feeling a shiver crawl down his spine. He added, were it not for Elia, I would not have come. Viserys chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Since Oberyn was present, he would inevitably play a role. The old pride was evident. Accompanied by Oberyn and the others, Viserys bid farewell to Frigel. 5,000 suits of armor, 20,000 spears, 500 bows, and 50,000 arrows, along with 1,000 war horses and 150,000 stones of grain, have all been prepared for you. Oh! And also 800 pounds of herbs, 1,700 tents. Once the Targaryens establish themselves in Godor, we will send an additional 2,000 oxen. He continued. Of course, we also have all the necessary consumables like kitchenware. Frigel offered these supplies at rock-bottom prices, although the armor and weapons were somewhat antiquated. And even the grain was aged, the cost was indeed remarkably low. Viserys acquired all these items for less than 30,000 golden dragons. Most importantly, he had not paid in coin, he had utilized an interest-free loan from the Iron Vault. In other words, Viserys secured these goods merely by signing a promissory note. The moment he turned them over, he would reap profits of 3 to 5 times the initial investment. This illustrates how desperately Braavos wished to ensnare the Targaryens in the quagmire of Godor. However, the value of over 100,000 golden dragons was but a trifling sum for Braavos. Viserys believed he should extract even more. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generosity. The Targaryens shall ever remember your friendship. He now understood that Braavos' intentions in providing these supplies were to lead him into a trap. Thus, ensnaring Frigel posed no moral dilemma. After a brief discussion, Viserys' servant rushed over to inform him that the inventory had been verified and found to be without issue. Chapter 39. Return my fleet. Your Majesty, although Stannis should bear responsibility for this matter, I implore you to consider mitigating some of the punishment. The voice of reason comes from King Robert's hand and adoptive father, Duke Jon Arryn of the Vale. The actions of Viserys are undeniably peculiar. According to the intelligence they have gathered, had the fleet at Dragonstone remained on the island that day, they could have dispatched forces to annihilate the last Targaryen. Yet, remarkably, the Targaryens were fortuitously spared. They fortuitously relocated their vessels to launch a surprise attack on Storm's End. Strangely enough, they managed to navigate safely to Shipbreaker Bay. It could be said that if one were to gather every sailor and captain in the world and inquire, none would choose to venture out to sea in such inclement weather. Yet, Viserys did just that. Not only ensuring the safety of his fleet but also achieving his strategic objectives. One must concede that there is undoubtedly someone of great skill on Dragonstone. However, Robert was entirely unyielding to his adoptive father's counsel. The moment Stannis entered, he abruptly rose from his seat, sending the chair flying behind him. Stannis! Return my fleet! In the face of Robert's accusations and reprimands, Stannis remained pale and silent. Ultimately, this debacle was his fault. Regardless of the reasons, the fleet was lost under his command. Punish me as you see fit, Stannis replied, his expression stern yet composed. What good does that do? Are you worth a fleet? Are you? Robert bellowed, striking the table with a resounding thud. Anguish burned within Stannis' chest, yet he held his composure. It was evident to all that the two resembled enraged stags, poised to clash with their antlers at any moment. Your Majesty, we must now strategize our next steps, Stannis urged, doing his utmost to defuse the volatile situation. The elder Jon Arryn stepped between the two brothers, attempting to quell the imminent conflict. Robert's fury had somewhat dissipated, and he sank back into the chair that the servant had just propped up. How much gold remains in the treasury? Robert inquired, seemingly calmer. Over 1 million gold dragons, came the reply. However, upon hearing this figure, Robert's eyes widened in disbelief. Less than 1 million. When we first arrived in King's Landing, did we not have over 5 million? Robert's question incited some irritation in the old hand. You, the spendthrift, just captured King's Landing and immediately began lavishly rewarding. Tens of thousands were distributed in rewards alone. Over the past year, you have also refurbished the Red Keep, which consumed another considerable sum. The subsequent reformation of the fleet cost over 100,000 gold dragons. In total, that amounts to more than 300,000. Jon Arryn now realized that the tax revenues from the Seven Kingdoms would undoubtedly fall short of covering Robert's extravagant expenditures. Furthermore, if he wished to acquire merchant vessels for refurbishment, the treasury would soon find itself severely strained. Although Aelin was inclined to voice her discontent regarding the adopted son, she refrained from doing so openly. Instead, she offered words of solace. Your Majesty, the nation is currently in dire need of revitalization, requiring funds from all quarters. In a couple of years, once stability is restored, matters will improve. What shall we do now? Shall we merely stand by and watch as the progeny of those malevolent dragons block our path at Blackwater Bay? Aelin found herself devoid of viable solutions. Presently, it appeared that the only expedient means to assemble a fleet would be to borrow some funds from the West, specifically from Robert's father-in-law. The West was universally acknowledged as a region of great wealth. Viserys often heard the term family has a mind to describe affluence in his previous life. And one could aptly say that the Lannisters of the West had indeed made their home within a mine. Casterly Rock was carved from a towering cliff, reaching 600 feet in height, and within its depths lay rich veins of gold. Perched upon the shores of the Sunset Sea, Casterly Rock appeared as though gilded with gold as the sun dipped below the horizon. The golden rays filtered through Tywin's window, casting a resplendent glow upon his visage, enhancing his imposing presence. Dreamwalker. Humph, the Targaryens had a penchant for the arcane. Tywin held no belief in such fanciful notions. He dismissed all sorcery, magic, and mysticism with scorn, identifying firmly as an atheist. Nevertheless, the victories at Storm's End were undeniably the result of Viserys' endeavors. This was a truth he could not refute. However, brother, is it not rather coincidental that the fleet from Dragonstone departed just before the storm? Questioned Kevin, seated beside him. Coincidence? Was the iron chain they used to connect their fleet merely a stroke of luck? The maesters of the Citadel had sounded the alarm months prior, predicting a tempest in the narrow sea. They may have been scheming to seize the opportunity presented by the storm to attack Storm's End. For mere defense would ultimately lead to their downfall. What intrigued me most is to whom the order was given on Dragonstone. Who could it be? The two brothers pondered, stroking their chins. Tywin was accustomed to this gesture, while Kevin mimicked his elder sibling. After much contemplation, they arrived at a deadlock. After all, there were only a handful of individuals on Dragonstone, and even without spies, Tywin could deduce who resided there. After an exhaustive deliberation yielded no fruitful conclusions, Tywin reluctantly set aside the matter. Let us lend Robert 100,000 golden dragons and, in return, have him absolve us of 20 years' worth of taxes. Of course, taxes from the West over 2 decades would surpass 100,000. However, if Robert sought a swift influx of funds, he would likely acquiesce to Tywin's proposal. Disregarding the sudden turmoil in Westeros, Viserys took this opportunity to begin the training and education of the children from the Crab's Claw Peninsula. Within a mere month, the transformation in those children was remarkable. They donned uniform black attire emblazoned with the three-headed dragon sigil of House Targaryen upon their chests. After being away for over half a month, and in a completely unfamiliar place, Arthur had noticeably lost weight, his cheeks appearing somewhat sunken. He looked weary. Yet he recounted the situation in Gador with meticulous detail. To begin with, there were historical issues to address. Gador had once been the homeland of the Loinar people. However, following the annihilation of Loinar civilization and state by the Valyrians, they fell into decline. Even the remnants of the Undos on the eastern continent could contend with them on equal footing. Furthermore, the local bandits had reached a level of alarming organization, with a single group of bandits regarding multiple villages as their own possessions, imposing taxes upon the innocent populace. Of course, these bandits had their own justifications. Most of them were indeed composed of Undos. Did the local Undos not form their own factions? Arthur shook his head, stating that the common folk were enduring great hardships. Despite the proximity of the Lorne River, which could irrigate their fields, they could not farm in peace due to the threats posed by robbers and pirates. At present, Viserys was still confident about the situation, believing that the transformation of Gador into its current state could not have occurred without the influence of Braavos and Pentos. It was unimaginable for a region to remain without a stable political authority for centuries. One must understand that power despises a vacuum. In the absence of overt authority, there surely existed covert rules. Viserys resolved to personally eliminate the captives brought back by Arthur, intending to extract their essence to glean their memories. There was no swifter method. Sir Arthur, please take your rest. We anticipate soon marching on Gador, he commanded. As you wish, Your Majesty, Arthur replied. Oberyn gazed at Arthur, feeling a tinge of regret. Such a legendary figure would inevitably lead Viserys to his doom. After Arthur's departure, Viserys summoned the captives into the tent. They were two young men, approximately 25 or 26 years old, with half a tooth missing and faces swollen like pigs. Their clothes were stained, and their armpits and backs bore several deep lacerations. They appeared utterly disheveled. Viserys turned to Oberyn and said, Your Highness, my interrogation techniques are not suitable for public disclosure at the moment. Might I trouble you to take your leave? I shall inform you of any useful intelligence. Chapter 62. The Cats Brigade. Oberyn had little interest in Viserys' theatrics. The tent now housed only a few of the loyal guards Viserys had brought from the Crapclaw Peninsula, now serving as his personal protectors. The two captives suddenly realized that their captors were mere children, which sparked a sense of disdain within them. Are you the young king of Targaryen? Why not release me so I may serve as your royal guard, ensuring your rightful claim to the Iron Throne? One of them mockingly grinned, adopting a condescending tone. However, Viserys chose not to engage in banter. Instead, he stealthily circled behind the man and plunged his dagger into his back. Chapter 50. The pyromancer. Perhaps it was the loss of his cherished right hand that altered Jaime's demeanor, rendering him somewhat different from his former self. Following Robert's conquest of King's Landing, he began to expel the pyromancers. With only a few exceptions, the majority of these practitioners found themselves living in a state of perpetual dread, while others may not have felt the gravity of the situation. The pyromancers could no longer bask in the glory they once enjoyed during the reign of Aerys. In the past, some among them had risen to become trusted confidants of the king, even serving as the hand of the king. However, under Jaime's expulsion, their once prized alchemist guild established during Aerys' rule was utterly dismantled. The remaining pyromancers in King's Landing had also heard rumors that Viserys might be the Dreamwalker. Though they were not entirely convinced, they gathered together and speculated that since Viserys was the son of the Mad King, he might share an interest in their fiery tricks. The primary reason for their hope was that Viserys had firmly established himself on Dragonstone. Given the proximity of King's Landing to Dragonstone, several dozen pyromancers procured a few small boats and made their way to the island, hoping to secure their fortunes. When Willem learned that these wretched pyromancers were once again attempting to sway his team, he rushed to counsel Viserys, urging him not to place his trust in them. Your Majesty, these pyromancers will only bring trouble. Under Aegon IV, they nearly set half of King's Landing ablaze. During Aegon V's reign, they orchestrated the tragedy of the Summer Hall. And as for the late King Aerys, Your Majesty, you must not trust them. Willem's words were earnest, tinged with urgency, as he feared Viserys might repeat the mistakes of his forebears. However, a look of uncertainty crossed Viserys' face as he turned to Ser Jorah beside him, asking, Ser Jorah, do you also believe I should expel them? Jorah was taken aback by Viserys' inquiry. The young king had always struck him as forthright, never hesitating on matters of significance. In Jorah's view, Viserys ought to decisively rid the realm of these parasites. Of course, Your Majesty, they offer no benefit to the kingdom. You must exercise caution. Yet, it seemed that Jorah could not dissuade his young king. He too appeared hesitant about expelling the pyromancers. Viserys' demeanor suggested he was reluctant to cast them out. May I consult my mother once more? With this delay, both Jorah and Willem felt a surge of apprehension. They exchanged glances, resigned to the fact that Viserys would seek out Rhaella for her counsel. They believed she had personally witnessed the devastation wrought by these pyromancers, having suffered at their hands. For instance, Aerys had a penchant for venting his wrath upon Rhaella following his use of fire as punishment. Surely, Rhaella would never endorse Viserys' decision to retain such harbingers of chaos. The two men concluded that it would be best for Viserys to consult her, hoping that Rhaella could persuade him otherwise. After Viserys departed, Giro and William anxiously convened to discuss their predicament. What are we to do? He appears to harbor a keen interest in the fire sorcerers. William felt somewhat at a loss, having finally established a foothold on Dragonstone. They were now confronted with an influx of pests. Let us seek out Arthur and the others. The four of us shall present our counsel to His Majesty. Indeed. Upon hearing Giro's words, a flicker of delight stirred within William. Although all four were members of the King's Guard, he alone had not distinguished himself through any notable deeds. Furthermore, among them, his martial prowess ranked the lowest. Despite the unwavering trust bestowed upon him by Viserys, William felt a lingering distance from Giro and the others. Giro's assertion instilled within him a sense of belonging, solidifying his resolve to eradicate the malignant presence of the fire sorcerers. Upon learning of the fire sorcerers, Arthur and Oswell hastily gathered as well. The urgency of their meeting cast a tense atmosphere over Dragonstone. After deliberation, they concluded that the threat posed by the fire sorcerers to the realm must not be underestimated. If Viserys remained obstinate, they too would have to make sacrifices. If the king refuses to expel those fire sorcerers, then I shall slay them first, and you can bring me before his majesty to face my fate. Arthur's temperament was the most radical. He could not bear to witness the hard-won dawn of revival dim once more. I am the captain, Giro proclaimed, extending his wounded right hand. You shall stay behind. He believed that, being the eldest and having sustained an injury, he should be the one to make the ultimate sacrifice. Under the weight of the captain's authority, Giro persuaded them all. Yet, after convincing Arthur and the others, Giro suddenly felt a wave of disquiet. It was well known that he had remained a mere bystander during the executions of Stark and his son, and during the violation of Queen Rhaella. Yet here he was, daring to voice his counsel to Viserys on such matters. A subject is merely the shadow of a king. Giro suddenly recalled Viserys' words. He realized he had encountered a just and noble ruler, and thus his own conduct began to transform. They proceeded to Rhaella's residence, awaiting Viserys' final decision. Meanwhile, Viserys was playfully entertaining Dany. I am Daenerys, born of the storm. Dude. Little Dany was blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Her toothless grin radiating innocence. Upon learning of the fire sorcerer's arrival on the island, Viserys' initial thought was to eliminate them and absorb their essence. Though historically, these fire sorcerers had proven more of a hindrance than a help, Viserys understood that they possessed genuine abilities. When the Red Comet would arrive and the dragons would be reborn, their true power would manifest. Therefore, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Especially as fire magic was likely connected to the hatching of dragon eggs. The four kings guard vigilantly guarded against his madness, necessitating the use of cunning tactics. Previously, Viserys had sold captives as laborers in Pentos, a strategy of retreating through advancing. This time, he sought to eliminate the fire priests as a means of retreating while advancing. Observing the frolicsome siblings, Rhaella felt an unparalleled joy in her life. Her gaze towards Viserys conveyed boundless affection, laced with a hint of sorrow. She understood that her son would soon venture forth again, seeking a refuge for their family. In the annals of House Targaryen, none had faced such arduous trials as he. Even granting him a few more years of growth seemed a modest request. He need not mature into an adult, merely appear as one. At his tender age, he ought to be nestled in his mother's embrace, not confronting the lethal blades of fate. Such a reality was profoundly unjust. After playfully teasing the swaddled Daenerys, Viserys turned to Rhaella, declaring, Mother, a group of fire priests has arrived on Dragonstone, and I intend to slay them all. Rhaella remained silent, yet resolutely nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, you must drive those fire priests away. As Viserys departed from Rhaella's quarters, the four kings guard knelt before him in unison. Sirs, please rise, he urged. Your Majesty, not unless you promise us. They persisted, half kneeling before him. Why must we drive them away? Viserys inquired, though his question elicited a sense of despair among them. At that moment, Jorah had already steeled himself for the inevitability of death. He understood it was time to rectify the king's misjudgments with his own blood. Your Majesty, I wish to slay them myself. Your Majesty, what? They were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Viserys' sudden fervor. How could he shift from indecision to such radical resolve? Viserys assisted each of them to their feet and articulated his thoughts. I have contemplated this matter. The fire priests are detrimental to the realm. Indeed, they pose an endless threat. At times, I cannot fathom why my ancestors were repeatedly deceived by them without learning their lesson. Your Majesty, seeing their king's change of heart, they appeared somewhat exhilarated. I wish to slay them myself, to demonstrate my resolve to you all. With Viserys' declaration, the four kings guard felt invigorated anew. Your Majesty, allow us to handle this trivial matter. Arthur placed his hand upon his sword hilt. Viserys' decision to personally execute them was to ensure he fully grasped their essence. Thus he would not acquiesce to Arthur's suggestion. No, Sir Arthur, as king I can decree death upon any man. Over time, I fear I may lose my reverence for life. If I am to issue a death sentence, I must at least gaze into their eyes, hear their last words, and ensure my conscience remains clear. After Viserys uttered these words, the eyes of Jaehaerys and the others became somewhat dazed. My goodness, he was indeed their dream king. If the struggles endured while serving Aerys and the anguish of losing Rhaegar were ultimately for the arrival of Viserys, then all of it was worth it. The waves crashed against the cliffs, their sound roaring like a tumultuous symphony. The white foam resembled ravenous beasts, eagerly awaiting the flesh and blood that might fall from the precipice. A full 40 fire sorcerers were brought to the edge of the cliff, suspended by ropes. Viserys needed only to sever the cords, and they would plummet into the sea like a cluster of grapes. After all, dealing with them one by one would be quite laborious. These fire sorcerers longed to curse and insult Viserys in their final moments, yet their mouths had been silenced. Upon arriving at Dragonstone, they had still been contemplating how to persuade Viserys. They understood that their ability to manipulate generations of Targaryen kings stemmed from tapping into their yearning for dragons. They had initially planned to approach the matter from the perspective of dragon eggs to demonstrate their worth. However, this young king disregarded the rules of engagement and had his guards silence them instead. Viserys unsheathed his sword and severed the ropes that bound them. A cluster of fire sorcerers plummeted rapidly from the heights of the cliff, colliding with boulders and even rebounding as they fell. Some of them spun uncontrollably in the air. In that fleeting moment, Viserys was reminded of the lambs and rabbits in the animal kingdom, snatched by eagles and then dashed to their demise. The white foam eagerly devoured the discarded prey, erasing all traces of their existence. Witnessing this scene, the King's guard nodded in relieved approval. It is a pity that the Flame King is not among them, otherwise, we might have considered sparing him. In the original storyline, there was a fire sorcerer in King's Landing named Soros. Soros possessed genuine skills, at least his resurrection magic was notably powerful. However, its efficacy for all remained debatable. Acquired Essence, Sorcerer Apprentice 8, Fire Sorcerer 29, Fire Mage 3, Fire Mage. They certainly seem formidable. Viserys had no intention of diverting these essences. Instead, he fused them directly, ultimately obtaining 6 essences of Fire Mages. As he absorbed them all, a wondrous sensation enveloped him. It felt as though an additional sense had materialized within his body. Even with his eyes closed, he could perceive things he usually could not. Slowly, he turned to gaze toward the castle, specifically the direction of Dragonstone. Viserys could sense that there lay an essence of fire magic, gradually dissipating into the air with the smoke from the volcano. Yet, this fire magic also imparted a different feeling. It was too thin, too insubstantial to wield. Why, since Aegon-san, have the Targaryen dragons been nearly impossible to hatch? Is it due to the diminished concentration of fire magic in Dragonstone? In the initial round, over 300 arrows scattered between the two armies, appearing rather sparse. Only a few managed to find their mark within the ranks of Viserys. Whether they were mercenaries or brigands, few among them were skilled archers. Even if Pentos provided them with superior bows, they could not unleash their full potential. In truth, Bloodbeard had no intention of relying on them. He merely sought to gauge the distance between the two forces. Meanwhile, on Viserys' side, the wounded were swiftly dragged away. Oak began commanding the archers of the pioneer battalions. To be frank, even at this moment, he felt a profound sense of apprehension. The sound of bowstrings tightening sent a shiver through his teeth. Yet, before he could issue the command to fire, the enemy's assault horn blared. Tear them apart! Fire! As the enemy charged, Oak bellowed, his voice nearly cracking in the intensity of his shout. It seemed that such fervor might propel the arrows of these archers, whom he deemed unworthy, further. In truth, only about 70% of these farmers had successfully harnessed the essence of archery. However, their sheer numbers were impressive. The visual impact of 2,000 arrows launched far surpassed that of 300. In merely the first volley, more than 100 of Bloodbeard's mercenaries had been injured, significantly slowing their advance, with dozens collapsing outright. To an army of thousands, this was akin to tufts of fur scattered during a fierce struggle between two beasts. Yet, this did not instill fear or trepidation in him. Rather, it ignited his thirst for bloodshed. Kill! Charge! Break their formation! Seize that Targaryen little king! Bloodbeard roared excitedly to the mercenaries and brigands behind him. The thought of soon capturing a king exhilarated this brutal man, as though the very hairs of his beard shimmered with newfound vigor. The first volley astonished Oak, although a small fraction of the arrows flew askew. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the majority had performed admirably. The accuracy of the arrows was commendable, though many were thwarted by the enemy's armor. Nonetheless, the speed of their charge had noticeably diminished. Well, managing to fire a volley is already commendable. The next phase is up to the soldiers behind. However, he noticed that most of the archers were preparing for a second draw, which greatly uplifted his spirits. Typically, Novice archers would be considered successful if they managed to shoot one volley before the armies clashed. Yet, these farmers appeared to exceed the capabilities of mere novices. Thus, he issued another command, draw. Although fewer were drawing this time, the sound was more harmonious. Fire! Another deluge of arrows surged forth, like a swarm of locusts crashing into the advancing enemy. This time, the enemy's losses were significantly more pronounced. Chapter 51. The tendrils of the Iron Bank within the grand throne hall of the Stone Drum Tower. Several envoys from the Iron Bank of Braavos stood with utmost reverence. Clad in monotonous yet efficient brown cloaks, their beards intricately braided hung down to their chests. The founder of the Iron Bank is known as the Looker. And these individuals are all descendants of the Looker. Their profound understanding of money allows them to perceive it as a tool for agriculture, armor, weaponry, and swords. In their eyes, gold serves as both their servant and their soldier, their guardian. They compel wealth to serve their interests. The Iron Bank resembles an ineffable beast, its tendrils extending throughout the known world. Only a resounding maxim echoes in the ears of the populace: the Iron Bank does not tolerate debts. For an ordinary person who defaults on their obligations to the Iron Bank, the consequence is a life worse than death. For a king who falters in his debts, the bank will lend its support to his adversaries, unsettling the occupant of the throne. Should the opposition succeed in overthrowing the king, he would not only don the crown but also inherit all debts, both those of his predecessor and his own. Surely, father has not borrowed from the Iron Bank. On their way to the throne hall, Viserys inquired of Rilla. There remain 3 or 4 million gold dragons on Dragonstone, yet every coin must serve its purpose. I hope that the spendthrift heiress has not left behind any dire burdens. Surely not, the treasury in King's Landing is overflowing. And he would have no need to seek loans from the Iron Bank, Rilla recalled with effort. Viserys nodded, feeling a pang of sorrow. The royal treasury and the Targaryen vault have always been separate, one in King's Landing and the other on Dragonstone. How splendid it would be to consolidate all wealth on Dragonstone. Alas, it appears that the wretched Robert has squandered much of it. As mother and son arrived at the throne hall, Rilla, seated upon the throne, inquired, I wonder what brings the Iron Bank's guests from afar. Assuming the mantle of authority, Rilla addressed them. Even though Viserys had been crowned king and played an indispensable role within the confines of Dragonstone, the two had conspired that, in the presence of outsiders, especially in diplomatic situations, Viserys would continue to portray himself as a mere, youthful monarch. This would allow their counterparts to lower their guard, possibly yielding unexpected advantages. Their little scheme indeed bore fruit. The lookers, fixated upon Rilla, scarcely wasted their attention on the somewhat befuddled Viserys. Your Grace, it is our honor to present this token of our meeting, and we hope you will accept it, declared the lead looker, whose beard, also meticulously braided, was the longest, nearly reaching his navel. His name was Nahor, who, according to the original narrative, would incessantly borrow from the Iron Bank to sustain Robert's expenditures once he became the master of coin. This Nahor could be regarded as the representative of the Iron Bank's business in Westeros. Before them lay 7 substantial chests, each opened in succession. The chest brimmed with an array of jewelry and garments, gold, agate, crystal, and silk, all crammed to the brim, almost spilling out. When the chest was opened, a radiant glow seemed to illuminate the whole. Of course, Layla, once a queen, had witnessed such treasures before. Thus she simply expressed her gratitude with an air of indifference. After a rather intricate prelude, Naval finally broached the main subject. Your Majesty, we have come to negotiate a business deal with the Targaryens. Oh, a business deal? Indeed. Your Majesty, we have heard that the Targaryens are seeking a new homeland on the continent of Essos. If I may be so bold, maintaining such a vast navy is undoubtedly a burden for the Targaryens, who have lost the Iron Throne. Should you be willing to part with some of your warships, we would be interested in acquiring them at a favorable price. Nahal's tone was neither servile nor overbearing. He had encountered kings, dukes, governors, and princes aplenty. The most significant factor allowing him to stand before Layla with such assurance was the backing of the Iron Bank. Acquiring warships. Truly, merchants and bankers are always driven by profit. Varys, with his days lowered, had long contemplated the idea of reducing his fleet by half or even more. The current performance of the Iron Bank had indeed surpassed his expectations. Their initiative was far greater than he had imagined. Layla, aware of Varys' thoughts and having discussed them with Jero and others, believed that the fleet would need to be diminished after leaving Dragonstone. Thus, she inquired. The Targaryens do indeed contemplate parting with a number of warships. May I ask what price the Iron Bank is prepared to offer and how many vessels you would be willing to acquire? With a slight smile, Naval replied. The Iron Bank could procure approximately 30 warships. Depending on the condition of each vessel, we are prepared to offer between 1,000 to 3,000 golden dragons for each. Varys scoffed inwardly. These individuals were akin to sharks sensing blood in the water, attempting to purchase a warship for merely 3 to 5,000 golden dragons. The cost of constructing warships for the Dragonstone fleet typically ranged from 8,000 to 15,000 golden dragons. The flagship he frequently boarded alone was valued at a staggering 30,000 golden dragons. Even the old warship he intended to sell would surely command a higher price. It was evident they believed they had him cornered. Wait! Varys suddenly felt a chill. The Iron Bank, after all, was an enterprise of Braavos. Although it might operate relatively independently from the Sea Lord's regime, there was certainly a close cooperative relationship between the two. This visit from the Iron Bank might not solely be about purchasing warships. It could also serve to test the Targaryens' financial standing. Layla was also dissatisfied with the proposed figure. But given the limited number of potential buyers, she remarked, parting with a fleet is no trivial matter. I must confer with the subjects of the Targaryens. Meanwhile, I extend my gratitude to all of you for your long journey. Please stay on Dragonstone for a couple of days. We shall forever cherish your Majesty's generosity. Leading the way, Nahor, accompanied by several other observers, bowed deeply. Once the envoys from the Iron Bank were settled and under surveillance, Viserys and the others immediately convened an urgent meeting. Your Majesty, these individuals are clearly intent on exploiting us. We absolutely must not sell our warships to them. The newly appointed treasurer, Old Crab, shook his head vigorously upon hearing their offer. To incur a loss would be more painful than death itself, especially considering that the Iron Bank's offer was almost akin to robbery. Yet, Viserys was not primarily concerned with the price. Instead, he pondered how the Iron Bank would manage the warships once acquired. Braavos boasted a robust shipbuilding industry. They had not even fully utilized their own production capacity. Nevertheless, they still sought to purchase warships from him, indicating a need for a sales channel. If he could identify that channel, he might negotiate a more favorable price. Indeed, Your Majesty, the offer is exceedingly low, and the quantity they wish to acquire is also modest. I suspect they intend to purchase more than 30 vessels, likely as a strategy to drive the price down further. Moreover, I doubt the Iron Bank aims to arm themselves with our ships. It is plausible they intend to resell them. As a smuggler, Davos was well versed in such matters. Viserys concurred with Davos's assessment. In a colossal city like Braavos, localized trades may yield profits or losses, but that does not reflect the overall financial status. For instance, should they purchase Viserys warships and consequently deprive their own shipyards of orders, many would lose their jobs. The ensuing ripple effect is something no wise ruler would overlook. They certainly do not lack for warships. Acquiring his vessels must be for resale, but to whom? Unless they too are unaware whether that potential client genuinely requires warships. Warships war. Where else might conflict arise in the future? Viserys turned to the map of the free cities hanging on the wall, his gaze fixating on the city of Tyrosh, which lay across the sea from Sunspear. Shortly after the tale began, it seems the kingdom of the Three Daughters has once again erupted into conflict. Realizing the location of Braavos' sales channel invigorated Viserys, yet Alicia, who had recently returned from the wall, interjected. Your Majesty, could it be that the Iron Bank will purchase our ships only to sell them to Robert? Alicia's reminder sent a chill down the spines of those present. This was not an impossibility. Your Majesty, could it be that Robert has already dispatched envoys to Braavos, seeking to ally against Dragonstone? Oak continued along Alicia's line of thought, casting a shadow of dread over the assembly once more. Led by Ser Giro, the military council immediately commenced discussions on how to defend against a potential alliance between Braavos and Robert. Davos, fixated on the map, contemplated possible escape routes in the event of failure. The scholars, upon hearing this grim possibility, wore expressions of concern. Layla anxiously glanced at her son. After a moment of reflection, Viserys deemed such an alliance unlikely. Firstly, he was quite certain that Braavos despised the notion of vast territories being governed under a single banner. They must still remember the days of their prosperity during the height of Illyrio. Secondly, according to the current trajectory, the Beggar King would escape to Braavos under William's protection. The Sea Lord of Braavos had even served as a witness to the betrothal. This served as further evidence of his reluctance to see the Seven Kingdoms united. Thus, They were unlikely to assist Robert in securing the Iron Throne. No, the probability was rather slim. Viserys elucidated his perspective, momentarily alleviating their concerns. Recently, he had been contemplating whether the turmoil in the region of Giscari was linked to Braavos. Perhaps it was connected to both Braavos and Pentos. Given that both city-states enjoyed thriving trade, Giscari was strategically located at the confluence of the Rhine and the Valyrian Road, serving as a crucial hub of transportation on the eastern continent. The emergence of a formidable power in this locale would be self-evident. As for the veracity of this conjecture, it would require Viserys to investigate personally. Thus, after calming the assembly, Viserys proposed his intention to journey to Braavos. Unsurprisingly, he faced unanimous opposition. Your Majesty, even if they do not unite with Robert to assault Dragonstone, we cannot take such a perilous risk. Allow me to go. Giro was the first to voice his dissent, followed closely by Arthur and others. Indeed, Your Majesty, we cannot permit you to undertake this danger. Davos, reflecting on his own family, also expressed willingness to make the journey again. As for the others, particularly Layla as a mother, and Elisha, who had just returned from the wall, they too opposed Viserys' expedition. They had initially believed Layla wielded power, but it soon became apparent that Viserys' authority on Dragonstone rivaled that of a robust king. In essence, if Viserys were to perish, their own fates would be jeopardized. Nevertheless, Viserys insisted, ladies and gentlemen, I understand your sentiments. Your loyalty is as fervent as the sun. However, if we fail to demonstrate sufficient resolve, the cost will be far greater when we eventually migrate eastward. Braavos and Pentos will undoubtedly make our lives difficult. Rest assured, the dangers of my journey to Braavos will not exceed those of the Battle of the Narrow Sea or the Battle of Shipbreaker Bay. Viserys' decision to personally travel to Braavos was motivated by a desire to expedite the matters of migration and the overwhelming consumption of resources by the populace on Dragonstone. Ultimately, he chose to be accompanied by Arthur and Davos on his voyage to Braavos. J-Lo prepared 3,000 soldiers and 2,000 laborers in advance, awaiting news from Viserys regarding the initial phase of the eastward migration. However, Viserys concealed his personal journey to Braavos from those at the Iron Bank, merely informing them that he would dispatch a King's Guard. Nahor and his companions were taken aback by the Targaryens' direct intention to travel to Braavos. It appeared that there were indeed astute individuals within House Targaryen, and the enigmatic Queen Rhaella seemed to be quite formidable. Nahor gazed out the window and inquired, My lord, shall we return to Braavos with them? It appears we have no choice, came the reply. By the way, whom will they send? It seems they are dispatching a King's Guard. A King's Guard? Nahor suddenly felt he might be overthinking. Perhaps there was a shrewd mind among the Targaryens, yet this individual evidently lacked the requisite boldness. He had expected Rhaella to personally undertake the journey to Braavos, as such a gesture would signify genuine sincerity. It seemed there was still room for negotiation regarding the purchase price of the ships. Viserys' decision to release such news was primarily motivated by his own safety considerations. Although Varys had perished, Robert likely still had substantial funds at his disposal. As long as there was wealth, he need not fear finding capable individuals to serve him. Furthermore, it served to provide the Sea King with a surprise. Since he had begun plotting against Viserys early on, it was only fitting for Viserys to reciprocate. Had he only prepared based on his meeting with Arthur, his sudden appearance would undoubtedly disrupt some of Arthur's plans, thereby granting him a psychological advantage. This would likely enhance his chances of securing favorable outcomes during negotiations. Before his departure, Viserys made a customary visit to Elia and Lyanna. Their bond had grown increasingly strong. Young Aegon and young Rhaenys delighted in standing by the cradle of Jon, playing with their toys. At times, Lyanna would take Elia to practice archery. Elia, who had always been frail, appeared to have regained much of her vitality. Upon Viserys' arrival, the two immediately approached him, aware that their current tranquil existence was safeguarded by his protection. Are you going to Braavos? Lyanna asked. Yes, I must go. Be cautious on the journey. Understood. It can be hard to keep one's appetite on the ship. I have some snacks sent by Oberyn. Shall I bring you some? Elia offered. That would be lovely. Thank you, Elia. Viserys did not engage in lengthy conversations with them. His intermittent visits were intended to ensure that the Targaryens would be supported. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances on his part, he hoped the two of them would not become embroiled in disputes over succession. After bidding farewell to them, Viserys discreetly boarded the ship, evading the attention of the Iron Bank's representatives. Accompanying him were 20 children from the Crab Isle, hastily chosen, all around the age of 13 or 14. Viserys intended to facilitate their transfer to the elite forces. Oberyn's tone was tinged with a hint of apprehension. However, his concern did not stem from worries about Viserys. Rather, he fretted over the prospect that his sister might one day find herself without a proper place to reside. As a princess, she ought to inhabit a castle, not dwell in a humble earthen dwelling like a peasant. Viserys, on the other hand, held a genuine satisfaction with this location. The establishment of a city hinges upon three essential elements: mountains, water, and plains. The choice of site by the Loyner people was, in fact, quite impeccable. In the future, he intended to directly erect a new city upon the ruins of Gador. Viserys smiled and remarked, "Prince Oberyn, the value of land lies in its location. Gador boasts an excellent position, surrounded by water on three sides and backed by mountains, with great rivers to the north and south and a thoroughfare to the east and west. How many caravans will traverse this route? Are you acquainted with the Fry family of Luanha City?" Oberyn was indeed familiar with the Fry family. Their ancestral castle was built upon the river, and merely collecting tolls from passing merchants had rendered them immensely wealthy. During the War of the Five Kings, they could even muster an armed force of over 2,000 men to accompany Robb Stark's army into battle. Had it not been for Viserys' emergence, a remarkably memorable wedding would have transpired there in a decade or so. "Are you suggesting that you wish to levy tolls here?" Oberyn inquired. "Precisely," Viserys affirmed. "This is where Gador derives its value. It lies at a crucial crossroads, and if we can conquer this land completely, we will be able to reap substantial tolls." With a sense of ambition, Viserys' gaze extended towards the horizon. Yet, he understood that while the ideal was splendid, the challenge of conquering this territory was formidable, perhaps even exceedingly high. This land was not unclaimed. Both the Undos of the lower Long River and the Loyner of the upper Long River were not adversaries to be easily vanquished. To conquer this region would require numerous arduous battles. Furthermore, even if he were to succeed, would Pentos and Braavos idly watch as the Targaryens occupied this territory? Both city-states had immense trade interests and aspired to control this transportation hub. The Fry Lord was not merely bestowing generous funds for supplies and weaponry, nor was he simply eager to purchase warships at exorbitant prices out of a surplus of wealth. No, he sought to weaken the influence of Pentos by leveraging the might of the Targaryens. Pentos, too, would not relent easily, having failed in their recent assault on the Targaryens. They would undoubtedly return with renewed vigor. Viserys recognized that even if he were to completely subjugate the Undos and Loyner of Gador, Braavos and Pentos would not remain passive. For the Targaryens to levy tolls here, they must possess the means to safeguard their toll station. He could already foresee that as he neared the day of total dominion over Gador, Braavos and Pentos would undoubtedly conspire to create obstacles for him. They were determined not only to prevent each other from controlling this location but also to ensure that no third party could seize it. For Viserys, this victory would merely mark the beginning. Coron and Tyrion, a distant nephew of Lord Fry, had been dispatched to verify Viserys' accomplishments. Chapter 52. The giant fleet had traversed the seas for over half a month. During this extensive period, Viserys had not taken a single sip of water, subsisting solely on low-alcohol beer. Upon reaching the eastern side of the narrow sea, he observed a remarkable increase in the number of ships. It appeared that maritime trade was the cornerstone of prosperity for the free cities. Moreover, as they drew closer to Braavos, the number of vessels adorned with purple sails multiplied. Viserys summoned Davos to inquire about matters concerning trade. Given that the Valyrians had constructed numerous ancient trade routes, reportedly still sturdy, he wondered why trade across the seas thrived so abundantly. Davos replied, "Your Grace, I believe it is due to the Dothraki." "Elaborate," Viserys urged. "The vast Dothraki Sea poses a direct threat to merchants' trade routes. Those who fall victim to theft not only suffer the loss of their goods but also risk being captured by horsemen and sold into slavery. I surmise that they perceive the Dothraki as more perilous and savage compared to the sea and its pirates, as the original texts provide scant details about the horsemen. Viserys was only vaguely acquainted with them. Yet, he did not wish to arrogantly categorize the horsemen of the world of ice and fire as mere nomadic tribes. So he continued, "Do these horsemen not understand the value of sustained trade? They could engage in commerce with the merchants as well." Davos shook his head, somewhat perplexed. "I am afraid, Your Grace, that I possess little knowledge regarding these horsemen." Nodding in acknowledgement, Viserys resolved to gather intelligence about the Dothraki upon his arrival on the eastern continent. Since he intended to establish his power in Discrete territory, he would inevitably have to confront these horsemen. His understanding of them was limited to simple concepts such as Drogo, Khal, and the Wrathful Warrior. He remained entirely ignorant of their specific lifestyles, combat capabilities, and ideological currents. He would need to collect more information upon reaching Braavos. Just as Viserys was deep in thought, Davos suddenly interjected, "Your Grace, we have arrived." He pointed toward a statue in the distance, no larger than a thumb, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As the ship drew nearer, the diminutive statue loomed larger. The sails of the ship rustled in the wind, and the mountain range abruptly ascended, framing the statue at its apex. The statue's eyes emitted a bright yellow glow, serving as a beacon. This was the Titan of Braavos, a creation of the Braavosi. Heralded as one of the 7 wonders of the world, the entirety of the Titan's form resembled an archway, perhaps out of a desire to protect the statue. The Braavosi had adorned the giant with bronze armor. It stood as both the highest and brightest lighthouse guiding vessels into the waters surrounding Braavos and the maritime gateway to the city-state. It was said that within the Titan lay a foundry. Viserys estimated the height of this colossal figure to be comparable to a 40 or 50-story building. The only source of annoyance lies in the fact that to gain entry into Braavos, one must endure the humiliation beneath the giant's loins as the vessel draws nearer. The thighs and waist of the Titan reveal numerous arrow wounds and lethal apertures. The statue of the giant emits a resonant roar, as though it were coming to life. "Your Majesty." The representatives of the Iron Bank assert that they shall take the helm henceforth. Dale, the eldest son of Davos, reports to Viserys. Upon glancing over, Viserys observes the Iron Bank's ship accelerating, poised to overtake his own. He dons his head anew, concealing his identity. If the Sea King can hide behind the Iron Bank to further his own schemes, then he too can make a sudden appearance to disrupt their plans. He must not be led by the nose. Following the Iron Bank's vessels, Viserys' accompanying fleet arrives at the port of Purple Harbor, accessible only to the local denizens and the aristocratic class of Braavos. Though not large, Purple Harbor is directly shielded by the dome of the Sea King's palace. Braavos boasts a prosperous textile industry. It is referred to as Purple Harbor due to their ability to extract purple dye from the shells of sea snails. The buildings within Purple Harbor prominently feature this purple dye. Viserys, cloaked in a hood, mingles among the children he has brought along. "No whispering, no looking around," commands Viserys, as the individuals behind him fix their gaze upon the nape of the first person, who in turn looks to Sir Arthur. Hidden within the throng, Viserys asserts his authority. Arriving for the first time in such a flourishing city-state as Braavos, the children from the impoverished Crab's Claw Peninsula find their eyes nearly overwhelmed by the sights before them. Fortunately, Viserys stands among them, tempering their boldness, yet many eyes still dart about in curiosity. The dome of the Sea King's palace predominantly exhibits hues of blue. Directly in front lies a fountain square, flanked by guards in blue armor wielding spears. At the center of the square stands a statue of a half-fish, half-dragon, adorned with a fish tail, a dragon's head, and dragon wings. Given Braavos' self-proclaimed status as the bastion of Illyrio, this depiction seems quite fitting. Approaching to welcome them is a swordsman draped in a blue cloak. He appears to be under 40, younger than Geralt. His brown hair is bristly, and his brown eyes gleam with sharpness. He is Quorl Valentina, the chief swordsman of the current Sea King, Frego Entarian, upon first laying eyes on Arthur Dayne. A spark of competitive fervor ignites within him. One is the chief swordsman of Braavos, and the other, the Dawn Sword of Westeros. Both are keenly curious about each other's prowess. However, Quorl is aware of his duties and speaks, "Sir Arthur Dayne, I am Quorl Valentina, the chief swordsman of the Sea King, here to extend His Majesty's warm welcome. Trust me, the Sea King's palace is sufficiently secure. You need only bring 50 men within." Arthur discerns that this chief swordsman is a kindred spirit, much like himself. The Loinar people have always enjoyed their support, and now, with the added external pressure from the Targaryens, their dependence on Braavos will inevitably intensify. Frego believes that his position remains secure and unassailable. He cannot bring himself to believe that Viserys could defeat the Loinar in such a short span of time. "Did you inform Viserys about the Loinar's proficiency in water magic?" "I did, Your Majesty." Frego nodded thoughtfully. Among the Council of Loinar Elders, there exists one Grand Elder named Lahom, who possesses true magical abilities. Frego relayed this intelligence to Viserys, urging him to proceed with caution and to focus his efforts on the remaining Andal forces. seeking to completely expel the influence of Pentos from Dothraki. His expectations of the Targaryens have since transformed. He now hopes that Viserys would not suffer significant losses in power. The Lioners' mastery over the mists is indeed the foundation of their stronghold along the Lorne River. After issuing his commands, Frego leaned back in his chair, feeling an inexplicable weariness that had been plaguing him of late. He suddenly recalled his first encounter with Viserys. Initially, he had believed that the Targaryens had merely sent a member of the Kingsguard, only to be surprised that it was one of the two heirs. At such a tender age, daring to traverse perilous seas to reach Braavos, while still accustomed to the comforts of his mother's embrace, Frego held a profound admiration for him. He mused that had Viserys been able to exchange places with Rhaegar, perhaps the Targaryens would not have lost the Iron Throne. Indeed, those who claim that the Targaryens lost the throne due to a woman are fools. If the dragon still existed, what could Robert have dared to do in the presence of Rhaegar? The response from Braavos to Viserys' potential victory is rather muted, even somewhat welcomed. For them, it appears that while the Targaryens may have a slight edge, they themselves will never incur loss. Such is the confidence derived from strength. However, the situation is drastically different for Pentos. They are facing a genuine and profound loss. Chapter 68, The Fox Devised the Pie. Pentos is ruled by a single prince. Yet astonishingly, it boasts 40 governors. Virtually all the wealth and enterprises of Pentos are under their dominion. The war that erupted between Braavos and Pentos was ostensibly sparked by Pentos' use of slavery. However, this was merely a pretext employed by the Braavosi. The real contention lay in the struggle for the lands of the Andals Plains. Otherwise, if Braavos were indeed the liberators of slaves, they would have acted against the kingdom of the Three Daughters instead of refraining from marching against Volantis and the Bay of Slaves. Following their defeat in war, the people of Pentos ostensibly abandoned the practice of slavery. Yet, they have burdened the so-called free men with insurmountable debts. In their quest to repay the never-ending interest, these so-called free individuals have become akin to slaves. The former masters have transformed into creditors, and the debtors have taken their place. In recent years, there have even been individuals brazenly purchasing and employing slaves. You fool, do you wish to scald me with such hot tea? Chapter 53, Kings Meet Kings. The moment Arthur locked eyes with the chief swordsman, both were brimming with anticipation. Given that Viserys had proposed such a challenge, the excitement was palpable. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall surely defeat him, Arthur declared confidently, gripping the hilt of his sword. This was the demeanor characteristic of one who had never truly known defeat. His loss to Rhaegar at the tournament was merely a prearranged outcome. Since the age of 15, Arthur had not experienced a genuine defeat in any contest of strength. After what felt like an eternity, a herald finally announced, His Majesty, Frego Antoion, has arrived. With the principal figure finally present, both Viserys and Arthur adopted serious expressions. Frego, possessing considerable acumen in negotiations, understood the significance of stamina in such interactions. He recognized Arthur as a legendary knight in Westeros. If he were to engage with his counterpart, he would find himself at a disadvantage physically. Thus, he deliberately employed a strategy of delay. Fortunately, Viserys had anticipated this, and both had discreetly stashed some jerky, allowing them to maintain their condition. Accompanied by Quirrell and a translator, Frego entered through the main entrance, rehearsing the encounter with Arthur in his mind. The presence of a translator was essential, as far more individuals on the eastern continent spoke Valyrian than the common tongue. However, the first figure to capture his attention was a silver-haired youth. The boy spoke in Valyrian. Your Majesty Frego, Braavos truly deserves its reputation as the greatest city-state of the eastern continent. Since my gaze first fell upon the Titan, I have been utterly captivated, and now, witnessing such a magnificent palace, the people of Braavos are indeed remarkable. Viserys' initial words momentarily stunned the Sea King. However, he quickly regained his composure, recognizing the young man before him and responded with a hint of sarcasm, as the heir of House Targaryen. Is it not rather amusing to see you lurking in the shadows? As he spoke, Frego took a seat. Viserys, unfazed by the slight, retorted, the Targaryens are now few in number. It is not only the men who can fight, but even those who can stand are limited to myself alone. Thanks to the protection of my ancestors, I have managed to win 2 battles and temporarily preserve my crown. The fate of my house rests upon my shoulders. I must tread carefully. Seeing Viserys respond with such eloquence, Frego set aside his initial disdain and began to regard the young king as a genuine adversary. Their exchange continued. Yet Arthur, who understood only the common tongue, remained oblivious to their dialogue. However, this was inconsequential, for he and Quero Valentina required no words to communicate. They exchanged glances, each discerning a shared intent: let us compete. Yet, with neither Viserys nor Frego voicing the challenge, they could only contain their eagerness for the time being. Surely, you have come regarding the matter of the eastward migration. I wonder how the Targaryens view the lands offered by Braavos. Recently, I have contemplated the notion that perhaps relocating eastward may not be imperative. Oh, it appears the Targaryens have more favorable options. Not necessarily. My capabilities are far inferior to those of my elder brother, and I may struggle to establish a foothold on the eastern continent. It is more prudent to center our efforts around Dragonstone, attempting to make a living upon the narrow sea until our family produces another heir as exceptional as Conqueror Aegon or my brother Rhaegar. Viserys' words embody both humility and veiled threat. His notion of making a living at sea surely alludes to piracy. It seems Viserys is poised to directly challenge the shipping lanes of the narrow sea. Although the fleet of Braavos surpasses that of Dragonstone, the distance between them poses a significant obstacle, making victory in a distant campaign uncertain. Yet, buoyed by the momentum of two significant victories, Viserys might indeed dare to confront the Braavosi fleet. Upon hearing Viserys' declaration, Frego promptly interjected, I sincerely wish you would reconsider. Without land, the hearts of men cannot be united, which would be detrimental to your quest to reclaim the Iron Throne. Alas, there is little that can be done. Establishing a home on unfamiliar territory demands vast sums of gold and manpower. I recall a saying, even the most skilled cook cannot make bread without flour. What can I do? The Iron Bank, you could seek a loan from the Iron Bank. If you require a mediator, I would gladly assist. Frego hastily suggested. However, the Iron Bank is notoriously greedy, and the most valuable asset the Targaryens currently possess is their fleet, yet their purchase offer is unacceptable to me. No! Frego suddenly felt a jolt of realization. He believed he had uncovered the reason behind Viserys' reluctance to fully commit to eastern relocation. Relocation was still on the table. He likely found the Iron Bank's offer for warships unsatisfactory. His preemptive negotiations with the Iron Bank to procure warships for Dragonstone were intended for dual advantage. But it seemed his intentions had been disowned. Given that he could not achieve dual benefits, he resolved to focus on larger gains, suggesting an increase in the purchase price for the fleet. Might I propose this? I will represent Braavos in acquiring an additional 50 warships from you, with prices adjusted based on the quality of the vessels, approximately 5,000 golden dragons each. Viserys silently chuckled, considering that unified strategic value also holds merit. Though he remained dissatisfied with the 5,000 golden dragons offer. This price, while reasonable, would scarcely suffice to cover the myriad necessities for establishing new territories: grain, iron, armor, farming tools. Though it seems substantial, it remains inadequate. I can sell you 30 vessels at this price, but for more, I intend to send envoys to the disputed lands. At the mention of the disputed lands, a subtle shift crossed Frego's countenance. Yet it did not escape those keen violet eyes. It appears Braavos is indeed intent on becoming a secondary trader. Frego, equally surprised, realized upon reflection that potential buyers for the Dragonstone fleet were rather limited. Even through the process of elimination, identifying them would not be arduous. Oberyn's words conveyed two messages. The overt one was, of course, that Viserys was preparing to launch an offensive against the Lannisters. The covert one, however, hinted at the discord between him and Viserys. These merchants and governors were the most astute in gathering intelligence. Young Aegon's claim to the throne surpassed that of Viserys, and he was also Oberyn's own nephew. It was evident that, in contrast to Viserys, who shared no significant blood ties, Aegon could garner greater support from Dorne. Yet, this detail was not of immediate concern. What truly mattered was that they perceived the potential for a rift within House Targaryen. Unbeknownst to them, however, these words had been orchestrated by Viserys for Oberyn to convey. His true intention was to communicate two key messages to the people of Pentos. First, that Viserys had no desire to infringe upon their interests, urging them not to act rashly, and second, that he was preparing to confront the Lannisters, allies of Braavos, and thus requested their generous assistance. Illyrio, vaguely grasping the nuances of Viserys' message, cautiously inquired, so, what brings His Grace Oberyn here today? Who among them was unaware of Pentos' wealth and abundance? Viserys has sent me primarily to procure some reasonably priced supplies, such as grain, farming tools, and war horses. And he also hopes that the governors might assist in recruiting some skilled artisans. Oberyn spoke almost without hesitation. For Viserys had instructed him to request as much as he deemed necessary, with a lucrative division of spoils in mind. Furthermore, Oberyn, who harbored a fondness for his sister, needed funds to construct a suitable residence for Elia before her arrival in Dorne. By the way, for this initial victory, Viserys intends to bring over additional forces from Dragonstone, and they will need to pass through the ports of Pentos. I hope you can extend your assistance. Assistance? Of course, assistance. We shall certainly aid you in your endeavor against the Lannisters. The governors almost immediately resolved to support him. Ultimately, the Targaryens were but transient figures in Essos, and to truly claim control over Discovery lands would require considerable time. During this interim, they had to select a reliable ally. Thus, several governors promptly expressed their intentions. I shall contribute 200,000 bushels of grain. You need only pay for 50,000 bushels. I will address the artisan issue. I will send 500 craftsmen to accompany you to Discovery. I shall provide 1,000 livestock and 300 war horses. By the way, didn't Dragonstone previously sell us a batch of captive laborers? Why not let Prince Oberyn take them back? Illyrio suddenly proposed. At present, on Dragonstone, Viserys had no use for these captives. However, in Discovery, a land ripe for development, there would be an insatiable demand for labor. Though Illyrio's suggestion carried a hint of generosity at another's expense, it was met with no opposition. Initially, Viserys had made several concessions in pricing to ensure the humane treatment of those captives. Chapter 54. Riding the tide during this encounter. Friggo felt as though he were being led by the nose by Viserys. Since their meeting commenced, Viserys had surprised him thrice, and now he was doing so for the fourth time. You intend to establish your influence in Godor? Friggo exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Viserys with a mixture of confusion, surprise, disdain, and even a hint of glee. Firstly, it was evident to anyone with even a modicum of sense that Godor was a realm of chaos, rife with undos, lawinars, bandits, river thieves, and horse lords. Moreover, what few were aware of was that this location was poised to become the next battleground between Braavos and Pentos. Although Pentos had emerged victorious in their previous skirmish against Braavos, they remained overshadowed in terms of strength. Their triumph merely secured them a more favorable position for negotiations, which entailed that the number of troops from Pentos would be curtailed by Braavos. Naturally, the governors of Pentos were unwilling to accept such a subordinate role, leading both factions to engage in a series of proxy battles in Godor. In truth, had it not been for the overwhelming enormity of the quagmire that was Godor, it would have been abundantly clear to any discerning observer that Friggo would have relished the prospect of the Targaryens serving as his muscle in establishing dominance in Godor, thus allowing them to seize the spoils while others fought. Friggo's disdain was directed towards Viserys' arrogance, and his delight stemmed from the same source. Yet, Friggo's cautious nature compelled him to seek further confirmation, for Viserys' recent display of shrewdness seemed at odds with his current disposition. Indeed, the Lawinars once established a magnificent city there. I believe the Targaryens can too, Viserys asserted with an air of certainty, which left Friggo somewhat speechless. Something was amiss indeed. It felt profoundly wrong. Had Viserys not exceeded Friggo's expectations just moments prior, he might have entertained the notion. However, at this juncture, it was impossible for him to regard this young monarch as a fool. Do you truly believe that? Friggo inquired. I recognize your concerns regarding the bandits, river thieves, and horse lords, yet I possess loyal Kingsguard. As he spoke, Viserys gestured towards Arthur, who stood behind him. Sir Arthur Dane from Starfall, renowned as the Dawn, is the most formidable swordsman in all of Westeros. Does he genuinely believe that mere martial prowess can resolve the issues in Godor? Friggo thought, his mind swirling with questions. Do you not believe me? Allow my Dawn to compete with your foremost swordsman, and you shall be convinced of my words, Viserys urged, eager for Friggo to recognize his audacity and ignorance. Understanding Viserys' willingness to provide him with such a weapon, Friggo resolved to seize the opportunity presented to him. He beckoned to the chief swordsman beside him, and Cairo leaned down, listening as Friggo whispered, Cairo, I hope you ultimately succumb to that Westerosi. Upon hearing Friggo's command, Cairo felt not only puzzled but also reluctant. However, unable to defy the king's orders, he acquiesced. Meanwhile, Arthur remained entirely oblivious. Due to the fact that Viserys and Friggo had been conversing in Valyrian, he was unaware of what had transpired, only noticing Viserys point at him. Now that Viserys instructed him to engage with the chief swordsman, Arthur felt a surge of exhilaration. They exited the hall and entered the courtyard before it. Eagerly, Arthur drew his sword, and Cairo unsheathed his blade in response. The two circled one another, searching for weaknesses. Seated beside Frego, Viserys boasted incessantly about Arthur's formidable feats. During a naval battle, Arthur had led 30 swift ships in a left flank maneuver, akin to a hammer-shattering wood. At wind-swept Keep, he had held the usurpers' army firmly at the city gates, forcing them to watch helplessly as their fleet was consumed by flames. Observing Viserys' animated gestures, Frego was increasingly convinced that he possessed no hidden advantages. Once he transported the remnants of House Targaryen to Godahar, it would likely take no more than a year, or even half a year, before they were utterly defeated. Even the dawn of the morning star. Frego glanced at Arthur, who had begun to engage Cairo, pondering how such an exceptional swordsman was wasted under Viserys. Alas, if things continued in this manner, he was likely to perish at Godahar. While Viserys praised Arthur, he also kept a watchful eye on the unfolding battle. The swordsmen of Braavos were often referred to as water dancers, their swordplay and footwork displaying a remarkable grace. If Arthur wielded his double-handed sword with the ferocity of a tempest, then Cairo's agile movements resembled drifting petals and flowing water. Arthur delivered a powerful strike that cleaved into the stone pavement, sparks erupting where the blade made contact, leaving a deep fissure. Arthur's double-handed sword was the ancestral blade of House Dame, reputedly forged from fallen star metal. The combat continued, and after dozens of exchanges, beads of sweat appeared on both their brows. Yet, both were still short of unleashing their full potential. Cairo, unwilling to defy Frego's command, deliberately feigned a flaw, which Arthur astutely seized, positioning his sword across Cairo's neck. Arthur emerged victorious. Nevertheless, an instinctive sense of disquiet nagged at him, suggesting this was not Cairo's true strength. Well done. Truly worthy of the dawn of the morning star, Frego exclaimed in admiration, regardless of the opinions of the two swordsmen engaged in the contest. To the two kings, the outcome was evident. Frego commanded a servant to present Arthur with a set of Braavos-style armor, embellished with gold and jewels. Exuding an air of opulence, Viserys had indeed made a pact to divide their gains in a 7-to-3 ratio. Furthermore, Illyrio had proven to be remarkably generous, sending 3 carts and 6 large chests of gold back to Pentos alongside Oberyn. When Oberyn arrived, he brought only a few dozen men, but as he departed, the number of soldiers escorting him surged to over 3,000. As Oberyn returned laden with treasures, he cast a glance back at Pentos. The towering walls loomed 3 times higher than those of Sunspear, yet they no longer bore the oppressive weight he had felt upon his arrival. He perceived this place as a veritable treasure trove. This place is splendid, I shall return again, he mused contentedly, embracing the 2 women gifted to him by the merchant governor. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Pentos, Viserys was not as fortunate. Unbeknownst to him, a community of around 1,000 to 2,000 souls had persisted in the remnants of the city. Among them were both Undos and Lyseni, who had intermarried over centuries, nearly forming a new lineage. In times of war or banditry, they would retreat into the northern caves, even cultivating crops in the valleys and ravines between the mountains. These people thrived with the resilience of weeds growing between stones. Viserys gathered these individuals, allotting them land to construct their own dwellings. The caves varied in size. The larger ones were repurposed by Viserys as storerooms for supplies. After departing from Dragonstone, he had brought with him some dragon glass suitable for crafting wildfire. The smaller caves served as laboratories for future wildfire experiments. With the next battle still on the horizon, Viserys began instructing his guards within the confines of his tent, returning to his former vocation as a teacher. However, despite their obedience, the children's minds were not particularly sharp. Though he only taught them rudimentary reading and writing, the endeavor proved to be arduous. After a week, some struggled even to inscribe their own names. This experience utterly dispelled Viserys' hopes of teaching them the High Valyrian language as a future military cipher, as well as his aspirations to educate the troops in literacy. Such an undertaking would be monumental, best reserved for a time when the Targaryen banner once again flew over Pentos. Moreover, the scarcity of educational materials posed a significant challenge. Even those with the potential for self-study lacked the means. Fortunately, Viserys recognized the importance of encouragement and rewards for fostering motivation. Observing the lackluster enthusiasm among many children, he declared, "You must strive to learn to read and write. In the future, only those who can read will have the opportunity to serve as my officers. Furthermore, once you master writing, you will be able to correspond with your families." He then turned to one of the youths and inquired, Goris, having slain 2 enemies in your first battle, do you not wish to share this news with your grandmother? Upon hearing this, the young guard's face lit up with aspirations. Cadis, you shot down a cavalryman's horse with a single arrow, causing him to fall and break his neck. Do you not wish to inform your elder brother? Who raised you? Chapter 55. The alliance. This matter has become the foremost concern for Friggo. Since Viserys is willing to leap into the pit, he hopes that Viserys will do so at the earliest opportunity. If necessary, he would not hesitate to coax and deceive him into the depths. As you are aware, the realm of Goto is far from a paradise. Merely quelling this discord will require a considerable span of time. I plan to gradually deploy the Targaryen forces into Goto. And should complications arise, I will reconsider your previous suggestions. It appears this lad is not entirely foolish. However, Friggo has resolved that the initial venture for Viserys must proceed smoothly. He intends to entice Viserys to invest his entire fortune incrementally. You seem to be a cautious individual. Should you have any demands at the outset, feel free to express them. This symbolizes the friendship between us. Upon hearing the Sea King's words, Viserys felt no inclination to hold back. On behalf of House Targaryen, I extend my gratitude for your generosity. During this initial phase of expansion, I may require some war horses and plow oxen. Furthermore, Dragonstone is rather barren unless it can incubate dragons. I am in dire need of weapons, armor, provisions, and textiles. Seeing Viserys so practical only deepened Friggo's disdain. He became increasingly convinced that even if the Targaryens carved out a territory in Goto, their foothold would remain tenuous. Nevertheless, in order to hasten Viserys' plunge into the pit, Friggo was willing to concede some ground in this transaction. Rest assured, if you do not mind. There are still numerous supplies in Braavos' stock, albeit some may be somewhat old. However, they remain serviceable. I can offer you a quite favorable price. Humph! Does he think I am a fool to clear his inventory? Just wait until I have Old Crab and Davos drive the price up. Viserys pondered for a moment before speaking again. By the way, if any nobles in Braavos are considering an alliance with the Targaryens, I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye out. An alliance? Is your niece not merely 5 years old? And your sister has just been born. Why such haste? Viserys responded with a sheepish smile. Haha, it is not about them, but rather myself. There is no ally more reliable than a blood relative. Rhaenys and Dany are still young, thus Viserys has chosen to cultivate his own connections. Political alliances, after all, must not be sullied by sentiments that could jeopardize interests. Friggo initially scoffed at the unformed Viserys, but subsequently found himself admiring his awareness at such a tender age. However, it appeared that the Targaryens were careening towards a dead end, and it was unlikely that any noble in Braavos would entertain such notions. Viserys' audacity took Friggo by surprise, but he nonchalantly acquiesced. As the discussions drew to a close, Viserys requested that his affairs in Braavos be kept confidential. Friggo naturally agreed wholeheartedly, having already abandoned any thoughts of controlling the Targaryens through nefarious means. After all, if they have acted according to their own designs, and executed them even more effectively, what need is there for control? Rest assured, there are numerous silver-haired, violet-eyed Valyrians in Braavos for your leisure. Should you find the Sea Lord's palace unsuitable, I possess several properties that I could offer you. The gods above, I am grateful for your generosity. Like Westeros, Braavos boasts several ancient families. The position of Sea Lord is chosen from among these lineages. 3 families hold the most power, having produced Sea Lords in the past: the Antarians, to which Friggo belongs, and the Xanans and Friggas. Additionally, there are 5 other families of slightly lesser influence. These 10 or so families control the majority of Braavos' industries. The shipbuilding, banking, textile, fishing, mining, construction, and even the cultural industries are remarkably prosperous. Any single one of these sectors could flourish a town, yet all converge within this city-state. The splendor and strength of Braavos are thus evident. Friggo summoned all the prominent families of Braavos to a meeting, with members of the Iron Bank joining as well. He discreetly concealed Viserys' arrival but divulged the Targaryen plans. Gador, remarked a middle-aged noble in a purple robe, his metaphor eliciting laughter from the others. Gador will inevitably be ours. No one else shall partake. The speaker, clad in a red robe, was the commander of Braavos' defenses. A robust figure with a surly demeanor, he appeared dismissive of the others. Mr. Dels is correct. But let us not forget that Pentos also covets that territory. Over the years, Pentos and Braavos have continuously stirred local discord, bolstering their own factions for mutual gain. Their clandestine conflicts are rather frequent. Moreover, compared to Braavos, Pentos enjoys a geographical advantage, being closer to Gador. Let us use the Targaryens as our dagger, allowing them and the Pentoshi to inflict mutual destruction. The noble who spoke, though flecked with grey at the temples, possessed a keen gaze. His name was Tormod Freyga, the next Sea Lord of Braavos in the original tale. Tormod and Freygo shared a strong rapport, and his suggestion aligned perfectly with Freygo's desires. Upon hearing someone voice his thoughts, Freygo smiled and remarked, "We all know that to make a ship sail faster, it must be equipped with fine sails. The Targaryens are no different. To ensure they invest more in Gador, we must aid the dragon that has lost its wings and claws. Do you not agree?" The nobles unanimously endorsed Freygo's proposal. Gador, situated upstream on the Lorne River, would grant them control over the river's trade routes if secured. Indeed, the matter of sustenance is quite analogous. The remuneration I provide allows them to procure more food. However, the yield of this land is finite. Currently, it is the season for cultivation, and the more loinens that come forth to labor for me, the fewer there are to till the fields. Consequently, the price of grain will inevitably escalate. I can effortlessly wield control over the loinens through provisions, presenting myself as a savior rather than a conqueror. Upon hearing Viserys' scheme, Oberyn regarded him as one might a monstrous aberration. He no longer wished to contest young Aegon's claim to succession. Engaging in rivalry with such a scheming and almost diabolical figure filled him with trepidation about the potential repercussions for himself. However, should Viserys resort to harming young Aegon to solidify his own claim, Oberyn would be compelled to oppose him fiercely. Moreover, the intellectual pressure he often felt in Viserys' presence resurfaced, vexing Oberyn, who had previously acquired several accolades in the Citadel. Yet, he soon discerned a flaw in Viserys' plan. The success of this scheme hinges on the constancy of the horse population in the world. But the loinens could easily procure grain from elsewhere. What if they sought provisions from other regions? What would you do then? Chapter 72, The Malevolent Dragon. Oberyn, having seemingly uncovered Viserys' oversight, spoke with a hint of pride. The perpetual intellectual pressure imposed by the young king had been overwhelming, and this revelation provided him with a much-needed respite. However, Viserys did not even glance in his direction, gesturing southward and stating, "Along the Lorne River to the south. Downstream lies the domain of the Volantene. Why do they not occupy the upper reaches? Is it due to a lack of desire? No, it is because of Shireen." Oberyn suddenly recalled that Shireen was plagued by the dreadful grayscale. The clerics of Westeros maintained that only repentance could save those afflicted. This was patently absurd. Meanwhile, the scholars asserted that only axes and blades could provide a remedy, albeit a terrifying one. Shireen had once been a city of the loinens, but the Valyrians had wrought its destruction. Legends tell of Shireen as rulers wielding curses that engulfed the invaders. The Valyrians and Volantines who dared to invade Shireen sank beneath the waves, their breaths giving rise to a shroud of grey mist. It can be said that disease halted the advance of the Volantines. Indeed, Shireen, if they do not traverse waterways but instead take to land, the price of grain will remain exorbitantly high. Viserys continued, directing his finger westward. Crossing the Lorne River, one soon encounters the Dothraki Sea, a territory belonging to the Dothraki. Do you think the Dothraki possess surplus grain to offer them? Oberyn shook his head. Although he was unfamiliar with the horse lords, he knew they were akin to wild men, often lacking sufficient provisions and resorting to pillaging for sustenance. The loinens, already ensnared in a food crisis, would only grow weaker. Chapter 56, The Gloves. Viserys firmly believed that his Kingsguard, in terms of loyalty, virtue, valor, and capability, were beyond reproach. Yet, there lay a singular issue. Their moral compass was excessively lofty. The eastern continent was not Westeros. The struggles here were far more fierce and brutal. Upon his arrival in the city of Dohor, what Viserys required were ruthless measures, not a merciful heart. Without a doubt, the lowborn Alk was more aligned with Viserys' needs. Of course, Oberyn was his prime choice, for he bore the infamous moniker of the Red Viper. If only he could join, Viserys believed the assistance would be significantly enhanced. In any case, it was prudent to wait until the initial ventures bore fruit before summoning Jiro and the others. Sir Davos, be cautious on the journey. Your Majesty need not worry. Even if I must swim, I shall return to Dragonstone to deliver your command. Davos was already deeply touched by Viserys' personal visit to Purple Harbor, but what followed made him even more moved. No, your life is far more precious than several warships. Should you encounter a storm or inclement weather, it is perfectly acceptable to seek refuge in a nearby port for a few days. Understood, Your Majesty. Realizing that a king was concerned for his well-being stirred something profound within Davos. He endeavored to lower his head, not wishing for it to tower over Viserys. The subsequent action of the young king nearly brought him to tears. The youthful monarch received 2 pairs of leather gloves from a young boy accompanying him from Crab Isle and handed them to Davos. I requested these from the Sea King on your behalf. Crafted from soft calfskin, they are exceedingly comfortable. Try them on. As the supple leather gloves adorned his hands, Davos felt a tremor in his jaw. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Your Majesty. Go now. Davos bowed deeply to Viserys, and as he turned, tears surprisingly welled in his eyes. Father, what troubles you? Inquired his eldest son, Dale. Nothing, the sea breeze is a bit strong. Dale looked up at the sky in confusion, pondering why there seemed to be no wind that day. After bidding farewell to Davos, Viserys and Arthur strolled through the city of Braavos, primarily to gather intelligence. Although the courtesans of Braavos were renowned worldwide, Viserys found himself both eager yet powerless. Arthur, embodying a chaste beauty, appeared disinterested in such matters as well. The duo first visited the shipyards and docks of Braavos, where over 1,000 ships lay moored. The masts rose like a dense forest of spears, reminiscent of soldiers' pikes. The Braavosi claimed they could launch a vessel each day. While this assertion was somewhat exaggerated, based on the observations of Viserys and Arthur, it was evident that they possessed the capacity to send forth a new warship every few days. Correspondingly, this was supported by a robust network of shipwrights, timber, ironworking, textiles, and forestry industries. Perhaps it may not be particularly noteworthy during times of peace, but in the throes of war, the notion of launching a warship in a single day is far from mere fantasy. The flourishing shipbuilding industry is, in fact, a testament to the prosperity of other sectors within Braavos. Even a naturally gifted swordsman like Arthur is left in awe. Harboring concerns about the potential alliance between Braavos and Robert, the two then delved deeper into the city of Braavos to explore its wonders. Known as the City of 1,000 Islands, it lacks the foul odors characteristic of King's Landing. Furthermore, the two surmise that Braavos' population rivals that of King's Landing, and it is highly probable that it exceeds it significantly. Such is the advantage of Braavos' geographical position. The eastern continent is dotted with city-states, embroiled in ceaseless conflict. In such circumstances, one might encounter the phenomenon of golden horns and silver edges, suggesting that any power established centrally may face foes from all directions. This is also the reason why inland cities among the free city-states, like Norvos and Kor, remain relatively obscure. Their scale cannot be vast, for their geographical positioning renders them akin to grass bellies. Braavos, however, occupies a position akin to golden horns, situated in the northwest corner of the eastern continent. Nestled between the narrow sea and the shivering sea, and surrounded by majestic mountains, its geographical advantage is unparalleled. Yet, should a formidable central power arise, it could swiftly lead to the city's decline. A place capable of attracting enemies from all sides also possesses the potential to become a hub of the world, drawing in populations with greater ease. The most likely candidate for such a power is the River Lorne. The historical Lanari serve as a testament to this. Braavos would never permit an overly dominant force to emerge along the River Lorne. If Viserys were to merely occupy Gador as his power base, they might tolerate it, however. Should he seek to expand his influence along both banks of the River Lorne, the citizens of Braavos would undoubtedly intervene. Moreover, not only Braavos but also the city-states of Volantis and Pentos, which have thrived through maritime trade, would not stand idly by. Of course, it is premature to discuss these matters, as Viserys must first establish a firm foothold in Gador. He and Arthur continued their exploration, discovering that Braavos possesses far more temples than the rumors suggested. According to legend, the first batch of Valyrian slaves who reached Braavos were guided by the Moonsinger to find sanctuary. Thus, the Temple of the Moonsinger stands as the grandest and most magnificent of all temples here, its striking white dome a prominent feature, while the Temple of Riker is painted in red. Additionally, there is the renowned House of Black and White, although Viserys cannot enter without that particular coin. Perhaps guided by fate, the property gifted to Viserys by Frego boasts a red door. In the original text, Viserys and Dany's residence in Braavos is referred to as the Red Keep. Recently, under Arthur's tutelage, the academy guards brought by Viserys have spent their days honing their martial skills within the estate. Arthur himself is puzzled as to why Viserys has chosen to include these young ones in his endeavors. After all, even if he had little faith in Viserys. At least the latter had just achieved a victory. To provoke him at such a moment would be akin to courting death. With this mindset, over 200 village chiefs from Andor arrived in Gador. Upon their arrival, they were astonished to find that the ruins, once as desolate as a haunted grave, had vanished. In their place stood a vibrant scene of construction. The foundations for the first city wall had been largely completed, with cartloads of earth being continually brought in and compacted. The average height was now roughly at the waist of an adult. It appeared that this newly crowned king intended to establish a lasting presence here. The village chiefs could not help but express their astonishment, though they noted that the earthen walls still lacked the grandeur befitting a ruler. However, there was little to be done, as even Viserys, the so-called king, had no proper residence. Meanwhile, Oberyn had summoned a group of craftsmen from Norvos to begin constructing gardens and homes for Elia and her children on the lands designated by Viserys. Yet, they too were still in the phase of material gathering and foundation laying, hidden within the earthen walls, invisible to the village chiefs. However, upon seeing the soldiers standing rigidly along the road, their initial disdain melted away like snow beneath the blazing sun. The gleaming pikes in the soldiers' hands sparkled under the sunlight, almost blinding. The chiefs did not approach Viserys directly. Instead, they were escorted to witness the executions. When a chief-like Anger was brought to the execution grounds, he beheld figures of former grandeur now reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. These once mighty individuals were clad only in thin garments, dangling from the gallows, shivering in the biting wind. The execution was overseen by Ser Xavier, a scholar with profound knowledge of the law. Viserys had mandated that their crimes be read aloud prior to execution, thereby designating Xavier as the executioner. He understood that to win the hearts of the people, blood and profit were indispensable. Old Punk, Dirty Bane, and their families and subordinates represented the ruling class among the tens of thousands who had once held power. Now, these elites were about to confront their sins and their mortality. Yet, both Viserys and Ser Xavier deemed them not as nobles, but as mere brigands unworthy of a swift death. They would face hanging instead. Ser Xavier sat behind a hastily constructed platform, a table before him. He announced loudly, Punk Morsum, who plundered caravans, abducted women, and took the lives of the innocent. His crimes are such that even the most merciful virgin could not forgive. In the name of Viserys Targaryen son, king of the Undos, the Ruiner, and the first man, and as a representative of the just will of the Father above, I sentence you to death. With that, he cast a small, dark red wooden plaque, depicting a hand figure, from a cup resembling a penholder on the table. A soldier approached the gallows and kicked away the wooden barrel beneath Old Punk's feet. Chapter 57, The Essence Transfer. Goris Blam was mere months away from his 15th birthday, making him one of the eldest among the group of children. He yearned to fight valiantly for Viserys, yet lamentably, his martial skills were woefully inadequate. Arthur, while instructing them, frequently posed the rhetorical question, what would you do if you encountered foes like me on the battlefield? Little did he realize that it was improbable for the battlefield to be populated entirely by such rare and formidable warriors as himself. The children cherished Arthur's teachings, compelling them to practice diligently. As he slumbered, peculiar visions invaded his dreams. He found himself seemingly practicing swordsmanship in unfamiliar locales, drenched in sweat, with a pervasive sense of fatigue enveloping his entire being. The tender skin of his palms was worn to blisters, which eventually burst, scabbing over and forming calluses. In these dreams, he was not merely honing his skills, he was engaged in combat with figures whose faces eluded his memory. The only sensations that lingered were the visceral thrill of blood splattering upon his visage and the electrifying rush that coursed through him as he plunged his sword into his opponent. In essence, his dreams oscillated between battle and practice. Not solely he, but others experienced similar nocturnal visions. Consequently, all 20 of them overslept, and as dawn broke, Arthur's commanding voice reverberated outside, "You lot. What is the meaning of this? Rise and practice your swordplay." Awoken from their slumber, the academy guards lamented their predicament, with Goris, the designated Rouse, feeling particularly distraught. Under the barrage of his companions' complaints, they hastily donned their garments and assembled in the courtyard. As they felt Arthur's gaze more chilling than the winter wind, an involuntary shiver coursed through them. "Do you believe I can no longer teach you? Are you uninterested in training? If that is the case, I shall have the king send you home by ship." Arthur's words instilled a deeper fear within these impressionable youths. They had been indoctrinated from a young age with the values of loyalty to the crown and the disgrace of cowardice. The thought of being sent home was unbearable. Not only would their families be unable to hold their heads high, but they might even be denied entry into their own homes. We will not return home. Please, Sir Arthur, continue to teach us swordsmanship. They pleaded in unison. Their fervent cries echoed, we will not go back. Yes, Sir Arthur, we shall not return. Observing their youthful faces, slightly flushed from the cold, Arthur's anger subsided significantly. He mused that perhaps his rigorous training had indeed been too harsh, causing them to oversleep. Nevertheless, a lesson was still warranted. He summoned Gorys, the one responsible for awakening the group, to spar with him. Faced with the imposing figure of Arthur Dane, Gorys felt his mouth go dry. The prowess of Arthur was one factor, but the palpable intensity of his demeanor during their practice was another. He braced himself for the inevitable sting of pain. What transpired next took everyone by surprise. Arthur stepped forward, poised to deliver a sweeping strike with his sword. Gorys, discerning Arthur's intent through his movement, narrowly evaded the attack. A flicker of astonishment crossed Arthur's eyes. He realized that he had not exerted his full strength in the assault, perhaps even failing to employ 30% of his abilities. Yet, despite this, he believed it improbable that this young boy could elude his advance. It seemed, however, that Gorys had anticipated his intentions. Is this mere coincidence? A sense of doubt flashed through Arthur's mind, but his body reacted swifter than his thoughts. With a failure to land his blow, he hastened the speed and frequency of his attacks. As Gorys barely dodged and parried Arthur's third strike, his sword was knocked from his hand. At that moment, Arthur's gaze towards Gorys transformed. He perceived a promising talent among these children. He noticed Gorys's unwavering determination and a palpable aura of ferocity when he attacked. Arthur resolved to provide Gorys with special training once the session concluded. You performed adequately. After today's training, you shall practice your swordplay 300 more times as a punishment. As you command, Sir Arthur, Gorys replied. Merely 300 sword swings did not seem daunting to him. Arthur then called Gorys back to the ranks, intent on selecting another young squire for a sparring match. After all, he aimed to instill a lasting impression on them. He casually pointed to a lanky youth who appeared naturally suited for swordsmanship. You attack me. With a beckoning gesture, the squire began to circle Arthur, searching for an opening. Yet, as the dawn blade, Arthur was not one to present vulnerabilities, and even if he did, it was highly unlikely they would be perceived. He allowed a subtle flaw to manifest, only to be surprised when the randomly chosen squire seized upon it. The boy lunged forward, but Arthur sidestepped effortlessly. This little fellow shows promise as well, Arthur mused, pleased by this discovery. As the preeminent swordsman of Westeros for a century, he harbored no envy towards others. On the contrary, he hoped that among these 20 youths, several more hidden gems would emerge. After swiftly defeating the lanky boy, Arthur selected another from the ranks. To his astonishment, within just one evening, the martial skills of these young ones had markedly improved. Some seasoned veterans would scarcely match their prowess. In that moment, Arthur experienced the joy of drawing cards. After rigorously training all 20 children, he found himself somewhat numbed by the exertion. He contemplated imparting more profound knowledge to them and sharing this delightful news with Viserys. Unhesitated, clearly having something to say. Yet the weight of his anxiety rendered him mute. In the past, when confronted with the brutal extortion of bandits, protests had been made, some accepted, others dismissed. However, even when their grievances were acknowledged, the ringleaders were often executed, thereby heightening the farmers' tolerance for future exploitation. This was precisely why Ang was reluctant to speak. Uttering a word could seal his fate, severing him from his family forever. Yet, remaining silent would lead to inevitable starvation for his family when they failed to meet the grain quota a year hence. Meanwhile, Viserys waited patiently, neither urging him nor displaying impatience. Seconds turned into minutes, and after what felt like an eternity, Ang finally summoned his courage. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke, Your Majesty, the taxes are excessively burdensome. We simply cannot afford them. An immediate hush fell over the tent. The other village leaders mourned silently for Ang, acutely aware that he might very well be condemned to death. Some began to entertain thoughts of fleeing, for the oppressive tax burden was insurmountable, leaving them no choice but to escape. To their astonishment, Viserys neither agreed nor disagreed but instead inquired, What do you believe is a fair amount? Ang was taken aback by the king's unexpected question. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, 450 pounds per person. Reducing the burden by 300 pounds might just afford his family a chance to survive. He thought to himself, Per person? Only those over the age of 16 were required to pay £500. Children under 16 contributed a mere 100, while women and girls paid half of that. Viserys intentionally allowed them to misconstrue his intentions, thereby minimizing resistance to his tax policies. As he anticipated, the faces of the village leaders brightened with expressions akin to those who had narrowly escaped calamity. Upon closer inspection, the young king was indeed rather handsome, particularly with his striking silver hair. However, the subsequent announcement from Viserys filled them with even greater joy. Beyond the head tax, there would be no additional levies. They could cultivate the land to their heart's content. Whatever grain they harvested beyond the required amount would belong solely to them. To expand their farmland, they would need to clear the irrigation channels left by the Roynans. In this manner, the interests of Viserys as a ruler aligned harmoniously with those of the common folk, quelling any potential grievances. Realizing this, the village leaders were elated. The paramount concern for farmers was indeed land. Viserys further declared that he would send personnel to provide military training during off-peak agricultural seasons, which the village leaders wholeheartedly endorsed. Finally, regarding the matter of laws, the Gador region, being sparsely populated, did not necessitate stringent legal codes. Chapter 58, Exploration and Land. Viserys chose the newcomer, Oak, over the other Kingsguard, citing concerns for the safety of Queen Rhaella. This reasoning was met with general acceptance by others. When Oak learned of this decision, he was momentarily taken aback. Never expecting to be selected by Viserys, the excitement kept him awake, as this choice signified new opportunities for distinction. However, several Kingsguard were apprehensive and dedicated several nights to imparting military command knowledge to him, almost exhaustively sharing their insights. Due to time constraints, it was ultimately Gerald who decided that 3 Kingsguard, including William, would instruct him in the art of commanding archers. This encompassed strategies for various terrains and understanding how wind speed could affect arrow accuracy. Additionally, regarding the 3,000 soldiers selected for the expedition, only a small fraction donned armor, as Viserys assured them that they would be outfitted upon arrival. These soldiers were meticulously chosen, primarily hailing from Dragonstone, Crab Isle, and Tighthead Isle. Many were originally from the Crabclaw Peninsula, but had served in the Dragonstone fleet. Their combat prowess was secondary. What mattered most was their unwavering loyalty. In fact, the majority of their families resided on Dragonstone. Moreover, Viserys' military rewards were exceedingly generous. Since he could not presently offer reasonable titles of nobility, he opted to grant them land instead. For each head, they would receive 20 acres, permanently owned and inheritable by their descendants. Given his current power limitations, he could not nationalize all lands nor adequately explain concepts of ownership and usage rights to soldiers of limited education. Directly informing them that the land belonged to them was far more effective. Then there were the 2,000 farmers. Viserys promised a 3-year tax exemption on the newly acquired lands as an incentive, recruiting a group of family men among the farmers. This ensured loyalty and could serve as a supplementary source of troops in critical times. One such farmer was Jason, who, over a decade, had fathered 4 healthy children with his wife. She believed this was a blessing from the 7. Originally a farmer on Dragonstone, he found the land there too barren. Viserys assured him that the new lands, bordered by a great river, were fertile and that his sons could inherit them, prompting Jason to become restless with anticipation. "Be careful. I and the children await your good news," Jason's wife cautioned, holding their little daughter. "Do not worry, His Majesty is a dreamwalker. We shall evade any calamity," Jason replied, reluctantly gazing at his daughter in his wife's arms. His greatest comfort in leaving was that Viserys had provided them with half a year's worth of provisions. Even gathering their families together and dispatching soldiers specifically to maintain order was necessary. Otherwise, most individuals would find it impossible to abandon their homes and livelihoods. Jason's wife nodded in agreement, pondering the truth in this. Were it not for Viserys, it is likely that Dragonstone would have already succumbed. The fate of King's Landing serves as a grim reminder that the line between soldiers and bandits is perilously thin. After bidding farewell to his family, Jason proceeded to the designated assembly point. Upon arrival, he discovered numerous others in a similar predicament. It was then that he caught sight of a group of approximately 14-year-old youths, each bearing a serious demeanor, poised to embark on their journey to the eastern continent. Yet, Jason remained uncertain what purpose these children would serve upon their arrival. It was doubtful they possessed the strength for battle, let alone tilling the fields. A sentiment echoed by others present. Viserys had organized the children from Crab's Claw Peninsula into groups by age, with the first group being the oldest, averaging around 14 to 15 years. He intended to transform them into elite guards for himself upon their arrival at the Eastern Continent, a secret asset known only to him. Should he desire them to rise as officers, they would inevitably need to endure trials of blood and fire to mature. In 2 years, once they reached adulthood, they could directly command troops on his behalf. Moreover, they would be a loyal cadre of literate and thoughtful officers, ensuring that his military would be of a quality far surpassing that of the current era. When Viserys previously departed Dragonstone, he did so with 5 ships. This time, he left with 50. Half of these vessels had been captured from the fleet of Green Harbor during the naval battle, while a significant portion had been converted from merchant ships. The remainder consisted of outdated warships from the Dragonstone fleet. After transporting the people to their destination, these 50 ships would be sold to Friggo without a second thought. Observing the warships poised at the harbor, Layla felt an irresistible urge to board. After all, even Rhaegar had never been so far removed from her. Now, her youngest son was crossing to the other side of the narrow sea. During this period, Layla often traced her fingers across the map, her gaze lingering on the location of Braavos, as if that would bring her son closer to her. Do not worry. Viserys will be fine, Illyrio reassured her. Layla nodded, comprehending this. After all, Arthur was also in Braavos. Just as the warships were about to set sail, an unremarkable vessel arrived at the harbor. It was the ship of the Red Viper. After informing Robert that Dorne would no longer support the Targaryens, he had made his way directly to Dragonstone, for Dorne's disapproval bore no relevance to Oberyn himself. Baelor's amiable reputation had swiftly crumbled within a mere month. Today, I have seen you, and I shall convey this matter to our elder. Baelor threatened Viserys as if he had seized an opportunity. Then go ahead. I shall not hinder you, Viserys replied, nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders. He had discerned that, in the land of Gador, both the Undos and the Lionai were essentially mere puppet regimes. To expect a puppet regime to act in the interest of the people is as futile as hoping for a sow to climb a tree. Noticing Viserys parting the way for him, Baelor tentatively took 2 steps forward, glanced back, and then advanced another 2 steps, finally exhaling in relief once he exited the tent. He departed the fervent construction site with Grealish by his side. Upon looking back, Baelor felt a deep sorrow, for it was evident that in the not-so-distant future, the fate of the Lionai in Gador would indeed be manipulated by others. Baelor, do you truly intend to meet the elder? The elder has stated that regardless of the reason, anyone who sees him will be taxed threefold next time. You have your mother and 2 sisters to consider. Despite his timid nature, Grealish, Baelor's most loyal friend, fervently urged him to reconsider. However, a resolute expression crossed Baelor's face as he declared, Grealish, I have made up my mind to serve the elder as a household servant. This way, my mother and sisters may receive some sustenance to endure the impending hardships. What? A household servant? Grealish exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. A household servant, in essence, is akin to a slave. He was, in effect, selling himself. Grealish, do not be tempted by the wages of the Valyrians. It is far more important to tend to your own land. Chapter 76. The carnivore Baelor approached the elder's estate with a demeanor akin to that of a martyr. The frigid wind, reminiscent of a mischievous child, sought to invade his collar and sleeves. Baelor tightened his clothing and knocked on the grand door of the elder's manor. The estate was enclosed by a wooden palisade, behind which stood a row of pine trees designed to shield against the wind. Of course, the primary purpose was to obscure the view of the common folk. Upon learning of Baelor's intentions, the elder's steward went to inform the elder's housekeeper. The housekeeper had a round face, with large, watery almond-shaped eyes, and was clad in a white robe resembling a long tunic. You wish to work in the manor? The housekeeper inquired, hands clasped behind his back. Peering down at the bowed Baelor. Since selling oneself sounded rather unseemly, the housekeeper preferred to phrase it as working. Yes, Baelor replied. Do you have family? The housekeeper asked. Yes, I have a mother and 2 sisters. Well, by working at the manor, you can forego 2 years of tax, or receive 800 pounds. However, before the housekeeper could finish, Baelor looked up in astonishment and interjected, 2 years. Is it not 3 years? Oh! Are you unwilling to work and wasting my time? Are you mocking me? The housekeeper glared at Baelor, his brow furrowed, as if he were about to snap his neck and drain his blood. Chapter 59. Illyrio. If, under the circumstances of 5 ships, Viserys could still conceal his whereabouts, then 50 warships adorned with black sails were utterly impossible to hide. Pentos. being the nearest city-state to Dragonstone, soon discovered the fleet shortly after its departure. Although they were aware of the impending eastward migration of House Targaryen, Pentos heightened its state of alert. Simultaneously, they dispatched a vessel to inquire about the fleet's destination, specifically the chosen location for Viserys' relocation. Upon learning that the Targaryens had set their sights on Pentos as their destination, the governors convened an urgent meeting. At the head of the assembly sat a man clad in a golden robe, whose garment was divided into a golden upper half and a blue lower half. Behind him stood two exquisitely beautiful women, one donned a dress of apricot hue, while the other was draped in sea blue fabric. This man was the Prince of Pentos, with his consort standing at his back. However, the prince held the title of a mere puppet ruler, devoid of any real power, as true authority resided with the multitude of governors in Pentos. In times of calamity or military defeat, it was not uncommon for the prince to be sacrificed to the heavens, quite literally. During the conflict with Braavos, 4 princes of Pentos had met their end due to a military setback. The man's name was Odro, and at the meeting, he served as little more than a mascot. He watched dispassionately as the governors engaged in fervent debate, devoid of any interest in their discourse. He turned his gaze towards his 2 wives, who represented land and sea, respectively. He was acutely aware that they were not virgins upon marrying him, having lost their purity mere hours before their nuptials. Odro aspired for power, yet he understood the formidable challenges that lay ahead. Initially, he had relinquished hope. But a little over 2 years prior, the newly ascendant Illyrio had divorced his cousin and fathered a child with a woman of dubious origin. The humiliation stoked the embers of his ambition anew. Targaryen, perhaps this is my opportunity. He gazed at the increasingly corpulent Illyrio, whose head, ballooning with obesity, was adorned with golden hair and a beard, fingers like radishes bedecked with gems of every hue. At that moment, Illyrio found himself under fire from the other governors. If we lose Pentos, it will be your fault for imposing such harsh conditions. The Targaryens are not fools. They have just won 2 battles. Illyrio, unwilling to yield, retorted. The Targaryens are no fools? Then why have they chosen Pentos? Wait, Gentov will extract their last coin. Perhaps that Targaryen queen will find herself resorting to the brothels to muster troops for her son. Illyrio's mood could be described as exceedingly bleak, particularly over the course of the past year. First, he received the news of Varys' demise, which robbed him of his informational advantage in business. It is important to note that his ascension from an assassin to a powerful merchant was largely due to Varys' assistance in matters of intelligence. This support was also the foundation of his confidence in ousting Odoro's cousin. After Varys began serving Aerys, they gained access to the internal affairs of an entire kingdom, allowing them to amass wealth with remarkable ease. However, with Varys gone, Illyrio felt as though he had lost his ears and half of his vision. He could sense his standing in Pentos diminishing. Yet, the decline in status alone was not the source of his profound distress and apprehension. What truly preoccupied him was the identity of Varys' murderer. According to the intelligence he gathered, on the very day following Varys' death, Rhaella departed with her son. Even the Mad King Aerys' order to retain Elia was disregarded, as she too vanished. Coupled with Rhaella's flight to Dragonstone and the Targaryen successive victories, Illyrio arrived at a horrifying conclusion. The one who killed Varys was likely on Dragonstone or currently serving the Targaryens. This was a formidable individual. If that were the case, would this person be aware of his existence? Would they know of his connection to Varys? More significantly, would they seek retribution against him? Illyrio now believed that his imperative was to leverage Pentos and strangle the Targaryens in Gentov. After rebuffing his political adversaries, Illyrio rose and surveyed the assembly. It was evident that the Targaryens had allied themselves with Braavos, or perhaps had received assurances from the Braavosi. We must bolster the strength of our agents in Gentov to counter this. What purpose does mutual blame serve at this juncture? Was my initial proposal not intended for the benefit of Pentos and your coffers? Illyrio spoke with reason, and thus the criticisms against him subsided. It was heard that there were 3 Kingsguard among the Targaryens. Could we not entice them to our side? A silver-haired noble spoke, claiming to possess Valyrian blood. Perhaps for this reason, he held a modicum of affection for the Targaryens. Illyrio understood that he must not reveal his true intentions. He then replied, Braavos' collaboration with the Targaryens must have come at a cost. If we now curry favor with them, we shall pay an even steeper price. Do you all believe we can compete financially with Braavos? It would be wiser to let them suffer a bit before negotiating cooperation. Illyrio's proposal quickly gained the consensus of the majority. The old crab rested a hand on his chest, as if someone were truly carving out his heart. Viserys found his expression quite amusing. He inquired, Sir Adrian, let me pose a question to you. If there were 3 kings, the first king locks all his wealth in a treasury, the second entrusts his riches to trusted individuals, and the third invests his fortune in his realm. Which of these kings would you deem the wealthiest? The old crab pondered this, and without a doubt, he would choose the first option. When counting the treasures in his vault, he felt uneasy even with the presence of his 2 nephews, let alone trusting others. Even if he were to hide his money in a cellar, he would still check on it frequently, much less leaving it exposed. Noticing the old crab's troubled expression, Viserys explained, I shall tell you, it is indeed the third. Gold itself holds little value. It is only when it circulates that it gains worth. When spent, gold can transform into irrigation canals for nourishing fields, sturdy castles for protection, garments for children, and weapons for soldiers. Fields irrigated by canals yield more crops. Castles safeguard our lives. Children clothed have the potential to grow into industrious individuals, and soldiers armed with sharp weapons need not fear invasion. In time, the wealth of the first 2 kings will inevitably flow into the hands of the third. Upon hearing Viserys' elucidation, the old crab nodded, somewhat comprehending. It indeed made sense, as his own riches had vanished in a similar manner. Sensing that the old crab remained troubled, Viserys placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, Fear not. For we are currently purchasing grain from Pentos and Braavos at a low cost. When the Lionels face famine, they will have no choice but to buy grain from us at inflated prices, thus returning the money to our coffers. In actuality, the wages Viserys had dispensed in recent times did not amount to even 10,000 golden dragons. It merely appeared substantial when converted into iron coins. Moreover, he had no intention of profiting from the impoverished. The 5 prominent families among the Lionels had resided here for centuries, accumulating considerable wealth. Through his investigations, Viserys discovered that the so-called elder families of the Lionels subjected the common folk to harsh exploitation. Though they seemed more civilized than the bandits of Andor, the Lionels still suffered greatly under their rule. The dual roles of savior and liberator would suffice to solidify House Targaryen's reign in these lands. Were he to possess a sufficient army, Viserys would prefer a more straightforward approach. However, he was currently tasked with overseeing both Dragonstone and the lands of Gador. Recently, Braavos had acquired 40 warships as agreed, yielding nearly 300,000 golden dragons in profit for Viserys. Yet, he could not sell too much at once, as transporting people and goods required ships, and safeguarding Dragonstone necessitated vessels and personnel as well. Chapter 60, The Ancient Road Upon the Verdant Plains. A grey-black highway thrusts skyward like a spear, piercing the horizon where earth meets sky. This lava road, constructed by the Valyrians, is also known as the Valyrian Avenue. Elevated more than half a foot above the ground, it accommodates 3 carriages side by side with ease. At one end, it connects to the port built by the Valyrians, now under the dominion of the Braavosi. The other end links to the upper Lowran River, a tributary of the Lowran, which also hosts a port. Viserys awaits the arrival of his army here, destined to traverse this road towards the upper Lowran, and from there ascend the river to reach Gador. The Valyrian road is remarkably sturdy. You may wish to test it, suggested Frigel, who accompanied Viserys alongside several Braavosi nobles. Viserys turned to Arthur, noticing his eagerness, and permitted him to try it with a long-handled pickaxe. Arthur removed his helmet, revealing his chestnut hair and pale violet eyes, instantly captivating a number of noblewomen. The tall, handsome Arthur Dane had become the object of many a Braavosi lady's affection during his stay, receiving love letters and handkerchiefs in such abundance that they could scarcely be contained in a bamboo basket. Arthur had presumed that by publicizing his vow of celibacy as a member of the King's Guard, the ladies would relent. Yet, to his astonishment, their advances intensified. Each morning, the entrance to their residence was adorned with fresh flowers and fruit baskets. Even a notable courtesan boldly proclaimed her willingness to wager her entire fortune for a night with the Dawn, the legendary sword of Arthur. In other words, a proposition had been made to seduce him, which stirred a twinge of jealousy in Viserys. Nevertheless, he considered the King's Guard's vow of celibacy rather inhumane and pondered the possibility of easing their constraints in the future. Setting aside these tangled thoughts, Arthur approached the side of the highway, raising the pickaxe high before bringing it down with a resounding thud. The sound reverberated, as if striking at the hearts of the noblewomen. When Viserys inspected the road, he was astonished to find only a faint white mark where the pickaxe had struck. The construction prowess of the Valyrians was truly formidable. This was merely a testament to their road-laying technique. Who knows what treasures lie hidden within the ruins of Illyrio? Your Majesty, our fleet has arrived. A servant announced, presenting a telescope to Viserys. Through its lens, he beheld a fleet of black-sailed ships swiftly approaching. With keen eyesight, he counted precisely 50 vessels. Within 2 or 3 moments, the fleet reached the shore, and soldiers disembarked, appearing somewhat disheveled. Some scanned their surroundings with a languid demeanor. However, none underestimated Viserys' army, for they all bore a similar air. As the soldiers were still gathering, Oberyn, Oak, and Davos approached Viserys. Prince Oberyn, what brings you here? Viserys was indeed taken aback by his presence. Are you not a dream walker? Did you not foresee this? A smirk played upon Oberyn's lips. If I could foresee everything you do, would you be willing? He contemplated the scene, feeling an unsettling sensation creeping down his spine, and defended. I would not have come were it not for Elia. Viserys chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond. Since he was here, he would surely play some role. Ah! The old arrogance was still present. Accompanied by Oberyn and the others, Viserys went to bid farewell to Fraggle. 5,000 suits of armor, 20,000 spears, 500 bows, 50,000 arrows, 1,000 war horses, and 150,000 measures of grain have all been prepared for you. Additionally, there are 800 pounds of herbs, 1,700 tents, and once the Targaryens have established themselves in Gador, we will send another 2,000 oxen. Of course, there are also various consumables such as cooking utensils. Fraggle offered these supplies at rock-bottom prices, although the armor and weapons were somewhat outdated. And even the grain was old stock, the pricing was exceptionally low. Viserys acquired all these goods for less than 30,000 golden dragons. Moreover, and most importantly, he did not pay in cash, he utilized an interest-free loan from the Iron Bank. In other words, Viserys merely signed an IOU to obtain these items. Once he resold them, he would see an immediate profit of 3 to 5 times. This illustrates just how eager Braavos was to see the Targaryens fall into the pit that was Gador. However, for Braavos, the value of over 100,000 golden dragons was but a trifling sum. Viserys believed he should squeeze a bit more from them. Thank you for your generosity. Your Majesty of the Seas, the Targaryens will remember your friendship. He had now confirmed that Braavos was intent on pushing him into the fire with the provisions they had provided. Thus, there was no moral burden in deceiving Fraggle. After conversing for a while longer, Viserys' attendant hurried over to inform him that the supplies had been verified and posed no issues. Viserys then turned to Fraggle and said, Your Majesty Fraggle, my ships are currently empty. Why not choose 2 to take back with you? This will settle my loan with the Iron Bank. Viserys wore a sly expression, and Fraggle did not call him out on it. Well, that could work, he replied, casually pointing to 2 vessels. Upon seeing the ships he indicated, Viserys beamed with joy. Those 2 warships were worth just over 10,000 golden dragons, and now their value had skyrocketed several times. May I inquire when your Majesty plans to set sail? Having offered a small benefit, Fraggle sought to confirm the departure time from Viserys once more. As the chill of autumn settles in, mist often blankets the mornings, only to dissipate with the rising sun. The Valyrians, observing this climatic shift, conceived a strategy to dismantle the dense fog conjured by the Loinans. Thus, they deployed a multitude of dragons, unleashing torrents of fire upon the Loinans, elevating the temperature to disperse the haze. Only magic can contend with magic, echoed in Viserys' mind. Ordinary flames might prove ineffective against the mist wrought by the Loinans' water magic. Yet, what of wildfire? While the logic stood firm, it was equally plausible that the Loinans possessed countermeasures. The Valyrians' mobilization of 300 dragons could also stem from their unique advantages. Nevertheless, Viserys resolved to prepare some wildfire in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances. He ground dragon glass into a fine powder and concocted it with various ingredients, invoking spells at the peak of midday heat. These were the crucial steps in the creation of wildfire. Before long, Viserys produced a viscous, emerald-hued liquid. Thanks to superior incantations, the heat emitted from his wildfire surpassed that of the pyromancers in King's Landing. He tested the wildfire by igniting a log, the green flames leaping nearly 2 meters high, casting a verdant glow across the surrounding area. Once extinguished, the log left behind a stark white mark, indicative of the intense heat generated. With sufficient wildfire at his disposal, dispelling the Loinans' fog seemed a manageable task. However, Viserys' successful creation of wildfire intrigued Arthur and Oswald, the Mad King. Although they understood Viserys' intent to counter the Loinans' magic, they remained perplexed about how their king had acquired the knowledge to produce wildfire after all. They had witnessed him slay those pyromancers firsthand. In response to this conundrum, Viserys could only attribute it to innate talent while assuring them that he would not resort to fire as a means of execution. His prior adherence to his word had established a solid reputation among the King's Guard, fostering their trust. After this brief interlude, Viserys securely stored the prepared wildfire, assigning guards for its protection. As anticipated, messengers from the Loyalists soon sought an audience with him. On his way to the meeting, he summoned 2 King's Guard and Old Crab Oberyn to discuss the visitors' intentions. Were they concerned about tax implications? Old Crab, ever fixated on monetary matters, quickly dismissed this notion, recognizing that since Viserys had already compensated them, they were equally motivated by profit. If they had come to him, it surely indicated that the progress of his fortifications was hindered. The Loyalists were wise people, likely having seen through his schemes. Oberyn remarked, half boastfully, half enjoying the spectacle, that he did not wish for Viserys to falter, yet believed that the decision to release Baelor was somewhat audacious. A minor setback now would be far preferable to a significant loss in the future. Chapter 61. The Colonization Legion Friggo, having arrived at the palace of the Sea King nearly a week ago, had yet to receive any news concerning the departure of Viserys' army. Instead, he was met by a messenger seeking aid. Your Majesty, it is with great respect that I implore you. Our ranks are afflicted by soldiers suffering from persistent fevers and severe diarrhea. Thus, Viserys has entrusted me with the task of procuring fresh provisions and herbs. Of course, if you could also dispatch additional healers to assist us, it would be most beneficial. Friggo held little doubt regarding Daenerys' words. From his account, it was evident that this ailment stemmed from a change in environment, likely exacerbated by the consumption of stale provisions. Rest assured, I shall arrange for the necessary supplies. Friggo replied, but I must inquire about the severity of your situation. Daenerys, recalling Viserys' instructions, responded, the afflicted include approximately 300 to 400 soldiers and farmers. Most troubling is the fact that many of our leaders are also affected, which may delay our army's departure. Friggo nodded in understanding. This revelation would undoubtedly make Gador wary. He decided to leverage the opportunity to further delay Viserys' plans, for such a predicament occurring upon their arrival on the eastern continent would undoubtedly dampen morale. Thus, in addition to fulfilling their material needs, Friggo dispatched 10 catapults with Daenerys to bring back to their camp, much to Daenerys' delight. However, the reality of the situation was far less dire. Under the crescent moon, the camp of Viserys resonated with the synchronized shouts of soldiers. 997. Ha! 998. Ha! 999. Ha! 1000. Ah! A group of farmers, bare-chested, lowered their heavy longbows and fervently clapped their weary arms. Despite the fatigue, smiles adorned their faces. Jason, in particular, felt he could almost smell the aroma of meat wafting toward him. Soon, he would feast once more. As farmers on Dragonstone Island, they had been fortunate to indulge in fish only a few times a year. Yet Viserys had provided them with generous portions of succulent, fatty meat. Initially, these farmers had harbored apprehensions about being conscripted into the Colonization Legion. After all, they had originally been promised they would be tilling the land, not engaging in battle. However, once inducted into the Colonization Legion, they not only enjoyed regular meat rations but also received military pay, though it was merely a third of what regular soldiers earned. The seeds of loyalty had begun to take root within their hearts. In stark contrast to the farmer's joy, their trainer, Og, was beset by anxiety. He understood that no archer could be adequately trained in such a manner. Precision must be honed through target practice. It takes 2 to 3 years of diligent effort to cultivate a competent archer. Yet, Viserys' ambition to transform over 2,000 farmers into archers in a short span was nothing short of absurd. He could not fathom why his young yet consistently astute king had suddenly become so juvenile. Likewise, Oberyn was equally perplexed. He had already resolved in his heart that once Viserys faced defeat in this battle, he would insist on bringing Illyrio back to Dawn. However, before that, he needed to ascertain whether Viserys was genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance. Surely, one does not believe that competent archers can be trained within a month. I assure you. Even with an abundance of meat, it remains an impossibility, Oberyn scoffed, observing Viserys as he scribbled away. Setting down his quill, Viserys smiled, adjusting the candle beside him, and declared, "Let us wager, Within a month, they shall become not only competent but perhaps even exceptional archers, and I shall deploy them to the battlefield. Hearing Viserys' assertion, Oberyn's heart sank completely. Very well, I shall return for Elia after a month, he mused, contemplating how Viserys intended to save as many as he could. This way, when Layla learned that it was he who had rescued Viserys, she would be disinclined to prevent him from taking Elia away. Meanwhile, Arthur, who had been absent for quite some time, returned to the camp, bringing with him several captives who appeared to be leaders, as per Viserys' instructions. Sir Arthur had endured great hardships during his lengthy absence of over half a month. Venturing into a completely unfamiliar territory, he had lost considerable weight, his cheeks appearing somewhat sunken. He looked fatigued, yet he recounted the situation in Dothr in meticulous detail. Firstly, there were historical concerns. Dothr had once been the homeland of the Lunarians. However, following the obliteration of Lunarian civilization and its state by the Valyrians, they had descended into decline. This allowed even the remaining Undos on the eastern continent to contend with them on equal footing. Furthermore, the local bandits had reached a level of organization where a single group could regard several, even dozens, of villages and their inhabitants as their own possessions, imposing taxes upon them. Naturally, they had their own justifications. Most of these bandits were comprised of Undos. Did the Undos in the region not form their own power? Arthur shook his head, stating that the local populace lived in dire straits, despite the proximity of the Lorne River, which could irrigate farmlands. They could not farm peacefully due to the threats posed by robbers and pirates. Presently, Viserys remained confident that Dothr's current state was undoubtedly influenced by Braavos and Pentos. It is unimaginable for a place to lack a stable regime for centuries. One must understand that power detests a vacuum. Where there is no overt authority, there will undoubtedly be clandestine rules. Viserys resolved to personally eliminate the captives brought back by Arthur, intending to absorb their essence to access their memories. There was no swifter method. Sir Arthur, you may retire for the time being. We anticipate our imminent advance into Gador. As you command, Your Majesty. Oberyn cast a glance at Arthur, feeling a tinge of regret. Such a legendary figure would inevitably fall victim to Viserys' treachery. Once Arthur had departed, Viserys summoned the captives. They were 2 men, approximately 25 or 6, with broken teeth and faces swollen like those of pigs. Their garments were stained and marked by several deep gashes beneath their armpits and along their backs, rendering them utterly disheveled. Viserys turned to Oberyn and remarked, Your Highness, my interrogation techniques must remain confidential for the time being. I kindly ask you to take your leave. Should any valuable intelligence arise, I shall inform you. Chapter 62. The Cat's Company. Oberyn displayed little interest in Viserys' theatrics. Within the confines of the tent, only a handful of Viserys' royal guards from the Craplaw Peninsula remained. Of course, they were now his personal protectors. The 2 captives were taken aback to find themselves under the watch of mere children, stirring a sense of contempt within them. So, you are the little king of House Targaryen. Why not release me, and I shall serve as your loyal Iron Guard, ensuring your return to the Iron Throne. One of them jested with a patronizing grin. However, Viserys did not indulge him with words. Instead, he circled behind and plunged his dagger into the man's back. As the blade pierced through and blood trickled forth, the brigand found his mind muddled. He had valuable information for bargaining, yet this little brat played by no rules. As for the other brigand, Viserys offered no further dialogue. He simply dispatched him with a swift thrust, instructing his guards to drag them both away. Acquired essence, veteran, infantry, 1, veteran, cavalry, 1. Viserys directly absorbed the essence of the 2 men. Their brief lives, spanning just over 2 decades, held little of wonder. What intrigued him were their recent memories. Bloodbeard. Isn't he the leader of the Cat's Company? What brings him here? I don't know. They seem to have been summoned by someone. I heard the Targaryens lost the Iron Throne and sought a foothold in Essos, and they chose our location. Bloodbeard is helping us drive the Targaryens away. Who summoned them? You'll have to ask Dirty Bane. How would I know? After sifting through their memories, Viserys extracted the most pertinent information. The following day, he sought Oberyn's counsel regarding the Cat's Company. Upon hearing Viserys inquire about the mercenary group, Oberyn's demeanor shifted to one of alertness. The Cat's Company is no small force. This mercenary band boasts over 2,000 fighters. Their leader, Bloodbeard, is a particularly cruel and greedy individual, relishing the torture of captives. If the leader is such, one can only imagine the nature of the mercenaries. Oh, 2,000. Noticing Viserys deep in thought, Oberyn ventured, could it be that the Cat's Company is also in Godhar? Viserys nodded in affirmation. Indeed. It seems someone has hired them to ambush me there. Ah. Why? Who? Did you glean this from those two captives yesterday? Oberyn's tone was urgent, as if he were sitting upon a searing flame. Yes, but they are dead now. They were mere subordinates and knew little. Could it be Robert? Oberyn inquired. Perhaps. Yet regardless of who it may be, we must first remove this stumbling block, Viserys declared with an air of arrogance, provoking a quiet scoff from Oberyn. However, that mercenary group is notoriously fearsome, consisting of over 2,000 members. Even with the local manpower available in Gador, the odds for Viserion appear to be less than half. 47. Drink. 48. Drink. Upon hearing the farmers' archers once again engaging in their nonsensical training, Oberyn found himself at a loss for words. The geographical location of Gador is undoubtedly advantageous. To the north lies a mountain range, the west is bordered by the Little Lone River, while the eastern side is flanked by the Great Lone River. The tributaries of both Lone Rivers converge into the southern main flow. Yet, for centuries, no power has managed to fully dominate this region. The Loina occupy the side of the Great Lone River, while the Undos hold sway over the Little Lone River. This fertile land, which should have fostered a formidable power, has instead devolved into a wasteland of blood and suffering. Within an ancient earthen castle, a group of bandit leaders convened. Each commanded a force ranging from a couple of 100 to 500 men. The larger their following, the louder their voices grew. Particularly, with a recent shipment of fine weapons and armor from Pentos, some voices became increasingly strident. Once I capture that Targaryen, I shall ensure he begets a multitude of dragon offspring with my daughter, proclaimed a man in his early 50s, his beard and sideburns already streaked with grey. Old Punk had never fathered a son, but was burdened with 7 daughters. The beauty of these girls is a matter aside, for they were each more rotund than the last. His 3 eldest daughters were married off with dowries equivalent to their own weight in copper coins, with 4 daughters remaining. Old Punk found himself lacking in funds. Upon hearing that a descendant of the Dragon King was to arrive in Gador, he entertained thoughts of marrying off his daughters. Ha ha ha! Old Punk, make sure to advise your plump daughter not to crush him. I've heard that Targaryen boy is not even 10 years old. Whether that little sparrow can be of use remains to be seen. The bandit leaders spoke brazenly, showing no regard for Viserion. Among them stood a striking figure with a fiery red beard. Bloodbeard, in truth, had only recently become the leader of the Cats Guild, merely 2.5 years ago. Yet his reputation for cruelty and greed was already deeply etched in the minds of all who had encountered him. He held no desire to compete with these men, for the coffers of Pentos had long filled his pockets with gold. One corpulent merchant suggested that if he could capture Viserion alive, he would reward himself handsomely. As the gathering neared completion, a slender-faced man with a small brown mustache rose to address the assembly, seated beside Bloodbeard. Ladies and gentlemen, he proclaimed, for this endeavor to thwart the Targaryens, we have enlisted Bloodbeard and his band of cats. Together, we number 5,000, each clad in armor, while that little king commands merely 3,000. One by one, we shall drive him back to his wretched isle. Indeed. Quite so. He continued. Now, as for this confrontation, Old Punk, Dirty Bane, and the rest of you, your armors are the latest and finest. Ensure that your men take the forefront. Upon hearing that their forces would be placed at the front, several individuals wore expressions of discontent. However, having accepted the armors from Pentos, they were obliged to comply. As for your flanks, let the band of cats handle them, he added. The crowd turned their gazes towards Bloodbeard, whose piercing stare rendered all unwilling to maintain eye contact for more than 2 seconds. Indeed, this exemplified the proper utilization of mercenaries. No one would expect them to engage in perilous battles. After all, they were in it for the coin, not for risking their lives. What profit would there be in that? Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Bloodbeard rose and spoke in an unyielding tone. Place my men in the center and on the left flank. Entrust the center to you inept fools. I cannot place my faith in that. Chapter 63. Your Majesty, in the splendid palace of Braavos, there lies a freshwater lake, akin to a gemstone embedded within the opulent court. A vessel adorned with an array of smiling masks drifted upon the azure waters. It was the ship of Fraggle. Your Majesty, the Targaryen forces have descended along the upper Lauren River, reported Coro, serving as both bodyguard and secretary to Fraggle. Do you believe that Viserys' first battle will be victorious? Coro pondered for a moment before responding. If it were not for the cat's paw, I believe there would be no issue. Arthur Dayne is indeed a commendable commander, yet with the cat's paw involved, they are at a disadvantage in terms of manpower. I surmise that even if the Targaryens manage to secure a victory, it will not come without considerable effort. Should they fail to achieve a decisive triumph, subsequent skirmishes will undoubtedly cause them distress. There was, however, an unspoken thought lingering in Quoral's mind. Viserys had not set off for Gantor in due time. In truth, even if he departed immediately, it would be too late. The distance from Pentos to Gantor is merely a third of that from Braavos. Timing, in this instance, holds little significance. Frego chuckled softly. This works to our advantage. Regardless of whether Viserys wins or loses, he will become increasingly reliant on Braavos. Only then will our initial investments yield returns. The current Targaryens are still rather troublesome, if only they had but a few hundred soldiers. With a smile, Frego gazed upon the shimmering surface of the lake, envisioning ships laden with gold from Westeros being transported to the treasury of Braavos. These coins were not merely derived from the meager coffers of the Targaryens, but were extorted from the lands of Westeros across the narrow sea. In the heart of this sea lord, Viserys was best envisioned as a pawn, easily manipulated to serve as leverage against Robert. Prepare a stockpile of provisions and weapons. Frego's tone shifted, growing serious. We shall determine the price based on the casualties Viserys incurs in this battle. Should the losses exceed 1,000 men, we shall sell to him at triple the price. If more than half, then quintuple the cost. If he is defeated. Frego paused, a glint of sharpness flickering in his gaze. What was the troop limit we previously set for him? Your Majesty, according to our earlier proposal and the chosen location, the Targaryen forces cannot exceed 10,000 men. 5,000, Frego reclined comfortably. If he fails, then we shall restrict him to a mere 5,000 troops. In Frego's estimation, should Viserys suffer defeat in this initial confrontation, he would be rendered incapable of pursuing Gantor. Pentos would not offer him favorable terms. He shall find himself with no alternative but to turn to us. After approximately 2 days of sailing, Viserys' forces arrived at Gantor. He had anticipated facing a well-prepared enemy, perhaps even a skirmish before his landing. Yet, Viserys had overestimated their military acumen. They set up their camp a considerable distance from the shore. It was only when the fleet approached the land that a flurry of urgent trumpet calls pierced the air. Hurry! Disembark! Move swiftly! Arthur and Oak bellowed commands to the soldiers. Before the motley assembly of marauders and mercenaries could fully gather, Viserys' troops had already formed their battle lines. Arthur was tasked with leading the 800 cavalry in a frontal assault, while Oberyn commanded the 3,000 infantry of Viserys. Oak took charge of the archers, who stood resolutely at the forefront, poised for action. These farmers ranged in age from 16 to 40. Yet they shared a singular experience. It was their inaugural foray into battle. Though trepidation gripped their hearts, thoughts of their wives and children at home, coupled with Viserys' promises regarding their land and the recently disbursed wages, anchored their trembling legs to the ground. Steady! Hold firm! Behind us stands His Majesty. And the Dawn's sword fights alongside us. Steady! Oak rallied the ranks with fervor. Although he remained skeptical of Viserys' so-called training methods, he refrained from uttering any disparaging remarks now that they were on the battlefield. Jason gazed at the billowing black banner beside him, suddenly noticing that the wind was favorably at their backs, suggesting their arrows would fly farther. Recently, he had discerned a peculiar sensation in his routine of drawing the bow, as if this bow had been his companion for at least 4 or 5 years. Lost in thought, he spotted an adversary from across the field. A man sporting a yellow goatee. This is our land, the Targaryens are not welcome here. Begone! Despite his gaunt appearance, the man's voice resonated powerfully. Viserys exchanged a glance with his personal guard. This was the same individual who had boasted a loud voice on the Crab's Claw Peninsula. He produced a brass trumpet, previously prepared, and proclaimed, "Before you stands Viserys Targaryen son, king of the Undos, the Ruiner, and the First Man. He is your sovereign. Anyone who dares to obstruct him shall meet their demise." Listening to the still somewhat juvenile voice, the yellow goatee man placed his hands on his hips and mockingly swayed towards the Targaryen banner. His mercenaries and brigands erupted in laughter and whistles. It was evident that negotiations had collapsed, and combat was imminent. "Bloodbeard, I believe we can commence the battle." Yet Bloodbeard remained silent. His gaze like blooded ice piercing through Jason, sending a chill down his spine. Only when Jason averted his eyes in fear did Bloodbeard seem satisfied enough to unsheath his long knife. Draw! Over 300 archers bent their bows and knocked their arrows, aimed at the Targaryen forces. "Release!" The first volley of over 300 arrows scattered between the two armies, appearing somewhat sparse. Only a handful found their mark within Viserys' ranks. Whether mercenaries or bandits, there were few among them who could be deemed competent archers. Even if Pentos provided them with the finest bows and arrows, they could not unleash their full potential. In truth, Bloodbeard had no intention of relying on them. He merely sought to gauge the distance between the two armies through this means. Meanwhile, on the side of Viserys, the wounded were swiftly dragged away. Oak took command of the archers from the Land Cultivation Corps. To be honest, even at that moment, he felt an unsettling anxiety within. The sound of bowstrings tightening sent a shiver through his teeth. Yet, before he could issue the order to release their arrows, the clarion call for the enemy's advance rang out. Tear them apart. Release! As the enemy charged forward, Oak roared, his voice nearly cracking. It seemed as though such fervent exhortations could propel the arrows of these archers, whom he held in low regard, to fly further. Chapter 64, I am tilling. In truth, only 70% of these farmers managed to acquire the essence of archery. Yet, their sheer numbers proved to be advantageous. The visual impact of 2,000 arrows being loosed was exponentially greater than that of 300. During the initial volley, over 100 members of the Bloodbeard mercenary company were significantly hindered in their charge due to injuries, with dozens collapsing outright. For an army numbering in the thousands, this was akin to tufts of fur scattered amidst a fierce battle between two beasts. However, this did not instill fear or trepidation in him. Rather, it ignited his thirst for carnage. Kill! Charge forth, break their formation, seize that Targaryen little king. Bloodbeard bellowed excitedly at the mercenaries and bandits behind him. The mere thought of capturing a king exhilarated this cruel man further, as if the beard upon his chin grew even more vibrant. The first round of shooting left Orc astounded. Although nearly half of the arrows were shot awry, to his surprise, the majority found their mark quite admirably. The accuracy of the arrows was commendable, though many were thwarted by armor, yet the enemy's charge had undeniably slowed. Well, managing a volley is already commendable. The next phase is up to the soldiers behind. However, he soon realized that most of the archers were preparing for a second draw, which filled Orc with exhilaration. It was already impressive for novice archers to manage a single volley before the clash of armies. These farmers scarcely qualified as novices. Yet their current state surpassed that of mere beginners. Thus, he issued another command, draw. Although fewer archers participated this time, their alignment was markedly more synchronized. Loose! Another deluge of arrows rained down, akin to a swarm of locusts, crashing into the advancing enemy ranks. This time, the enemy suffered noticeable casualties. Though fewer arrows were released, their effectiveness had improved, they were closer, their lethality heightened, with nearly 100 foes falling directly to the ground. At this juncture, Oberon stood in stunned disbelief. He was acutely aware that these so-called archers had merely been farmers a month prior. He had even conversed with some of them wooden expressions and honest speech. Hardly the demeanor of astute individuals. Yet, after a month of seemingly trivial training, more than half had transformed into proficient archers. What could possibly account for this transformation? Oberon resolved that when time permitted, he too would experiment with this training method. But for now, as the enemy drew near, Oberon proclaimed loudly, "Advance! Attack!" The infantry surged through the gaps between the archers, while the farmer archers prepared to commence their third synchronized volley. The demands placed upon these archers were immense, as they had to avoid their own soldiers while directing their arrows toward the enemy as heads. In truth, the advancing soldiers felt a twinge of apprehension at this moment. They were indeed apprehensive about allowing this group of novice archers to shoot arrows behind them. Yet, their recent performance had been commendable, showcasing them as trustworthy marksmen. With a creak of the bowstring, the arrows were loosed. The third volley of arrows met the advancing enemy like a wave crashing against a rocky shore, felling nearly 200 foes. Witnessing the archers' impressive tally, Ock felt an exhilarating urge to leap with joy. He turned to one of the archers beside him and inquired, "What is your name?" "Jason Momoa, my lord," came the reply. Ock found it hard to believe that he had once been a mere farmer, prompting him to probe further. "What did you do before?" "I trod in the fields, my lord." Ock's legs twitched involuntarily, and he began to question his own beliefs. Could it be that Viserys' training methods were not ineffectual, but rather simplistic? Ock resolved to put this to the test. He organized the archers into several small squads to continue suppressing the enemy forces at a distance. The close combat prowess of the Cat's Brigade mercenaries was indeed formidable, and their armor had been repaired or even replaced. In this regard, they were on par with Viserys' army. The over 3,000 men had been rigorously trained by William after Viserys decided to venture to the eastern continent, resulting in a solid formation. Their greatest advantage lay in the unrelenting firepower support from behind. At this moment, even Bloodbeard, despite his dim-wittedness, grasped the gravity of the situation. These archers were truly fearsome. Meanwhile, Viserys was making further arrangements, ordering a portion of the infantry to accompany the archers and block the enemy's retreat. He aimed to conduct a splendid annihilation campaign. Otherwise, allowing these individuals to escape would necessitate even more effort to track them down. On Arthur's end, the cavalry was already poised for action. Clad in white robe and silver armor, he led 800 cavalrymen in a sweeping maneuver from the flank. It was as if a heavy hammer struck the side of the formation formed by the bandits and mercenaries. Their alignment, under Arthur's assault, was no sturdier than that of a paper construct. Long life the Dawnblade! Long life the Dawnblade! The soldiers engaged in battle, upon seeing Arthur leading the cavalry into the fray, felt their morale surge remarkably. Although the enemy was unaware of who the Dawnblade was, they were nonetheless intimidated by Arthur's formidable martial skills. As Arthur crashed into the enemy ranks, he resembled a white tiger among a pack of hyenas, with none able to withstand even a single strike from him. In an instant, even the ferocious mercenaries of the Cat's Brigade lost their fighting spirit. They yearned to flee, yet arrows barred their escape. Spare the surrenderers! Spare the surrenderers! Spare the surrenderers! The calls for surrender echoed, in both the common tongue and Valyrian. Those robbers who comprehended the message laid down their weapons, awaiting their judgment. Almost no one dared to resist, save for Bloodbeard, who swung his heavy blade and struck down a mercenary attempting to surrender. He could scarcely believe he would fail here. Was it not said that the Targaryens had only 3,000 soldiers? Where did all these archers come from? How could this happen? How could this happen? How could this happen? Bloodbeard was unwilling to accept it. Yet, no amount of reluctance would alter the reality. At this moment, Arthur was charging towards him with 100 cavalrymen. Viserys had informed him before the battle that capturing the mercenary leader with the red beard would serve a significant purpose. Of course, this was contingent upon his ability to safeguard himself. Viserys sought not the essence of Bloodbeard nor his memories. Now was not the time to sever ties with Pentos, but that did not preclude future conflicts. Keeping him alive could provide a pretext for trouble later on. Arthur remained silent, focused solely on the task at hand. He urged his steed forward, closing in on Bloodbeard, who seemed to sense the formidable prowess of the silver-armored knight before him. Most cruel individuals hesitate to draw their blades against those who are stronger. This is a universal truth. Realizing Arthur's terrifying nature, Bloodbeard attempted to flee on horseback. However, Arthur was not only unmatched in swordsmanship but also exceptional in archery. He drew his dragonbone bow, nocked an arrow, and struck Bloodbeard's steed. The mount, in pain, threw him off. As Bloodbeard, dazed from the fall, regained his senses, Arthur's lance was already poised against his chest. Chapter 65, The Scent of Blood in this battle, which witnessed nearly equal numbers on both sides. Viserys' faction achieved a commendable ratio of casualties. Initially, the Cat Brigade suffered greatly, as their commander was captured alive. Over 2,000 mercenaries lost 1/5 of their ranks, while the remaining half were either grievously injured or taken prisoner. This effectively marked the Cat Brigade's expulsion from the continent of Essos. Each member bore the blood of innocents on their hands. Viserys intended to employ them as laborers until their last breath. Conversely, the bandits experienced a modicum of fortune, with casualties amounting to less than 1/4. A significant portion of them surrendered without even drawing their blades. Consequently, Viserys acquired over 3,000 complete suits of armor, while the remaining damaged armor could be repaired for continued use. In total, they dispatched more than 1,300 foes and captured over 3,000. Of the 5,000 adversaries, only 300 managed to flee. On Viserys' side, merely 70 or 80 soldiers perished, with only around 200 sustaining injuries. Most of the wounded were expected to survive, not only due to the prevalence of minor injuries, but also thanks to the effective treatment provided by the healers sent from Braavos prior to the battle. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on achieving a resounding victory in the first battle of the Eastern Campaign. The loyal Davos promptly conveyed his praise to Viserys. With a smile, Viserys replied, "It is all thanks to our collective effort. Inform the soldiers that we shall feast on roasted meat tonight. Let everyone indulge to their heart's content." Upon receiving Viserys' command, the entire army erupted in jubilation. At that moment, the Golden Finger delivered its assessment, repelled the Gordo Bandit Coalition, final participation rate, 93, acquired essence, elite, cavalry, 188, elite, infantry, 288, elite archers 86, veterans, infantry, 376, recruits, infantry, 244, recruits, archers, 166, with over 1,000 units of essence accounted for. Viserys felt quite pleased. However, upon closer inspection, he noted that the quality of this essence was somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, this annihilation of 5,000 adversaries signified that the gates of Gordo had swung open before him. Furthermore, dispatching a team to plunder the bandits' stronghold promised an additional bounty. That evening, a grand celebration commenced. The farmers, initially relegated to the role of auxiliary archers, received enthusiastic invitations from the soldiers. In the military, merit spoke volumes, and no one would refuse an adept archer as a comrade. Even if such a person was somewhat unsociable, their reliable assistance on the battlefield was invaluable. Good sir, what did you do before? Despite it being the fourth time Jason faced the same inquiry, he earnestly responded, I was merely a farmer. Indeed, Jason was just a farmer, honest and unassuming. Yet even the dullest of minds began to ponder, could it be that I am truly a prodigy in archery? Many farmers like him have contemplated joining the military. Considering the complications of constructing a prisoner of war camp, Oak opted to simply drive the captives into several deep pits. He tossed in a few pickaxes, instructing them to excavate the earth to make the trenches deeper. Additionally, he commanded 100 soldiers to guard them, threatening immediate execution for any sign of rebellion. Mercenaries and brigands who had witnessed the might of the Targaryen forces remained notably compliant. Oak even ordered his subordinates to relieve themselves above the prisoners for amusement. Anyone displaying a disobedient gaze would be shot on the spot. This crude method, while harsh, proved remarkably effective. Take Old Pank for instance. He had long abandoned his grandiose declarations of capturing Viserys to sire a lineage of his own. In this skirmish, 3 of his 4 sons-in-law perished. An arrow remained lodged in his shoulder, siphoning his vitality like a leech. Yet, Old Pank's survival instinct was fiercely robust. He continued to ponder how he might escape the Targaryen POW camp. The wily Old Pank had already stripped himself of all identifying items when the tide of battle turned against him. His cloak, his fine undershirts, even his leather boots had been discarded. He believed the Targaryens would not recognize him. All he needed to do was labor alongside the other captives for a time. And surely an opportunity to flee would present itself. As dawn broke the following day, Old Pank felt a sudden warmth on his face. Upon opening his eyes, he found a Targaryen soldier adjusting his trousers. Due to his frailty, he had been jostled to the edge of the pit. The mixture of urine and sweat-soaked mud rendered him a wretched sight. However, it served his purpose well, making recognition even less likely. I must now be dirtier than Dirty Bane, Old Pank mused. Everyone, rise! Stand up! Shouted the Targaryen soldier above the pit, as the weary captives, having endured a night of fear, dampness, and the stench of urine, groggily stood. Lift your heads! All of you, raise your heads! Despite not understanding the reasoning behind this command, the captives complied. Old Pank, seizing the opportunity to inhale some fresh air, did not ponder further. Suddenly, he caught sight of the silver-armored knight who had galloped across the battlefield that day. The knight stood with his back to the sun, the rising rays illuminating him, rendering him almost divine. What was it called again? The Sword of the Morning. Old Pank, unfamiliar with Westerosi culture, merely understood the necessity of appearing as compliant as possible. Squinting, he observed a diminutive figure beside him. The little man appeared somewhat frail, yet his attire seemed respectable. The silver-armored knight loomed behind him like an imposing wall. The diminutive figure appeared to be searching for something within the earthen pit. With a mere gesture, the little one directed a soldier to cast down a rope. The individual indicated by the little figure was immediately surrounded by an expanse of empty space, as if an unbearable stench emanated from their very being. That fellow! Wasn't he part of the Cat Brigade? What is he doing here? Old Pank surmised that the individual was most likely affiliated with Pentos, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After the person was taken away, the little figure departed. The captives stretched their sore necks after being confined for so long. Old Pank exhaled in relief, clearly recognizing that the little one had come in search of someone, and his own scheme had succeeded without detection. However, before they were granted permission to sit down, the severed head of that individual was unceremoniously tossed into their midst. A gasp rippled through the crowd of captives. And Old Punk's breath quickened. This time, fortune did not favor him. His narrowed eyes met those of the little figure. When he was subsequently pointed out by the diminutive one, Old Punk felt his blood run cold. Chapter 66. Thus it begins. Viserys imprisoned the leaders of the bandits, along with those related to them by kinship or vested interests. These individuals had been terrorizing the region around the Little Lone River, committing heinous acts. He resolved to use their heads as a means to win the hearts of the people in Gador. Viserys planned to gather the oppressed Ando people in due time and publicly execute individuals like Old Punk. Until then, these captives would be kept under strict surveillance. Moreover, through a series of tortures, the bandit leaders divulged treasures amounting to nearly 40 to 50,000 golden dragons. Oak led a contingent to eradicate their stronghold, targeting provisions and weapons as top priorities. The Upper and Little Lone Rivers converge in Gador, flowing together into the Lone River. The Ando people primarily occupied the western bank of the Little Lone River, while the Loiner people resided on the eastern side. The central area, including the remnants of the original city of Gador, was designated as a buffer zone. Despite achieving a significant victory and dismantling a considerable portion of the bandit forces in the Little Lone River basin, Viserys chose not to occupy the territories of the Ando warlords, nor did he pursue the remaining bandit leaders. Instead, he marched directly to the ruins of Gador. His ambitions extended beyond merely controlling the Little Lone River region. He sought to reclaim the entirety of Gador. Furthermore, the territories formerly held by the warlords were mixed with various factions, posing a risk of complications and disturbances. Accompanied by Arthur and Oberyn, Viserys strolled through the remnants of Gador. The Loiner inhabitants had selected the highest ground for the city's location. Scattered across the landscape were remnants of broken walls. Since the Valyrians had obliterated Gador, its remnants had gradually succumbed to the ravages of time. Even the ruins within the city had been dismantled by those living there, who repurposed the stones to construct their own homes. What remained for Viserys and his companions was but the foundations, overrun with withered grass, scarcely reaching ankle height. Yet, even these remnants allowed them to discern that Gador's scale far exceeded that of King's Landing. Your Majesty, it appears that Gador is at least 3 times larger than King's Landing, Arthur remarked. The cities of Westeros could hardly compare to the Free Cities. Even Sunspear paled in comparison to Norval's. Oberyn, well versed in such matters, shared his thoughts. Largely influenced by the numerous comparisons and assessments he had heard from his sister regarding Sunspear and Norval's, he then turned to Viserys, saying, "It seems that time has left you with nothing. To establish a new castle from this blank slate will surely require untold wealth." A hint of concern laced Oberyn's tone. Though it was not for Viserys himself, rather, he worried that his sister might end up without a proper place to reside. As a princess, she ought to dwell in a castle, not live like a peasant in a mud hut. Viserys was genuinely pleased with the location. The establishment of a city hinges on 3 essential elements: mountains, water, and plains. The choice made by the Loiner people was indeed impeccable. In the future, he would directly construct a new city atop the ruins of Gador. With a smile, Viserys remarked, "Prince Oberyn, the value of land lies in its position. Gador boasts an excellent location, surrounded by water on 3 sides and bordered by mountains on the other. To the north and south, there are great rivers. And to the east and west, major thoroughfares. Countless caravans will traverse this route. Are you familiar with House Fry of the town of Long River?" Oberyn was certainly aware of House Fry. Their ancestral fortress was built upon the river, and merely collecting tolls had rendered them exceedingly wealthy. During the War of the 5 Kings, they were able to dispatch an armed force of over 2,000 to accompany Robb Stark's army into battle. Had it not been for Viserys' intervention, a remarkable wedding would have transpired there in a decade or so. "So, you intend to levy tolls here?" Oberyn inquired. "Indeed. That is the essence of Gador's value. It lies at a crossroads of vital routes. If we can fully conquer this area, we will reap substantial tolls." Viserys gazed toward the horizon with ambitious aspirations. Yet, he was well aware that the ideal was far more beautiful than the reality. The difficulty of conquering this land was considerable, if not formidable. This was not a realm devoid of ownership. Both the Andalusians of the lower Long River and the Loiner of the upper one were not challenges that could be swiftly resolved. To conquer this land would require numerous arduous battles. Moreover, even if victory were achieved, would Pentos and Braavos passively watch as the Targaryens occupied this territory? Both city-states harbored immense trade interests and sought to control this vital nexus. Fry, in procuring resources and weapons, and offering exorbitant prices for warships. was not merely indulging in extravagance, he sought to leverage the strength of the Targaryens to diminish the influence of Pentos. Likewise, Pentos, having failed in their recent attempt to undermine the Targaryens, would undoubtedly regroup and strike again. Viserys understood that even if he completely subdued the Undos and Loiner of Godor, Braavos and Pentos would not remain idle. If the Targaryens wished to levy tolls here, they must possess the capability to protect their toll station. He could foresee that as he neared the complete occupation of Godor, Braavos and Pentos would undoubtedly conspire to create difficulties for him. They would not only resist the other party's control over this area, but would also oppose any third party claiming dominion. For Viserys, this victory was merely the beginning. Colin Antrian was a distant nephew of Fry Antrian. He had been dispatched by Fry to verify Viserys' achievements. In this era, employing one's trusted associates was a customary practice. Upon arriving at the encampment of the Targaryen forces, Colin discovered that they were compelling captives to construct fortifications. Viserys had forsaken quality in favor of speed. Thus, the entire fort was constructed from a combination of wood and stone. Within a fortnight, it had taken on a rough semblance of completion. When Colin realized the number of captives, he could discern just how brilliantly the first battle had been fought. Yet, he was perplexed as to how the Targaryens managed such an impressive victory despite being outnumbered. After announcing his identity, Colin was granted an audience with the remarkably youthful king. "Your Majesty, King Viserys," he began. "I have come to extend my heartfelt congratulations on your resounding victory in your inaugural battle on behalf of Braavos and His Majesty the Sea Lord." With that, Colin presented his offerings, a selection of jewels, several finely crafted suits of armor, and a variety of textiles. Viserys graciously accepted the gifts, modestly attributing the success to the valor of Arthur and his companions. However, Colin was no fool. After a brief exchange, he seized the opportunity to inquire, "Your Majesty, might you be so kind as to share the details of the battle?" Chapter 67, The Magic of the Loiner. The 2,000 farmers were, in fact, elite archers. "My true military strength is 5,000, not 3,000. Viserys understood that the truth would eventually come to light, so it was better to reveal it himself. "I once read in the diary of an ancestor of House Targaryen that deception in war is not unlawful, thus, I made such arrangements long ago on Dragonstone." Cole remarked with an expression of enlightenment, "The notion that deception in war is not unlawful is indeed a profound principle. I wonder which ancestor of the Targaryens articulated such wisdom." Viserys chuckled, nonchalantly brushing off the inquiry, claiming he could not recall having learned the truth. Cole refrained from further questioning, instead inquiring about Viserys' next course of action. Would His Majesty pursue the victory to fully control the region of the Lower Lawn? Or would he launch an offensive against the Loiner? According to prior intelligence from Braavos, the number of Ondo people in Gador was approximately 100,000, while the Loiner numbered around 150,000. Moreover, their organization was far more cohesive. As the Loiner in Gador were governed by a power center known as the Elder Council, it was the existence of this council that hindered Friggo from exerting significant control over the Loiner. Friggo had introduced Viserys to Gador not only to combat the Ondo people controlled by Pentos, but also to weaken the Loiner's influence. This strategy aimed to increase the Loiner's reliance on Braavos, thereby enhancing Braavos' infiltration into Gador. However, Viserys did not answer the question directly. Instead, he inquired about the Loiner. Based on current circumstances, it was presumed that the Loiner were indeed supported by the people of Braavos. Yet, Viserys had yet to comprehend why Friggo had never discussed the Loiner with him. If they were allies, at the very least, a greeting should have been in order. There was indeed some trade interaction between Braavos and the Loiner, Cole recounted, astonished by Viserys' perceptiveness. Nonetheless, the Loiner possessed certain capabilities. He requested further elaboration. Leaning forward, Viserys assumed a posture of eagerness to learn. "Braavos, the palace of the Sea King. He intends to construct a city?" Initially, Friggo was already astonished by Viserys' resounding victory. What left him utterly incredulous was that Viserys had begun his scheming even before departing Dragonstone. He had managed to disguise 2,000 skilled archers as farmers, deceiving everyone in the process. Friggo had even dispatched individuals to confirm the situation. And those sent reported that the individuals were indeed nothing but authentic farmers. Archers accustomed to long hours of bow usage developed thick calluses on the inner sides of their index and middle fingers. These individuals did not possess such marks. Had they shed their calluses before arriving? Yet, the marks of years of toil were unmistakably present upon them. The distinction between a farmer and an archer is evident at a mere glance. Farmers, accustomed to bending over their labor, often exhibit a slight stoop, while archers, seasoned in the art of bowmanship, possess arms and backs that reveal their rigorous training. He trusted that his emissaries would not fail to discern such overt differences. Friggo found himself puzzled. Now, with Viserys declaring plans to construct a city, his astonishment only deepened. It is well known that building a city is no trivial endeavor. It may take at least half a year, or even several years. Furthermore, Viserys seemed intent on erecting a substantial fortress. My lord, Viserys has informed me that he intends to build a rammed earth city, which involves compacting earth and laying bricks atop it. While the scale may be considerable, its defensive capabilities are rather modest, Colin explained. Although Friggo had never encountered a rammed earth city, the name itself suggested that the materials were not the relatively expensive stone, but rather the ubiquitous earth. Moreover, he had recently acquired a significant number of captives. If that were the case, it would suffice for Viserys' current circumstances. The region of Gador was devoid of formidable powers. A surrounding wall of rammed earth would indeed provide a sense of substantial security. My lord, let us sell the provisions we have prepared at a low price. It appears he may assist us in expelling the influence of Pentos from Gador. Once the Targaryens eliminate the Pentoshi presence, Gador would find itself in a state of equilibrium between the Targaryens and the Lannister. Given the initial support from the Targaryens, they would likely be more amicable, while the Lannister, already benefiting from their backing, would find their reliance on Braavos increased due to the added pressure from the Targaryens. Friggo believed he was still on solid ground. As for the notion that Viserys could swiftly defeat the Lannister, he found that hard to accept. Did you inform Viserys that the Lannister wield water magic? I did, my lord. Friggo nodded. Within the Council of Lannister Elders, there exists a true master of magic, the High Elder Loden. Friggo relayed this intelligence to Viserys to ensure caution and to redirect focus toward the remaining Andor forces, aiming to completely expel the influence of Pentos from Gador. His expectations of the Targaryens had shifted. He hoped that Viserys would not suffer significant losses. The Lannister's ability to manipulate fog was fundamental to their foothold along the Loran River. After issuing his orders, Friggo leaned against the chair behind him. Recently, he had felt an inexplicable fatigue. Suddenly, he recalled the first time he met Viserys. What I initially believed to be merely a solitary kingsguard sent by the Targaryens turned out to be one of the two rightful heirs. At such a tender age, daring to traverse perilous seas to reach Braavos, while still nestled in the comforts of his mother's embrace, I cannot help but admire him from the depths of my heart. I pondered that had Viserys and Rhaegar exchanged places, perhaps the Targaryens would not have lost the Iron Throne. Of course, those who claim the Targaryens lost the throne solely due to a woman's influence are utter fools. If the dragon still soared, what could Rhaegar possibly fear in Robert's presence? The reaction of Braavos to Viserys' success was rather subdued, even welcoming. For they perceived that while the Targaryens might achieve minor victories, they themselves would never suffer losses. This is the confidence that strength imparts. However, the situation was markedly different for Pentos. They faced true and substantial loss. Chapter 68, The Fox Devised the Cake in Pentos. There exists but a single prince. Yet there are 40 governors. The entirety of Pentos' wealth and estates is predominantly held by them. The origins of the conflict between Braavos and Pentos stemmed from Pentos' utilization of slaves. However, this was merely a pretext for the Braavosi. The true contention lay in the struggle for the lands of the Andalusian plains. Had the Braavosi genuinely been liberators of slaves, they would have targeted the kingdom of the Three Daughters instead of embarking on an expedition against Volantis and the Bay of Slaves. Following their defeat in the war, the Pentosians ostensibly renounced the use of slaves. Yet, they ensnared the so-called freemen in an inescapable web of debt. To repay the incessant interest, these purportedly liberated individuals have been reduced to a status akin to that of slaves. The former masters have morphed into creditors, while the enslaved have become debtors. In recent years, there have been those brazen enough to openly purchase and employ slaves once more. "You fool! Do you wish to scald me with such hot tea?" exclaimed a brown-haired governor, who appeared as if bearing child, as he splashed tea onto the face of his servant. He then violently struck the servant with the teacup, causing blood to flow from the servant's brow. In truth, this was merely the customary temperature at which he drank. He was merely seeking a pretext to vent his ire. Within the hall of the Pentosian royal palace, the atmosphere was decidedly somber. The servants trembled, each breath taken with utmost caution. The servant tasked with serving T-Long to become a water dancer of Braavos, so as to remain silent. The governors, who collectively wielded 200% of Pentos' wealth, were in an irritable mood, as though they had incurred a significant loss. And indeed, they had. The gold intended to hire the Cat-S Guild had likely found its way into the coffers of Viserys. The armor and weapons meant to support local bandits and their agents had also been squandered. Furthermore, they had relied on these bandits to control over 100,000 Undos, who provided them with inexpensive grain. Though the quantities were not vast, over time, it had amassed into a considerable fortune. Presently, it was estimated that half of this wealth would be appropriated by Viserys, turning the Undos into Targaryen subjects. The remaining half would likely be swiftly eradicated by Viserys. Even if they sought to preserve the remaining Undos, it would come at a great cost. Perhaps even all the flesh and blood they had extracted from these Undos would not suffice. What was more dire was their ignorance of Bloodbeard's current predicament. Should Bloodbeard betray them, it was highly probable that Viserys would sever Pentos' trade routes. One must remember that a Valyrian road connects Pentos and Giscari. The merchant governors of Pentos relied on this thoroughfare to reach the Rhoyne River, thereby extending their influence along both banks. Once more, the hapless Illyrio had unwittingly become the target of scorn among the other governors. The whole resonated with a tumult of criticism and insults directed at him. Illyrio, if the Targaryens sever our trade routes, you shall bear full responsibility. Yes. You have been using the gold from the treasury. In the face of the governor's accusations, Illyrio cast a sinister glance their way, seemingly rekindling the instincts of a killer. During the years when Varys was still alive, he had facilitated substantial profits for these individuals through the insider information provided by Aerys. Now that he could no longer supply such intelligence, their former camaraderie had vanished entirely. Illyrio felt deeply aggrieved. Despite being one of the wealthiest governors of Pentos, he had failed to secure any real power, which was the root of his current passivity. At that moment, an elderly governor of Pentos, after whispering a few words to a servant, spoke up loudly, "Gentlemen, Prince Oberyn of Dorne has arrived." Although the hall was filled with governors, only 7 or 8 had the standing to engage in discussions at Oberyn's level. Most of those present wielded substantial authority whether in judicial, financial, or military domains. Thus, what was meant to be a grand assembly had devolved into a mere private meeting. Oberyn and the governors found themselves in an exquisitely adorned chamber, warmed by the glow of burning coals, creating a cozy atmosphere. The serving maids, each possessing alluring curves, tempted the eye and stirred the imagination. With their beauty and melodious voices, Oberyn felt quite pleased. What delighted him even more was the evident warmth displayed by the Pentos governors compared to his previous visit, when he sought a relocation site for the Targaryens. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, Oberyn savored the stark contrast between being a sought-after guest and a mere supplicant. Meanwhile, the mascot Odoro couldn't help but cast envious glances at Oberyn. Though both bore the title of prince, the disparity was astonishing. Thank the gods for ensuring that Viserys won this battle, Oberyn mused contentedly. The elderly governor addressed him. The arrival of the prince was rather unexpected, and our preparations have been insufficient. Please do not take offense. This is quite satisfactory. I am pleased. Much better than, a governor interjected. Better than in Giscari, Oberyn replied with a smile. In truth, he intended to convey that they had shown far greater enthusiasm than during his last visit. The merchant governors did not question this sentiment. Viserys, despite holding the title of king, was now confined to living in a tent. Viserys had instructed him to conceal his knowledge of the mercenaries being procured by Pentos. Aware that in the region of Giscari, the Undos were supported by the people of Pentos, while the Loyner were backed by the Braavosi, he devised a strategy reminiscent of foxes sharing the pie, in essence. It is a continuous endeavor to disrupt the equilibrium of power between the two factions. In their quest to safeguard their own influence from being ousted, they must intensify their efforts to cultivate alliances and assail the opposing side. Provided they offer enough incentives, Viserys would willingly serve as a pawn in their machinations. Once the opportune moment arises, he would then seize the opportunity to annex the region of Dorne. Oberyn's task this time is to procure additional resources from Pentos. And notably, these would be without the obligation of repayment. Thus, upon learning that Viserys' next plan involves conquering the Dornishmen of Dorne, these merchant governors instantly perked up. However, none of those present in the room possessed a simplistic mindset. Why does His Majesty Viserys not continue the conquest of the remaining Undo people? Illyrio inquired. Chapter 69. Interlocking dots. Illyrio posed this question primarily to gauge whether Viserys was aware of the situation regarding Bloodbeard. Oberyn shrugged his shoulders, remarking, "Our Targaryen king possesses the blood of the Andal people. Perhaps this is why he seeks to employ a gentle approach towards the remaining Andals. Alas, if young Aegon were king, he might have shown more favor to the loiner. Viserys has already begun his preparations, and it is likely that within 6 months, he will engage in conflict with the loiner." Oberyn's words conveyed two distinct messages. On the surface, it was evident that Viserys was preparing to attack the loiner. Beneath the surface, it hinted at a rift between him and Viserys. These merchant governors were keenly aware of the nuances at play. Young Aegon's claim to the throne surpassed that of Viserys, and he was also Oberyn's own nephew. It was clear that, in contrast to Viserys, who bore little familial connection, young Aegon would garner greater support from Dorne. Yet, this was not of immediate concern. What mattered was their perception of a potential schism within the Targaryen dynasty. Unbeknownst to them, these remarks were part of a prearranged script by Viserys himself. The true messages he wished to convey to the Pentoshi were twofold. First, that he had no intention of infringing upon their interests, urging them not to act rashly. And second, that he was preparing to confront the loiner, allies of the Braavosi, and he needed their support. Illyrio, somewhat grasping the implications of Viserys' intentions, inquired, "So, Your Grace, is your visit pertaining to? Who could deny the wealth and abundance of Pentos? Viserys has sent me primarily to procure goods at reasonable prices, such as grain, farming tools, and war horses, and he hopes that the governors can assist in recruiting craftsmen." Oberyn, inspired by the king's directive to take as much as he could, readily responded. He was also in need of funds to construct an appropriate residence for Illyria before her arrival in Gador. By the way, for our first battle, Viserys intends to bring over additional personnel from Dragonstone, and we will need to pass through the port of Pentos. I hope you all can provide some assistance. Assistance? Of course, assistance. As long as it aids us in combating the loiner, we shall certainly offer our support. The governors quickly resolved to contribute. The Targaryens, after all, were mere weeds in Essos. To truly claim Gador would require considerable time. During this interim, they needed to select a reliable ally. Thus, several governors immediately began to declare their commitments. "I am willing to provide 200,000 measures of grain. You need only pay 50,000 for it. I will address the issue of craftsmen, sending 500 to accompany you to Gador. I will supply 1,000 livestock and 300 war horses." Indeed, did not Dragonstone previously sell us a batch of captive laborers? Why not allow Prince Oberyn to take them back as well? Illyrio suddenly proposed. Currently, on Dragonstone, Viserys has no use for this group of captives. Now, amidst the ruins, it resembles an uncharted land awaiting cultivation. That place will inevitably consume endless manpower. Although Illyrio's suggestion carried a hint of magnanimity at others' expense, it was fortunately met with little opposition. Initially, Viserys had made substantial concessions in pricing to neutralize the captives. Oberyn found himself admiring Viserys' cunning. He had merely made this trip, yet the resources obtained were nearly equivalent to Dorne's annual taxation. The two city-states of Braavos and Pentos had nearly exhausted their resources aiding the Targaryens in establishing their new home. Oberyn even suspected that, thus far, Viserys' treasury had scarcely been touched. He expressed gratitude to the governors and even received numerous gifts, including 2 lovely handmaidens from the aging governor. The beleaguered Pentos unexpectedly found themselves extended an olive branch by Viserys, much to their delight. The atmosphere had lifted from its previous gloom. At the banquet, the guests seemed to revel in merriment. As the mascot, Odro watched everything from a bystander's perspective. Suddenly, he noticed the slightly inebriated Oberyn approaching him. This action also captured the attention of others, their eyes drawn to the two, eager to discern what was unfolding. Oberyn, turning his back to the crowd, had all traces of his earlier inebriation vanish from his countenance. Odro observed Oberyn fix his uniquely sharp gaze upon him and produce a letter from within his cloak. "Esteemed Prince Odro, this is a letter of greetings entrusted to me by His Majesty Viserys." "I nearly forgot," Oberyn stated. Odro hesitated for a moment as he gazed at the proffered envelope, for Oberyn's expression suggested that the contents would not be straightforward. Should there be something undesirable within? What then? However, before he could react, Oberyn turned and smiled, saying, "Having enjoyed myself too much, I almost forgot my task. My apologies, everyone, please continue." The merchants and governors resumed their revelry, their thoughts already fixated on the letter. In truth, the envelope contained merely formal greetings. Viserys recalled that not long thereafter, Prince Oldro would meet his demise due to poisonous mushrooms. It seemed he was not one to willingly play the puppet, yet lacking the means, he fell victim to poison. The reason for assigning Oberyn this task was to test him. One who lacks security will grasp at any lifeline. These merchant governors sought to support their own representative within the Targaryen regime, while Viserys too desired to establish his own agent in Pentos. It remains to be seen who possesses the superior strategy. Once matters were nearly settled, Oberyn lingered for 2 days before preparing to depart. At that moment, Illyrio unexpectedly proposed to personally bid farewell. Thus, the two began to conspire within Illyrio's carriage. Your Grace, I fear that I might speak out of turn. I hope you will not take offense. Pray, proceed, Oberyn replied with a smile. Prince Rhaegar is the rightful heir to the throne, as he perished at the Trident, thus. His eldest son should inherit the crown, not Viserys. If my memory serves me correctly, this was the very line of succession established by the arbitrator Jaehaerys himself, otherwise, the dance of dragons would never have transpired, would it not? Upon hearing Illyrio's assertions, a flicker of surprise crossed Oberyn's eyes. His astonishment was not at Illyrio's boldness in sharing such sentiments, but rather at the realization that Viserys had already forewarned him of Illyrio's potential to voice these thoughts. Is it possible that Viserys can truly dream of everything? Chapter 70. A fish served 2 ways within the confines of the carriage. Illyrio passionately articulated his grievances regarding young Aegon, deeming the mother and son duo of Viserys to be shamelessly avaricious. After all, young Aegon, as the progeny of Rhaegar, is of the direct Targaryen lineage. What stature does Viserys possess to don Aegon's crown? Under ordinary circumstances, he should be content with merely a princely title. However, Oberyn was wholly unresponsive to Illyrio's words, remaining ensnared in astonishment over Viserys' prescient actions. Why? What could possibly explain this? Having grown up within the Red Keep, how could Viserys possibly be aware of matters across the narrow sea? How old is he? This cannot be. Indeed, he has slain Varys. Varys, who hailed from Essos. But why would he wish to kill Varys? How could he have discerned that Varys posed a threat? In a daze, Oberyn felt as though Viserys materialized before him. His youthful visage adorned with an enigmatic smile, much like a figure shrouded in mist. He even entertained thoughts of departing from Pentos and returning to Dorne. This fellow was undeniably peculiar. Oberyn. Oberyn. Yes. I am listening. Illyrio did not perceive Oberyn's distraction. He merely assumed his proposal had been largely accepted. I am willing to offer you a sum of gold to procure the loyalty of those subjects faithful to Viserys, once the opportune moment arises. We shall place the crown upon young Aegon's head. Illyrio's voice carried a certain enticing quality. He was acutely aware that failing to identify the individual responsible for Varys' demise would render him perpetually vulnerable. Oberyn regarded Illyrio and inquired, My lord, may I ask why you are so invested in young Aegon's claim to the throne? Illyrio, unperturbed by the question, donned a practiced smile, one rehearsed countless times, and responded, Your Highness, even a man such as I harbors ideals worth defending. Naturally, you may interpret my actions as a form of investment, upon success. I would appreciate the honor of a position as your Minister of Finance. Fortunately, Viserys is unlikely to surmise that Illyrio covets the role of Minister of Finance, otherwise, I might truly have to depart from Pentos. With a slight sigh of relief, Oberyn began to ponder Illyrio's words, noting the ambiguity present in his statements, which only deepened his suspicion. The first rationale he presented lacked any compelling substance. As for aspiring to become the Minister of Finance, would it not be swifter to cultivate a rapport with Viserys? In the current climate, supporting the Targaryens was akin to stoking a cold hearth. Advocating for young Aegon seemed akin to igniting an utterly frigid fire, leaving one perplexed. Yet, with gold on the table, Oberyn found no reason to decline. After all, Viserys had previously agreed to a division of spoils at a ratio of 3 to 7. Moreover, Illyrio was indeed generous, as 3 carriages laden with 6 grand chests of gold accompanied Oberyn back to Pentos. When Oberyn arrived, he brought only a few dozen individuals. Yet upon his return, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers, the number soared to over 3,000. Laden with spoils, Oberyn glanced back at Pentos. The towering walls loomed 3 times higher than those of Sunspear, yet they no longer exuded the oppressive aura they once did. Instead, he perceived this place as a magnificent treasure trove. This place is truly splendid. I shall return, he mused joyfully. embracing the two ladies gifted to him by the merchant governor. Meanwhile, in Genfer, Viserys was not as fortunate. Within the ruins of Genfer, there remained a populace of approximately 1 to 2,000 souls, comprising both Undos and Loinians. For centuries, these individuals had intermarried, nearly forming a new ethnic group. Whenever war or banditry erupted, they would retreat to the northern caves for refuge, even cultivating some crops in the valleys of the mountains. These people thrived like resilient weeds in the crevices of stone. Viserys gathered these individuals, allocated land to them, and encouraged them to construct their homes. The caves where they sought shelter varied in size, with the larger ones repurposed by Viserys as storerooms for supplies. After departing from Dragonstone, he had also brought some dragon glass intended for the creation of wildfire. The smaller caves, however, were designated by Viserys as future laboratories for wildfire production. With the next battle yet to arrive, Viserys took to educating his guards within the confines of his tent. Stepping back into his role as a language teacher, he found that while the children were obedient, their intellect was somewhat lacking. Although he imparted only the basics of reading and writing, it proved to be a formidable challenge for them. After a week, some struggled even to write their own names. Dispelling Viserys' hopes of teaching them the language as a future military code, the notion of conducting a literacy campaign for the army was a grand undertaking, best postponed until the banner of House Targaryen flew once more over Genfer. Moreover, the scarcity of educational materials rendered self-study nearly impossible, even for the more astute among them. Fortunately, Viserys recognized the significance of encouragement and reward in motivating individuals. Observing the lack of enthusiasm among many of the children, he stated, "Everyone must strive to learn reading and writing. In the future, only those who can read will have the opportunity to serve as my officers. Furthermore, once you master writing, you will be able to correspond with your families." As he spoke, Viserys turned to one of the youths, inquiring, "Gorys, you claimed 2 enemy lives in your first battle. Do you not wish to share this news with your grandmother?" Upon hearing this, the young guard's face lit up with a look of yearning. "Cadis, you felled a cavalryman with a single arrow, causing him to fall and break his neck. Do you not wish to inform the brother who raised you?" The young guards felt a surge of excitement as they realized their king had remembered their initial feats in battle so vividly. The principle of dressed in finery yet traveling by night holds true in this world as well. How could this group of hormone-driven youths possibly resist the allure? Viserys gestured towards the stone slab behind him, which was as large as a door, and declared, "From now on, we shall endeavor to learn this many words each week. The first to compose a complete letter shall have the privilege of my personal revision and refinement." The young knights, invigorated by this promise, grew increasingly restless. At that moment, Gorys raised his hand to signal Viserys. "Your Majesty," he inquired. Viserys smiled in response, but his expression faltered slightly upon seeing the eager face before him. Just then, Arthur entered from outside the tent and announced, "Your Majesty, Oberyn has returned." Chapter 71. They advanced at this moment. The skies above Gador were shrouded in a haze of dust. Yellow particles swirled to a height of several meters. Upon his arrival in Gador, Oberyn discovered that Viserys was overseeing the foundation work for the earthen walls. The brick-making process had only just commenced. Judging by the scale of the foundation, it appeared that the area to be protected by the walls was significantly larger than their original plans indicated. This would undoubtedly be a considerable undertaking, with daily food consumption expected to be alarmingly high. Furthermore, Oberyn noted the substantial number of laborers involved in the construction. Among them were many olive-skinned people from the Loiner. Has Viserys already engaged in battle? Oberyn pondered, observing the overwhelming presence of the Loiner. Although the Martell family now claimed descent from Nymeria, Oberyn did not feel compelled to extend any goodwill towards those sharing Loiner blood. After all, the lords were merciless in their exploitation of their vessels. Oberyn's primary concern was the food supply. Previously, the provisions provided by Friggo were quite ample, and soon a shipment of inexpensive grain was expected to arrive. If this supply was merely to sustain the original populace of over 10,000, then Viserys need not worry about food for an entire year. Upon his return with provisions sourced from Pentos, this time frame would significantly extend. However, it appeared that Viserys might not be able to sustain himself for that long. The next batch of soldiers was due to arrive soon, compounded by this group of Loiner captives. Oberyn believed that Viserys was being overly aggressive. Upon learning of Oberyn's return with a substantial array of supplies, Viserys personally came out to greet him. Although Oberyn was not particularly cordial, He recognized that Viserys was indeed working for his benefit, so he did not mind being a bit more courteous. Upon meeting Viserys, Oberyn immediately inquired if he had recently been to battle again. Rather than respond directly, Viserys gestured towards the swirling dust nearby, indicating, "Come, let us walk and speak." Accompanied by Arthur, the two ascended a small hill with a vantage point overlooking the earthen walls. Below, the captives, forced into labor, toiled diligently, resembling ants constructing a mound. In truth, the area enclosed by Viserys' earthen walls encompassed merely 1/5 of the Gador ruins. In the future, a larger wall would surely be erected outside, dividing the city into an inner and outer city. Within the inner city, a castle would be constructed, thus ensuring a firm foothold in Gador. Observing the laboring captives, Viserys remarked, "These are workers I have hired for wages. I only provide them with payment, while they must bring their own sustenance." To expedite the construction of the earthen walls, Viserys had specifically dispatched the indigenous people hiding in caves to recruit labor for his cause. After selling the first batch of antiquated warships, or those repurposed from merchant vessels, despite not having substantially tapped into the treasury of Dragonstone, Viserys found himself in a position of financial stability. Aware that the food supply was secure, Oberyn inquired about Illyrio. Illyrio's wife, named Syra, was a descendant of the Blackfire lineage. The notion of Blackfire descendants took Oberyn by surprise, revealing an unexpected complexity. It was also plausible that Varys belonged to this lineage. Viserys continued, asserting that the two were indeed in cahoots. Oberyn recalled that Viserys had previously told him that he had orchestrated Varys' demise. Yet, the question lingered, how could someone so young possess such knowledge? Was it the work of a dreamwalker? If so, why had he not envisioned Rhaegar's defeat? The situation was riddled with uncertainties. However, even if he had dreamt of it, it would have been futile. The Mad King was incapable of heeding any rational advice, let alone the dreams of Viserys. "What are your plans? Should we eliminate Illyrio?" Oberyn asked. "Illyrio is of little consequence, my dear Prince Oberyn. I regret to inform you that this world is far more perilous than you might imagine." Oberyn felt a twinge of irritation at being belittled by one so young. Viserys' gaze extended toward the northwest. While Oberyn assumed he was looking towards Braavos, in truth, he was gazing beyond the wall into the lands of eternal winter. However, he had no intention of divulging the matter of the White Walkers to Oberyn just yet, so he redirected the conversation back to Illyrio. "Since he seeks to incite my loyal subjects through you, I suggest you indulge him in a performance. He likely possesses a considerable fortune. I intend to compel him to part with every last coin." The smile that graced Viserys' face painted an amusing picture in Oberyn's mind of Illyrio begging on the streets in a state of undress. "By the way, didn't you mention targeting the loner people next? Why are you compensating them to construct walls for you? With their newfound wealth, won't they simply purchase armor and weapons to defend against you?" Viserys did not respond immediately but instead posed a question. "How many golden dragons do you think a fine horse would cost nowadays?" Oberyn pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps a dozen or so. Now, suppose the world's gold supply suddenly doubled, would the price of horses still remain at a dozen golden dragons?" "Certainly not." "Precisely. The same principle applies to grain. The compensation I offer them allows for the purchase of greater quantities of food, yet the arable land can yield only so much. It is currently planting season. The more loner people come forth to work for me, the fewer there will be tending the fields, driving future food prices higher. I can easily manipulate the loner people through grain, presenting myself as a savior rather than a conqueror." After hearing Viserys' plan, Oberyn regarded him as one might a monstrous entity. He had lost any desire to contest young Aegon's claim to inheritance. To contend with such a cunning and almost diabolical individual is a daunting prospect. He fears becoming ensnared in the machinations. However, should Viserys resort to harming young Aegon in a bid to secure his claim to the throne, he must be prepared to fight fiercely against him. Simultaneously, the intellectual pressure that Oberyn regularly experiences in the presence of Viserys resurfaces, a sensation that leaves him quite perturbed, especially given his recent acquisitions of several necklaces in the Citadel. Yet, he soon uncovers a critical flaw in Viserys' scheme. The success of this plan hinges on the assumption that the number of horses in the world remains constant. However, the Lannisters could easily procure grain from other sources. What then would Viserys do if they were to obtain their supplies elsewhere? Chapter 72, The Malevolent Dragon. Oberyn, as if he had finally uncovered a flaw in Viserys, spoke with a hint of pride. For too long, this young king had exerted considerable intellectual pressure on him. giving Oberyn a sense of relief, as if he could finally breathe. Yet Viserys did not even glance in his direction. Instead pointing southward and stating, "To the south along the Rhone River, downstream lies the territory of the Volantene. Why do they not occupy the upper reaches? Is it a matter of preference? No. It is due to Cheorn." Oberyn recalled that Cheorn was plagued by the dreadful grayscale disease. The monks of Westeros asserted that only repentance could save the afflicted, which was clearly nonsense. Meanwhile, scholars maintained that only the blade could provide a remedy, effective yet terrifying. Cheorn was once a city of the Lynans, but it was destroyed by the Valyrians. Legends tell of Cheorn's rulers using curses to drown those aggressors. The Valyrians and Volantene who invaded Cheorn sank beneath the waves, their breaths shrouding the city in a pall of grey mist. It could be said that the plague halted the advance of the Volantene. Indeed, Cheorn, if they do not take to the waterways and instead venture overland, the price of grain will remain exorbitantly high. Viserys continued, directing his finger westward. Crossing the Rhone, one soon encounters the Dothraki Sea, the domain of the Dothraki. Do you believe they possess surplus grain to spare? Oberyn shook his head. Though he knew little of the horse lords, he understood they were akin to savages, often lacking sufficient provisions and resorting to pillaging for sustenance. The Lynans, already ensnared in a food crisis, would only grow weaker. As for the east and north, as long as I stand guard here, not a grain shall pass. At the very least, the Pentosi will not sell them any grain. As Viserys spoke, the pride on Oberyn's face gradually faded. In due course, I shall construct a fortress to the north, ensuring that the Norfolci can only sell their grain to me. However, Viserys could not confront the Norfolci directly, for Oberyn's sister-in-law, Lady Maoria, was of their nobility. Utilizing this connection, he could at least ensure that the Norfolci would not cause him trouble. Their annual grain exports would not be substantial anyway. After all, Viserys was also in want, and he could simply consume what was available. At this point, Oberyn found himself utterly speechless. He took up the telescope to observe the Lynans below, who were purportedly constructing walls for Viserys. In truth, they were merely erecting a prison for themselves. Oberyn, who had always prided himself as the Red Viper, realized that compared to Viserys' cunning schemes, his own venom resembled little more than a dessert. Truly, he was a malevolent dragon. Arthur, too, felt a sense of discomfort regarding Viserys' stratagem, as it involved the common folk. Nevertheless, he would not impede Viserys' actions. After all, this was war. The former Prime Minister of Illyria, Jon, failed to uncover the whereabouts of Robb, concealed within the embrace of a prostitute, due to his own mercy. He would not repeat such a folly. However, Viserys conveyed to him that he would offer assistance to the people of Loinar, who might find themselves unable to afford sustenance, on the condition of relocating his allegiance to the Targaryens. Upon learning of the entire plan, Arthur felt a significant weight lifted from his heart. The plight of both the Andalusians and Lonarians in the Gador region was dire. The Andalusians faced dual oppression from the Pentosi and local bandits, while the Lonarians endured exorbitant taxes imposed by their Council of Elders, who devised various pretexts for levying these dues. Viserys had discovered that even the great Elder Lothan incurred substantial expenses due to some clandestine operations, which compelled him to impose heavy taxation on the Lonarians under his governance. The objective of these actions remained unclear to Viserys for the time being. During the ensuing period, Braavos was dispatched by Viserys to retrieve the next contingent of individuals. Half of this group consisted of the families of soldiers and farmers who had been transported during this operation, totaling over 8,000, alongside 2,000 soldiers. Consequently, Viserys would command a force exceeding 6,000 men. The scale of this second operation was more than double that of the first. Fortunately, this landing would take place in Pentos, shortening the voyage. According to Viserys' orders, the next royal guard to arrive would be Oswell, accompanied by the entire Crab family. Viserys required someone to manage his treasury, and the perpetually profitable Crab was undoubtedly the ideal candidate. As for Layla and Elia, it was prudent for them to remain on the island until he had sufficiently constructed the earthen walls. Now that he had secured a refuge in Gador, the paramount task had shifted to reclaiming the Andalusian villages previously under the control of bandits. Approximately 100,000 Andalusians had been subjugated by these marauders, and after this conflict, around 60 to 70,000 would soon come under Viserys' dominion. The remaining populace would no longer pose a formidable threat. However, the ordinary farmers remained apprehensive, uncertain of the nature of Viserys' rule. The bandits' exploitation of them extended beyond mere taxation, The concept of the first night was trivial in comparison. The farmers were nearly devoid of surplus grain and had to devise means to conceal their food supplies. Viserys sent envoys to gather the village leaders they had elected. Intending to inform them of the policies and tax systems he intended to implement, clarifying their rights and obligations. After all, his main objective in coming from Dragonstone was to amass a population. Population, it could be said, was paramount, even surpassing the importance of Viserys' own fortifications. Currently, with a force of 4,000 to 5,000, the burden of governance weighed heavily compared to the population he controlled. Moreover, he hesitated to transform the soldiers who had surrendered during the Battle of the Narrow Sea into true warriors. Chapter 73, The Tribunal. Why is that, on? Do you not know? That king actually fled after being defeated. He intends to recruit soldiers to reclaim his kingdom. Yet, in this impoverished place, how can we possibly sustain his army? Being youthful and agile, was privy to many secrets unknown to others. He had witnessed firsthand when Og and his men raided the hideouts of those bandit leaders. Shall we not go, then? The fields demand our attention, and such a journey will delay our work significantly. As some voiced their grievances, On quickly interjected, although this king has recently suffered a defeat, his forces have triumphed over the likes of Dirty Bane and Old Punk. We should pay a visit. After all, even if he had little faith in Viserys, the king had just secured a victory. To confront him now would be akin to courting disaster. With this mindset, over 200 of those village leaders made their way to Gador. Upon their arrival, they were astonished to find the dilapidated ruins they remembered had vanished, replaced by a scene of fervent activity. The foundation for the first city wall was nearly complete, with cartloads of earth being relentlessly compacted into place. The average height now approached that of an adult's waist. It appeared that this new king intended to make a lasting abode here. The assembly of village leaders could not help but marvel, though they noted that the earthen walls still lacked grandeur, raising concerns of inadequacy. Yet, there was little to be done. Viserys, this beggar king, had no residence of his own. Meanwhile, Oberyn had summoned a cadre of craftsmen from Norvos, beginning the construction of gardens and homes for Elia and her children, designated from the lands Viserys had apportioned. However, that endeavor was still in the stages of material gathering and foundation laying, and remained hidden within the earthen walls, out of sight of the village leaders. Yet, upon encountering the soldiers standing resolutely along the roads, any condescension they harbored evaporated like snow beneath a scorching sun. The gleaming spears held by the soldiers glinted blindingly in the sunlight. These village leaders did not approach Viserys directly. Instead, they were escorted to the execution grounds to witness the proceedings. As leaders like On arrived at the gallows, they beheld the once mighty figures of authority, now reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. These so-called nobles were clad only in thin garments, trembling in the chill, suspended from the gallows. The execution was overseen by Scholar Xavier, a man of profound legal knowledge. Viserys had mandated that the charges against these individuals be read before their execution, thus Xavier became the executioner. He understood that to win the hearts of the people, both blood and profit were indispensable. Old Punk, Dirty Bane, and their families and subordinates represented the ruling class from among the tens of thousands that once existed. Now, these privileged individuals were about to confront their sins and meet their demise.